Chapter 1. The Medicinal Garden on Moonstream Mountain. In the heavens, clouds drift lazily, while the sun plays hide and seek, casting its gaze upon the lush, verdant expanse below. This vast continent, adorned with towering mountains and deep valleys, is seldom graced by the presence of flat plains. Streams weave their way to lakes, meandering through the valleys, as the rising mist envelopes the landscape in a shroud of white, causing the mountains to occasionally emerge and then vanish into obscurity, eluding clear perception. The Cloud Sleeve continent is a realm of remarkable individuals, teeming with cultivators. Many established sects or schools, erecting a myriad of grand halls and mountain gates, firmly rooting themselves amidst the countless majestic peaks. However, the path of cultivation is not accessible to all. It is a privilege reserved for those of extraordinary talent. The ordinary folk, unable to partake in the arts of cultivation, predominantly reside at the foot of the mountains. On the days when the mountain gates swing open, the esteemed masters descend to accept disciples, and among the throng, a fortunate few may be chosen. To the north of the continent lie three interconnected peaks, the leftmost rising high while the right gradually descends, resembling undulating waves. At the foot of these peaks flows a winding river, shaped like a crescent moon. On clear nights, the water reflects the brilliant moon above, thus bestowing the name Moonstream Mountain upon this trio of summits. Nestled upon the highest peak of Moonstream Mountain, where snow perpetually blankets the ground, lies a small garden enclosed by a wooden fence, measuring 3 zhang in length and 2 zhang in width. The garden is adorned with rows of medicinal herbs, their vibrant green hues accentuated by the soft white snow that clings to them. Beside the garden lies a large slab of blue stone, upon which an elderly man sits, clad in a coarse cotton jacket, perpetually raising his hands to brush the snowflakes from his long white beard. Yet, his gaze remains fixed on the garden, unwavering for even a moment. Leaning against the blue stone is a young boy, around 8 or 9 years of age, clutching a bamboo basket tightly as he dozes within the folds of his jacket. At that moment, a faint cracking sound emerges from the garden, as a small tuft of grass, no larger than a palm, shakes off the accumulated snow, unfurling its tightly curled leaves, which cradle a single bean. Zheng Xiu, awaken. Do not slumber, any longer rise at once. The old man taps the boy's head with his hand. Ouch! Ah, master. Zheng Xiu hastily wipes away the snot that has dripped to his lips and scrambles to his feet, nearly tossing the bamboo basket aside. The snow beans are ripe now is the freshest moment to harvest them. Me? Master, such a precious thing as the snow beans, what if I were to ruin them? Zheng Xiu mumbles, reluctant to approach. Your master commands you to gather them. What is there to fear? I am here with you. Are you truly allowing me to harvest them? Is there any doubt? Has your master ever deceived you? Oh, embracing the bamboo basket, Zheng Xiu steps into the garden, cautiously crouching beside the snow beans, his eyes darting left and right, anxious about disturbing other herbs. He then retrieves a small wooden box from the basket, opening the lid to reveal a jade scissors, a small jade plate, and a porcelain vial. Zheng Xiu leans down slowly, grasping the jade plate to gently scrape away the snowflakes from the grass blades, and then he parts the leaves to reveal the snow beans in their entirety. They are pristine, round beans, adorned with delicate green patterns upon their skins. Zheng Xiu steadied the snow pea with a small jade board while using his other hand to retrieve a jade scissor, carefully aligning it with the stem beneath the pea. With a gentle pressure from his fingers, the stem was severed, and the pea promptly detached. Zheng Xiu maintained the jade board with his left hand, ensuring the peas did not tumble to the ground, while he set down the scissors to grasp a porcelain jar. The cork had been previously removed by Zheng Xiu, allowing him simply to catch the snow peas within the jar. With a soft thud, the peas landed in the vessel. Zheng Xiu swiftly secured the cork and placed the porcelain jar into a wooden box, adding a handful of snow from the ground to cover it completely. Ah, he exhaled deeply as he stood, then placed the items into a bamboo basket, cradling it as he approached his master. Well done, the old man nodded repeatedly, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Zheng Xiu, how many years have you been on the mountain? Zheng Xiu counted on his fingers 1, 2, 3. I arrived 3 years ago. 3 years, indeed, the old man mused, stroking his beard, lost in thought. Achoo! Zheng Xiu sneezed, his nose once again running at the edge of his lips. "Thank you, master. You are truly kind. Hee, at such a young age, you already excel in flattery." The sect upon Moonstream Mountain is known as the Seeking Mist sect, which possesses a unique secret technique capable of summoning dense fog from thin air. It is said that the fog can become so thick that one cannot see their own hand, enveloping the entirety of Moonstream Mountain Point 3 years ago. The Xuanwu sect opened its doors wide, dispatching numerous esteemed masters to recruit disciples. At the foot of Yueshi Mountain lived a boy named Urkiu, who was born in autumn and was the second child of his family. Like everyone else, young Urkiu aspired to ascend the mountain and become a cultivator. However, time and again, he faced rejection from the masters, who deemed his talent lacking and his innate constitution unsuitable for cultivation. On the 4th day after the recruitment concluded, a peculiar old man descended from Yueshi Mountain. Clad in humble attire, he resembled a simple farmer. This old man immediately took note of Urkiu, who was in the fields learning to weave bamboo baskets. He informed Urkiu's family that he was responsible for tending to the herb garden at the Xuanwu sect and sought an apprentice to learn the art of cultivating medicinal herbs. Overjoyed at the prospect of ascending the mountain, Urkiu packed his belongings the very next day and eagerly accompanied this benevolent master to the Xuanwu sect. The master, named Zheng Zhizong, found Urkiu's name rather commonplace and decided to rename him Zheng Xiao. With great kindness, the master treated Zheng Xiao as his own son, imparting all his skills and even allowing Zheng Xiao to wear new clothes before himself. As time passed on the mountain, Zheng Xiao came to realize that his master was not a cultivator. Yet, his physical condition surpassed that of ordinary individuals despite his advanced age. He ascended and descended the mountain without a hint of breathlessness. The Xuanwu sect boasted 3 herb gardens, 2 of which were located on the lower peak to the right of Yueshi Mountain, one of them nourished by river water at its base. The remaining garden, where Zheng Xiao harvested snow beans, was perpetually blanketed in snow, dedicated to cultivating herbs that thrive in frigid environments. The master resides on the back mountain, where 4 houses with tiled roofs, referred to by him as the medicine dormitory, stand. As one approaches, the potent aroma of herbs fills the air. "Rest assured, master," Zheng Xiao exclaimed, shedding his cotton coat as he dashed into the dwelling, clutching a bamboo basket. Inside, numerous wooden cabinets were neatly arranged. Zheng Xiao followed the labels to the 7th row, where he opened a cabinet door situated on the inner side, revealing a large, square, copper chest within. With considerable effort, he pulled out the chest and lifted the lid, a refreshing chill immediately wafting towards his face. This chest remained cool throughout the year the master had mentioned it as a magical artifact. Last year, during the heat of summer, he had mischievously stored fruits inside, only to be discovered by the master, resulting in several days of penance spent transcribing herbal texts. Zheng Xiao placed the porcelain bottle containing snow peas into the copper chest, closed the cabinet door, and exited the room in search of his master. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sounds of rushing air echoed above as he looked up to see 5 or 6 streaks of light traversing the sky. The elder was descending the mountain with his senior brothers and sisters. Zheng Xiao envied these seniors, who not only soared through the air, but also possessed a plethora of magical skills. However, upon reflection, he realized he could not address them as brothers and sisters, as his own master merely tended to the medicinal garden, seemingly disconnected from those eminent figures. Master, is the soup ready?" Zheng Xiao paced restlessly at the kitchen door, his voice incessantly calling out. Yes, my dear disciple. Do not fret, it is quite hot," the master replied, emerging from the kitchen with a large bowl in hand, puffing his cheeks as he blew on the steaming contents. "Master, this is far too much, I cannot finish it all. How about you take half, and I shall take the other half?" "That simply won't do. This soup possesses exceptional warming properties, a recipe of my own creation. Only by consuming it entirely can one truly reap its benefits." "Master, then let us retreat indoors. I shall sit and savor it slowly, ensuring that I finish every drop." "Indeed, let us go inside." Zheng Xiao seated himself upon a chair, cradling a large bowl as he took small sips of the soup, while his master watched him with a gentle smile from across the table. After observing for a while, the master spoke. "Zheng Xiao, you have been on the mountain for 3 years now, and I have imparted most of my skills to you. I have decided that starting tomorrow, I shall entrust the medicinal garden by the river to you." Zheng Qiu suddenly choked on the soup, placing the bowl down, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Master, are you casting me aside? Master, have I erred in some way? Please tell me. Do not abandon me." Noticing the redness in Zheng Qiu's eyes, the master quickly reached out to pat his head, soothing him. "My dear disciple, how could I ever forsake you? Where else would I find such an obedient apprentice? This opportunity to manage the medicinal garden alone is a test to see if you can retain all that you have learned in my absence. Rest assured, if you do not mind the inconvenience, you may continue to reside here with me." "Really?" Zheng Qiu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "I would not deceive you. However, you must remember to care for the garden diligently, as I shall be visiting frequently. Yes, I will tend to the garden with utmost care, ensuring that all the herbs flourish. My obedient disciple, I have no doubt you will succeed. Now, do continue drinking before the soup cools." Once Zheng Qiu had fallen into a deep slumber, the master lit a lantern and ventured out with a bamboo basket in hand. He followed the stone-paved mountain path, making his way to the medicinal herb garden by the riverbank. This garden was rather expansive, measuring nearly 5 zhang in both length and width. A row of weeping willows bordered the garden, beneath which stood a quaint little house with a tiled roof. The master pushed open the door, placed a lantern upon the table, and began to extract the contents of the bamboo basket. Inside were a broom, a mop, and a cloth. Regardless of whether Zheng Qiu wished to stay here or not, the master was determined to clean the space after all. He wanted to provide his disciple with a pristine environment. Chapter 2. The Young Herbalist by the Riverside Master. "I shall take my leave now." "Ah, my diligent disciple, are you off to the herb garden so early? Very well. Allow me to accompany you. Then, in the evening, Master shall prepare a delicious meal for you." With each step, I advance, my little bamboo basket slung over my back. As I tread upon the long stone path, I remember to bring my herbal hoe, humming and singing cheerfully. Zheng Qiu merrily sings a little tune, skipping along towards the riverside herb garden. To reach the garden from the back mountain, one must traverse the martial arts training ground of the Xuanwu sect. The training ground lies to the right of the main hall, its surface covered with fine sand, surrounded by wooden dummies. Upon Zheng Qiu's arrival at the training ground, he fortuitously encounters the elder conducting a lesson. The elder stands in the center of the arena, holding a wooden sword aloft, reciting incantations that Zheng Qiu cannot comprehend. His senior brothers and sisters form a circle, attentively observing the elder's movements, occasionally lifting their wooden swords to emulate his technique. Continuing along the stone path towards the right mountain peak, Zheng Qiu reflects on the scene he has just witnessed. He too can perform the motion of wielding a wooden sword. Yet, why is it that others become so formidable? "Hey, don't block the way." A voice interrupts Zheng Qiu's contemplation. "What are you staring at? If you're going, then hurry." The youth scowls, muttering curses under his breath. "Oh, my apologies. I shall be on my way." Zheng Qiu quickly sidesteps the youth and hastens away. After walking a considerable distance and ensuring he is out of sight, Zheng Qiu covers his mouth and bursts into giggles. Hee, another senior has been punished to sweep the mountain path. How unfortunate. Before long, Zheng Qiu arrives at the herb garden. He enters the house and sets down his basket, noticing that the interior is remarkably tidy, as though it has recently been cleaned. However, he had little time for idle contemplation or to meticulously arrange his tools. He needed to hasten to the herb garden for work. The garden was densely populated with various herbs, some sprouting from the ground, others buried within the soil, and some suspended from wooden frameworks. Zheng Qiu stood in the courtyard, momentarily dazed by the abundance of herbs. What should he prioritize? He glanced left and right, realizing that there was no master nearby to direct him. He had to devise his own course of action. Beside the river stood a towering water wheel, creaking and groaning as it perpetually turned, drawing water from the river and channeling it into irrigation ditches. The wheel was entirely constructed of wood, adorned with patches of moss, suggesting it had stood for many years. Yet, Zheng Qiu had never witnessed it malfunction, nor did he know what type of wood it was made from. Once the irrigation ditches were cleared, he would need to inspect the herbs. They must not fall ill or be infested with pests, requiring meticulous examination of each plant and leaf. Zheng Qiu crouched on the ground, using a small jade board to sift through the foliage. Any signs of infestation needed to be carefully excised with jade scissors, and any areas exhibiting color changes should be documented diligently. If the situation worsened in the following days, he would need to swiftly ascertain the cause. Zheng Jisong? Zheng Jisong? A girl's melodious voice rang out from above. Zheng Qiu stood up to look up, but his calves suddenly tingled, causing him to stumble and fall back to the ground, his hands and cloth trousers now soiled with mud. What bad luck, having crouched for too long. A young lady clad in a satin gown descended gracefully outside the herb garden. A pale blue luminescence swirled around her before settling in her hand, revealing a crescent-shaped metallic ring. Where is Zheng Jisong? Is he not here? Zheng Qiu scrambled to his feet, wiping his muddy hands on his clothing. This esteemed junior sister, the master is not here. You may find him at the herb shed on the back mountain. I have visited the back mountain, yet he is not present. It is peculiar. Where has this old man vanished? Ah, senior sister, do you seek master for a particular matter? Indeed, I am looking for him. The young woman seems to have had a realization. Wait, you refer to him as master. Are you a disciple of the apothecary? Yes, I am his apprentice, having trained under him for 3 years. Oh, do you possess the skill to cultivate? Master has instructed me in this art. Are you certain of your abilities? This flower is quite rare. Indeed, I can cultivate it. Zheng Qiu nodded, his tone significantly more assured than before. Very well. You shall tend to it. Once it matures, deliver it to the Cloud Palace. Zheng Qiu looked up carefully, noticing that this senior sister was considerably taller than he. His head barely reached her elbow, and her face was obscured by a veil, rendering her features indistinct. The young woman frowned slightly and directly tossed the silk pouch into Zheng Qiu's arms, wielding a metallic ring that summoned a cascade of light, lifting her into the air. Farewell, senior sister. I shall ensure the flower is well cultivated. Zheng Qiu waved at the sky and hurried to the riverbank to wash off the mud. After cleansing his hands, Zheng Qiu filled a basin with water from the river and carried it beneath the wooden frame of the herb garden. He untied the delicate string of the silk pouch, revealing 3 small, deep red flowers within. The blossoms were diminutive, no larger than a fingernail. Yet they emanated a potent fragrance that enveloped him, evoking a tingling sensation. These are the Iluo flowers that Master had taught him to grow. It is said that they possess numerous applications, though Zheng Qiu only knew of their use during a cultivator's breakthrough. Upon extracting the Iluo flowers, he noticed that the leaves had curled and the petals drooped, indicating they had been harvested some time ago. He hastily submerged the flowers in the water, allowing them to absorb moisture. After soaking for a while, the leaves unfurled slightly. He fished out a plant to examine it upside down, only to discover that most of the roots had been torn away. His senior sister was indeed careless. It would be even more challenging for him to cultivate it. Zheng Qiu fetched the jade scissors and selected 3 robust medicinal vines, making a small incision near the ground. He then inserted the main stem of the Iluo flower, while simultaneously entwining its exposed roots around the medicinal vines. The master had once mentioned that Iluo flowers thrive on sheer cliffs, where the roots are anchored in places where spiritual springs converge. To cultivate it in the medicinal garden, he would have to rely on other herbs for sustenance. The most suitable vine for nurturing Iluo flowers in the garden was the medicinal vine used for calming incense, which was not particularly delicate and easy to care for, though its only drawback was its slow growth. Flipping through the silk pouch, he discovered 6 pale purple seeds, which were likely the seeds of the Iluo flower. Chapter 3. The water wheel hangs with verdant grasso. The master has actually cooked meat. Zheng Qiu discarded his backpack and dashed straight to the table. Indeed, a large basin of meat awaited him. He climbed onto a chair, propping himself on the table to peer into the basin, revealing a sumptuous braised dish. The cubed meat, a delightful mix of fat and lean, glistened in a vibrant red hue, exuding an oiliness that seemed to promise a burst of juice at any moment. The meat was garnished with finely chopped scallions and an assortment of unknown spices, tantalizing Zheng Qiu's appetite to the brink. Slurp. Zheng Qiu swallowed hard, extending his hand toward the basin to grab some meat. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as he recoiled, clutching his hand and retreating to the chair, casting a look of grievance at his master. Master, have you forgotten what I said? Wash your hands before eating. The master scolded briefly, then took Zheng Qiu's hand to massage it, exclaiming, "Look at your filthy hands. If you were to suffer from diarrhea, it would be you who bears the discomfort." Master, please stop. It doesn't hurt. I shall wash my hands right away and return to eat, Zheng Qiu replied. You possess such little ambition, and yet you still yearn for me? To enhance the efficacy of their cultivation and accelerate their progress, Most practitioners shun the indulgence of cooked food, particularly during periods of breakthrough, as it is especially crucial for them. Only those who abandon their cultivation or have exhausted their potential and can make no further progress succumb to the allure of such culinary pleasures. Consequently, on the Moonstream Mountain, it is merely Zheng Qiu and his master who daily prepare meals, which are predominantly simple and bland. Today, however, was a rare occasion where the master had cooked meat, transforming the day into a festive feast. Zheng Qiu indulged voraciously, nearly swallowing his tongue in the process. As the meat in the basin neared its end, he suddenly recalled the silk pouch nestled in his bosom. Wiping the greasy residue from his lips, he retrieved the pouch and handed it to his master. "Master, take a look at this." The master opened the pouch and examined its contents by the candlelight, his eyes brightening with recognition. "Seeds of the Ilua flower. Zheng Qiu, where did you acquire these?" "Master, please don't look at me like that. I would never engage in mischief," Zheng Qiu replied as he continued to scoop more meat into his bowl. "Today, a senior sister from the herb garden came seeking you, wishing for you to cultivate the Ilua flower. She mentioned visiting the herb house, but could not find you. I told her I could cultivate them as well, and she entrusted me with the Ilua seeds. I have planted 3 of them. The seed coat of the Ilua flower is remarkably resilient, requiring abundant spiritual energy to empower the sprouts to break free from their protective shell. To cultivate in the medicinal garden, one must delicately incise the seed coat, ensuring to only cut at the location of the sprout. This requires meticulous precision, as one must wield a knife upon these minuscule seeds. Daylight and patience are essential. Upon arriving at the garden, just as the sun ascends and the mist dissipates, Zheng Qiu positions a wooden stool at the garden's edge and finds a stone to sit upon. He retrieves the seeds and places them upon the stool's surface, gripping the finely crafted carving knife tightly as he begins to search for the sprout. His hand must remain steady, the cut precise, the motion deliberate, and the pressure firm. As instructed by his master, Zheng Qiu carefully maneuvers the knife, not daring to exhale. Upon discovering the sprout, he halts, raises the knife, and swiftly lifts his hand, completing the task. He inhales deeply and exhales slowly, acknowledging the challenge he has faced. A momentary lapse in concentration nearly resulted in the knife tip injuring the sprout. After securing the seeds and shaking out his hands, Zheng Qiu decides to stand and take a brief respite. This task cannot be rushed. Suddenly, he wonders if he is imagining things. Rubbing his eyes, he rushes to the edge of the water channel to investigate. He hastily approaches the riverbank, maneuvering around the shrubs, and from a distance, he observes that the water wheel has ceased to turn. The water wheel has stopped. This revelation heightens his anxiety. He gazes up at the water wheel, his eyes tracing the wooden beams, finding no visible damage. Could it be jammed? Moving to the side for a closer inspection, he discovers a blade of grass, as long as his arm, lodged between the water wheel and the channel. Can grass truly obstruct the water wheel? Zheng Qiu raises his gaze to the towering water wheel and then lowers it to the stubborn grass, twisting his leg in frustration. Ouch, that hurts. This is no dream. Yet, there is no time to dwell on grievances. It is imperative to get the water wheel moving once more. Zheng Qiu rolled up his trousers and stepped into the river, one hand steadying himself against the water wheel while the other reached for the grass. 1, 2, pull. 1, 2, pull. This grass seemed as resilient as cow tendons, refusing to yield. What kind of grass is this? He released his grip on the water wheel, grasping the grass with both hands, his feet braced against the wooden shaft of the wheel. 1, 2, 3. He exerted all his strength, and with a resounding splash, the grass was finally uprooted, sending Zheng Qiu tumbling into the river. He wrung out his drenched clothes and looked up at the water wheel, which turned with a creaking sound, the river water once again flowing into the irrigation channel. That grass. Suddenly, Zheng Qiu recalled the grass that had been caught in the water wheel. He searched around and eventually spotted it on the grassy bank of the channel. Lifting the grass, he tore at its leaves with vigor, twisting them into a helix. Yet, as he released his grip, the leaves returned to their original form, truly resembling cow tendons. Bringing the grass close to his nose, he detected a faint herbal scent, though he could not identify its specific nature. The thought of cultivating medicinal herbs for such an illustrious figure made Zheng Qiu feel apprehensive. His master was indeed quite demanding. If he failed to cultivate them properly, it would surely spell disaster. He needed to center himself to dispel the errant thoughts. The more he pondered, the more difficult it would be to succeed. Blinking, Zheng Qiu endeavored to focus his attention on the carving knife in his hand. Chapter 4. Delivering medicine and disposing of excess materials. A gentle breeze caressed his face, the air fresh and invigorating. Zheng Qiu knelt in the medicinal herb garden, harvesting the herbs that had reached maturity. Leaves meant for medicinal use were to be snipped with jade scissors, while roots required a hoe to be unearthed from the soil. Fruits were the simplest to gather, as they merely needed to be plucked and stored away. The fragrant herb vine, the purple thorn fern, the solid chi grass, and the water swallower melon are the only 4 herbs that have matured in the medicinal garden. The others require a bit more time. The herbs cultivated by the riverbank are not particularly delicate, unlike the snow beans that cannot tolerate contact with metal, soil, or wood and require special preservation. Zheng Qiu gathered the harvested herbs into his basket, sprinkled a little water over them, and covered them with a damp cloth before shouldering the basket and departing from the garden. According to the sect's rules, every 7 days, the harvested herbs must be delivered to the alchemical chamber. Calculating the days, today is indeed the time for delivery. In the past, Zheng Qiu accompanied his master for these deliveries, but now that he manages the garden alone, it is naturally his responsibility to deliver them himself. Apart from the medicinal hall and the garden, the alchemical chamber is the place Zheng Qiu is most familiar with. The chamber is situated at the highest point of the central peak, even surpassing the heart discussion hall where the sect leader lectures. Unlike other structures, the alchemical chamber is a vast circle. In the center lies a large atrium, beneath which stands a bronze furnace towering over 4 zhang in height. In 3 years of ascending the mountain, he has never witnessed that bronze furnace in action. Perhaps it merely serves as an ornament. The actual furnaces used for alchemy are placed under the eaves of the atrium, also arranged in a circle, numbering as many as 30, varying in size and shape. Is anyone here? Is anyone here? I come to deliver. Zheng Qiu called out as he stepped into the alchemical chamber, only to quickly cover his mouth upon seeing the scene within. 5 senior brothers were busy refining elixirs and should not be disturbed. He tiptoed forward, lowering his voice and tentatively inquired, "Senior brothers, this is Zheng Qiu from the medicinal hall. I have come to deliver the herbs. May I place them here?" Zheng Qiu, startled, instinctively shrank his neck and stuck out his tongue, retreating hastily. Had he erred in some way? Why was his senior brother so irate? He cautiously peered forward, discovering a scattering of shattered copper pieces beside the alchemical furnace. It had evidently exploded. No wonder his senior brother was in a foul mood. What on earth were they concocting that could cause such a robust furnace to burst? After what felt like an eternity, Zheng Qiu's legs began to ache from standing. He rolled up his sleeves, brushed the ground, and sat cross-legged. Time passed, and just as fatigue began to cloud his senses, a sharp sound from the furnace jolted him awake. Raising his gaze, he noticed his senior brothers engaging in conversation. The one standing at the center held a porcelain vial, undoubtedly containing the recently refined elixir. "Congratulations, Emoshidi. Your alchemical skills have reached new heights. Please, spare me the flattery. I wasted 2 batches and blew up a furnace. It was sheer luck." Such modesty. You mustn't dismiss the truth. Luck is indeed a component of alchemical mastery. Indeed, when will you open the furnace again? We wish to witness your art more frequently. Haha. Let us hope there are no more explosions. The elders would certainly have a headache. After a lengthy exchange, the senior brother who had previously asked Zheng Qiu to wait turned to him. "Zheng Qiu, why are you alone? Where is your master?" Seemingly no longer upset, Zheng Qiu felt at ease to speak without restraint. "Oh, my master has entrusted me with tending to the medicinal garden by the river. I am here to deliver the herbs. Are you managing well? What herbs have you brought today?" "Incense herb vine, solid chi grass, purple thorn fern, and water-swallowing smoke melon." "Let me see them." Zheng Qiu turned the wicker basket around and held it close to his chest, lifting it for his senior brother to see. To his surprise, he noticed his brother's brow gradually furrowing, which filled Zheng Qiu with unease. He hesitantly inquired, "Senior brother, is something wrong with the medicine? Didn't the master inform you that the herbs must be screened before being delivered?" I was unaware." As he observed Zheng Qiu's growing anxiety, his senior brother felt it unnecessary to argue with the child. He softened his tone, saying, "Never mind. Since this is your first time, I shall overlook it. Hand me the basket. I will select the herbs while you watch closely. Next time, do not bring them directly." Zheng Qiu nodded, attentively observing his brother as he sorted the herbs. The selection of medicinal materials in the alchemy chamber proved to be quite meticulous. They discarded vines that were too slender, rejected the solid chi grass with uneven leaves, ensured the purple bracken was of a fine hue, and even scrutinized the appearance of the water-swallowing melon. Zheng Qiu shook the basket gently, feeling its weight, and asked, "Senior brother, what about these? What shall we do with the remainder?" "Toss them aside. They are of no use." "What? Throw them all away? What purpose would they serve if not discarded? Perhaps you should consult the master." "Junior brother Amo, what are you contemplating?" "Oh, nothing, merely reflecting on the recent alchemical practices. No wonder you have progressed so swiftly. You truly apply yourself." Upon returning to the herb garden, Zheng Qiu hurried to see his senior sister about the Yaira flower he had planted. The flowers were flourishing beautifully, their petals increasingly vibrant, while the original deep purple hue had faded slightly. When the purple completely waned and the blossoms transformed into a pale yellow, they would be ready to be picked and sent to the Cloud Palace. As for the seeds, they remained dormant, with no sign of sprouting. "Master." During dinner, Zheng Qiu rapped the edge of the bowl with his chopsticks, pouting, "You have something secreted away that you won't teach me. Where would the master have it? Haven't I taught you everything? Today, I was criticized for delivering medicine to the Dan house. You didn't tell me I should filter it first." "Oh, that was the master's oversight. I apologize. Was the medicine properly selected afterward?" Zheng Qiu continued to shovel rice into his mouth. "Yes, a senior brother did the selection." "Master, you must teach me how to filter herbs tomorrow. I only know the filtering requirements for 4 types of herbs. Tomorrow won't work. I must descend the mountain." "Descend?" Zheng Qiu blinked, surprised. "The master seldom goes down." "Master, what's the matter?" "Anyo's wife is about to give birth, and I need to take her some medicine for nourishing the fetus. Anyo is a porter residing at the foot of Moon Creek Mountain, and he is responsible for delivering provisions for both Zheng Qiu and his master. Each time Anyo arrives, Zheng Qiu is the first to rush forward, calling out Anyo Gu while rummaging through his basket for treats. "Master, may I accompany you?" However, the master's expression turned stern. Such matters are not for children to meddle in. "Oh." Zheng Qiu lowered his head, realizing he could not go down to play this time. Chapter 5. 3 visits to the herb garden. The herb garden is my home, and my home is the herb garden. After seeing the master off down the mountain, Zheng Qiu muttered to himself as he followed the mountain path to his herb garden. Recalling the master's favorite sayings, "We cannot sleep in the garden at night." Upon arriving at the herb garden, Zheng Qiu, as always, first went to check on the water wheel before inspecting the medicinal herbs. However, upon reaching the corner of the garden, the sight before him filled him with a sense of urgency. The verdant grass he had sown that day now appeared feeble, its leaves no longer standing upright, all drooping down to the ground. He extended his finger to poke at the leaves, which felt soft and limp, akin to tattered rags. What could be the matter? Could it be infested with pests? He turned the grass blades over, finding no signs of insect damage. Crouching down, he carefully sifted through the soil, discovering that the roots were unscathed. Zheng Qiu felt perplexed. If there were no pests, then perhaps the method of planting was flawed. However, he was unfamiliar with this type of grass and had no idea where to seek the proper cultivation technique. With this thought in mind, Zheng Qiu promptly fetched a flower pot from inside the house, using a hoe to carve a circle around the grass, before transferring both the grass and the soil into the pot. Just as he completed the task, he caught sight of someone approaching from outside the garden. Who could it be? Could it be yet another individual seeking guidance on planting? Zheng Qiu brushed the dirt off his hands and stepped forward. The newcomer was the senior brother who had successfully refined elixirs the day before, seemingly surnamed Amo. Today, he was not clad in the alchemical robe, but instead wore a simple brocade long garment. "Senior brother Amo, good morning. Is there something you need?" Zheng Qiu inquired while bowing respectfully. The senior brother merely responded with a non-committal hum, yet his attention was evidently elsewhere. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled towards the medicinal garden, slowly circling its perimeter. Zheng Qiu scratched his head in confusion. What was senior brother Mo's intention? Was he merely out for a walk? Lacking an understanding of his senior brother's purpose, Zheng Qiu cautiously followed behind. "Is this medicinal garden now under your care?" Senior brother Mo suddenly inquired without preamble. "Senior brother, was there something wrong with the medicine yesterday? If so, please inform me, and I shall seek the cause immediately." "Call me Mo Juanrong," senior brother Mo replied, disregarding Zheng Qiu's words and instead directly stating his name. Zheng Qiu did not comprehend the meaning behind her senior brother's words and continued to inquire, "Mo Shige, is the medicine, Oh, Mo Juanrong Shige, is the medicine spoiled? Why did Mo Shige come?" The more Zheng Qiu pondered, the more perplexed she became. Her senior brother merely made a brief visit to announce his name before departing. It was truly baffling. It's nothing. Ania brought me here this morning. Dear disciple, where did this come from? Has it obstructed the water wheel? The master expressed disbelief upon seeing the grass. Zhengqiu spread her hands in resignation. Master, it's true. At that time, this grass was as tough as beef tendons. It wouldn't tear at all. Later, I planted it in the soil, and in just 2 days, it turned out like this. Now I understand. The master leaned closer to the leaves, inhaling their scent. The grass indeed carried a medicinal aroma. Yet the master had never encountered it before. In that case, let us place the grass here for the moment. I will consult the elders in the library to see if we can borrow some texts to investigate. Ah, so you don't recognize it either, master. Will this grass survive? Do not fret, dear disciple. I will certainly revive it, and then I will let you take care of it. All right. After having lunch in the small cabin beside the herbal garden, Zhengqiu initially intended to take a nap to pass the time. However, to her surprise, Imo Shige returned. Dressed in the same long robe as yesterday, this time he brought along a bamboo basket. Imo Junrong Shige, what is this? Upon seeing her senior brother toss the bamboo basket in front of her, Zhengqiu leaned forward to take a look. The basket was empty. Zhengqiu, our alchemy chamber has discussed that henceforth, the leftover materials from the medicinal herbs need not be discarded. We will use them to refine lower-grade elixirs. Do I still need to sift through them? Certainly. The excess materials should be sent to the Dan residence. The Dan residence? Oh, I understand now. I shall first deliver the leftover materials from last time. Very well. After Mo, the senior brother, finished his instructions, he hurriedly departed, as rushed as he had been on his first visit. Zhengqiu wished to inquire further, but he was afforded no opportunity. The Dan residence, as its name suggests, serves as the dwelling for the alchemical practitioners, both seniors and juniors. It is situated just down the slope behind the alchemical chambers. It is said that the process of alchemy is extremely taxing on both the body and mind, hence the proximity of the residence for convenient rest. Having organized the leftover materials, Zhengqiu carried the bamboo basket towards the Dan residence. However, upon reaching its entrance, he discovered the door was firmly shut, with no one present to collect the excess materials. Approaching the door, he lifted the large copper ring and knocked, yet there was no response from within. How peculiar. Where could everyone be? Am I too early? Zhengqiu had no choice but to sit beneath a tree and wait. After a while, a senior sister approached from the direction of the alchemical chambers. Upon seeing her, Zhengqiu promptly went to greet her. Senior sister, I have brought the leftover medicinal materials. The senior sister glanced into the bamboo basket and inquired, what do you intend to do with the excess materials? Isn't the alchemical chamber in need of these for the alchemical process? That is not the case. You are mistaken. The alchemical chamber has never required such items. The senior sister waved her sleeve impatiently and entered through the large door, leaving Zhengqiu outside. Not needed? But didn't senior brother Mo say they were? How strange. Zhengqiu tilted his head, pondering for quite some time, yet he could not arrive at a conclusion. Upon returning to the medicinal garden, he set down the bamboo basket and rubbed his legs. Just as he settled onto a stool to rest, senior brother Mo appeared. I came specifically regarding this matter. You are aware? Some individuals are rather opposed to the notion of refining elixirs from leftover materials, deeming it a futile endeavor. Perhaps the senior sister you encountered shares this dissenting opinion. What should be done then? A faint smile graced Mo Shige's face as he replied, Fear not. Simply set aside the remnants, and I shall personally collect them every 7 days. Zhengqiu shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, But how can I allow you, Mo Juanrong, to come and collect them yourself? Imo Shige interrupted with a wave of his hand. There is no need for concern. This pertains to the alchemy room. And you need not involve yourself. It is settled then. I shall take these remnants with me and return in 7 days. With that, Imo Shige lifted the bamboo basket and hurriedly departed. The intricacies surrounding alchemy can indeed be bothersome, Zhengqiu mused, scratching his head as he pondered the myriad of affairs within the alchemy room. Chapter 6. Everyone is a punching bag. The day had arrived once more for delivering herbs to the alchemy room. Zhengqiu shouldered the selected medicinal materials and made his way along the stone path to the alchemy chamber. To his surprise, there seemed to be an unusually large gathering today, with clusters of people scattered about, at least 20 in total. These senior brothers and sisters appeared to be engaged in animated discussions, their voices a cacophony of chatter. Senior brother, I have brought the herbs. Zhengqiu called out to the nearest individual. This time, he had also included the rare Lingxi orchid. Understood. Please place the herbs at the entrance of the storage room. And we shall organize them, came the response. Zheng Qiu proceeded to walk inside, emptying the contents of his basket into the wooden crate at the doorway of the herb storage. As he made his way in, he caught snippets of conversation regarding Mo Juanrong, and it seemed that he had stirred quite a commotion. However, Zheng Qiu felt it inappropriate to intrude further, leaving him in the dark regarding the specifics of the matter. After lingering for a moment, someone noticed Zheng Qiu and cast a warning glance in his direction. Reluctantly, Zheng Qiu slung his basket over his shoulder and hurriedly made his way outside. Once he exited the alchemy chamber, he chose not to dwell on the matter. His master had once advised him that the sect was governed by strict rules, and there were many things they were not entitled to know. As he walked along the mountain path, he suddenly realized how crowded it was today, encountering 1 or 2 people after only a short distance. It is worth noting that the entirety of the mist-seeking sect comprises fewer than 200 individuals, and typically, everyone remains hidden away in their respective corners, immersed in their cultivation, often traversing half the peak without encountering another soul. Upon arriving outside the martial arts arena, Zheng Qiu discovered a considerable gathering of people. His senior brothers and sisters formed an impenetrable wall around the area. Some shorter individuals even stood atop the heads of wooden dummies to see better. Alas, there was nothing to be seen, and squeezing through the crowd would only result in being expelled. Zheng Qiu glanced around, and then his eyes brightened. There was a way up. He noticed a tree at the corner of the grand hall, with vines entwined around its branches, reaching all the way to the eaves of the first floor. The vine was sturdy enough. If he climbed to the eaves, he would have a vantage point over the martial arts arena. Rushing to the base of the tree, Zheng Qiu grasped the vine and gave it a tug, secure. He placed his foot on the trunk, gripping the vine tightly as he began to ascend with effort. Following the vine, Zheng Qiu deftly climbed up to the eaves, finding a comfortable spot to sit, dangling his feet below. In the center of the martial arts arena, an individual wielded a crescent-shaped metallic ring. This was the senior sister who had instructed him to plant the Iloa flower in the medicinal garden. It appeared that she was engaged in a bout with others, or rather, it was not a contest at all. It was merely her one-sided display of prowess. With a swift motion, the senior sister swung the ring, which shimmered with a faint azure glow. 2 yards away from her, a senior brother brandished his sword, reciting some incantation as a radiant glow slowly emerged along the blade. Suddenly, a resounding clang echoed, reminiscent of a bronze gong being struck, and the senior brother was violently propelled backwards, landing on the ground in a disheveled heap. "You lot, attack together." The senior sister pointed at 5 individuals among the onlookers, who exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to do. "What are you staring at? Draw your weapons, quickly." One of the senior brothers produced a square wooden box, saying, "This is troublesome." He then brushed his palm across the top of the box, and in an instant, 3 slender beams of silvery light shot forth. The senior sister reacted with remarkable swiftness, slightly shifting to the left to evade 2 of the beams, while deflecting the remaining one with a semicircular ring. Zheng Qiu, standing at a distance, could not discern what it was, but he observed that the moment the senior sister blocked, the light vanished. Seeing that one had already taken action, the remaining individuals nodded at one another, each drawing their weapons to attack the senior sister. In an instant, the martial arts arena was ablaze with brilliant hues, soft azure, silver, and pale yellow, leaving Zheng Qiu dazzled. The senior sister weaved effortlessly among the 5 attackers, who, despite their concerted efforts, could not even brush against her garments. As if tiring of the dance, she leapt into the air, raising the ring high, and executed a somersault, simultaneously sweeping the semicircular ring outward. In an instant, a massive wave of pale azure light erupted from her position. The 5 assailants hurriedly attempted to retreat. Bang, bang, bang. The luminous wave rapidly expanded, engulfing all 5 of them. The gust of wind stirred the fine sand covering the martial arts arena into a swirling cloud, prompting Zheng Qiu to quickly turn his head and shield his face. After a brief wait, feeling the fine sand disperse slightly, he patted the grains from his hair and looked into the training ground. The 5 individuals who had just besieged the senior sister were now sprawled on the ground, groaning. "Get up. You are not injured at all," pretending to be dead on the ground. "Stand up." The senior sister's voice was laced with fury. "Have you all trained yourselves to the point of sleeping? Get up." Yet, regardless of her shouts, the 5 remained stubbornly on the ground. Zheng Qiu even noticed the senior brother who had wielded the wooden box earlier, quietly flipping over and lying face down, feigning unconsciousness with his body stiff. As the senior sister lifted her head, her eyes swept over the crowd of onlookers. Wherever her gaze fell, the individuals shrank back in trepidation. Those at the rear of the crowd began to sneak away. Run, run. The senior brothers and sisters have fled. Staying here would be courting death. Zhang Qiu hurriedly descended from the eaves, circumvented the training ground, and dashed towards the medicinal garden. Fortune smiled upon him. It was empty. Zhang Qiu secretly rejoiced. Tiptoeing to the edge of the trees, where his basket was indeed located, suddenly he heard the sound of someone descending from above. Apothecary. Zhang Qiu froze in place. Was that not the senior sister's voice? He slowly turned around and, indeed, it was sister, senior sister. Without her veil, Zhang Qiu was struck by her beauty. No, that couldn't be right. No cultivator was ever unattractive, and even those deemed plain could cultivate into striking figures. He then noticed the senior sister's expression was dark, as though she still harbored unexpressed anger. This was bad. Surely, he wouldn't be in for a beating as well. Zheng Qiu tightly clutched his basket, feeling his legs numb. Apothecary, where is my Ilua flower? I find myself in a state of tranquility, for the flowers are thriving splendidly. 3 plants are on the verge of ripening. How much longer must I wait? 2 to 3, perhaps 4 to 5 days. Yet, how many days will it truly be? Zheng Qiu feels quite befuddled. How could he possibly know when the Ilua flowers will mature? Their ripeness is beyond his control. The senior sister pays him no further heed and ascends into the sky, riding on a beam of radiant light. A gasp escapes him. He is nearly frightened to death. What a predicament! What if the Ilua flowers remain unripe in 4 days? It would be disastrous. Zheng Qiu feels an overwhelming urge to chastise himself for his foolishness. He slings his basket over his shoulder and dashes toward the medicinal garden. His master has often said that a good growing environment could hasten the maturation of herbs. If he tends to the flowers with extra care, perhaps he could still meet the deadline. Chapter 7. The Perilous Observations of the Garden upon returning to the medicinal garden. Zheng Qiu diligently attends to the Ilua flowers each day. During his spare moments, he brings a stool and sits before the medicinal vines, intently observing the blossoms. Day after day, the deep crimson hue of the flowers gradually lightens, signaling their impending maturity. On the morning of the 3rd day, as usual, Zheng Qiu sits before the vines, watching the flowers, when he hears voices approaching from outside the garden. Stepping out, he spots a group of 6 individuals ascending the mountain path. The one at the forefront is someone Zheng Qiu knows well. It is Mo Junro, his senior brother who collects medicinal materials from him every 7 days. Greetings, senior brother Mo. Zheng Qiu calls out, mindful of the others present, refraining from addressing him by his full name out of concern for displeasing him. As he approaches, he takes note of the 5 companions accompanying Mo, 4 men and 1 woman, all clad in alchemical robes, undoubtedly members of the alchemy chamber. He bows respectfully to each of them. Greetings, senior brothers and sister. Brother Mo smiled and introduced to those around him. This medicinal garden is managed by Zheng Qiu. Let us take a look inside. With a subtle gesture of his right hand, Brother Mo led the others into the garden. Behold, the ingredients for the elixirs I concoct are sourced from this very garden. Leftover materials? Oh, allow me to retrieve them. Zheng Qiu exclaimed as he dashed into a small hut and emerged with a basket filled with medicinal remnants. Brother Mo casually selected a herb from the basket, declaring, "Observe, these remnants are precisely what is utilized in the crafting of those elixirs." The others took turns examining the herb passed around by Brother Mo. One among them inquired, "Given that leftover materials often possess imperfections, how does Master Mo discern their quality? Wouldn't using such flawed herbs result in failed elixirs?" Indeed, Brother Mo acknowledged. However, many remnants are merely laden with impurities or insufficient in dosage, while their medicinal properties remain largely intact. He retrieved 3 more herbal remnants from the basket, pointing to them as he spoke. These particular herbs are for the formulation of the qi-connecting elixir. Naturally, using inferior quality herbs would preclude success. Yet, if one were to incorporate a dispersing agent for blood stasis and shift to a lower-grade blood-invigorating elixir, success would be attainable. A female disciple interjected with curiosity. So, according to Master Mo, will all the leftover materials from the garden henceforth be utilized for elixir crafting? Brother Mo nodded affirmatively. Indeed, our sect has been in perpetual need of elixirs, especially the low-grade ones used in daily practice. I understand that crafting low-grade elixirs is time-consuming and resource-intensive, which discourages many from engaging in the process. The matter of medicinal herbs has now been resolved. We can utilize the filtered remnants. Mo Zhonglu, it is not my intention to interrupt you. Although it is indeed possible to refine elixirs using the leftover materials, I fear that no one would be inclined to squander their time on these inferior quality pills. Mo Shige smiled slightly. Rest assured, I have already reported this to the elder. The elder stated that as long as we are willing to refine, he will count 3 low-grade pills as equivalent to 1 high-grade pill. Thus, would it not mean that everyone could receive greater rewards from the sect? The other 5 pondered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. Zheng Qiu listened intently from the side, grasping only the general idea that the pill room would also be utilizing the leftover medicinal materials for refining in the future. Mo Zhonglu, are we taking these remnants to the pill room now? Mo Zhonglu. Zheng Qiu scratched his head. Did they not all refer to you as Mo Zhonglu? There is no need for that. You may continue to call me Mo Junrong Shige. Oh, Mo Junrong Shige. Shall we leave them at the entrance of the medicinal herb chamber then? Yes. I have placed a wooden box there specifically for the disposal of the remnants. Before storage, I must further filter the remnants. Very well, let this matter be settled. If there are any questions, you may come to the pill room to find me. Mo Shige gently patted Zheng Qiu's forehead and hurriedly departed from the medicinal garden. Upon his return, the sight within the garden filled him with ecstatic joy. The petals of the Ilua flower had turned a pale yellow. The flowers had ripened. Splendid. Splendid. It is only the 3rd day today. A day earlier than I assured my senior sister, and I believe she will be delighted to receive them today. However, his excitement swiftly dissipated, replaced by an expression more sorrowful than tears, as he recalled that the senior sister had instructed him to deliver the flowers directly to the Cloud Hall. Delivering to the Cloud Hall was indeed a daunting task. The Cloud Hall served as both the classroom and residence of the second elder of the Mist-Seeking sect. This second elder was a diminutive old woman with a peculiar temperament. It was said within the sect that when the location for the Cloud Hall was being chosen, she was dissatisfied with both the left and the right. Ultimately, she set her sights on the highest peak of Moonstream Mountain, insisting that the Cloud Hall be constructed upon the cliff of the left peak. The mountain's clouds would often drift past that spot, giving rise to the name Cloud Hall. Initially, a chain as thick as an arm hung outside the Cloud Hall, allowing those who could not fly to ascend and descend. However, come winter, the chain would become encrusted with frost, rendering it impossible for anyone to climb. After much persuasion from the disciples, the second elder finally replaced the chain with a rope ladder. Zheng Qiu carefully placed the ripe Ilua flowers into a wooden box, tucked it into his clothing, and hurriedly made his way to the base of the Cloud Hall. Raising his gaze, he saw that the rope ladder hung down a full 10 zhang, swaying gently in the mountain breeze. Zheng Qiu's heart raced. It was terrifying. Not only was climbing it daunting, but even standing there caused his legs to tremble uncontrollably. What should he do? Zheng Qiu paced anxiously at the bottom, unable to muster the courage to grasp the ladder. The sun began to tilt, and he knew he could delay no longer. Climbing the rope ladder in the dark would be even more perilous. Moreover, the Ilua flowers had been picked for some time already, and if he did not deliver them promptly, they would surely wither. After pondering for a moment, Zheng Qiu plucked some reeds from the ground, intertwining them with his hands to fashion 2 strands of grass rope. He tied one end of each of the 2 grass ropes around his waist, and then stepped forward to grasp the rope ladder. Thus, he ascended and descended repeatedly, like a small snail inching its way up the rungs. The mountain breeze swept through, causing the ladder to sway violently, and the scenery blurred past Zheng Qiu's eyes, leaving him feeling dizzy, akin to leaves in a tempest, ready to fall at any moment. With a sharp clap, he struck his own face, shaking his head vigorously in an attempt to dispel the disorientation. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on the ladder, concentrating all his focus on the rungs before him. One step, another step, 1 zhang, then another, and finally, after a strenuous half-hour, Zheng Qiu trembled his way up to the Cloud Palace. As his feet touched solid ground, he rolled and crawled beneath the eaves, leaning against a pillar and quaking incessantly. His limbs were weak, devoid of strength, and his back could not straighten. He was utterly exhausted. Just as the village elders below had said, the blessed realm of the immortals is shrouded in clouds, unreachable for mortals gazing skyward. Having ascended to the Cloud Palace, Zheng Qiu felt as if half his life had been suspended on the ladder. Chapter 8. The dance of the misty sleeves illuminated by the colorful clouds. After sitting by the pillar for quite some time, Zheng Qiu felt his strength returning. He propped himself up and made his way toward the palace door along the wall. Approaching the entrance, he heard voices within the hall. Was that not the voice of his elder martial sister? Zheng Qiu edged forward cautiously, peering into the hall. There, he saw his elder sister pacing in circles, occasionally raising her hand to scold the two senior brothers standing in the center, while they lowered their heads in silence, not uttering a word. 2 years ago, your skills were at this level, and after 2 years, you remain stagnant. What is your purpose for being here? To learn skills? Is this how you intend to learn? Pray tell, in what ways have you progressed over these 2 years? What? Serving tea and water, attending to the elders? Does the Cloud Palace recruit you simply for servitude? If you cannot learn, then depart from the Cloud Palace. Having individuals like you truly tarnishes the reputation of the Misty Sect. Perhaps it would be better for you to leave the mountain and return to the village below. Zheng Qiu shrank his neck, realizing how fierce the eldest senior sister's temper was, especially as the senior brothers were being scolded so harshly for their lack of skill. Fortunately, he had mastered the Yihua technique early. Otherwise, he would surely have faced a harsher fate. Lost in thought, he noticed an elderly woman emerging from the back of the hall, clad in a grayish-white brocade robe and leaning on a dark iron cane. Each step echoing with a rhythmic thud. He recognized her from last year's sect celebration. She was the second elder. Seeing the commotion in the hall, the second elder shook her head and remarked, "Yin Yu, enough. There is no point in further scolding." The eldest senior sister glanced at the second elder and then at the two senior brothers, huffing in annoyance as she stepped aside. "You two inept ones. Go to the study and copy your martial arts manuals 200 times. Do not emerge until you have completed it." The two senior brothers exchanged glances and quickly bowed. "Yes, master." They then hastily exited the hall. Suddenly, the eldest senior sister called out, "Those outside, do not hide. Come in." Outside, Zheng Qiu looked around, finding the area empty, with him as the sole occupant. "Herbal boy, I said to let you in. Do you hear me?" Zheng Qiuxin's heart raced as he realized that the senior sister was aware of his presence. This was not good. Her tone was beginning to ignite with fervor, and he could not afford to provoke her ire. In a hurry, Zheng Qiuxin dashed into the hall. "Greetings, second elder, senior sister." He bowed deeply, then discreetly inched closer to the second elder's position. "Young apothecary, what brings you to the Cloud Hall? Has the flower ripened?" "Indeed, it has. It has," Zheng Qiuxin exclaimed, producing a wooden box from his robe and presenting it eagerly. A day earlier than anticipated. "Ripened?" The senior sister took the box and opened it. Zheng Qiuxin clearly discerned a glimmer of delight on her face upon seeing the flower. She turned to the second elder and nodded, "Master, it's done." After the senior sister departed, the second elder scrutinized Zheng Qiuxin from head to toe. "Young apothecary, you lack any martial skills, do you not?" Zheng Qiuxin shook his head. "Then how did you ascend?" "Second elder, I climbed up using the rope ladder." "Oh." The second elder raised his iron staff and rested it upon Zheng Qiuxin's shoulder. Zheng Qiuxin felt a weight pressing down from the staff, and his legs buckled, causing him to fall to the ground. "You, my child, are utterly exhausted. It would be unwise to descend in your current state. You shall stay in the Cloud Hall tonight. Consider it a stroke of luck to witness the ceremony here in the morning." Realizing that the second elder was acting out of concern for him, Zheng Qiuxin quickly sprang to his feet, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. The Cloud Hall was divided into several levels, each designated for different purposes. The second elder personally escorted Zheng Qiuxin to the level designated for accommodation, instructing him to find a vacant room to settle in. Zheng Qiu followed the corridor deeper within, noticing that every room occupied bore a wooden plaque inscribed with a name, while those devoid of such markers were vacant. He hesitated to choose a more desirable room and instead opted for a small chamber at the end of the corridor, its door partially obscured by clutter. This room had evidently been neglected for quite some time, as a thick layer of dust coated its surfaces. The furnishings were exceedingly sparse, consisting solely of a bed and a desk, accompanied by an old, worn bookshelf. Zheng Qiu felt his stomach grumble, having long surpassed dinner time. He felt too embarrassed to ask the second elder for food. He brushed away the dust from the bed, climbed atop it, and pulled his clothes over his eyes, hoping to fall asleep quickly, for in slumber, hunger would be forgotten. The following day, as dawn began to break, Zheng Qiu was roused by the clamor outside. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the window to discern the source of the commotion. To his astonishment, a multitude of people gathered below. Streams of light cascaded from the heavens into the Cloud Palace, while throngs of individuals made their way up the mountain path. He opened his door to the sound of hurried footsteps in the corridor, all ascending. What momentous occasion was transpiring? Zheng Qiu tilted his head in contemplation, suddenly recalling the second elder's mention of an observance the previous day, which was to involve the entire sect. Indeed, it must be this event. How could he possibly miss such a significant occurrence? With a quick adjustment of his garments, Zheng Qiu rushed from his room, trailing behind his senior brothers and sisters as they ascended. 1 level, 2 levels. He followed until he reached the platform at the pinnacle of the Cloud Palace. He glanced around, spotting the second elder, and, oh, was that not the third elder? To his delight, the sect leader was also present. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon in hues of pale white, the sect leader raised his right hand, and the crowd fell into a hushed silence. Esteemed elders and disciples, he began, today marks the most significant day for the Seeking Mist sect in 30 years. The voice of the master was not loud, yet it possessed an extraordinary penetrating quality, allowing Zheng Qiu, who stood in the corner, to hear it with remarkable clarity, as though the master were speaking directly to him. Subsequently, the master stepped aside, and a young lady clad in a long satin gown approached. Zheng Qiu rose onto his toes to get a better view. It was none other than the senior sister. She inclined her head slightly to the master before retrieving a semicircular metallic ring, presenting it before her with both hands. Upon releasing her grip, a soft azure glow emanated from the ring, which began to revolve around the senior sister, spinning faster and faster. The azure light gradually expanded outward like a delicate mist. Concurrently, a wave of energy surged from the senior sister's position, radiating outward, overpowering even the mountain breeze. After what felt like an eternity, the wave continued to blow, prompting Zheng Qiu to squint into the distance, where he noticed the senior sister's brow furrowed tightly. Her teeth clenched in concentration. Looking around, he observed that the other disciples were also clenching their fists, their faces etched with anxiety. At that moment, the energy wave from the senior sister momentarily hesitated, and Zheng Qiu saw the second elder suddenly rise from his chair, taking 2 steps forward. Just then, the sun crested the mountains, its rays piercing through the clouds to cast golden beams of light. The senior sister raised her hands high and, with a sudden leap, soared into the air. Her sleeves billowed gracefully as she swiftly formed 2 hand seals, then clapped her palms together with tremendous force. The sound echoed like a thunderclap in the stillness. With the resounding noise, the energy wave around her ceased abruptly, and the azure mist surged upward like flames. Zheng Qiu was left astonished, his mouth agape. In the blink of an eye, the flames beside the senior sister vanished. The golden and crimson light cascades down, illuminating the flowing hair that dances with a radiant sheen. One cannot discern whether it is the dawn's glow gracing a fair maiden or an ethereal being embracing the light of the morning. Chapter 9. Seeking the master for the elixir master. Did you know I ventured to the Cloud Palace? The master clutched his chest, exclaiming, You nearly frightened the very heart out of me. But master, I am perfectly fine. Yet, the master's expression hardened, and he delivered a sharp reprimand to Zheng Qiu. What do you mean by fine? You reckless youth actually dared to climb such heights. One misstep, and I would have to mark your grave. You little rascal, why didn't you think? You should have found someone to assist you, or at the very least, called for help from below. The master grew increasingly irate, seizing a cup from the table and gulping down 2 hearty swigs of water. Master, Zheng Qiu rubbed his head, bowing his gaze. I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. What? There's going to be a next time. Oh, no. There will absolutely be no next time. That is more like it. The master suddenly recalled something. Have you eaten, my dear disciple? Seeing Zheng Qiu shake his head, the master slapped his thigh. I knew it. How could those pill munchers remember to feed you? Wait here. I shall prepare braised pork for you. Master, please don't trouble yourself. A bit of porridge will suffice. That won't do. No, it's imperative that you have braised pork. You must finish an entire bowl. How could you face the journey to the Cloud Palace without a proper meal? According to the elder disciples, those who have just embarked on the path of cultivation are referred to as Qi infants. At this juncture, the sect selects appropriate cultivation techniques for these newly christened Qi infants. According to the principles of cultivation, the duration for individuals to successfully traverse the Qi control barrier varies from a mere 3 or 4 years to as long as 11 or 12 years. This state is referred to as the Qi control realm. Those who attain the Qi control realm possess the ability to externalize the energy they have cultivated, as well as to manipulate that energy at will. The most evident manifestation of this is flight. Only upon reaching the qi control realm can a practitioner truly be regarded as a member of the cultivator's ranks. Beyond the qi control realm lies the condensation of qi realm. As the name suggests, this realm involves the condensation of cultivated energy, gathering it within the body. It is said that individuals in the condensation of qi realm can, to some extent, absorb the power of the heavens and the earth through this condensation. At this juncture, the method of cultivation becomes particularly crucial. An excellent cultivation technique enhances the efficiency of absorption, laying a more solid foundation for future ascension to even higher realms. The majority of practitioners find themselves stymied at the threshold of breaking through to the condensation of qi realm, with only the sect leader and elders of the Seeking Mist sect having attained this level. Presently, the senior sister has also reached this realm, leading to speculation that the sect leader may appoint her as an elder. However, the question of whether she will indeed become an elder remains uncertain. As another matter swiftly captures the attention of the sect, this is a moment of great joy, as the alchemy room begins to distribute a substantial quantity of essential elixirs. According to the announcement posted outside the alchemy room, all disciples of the Seeking Mist sect are eligible to receive 3 times the usual amount of elixirs. Furthermore, this announcement imposes no time limit, remaining in effect indefinitely, for those with modest talents yet diligent in their cultivation, and who require a significant supply of elixirs to assist their progress. This is akin to celestial herbs falling from the sky, landing squarely upon their heads. Indeed, just a day after the announcement was made, the area outside the alchemy room became utterly congested. Upon witnessing this, the elders were taken aback and hastily urged everyone to form a line along the mountain path. If they were to crowd into the alchemy chamber, wouldn't they topple the furnace? Please line up properly, one by one. State your name and be patient while the junior disciples in the alchemy chamber verify the amount you have previously received. The senior brothers and sisters from various halls stepped forward to assist the elders in calming the disciples. Navigating through the throng, Zheng Qiu rushed into the alchemy chamber, safeguarding his basket. It had been 5 days since he last received the elixirs, yet there remained so many outside. Where did all these people from the Seeking Mist sect come from? Did they emerge from the cracks in the stones? After placing the leftover materials at the entrance of the herb storage, Zheng Qiu stood in the alchemy chamber, glancing around. A senior brother noticed him. Senior brother. Zheng Qiu bowed respectfully. I am looking for senior brother Mo. Have you seen him? Mo? How disrespectful. He is now Master Mo of the furnace. Oh, senior brother. I wish to find Master Mo. The senior brother shook his head. Do you have any idea how busy the master of the furnace is? He is responsible for the entire alchemy chamber, reviewing and inspecting all sizes of pills. Not only is it unlikely for him to have time to see you, but you are not even qualified to request an audience with him. Zheng Qiu, you should leave quickly. Don't seek unnecessary embarrassment. Off you go. The senior brother waved his hand, pushing Zheng Qiu towards the exit of the alchemy chamber. Who says I do not wish to see him? A familiar voice came from behind, causing Zheng Qiu to turn sharply. It was Master Mo, Master Mo, Master of the Furnace. Master of the Furnace. The senior brother glanced between the two, unable to discern Master Mo's thoughts, and could only nod and retreat. Master of the Furnace, I have mentioned before. Call me Senior Brother Mo Juanro. Yes, Senior Brother Mo Juanro. Senior Brother Mo nodded. What brings you to seek me so suddenly? Zheng Qiu lowered his head and carefully retrieved a cloth pouch from his bosom, gingerly unveiling its contents. He presented the pouch before Brother Mo Juanro. I seek your assistance in alchemy. Oh, alchemy? Brother Mo inquired, leaning slightly to examine the herbs within the pouch. Each specimen was plump and fresh, evidently handpicked with great care. With a gentle smile, Brother Mo reassured him, do not be anxious. I harbor no reproach. However, the variety of herbs is rather chaotic, and I am uncertain which elixir you wish to concoct. Zheng Qiu tilted his head thoughtfully. Something that prolongs life, enhances vitality, and perhaps prevents illness. Prolonging life may be a tall order, but I can certainly prepare a tranquilizing and strengthening elixir. Do you intend to consume it yourself? Given your circumstances, you ought to consider a refining potion. Zheng Qiu, shaking his head vigorously, replied, No, it is not for me. It is for my master. He is advanced in years and could benefit from such an elixir. A look of appreciation and envy graced Brother Mo's features as he affectionately ruffled Zheng Qiu's hair. What a filial heart you possess. Your master is indeed fortunate to have such a devoted disciple. Tell me, how long have you cultivated these herbs? It seems to be nearing half a month. Zheng Xiu responded. Well, your filial piety is truly commendable. I shall procure additional herbs to concoct an even superior elixir for you. No, brother, you mustn't do that. If the herbs are insufficient, I can cultivate more. I cannot take advantage of the sect, Zheng Xiu protested. Brother Imo nodded in understanding. Very well. I shall endeavor to create as many elixirs as possible with the herbs you have provided. Come, follow me. Chapter 10. The Mist Rising Over the Moonlit Stream Master. Come quickly, look what I have brought for you. Ah, my dear disciple, what treasures have you procured? Let me see. Upon uncorking the vial, Master S' expression immediately shifted to one of seriousness. Zheng Xiu, where did you acquire this elixir? Master, please do not misunderstand. I asked Brother Imo to concoct this for me in the alchemy chamber. Concocted, you say? Indeed, I brought the herbs and requested Brother Imo to refine the elixir. From where did you obtain the herbs? From the medicinal garden? No. Master, you taught me to seek herbs myself. I found the seeds on the mountain and planted them by the riverbank. Once they matured, I took them to the alchemy chamber for Brother Imo to refine. Oh, so it appears Master has indeed been mistaken. As Master poured a pill into his palm, he observed its roundness and earthy hue. My dear disciple, what is this elixir? Brother Imo said it is called the vitality pill. Consuming it can bolster one's health, but it must be dissolved in water. Zheng Xiu fetched a porcelain bowl, filled it with clear water, and placed it before Master. Master, please taste it. I am certain of its efficacy. But dear disciple, will you not partake? This is all for you, Master. You are of advanced age and require nourishment. Master felt a warmth in his eyes and instinctively raised his hand to wipe them. Master shall consume it. I promise to finish it all. With that, Master dissolved the vitality pill and, before Zheng Xiu, gulped it down. Master, I shall go tidy up now. I will not disturb your cooking. Seeing Master consume the vitality pill, Zheng Xiu's face lit up with joy as he skipped out of the kitchen. The Master gazed intently at the porcelain vase for a long while before carefully removing his coat and concealing it within the inner pocket of his garment. Good disciple, it's time for dinner. Shortly thereafter, the Master emerged from the kitchen, bearing a multitude of dishes. Unlike the usual 2 dishes served at dinner, today he had prepared an extra plate. Midway through the meal, the Master suddenly spoke. Good disciple, I have brought you something. For me? Zheng Xiu exclaimed. A morsel falling from his mouth and scattering across the table. The Master retrieved a slender-necked vase from beside the cupboard. Look, this is it. Zheng Xiu accepted the delicate vase, which housed a small sprig of grass with merely 3 leaves. Good disciple, this is the herb you found by the water wheel. The grass by the water wheel? Zheng Xiu recalled that the Master had deemed it sickly. How could it now appear so vibrant? Had the Master discovered what kind of grass it was? While I have not identified it, you must understand that no one surpasses me in the art of herb cultivation on this mountain. This grass thrives solely on pure water, untouched by soil. Moreover, it requires the essence of life to flourish. Without it, it will not grow. The Master's implication was that the grass needed to be nurtured alongside living beings? Indeed. My clever disciple, he affirmed. Thus, I return it to you. All you need to do is keep it close and care for it. Wow, Master, you are truly remarkable. Zheng Xiu gently tugged at a leaf, discovering its surprising resilience akin to that of tendons. Let us set the vase aside and focus on our meal. It will grow cold if we delay. Understood, Master. Time slips away unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed. The weather gradually turns cooler, with the occasional flurry of snow cascading down from the mountains, drawing ever closer to the year's end. Recently, there has been a flurry of good news within the sect. As the supply of elixirs from the alchemy chamber has increased, enabling many disciples to successfully attain the Qi mastery stage. Rumor has it that one of the sect master's disciples has nearly touched the threshold of the energy condensation stage, with a mere step remaining before a breakthrough. As for the senior sister, the master has yet to grant her the title of elder, leading many to speculate that he intends for his own disciple to assume that position. With a basket on his back, Zheng Xiu embarks on the familiar mountain path he has traversed over 1,000 times. A delicate neck vase hangs around his neck, within which the grass has grown taller, boasting 4 leaves. As the year draws to a close, Zheng Xiu will soon turn 10. He had initially contemplated seeking more elixirs from the alchemy chamber to bring down the mountain for his parents, but his master dissuaded him, explaining that the sect strictly prohibits sharing elixirs with outsiders. Thus, Zheng Xiu settled for a more modest alternative, foraging for herbs on the mountain that could be consumed directly. He retrieved his lunchbox, rubbed his hands together, and lifted the lid, Today's dish prepared by his master was pickled radish mixed with shredded ginger, particularly appetizing. As he chewed heartily, Zhang Qiu noticed that the scenery outside the small dwelling had grown somewhat indistinct. Rubbing his eyes, he realized it was not merely an illusion. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the sky did not rain. Instead, as time progressed, the mist thickened. Standing outside the garden, he could scarcely see the herbs within. He dashed to the riverbank and then along the mountain path leading to the herb garden, enveloped in a shroud of fog. This was quite fascinating. Zhang Qiu had never encountered such dense mist before, as if he were amidst a pile of cotton. He frolicked about, thoroughly enjoying the whimsical atmosphere. After several hours, a voice called from the direction of the mountain path. "Good disciple? Good disciple." It was the master who had come. Zhang Qiu hurriedly ran out of the garden, exclaiming, "Master, I am here." "Master? Oh, let me tidy up my belongings. Please wait a moment." Zhang Qiu thought to himself that the master was indeed correct. The mountain path was nearly invisible, especially with the impending darkness. All around him was a vast expanse of white mist, with only the path beneath his feet providing a semblance of orientation. Perhaps the fog was too dense. The sect was eerily quiet, and aside from himself and the master, there appeared to be no third person in sight. What about the herbs? Master, how do you know that the fog will still be this heavy tomorrow? Your master possesses considerable skills. Observe how thick and expansive the mist is. It is bound to persist for several days. Master, you are truly remarkable. But do you know when this fog will lift? The master chuckled awkwardly, responding, "Well, I only know when it begins to fog, not when it will dissipate. Not to worry. I shall seek out someone knowledgeable to inquire about it." The master glanced at the sky and cautioned Zhang Qiu, "Good disciple, I will find out when this fog will clear. You must ensure that the doors and windows are closed tightly to prevent the moisture from entering the house." "Yes, master. You can rest assured." After imparting his instructions to the disciple, the master left the herb shed. Zhang Qiu watched the enveloping mist with furrowed brows, briefly orienting himself before hastily plunging into the thick white fog. Chapter 11. Descending the mountain with the master to see my parents' master. Did you find out when the dense fog will clear? Not yet, my dear disciple. Do not rush. Although I have not inquired, I have found someone who can provide answers. Who is it? You wouldn't recognize them, but I shall introduce you when the opportunity arises. For now, I must head to the kitchen to prepare our meal. Otherwise, dinner will be delayed. Thank you for your efforts, master. The following morning, my master departed once again. Before leaving, he reminded Zhang Qiu to remain in the medicine house and not wander about. The fog outside remained thick, obscuring all visibility, as if the world consisted solely of the few buildings belonging to the medicine house. "Master, have you made any progress?" Zhang Qiu inquired. It has been a while. What an odd fog this is." My master waved his hand, saying, "My dear disciple, do not concern yourself with this matter. I ask you, do you wish to descend the mountain for some leisure?" "Descend the mountain? Yes, of course." "Very well, I shall take you down, and we shall also visit your parents." Zhang Qiu scratched his head, puzzled. "Master, is it not still early for the year-end?" "Indeed it is. However, the bedding in our medicine house has grown old. With the weather turning colder by the day, the worn bedding provides little warmth, so we must procure new ones." My master paused for a moment and poured himself a glass of water. "You see, Anyo's wife recently gave birth to a healthy baby boy. As he is occupied caring for her, it falls upon us to buy the new bedding." Zhang Qiu nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see. But what about our medicinal garden? It will be left unattended." "I anticipated your inquiry. Rest assured, dear disciple, for I have arranged for assistants to look after matters." Having said this, the master opened the cabinet and began to retrieve garments. "My dear disciple, gather your belongings. We shall descend the mountain after our midday meal." "Master, is there truly such urgency?" After a simple meal, Zhang Qiu shouldered his luggage and followed his master down the mountain. There are three principal paths leading from Xuanwu sect down the mountain. One is the main road from the front hall directly to the foot of the mountain, and another is a winding trail at the rear. Of course, the swiftest route is by water, taking a boat from the river near Zhang Qiu's medicinal garden and drifting downstream. This time, however, the master chose the rear path instead of the front. Zhang Qiu found this curious, as the village lies in the direction of the front mountain, and descending from the rear would require a considerable detour. Upon inquiring, the master explained that the front road was damaged and under repair, rendering it impassable for the time being. After a lengthy journey, Zhang Qiu and his master finally reached the village before nightfall. The mist at the mountain's base had dissipated somewhat, yet a haze lingered, rendering the scenery indistinct. Zheng Qiu's home was originally situated towards the rear of the village, but since his ascension to the mountain, the family's status within the village had significantly elevated. Not only had their house been relocated closer to the village entrance, but the former wooden walls and thatched roof had been replaced with brick walls and tiled roofing. Upon hearing her son's call, Zheng Qiu's mother hurriedly emerged from the house, clad in a coarse grayish-blue garment, a basin for washing vegetables in hand. How many times must I remind you? My son is now called Zheng Qiu, as designated by his master. Look at your ignorance. A sturdy man with a slightly darkened complexion emerged from within, his bare arms exposed and a thick burlap skirt wrapped around his waist, speckled with wood shavings. Last year, Zheng Qiu's father had ceased his agricultural labor to become the village carpenter. Not only did he craft cabinets and cupboards for others, but he also fashioned intricately carved doors and windows. The book on carving had been gifted to him by his master. Ah, our little Zheng Qiu has grown. Come here. Let me embrace you, Zheng Qiu's father exclaimed, opening his arms wide to welcome his son, who leaped into his embrace. You've grown heavier. Has your master been treating you well? Yes, my master is very kind, often making me braised pork to enjoy, Zheng Qiu replied. Noticing his master approaching from behind, Zheng Qiu's father quickly set his son down and went to greet him. Master Zheng, come, I'll take care of your things. The master unfastened several pieces of luggage and handed them over. No need to be so formal. As I've said before, I am your brother and you are mine. Call me elder brother to foster our camaraderie. Certainly. Zheng elder brother, please come inside. Zheng Qiu's father led his master into the house, and, once the luggage was set down, grabbed a cloth to wipe the table. Make yourself comfortable, elder brother. Apologies for the disarray, I was just working. Child's mother, please fetch a cup of water. Zheng Qiu's mother brought over freshly boiled hot water and rummaged through the cupboard to find a small jar containing last year's tea leaves. Elder brother Zheng, I apologize. But this is all we have, old tea. Not at all. As long as there is tea, it is sufficient. Come, sister-in-law, sit down and let us converse. The family gathered around the table, yet the master busied himself with swirling the tea leaves in his cup, not uttering a single word. Zheng Qiu's parents exchanged a glance, uncertain of the master's intent. Indeed, though the tea was old, its fragrance lingered still. The master took a sip of tea, casting a glance towards Zheng Qiu, then towards Zheng Qiu's father. Zheng Qiu's father observed closely, realizing that the master was signaling him. He cleared his throat and said, Son, we have entrusted our land to Sheng Kai's family for cultivation. Why don't you go and see what they are growing? Ask him for a bit, so that we can prepare a sumptuous meal for your master this evening. All right, I shall go take a look. Upon hearing that it was for the master, Zheng Qiu was naturally delighted and dashed out the door with enthusiasm. After sending his son away, Zheng Qiu's father cautiously inquired, Brother Zheng, is there something amiss? Is Zheng Qiu being disobedient? If so, I shall certainly discipline him. To his surprise, the master shook his head and sighed. There are matters I cannot speak of openly, and besides, I do not have complete clarity on them. The master set down his cup and looked earnestly at Zheng Qiu's father. I suggest that you consider relocating. Why is that, Brother Zheng? Why the sudden urge for us to move? Zheng Qiu's father grew anxious, and his mother appeared equally bewildered. The master nodded. Look at the mist outside. To be candid, this is not the fog of the mountains, but rather a secret method of guarding the mountains. I, too, dare not linger on the mountain, for I may encounter calamity. Hence, I brought Zheng Qiu down today to avoid it. Does my son know about this? The master gently shook his head. I have not informed him. He is still young and does not need to bear such burdens. The master then retrieved a map from his sleeve and spread it across the table, pointing to it. I will place some sleep-inducing herbs in Zheng Qiu's bowl for dinner. We shall set off tonight. Beneath the Moonstream Mountain, there exists a river that allows for direct passage to the town. I shall procure a vessel, so you all should prepare your belongings promptly. Very well, we shall heed Brother Zheng's guidance. Zheng Qiu bowed deeply, kicking aside the carpenter's tools scattered on the ground, rummaging through the boxes to gather what he intended to take. Chapter 12. Autumn approaches the Azure River sect's decisive strategy as twilight descended. The atmosphere within the Heart Discussion Hall of the Seeking Mist sect was thick with anxiety and tension. At the head of the hall sat the sect leader, flanked by the elders of the entire sect, with the most senior disciples from each hall and chamber in attendance. Among them were, of course, the highest-ranking disciple, the esteemed senior sister, and Mo Juanrong, the furnace master of the alchemy hall. Third elder, have you received any news from the disciples you dispatched? What is the current stance of the Zixiao cave? The sect leader's brow furrowed, her expression laden with concern. The second elder, tapping her iron staff, interjected, Third sister, there is no need for such lamentation. The Zixiao cave is adamant that we have pilfered their techniques. This is merely an excuse, and I doubt they have any intention of negotiation. Do not be so impulsive, second elder, the sixth elder countered, shaking her head in disagreement. Currently, the Zixiao cave has neither gathered their disciples nor produced any significant magical artifacts or weapons. Given that they are merely 8 mountains away, our strengths are quite comparable. They are unlikely to resort to violence. The sect leader nodded in agreement. The sixth elder's reasoning holds merit. The Zixiao cave has only 100 more disciples than we do, and their cultivators in the Qi condensation realm are similar to ours. Since they show no signs of gathering their disciples, it seems they are also disinclined to engage in conflict. The sixth elder respectfully addressed the sect leader, since the Purple Cloud's cave has no intention of making a move, might we consider withdrawing the mountain fog technique? The daily consumption of this secret method is exceedingly great and cannot be sustained for long. The third elder vehemently shook his head in refusal. No, we must not withdraw the mountain fog technique. We have yet to ascertain the intentions of the Purple Cloud's cave. We cannot allow our disciples to cease their vigilance. Cease? The mountain fog technique requires 30 disciples at the Qi mastery level to simultaneously enact it at 6 fog points on Moonstream Mountain. Currently, we have selected over 90 disciples, dividing them into 3 shifts to perform this task. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the daily consumption of elixirs? If we continue, the stock in the alchemy chamber will be entirely depleted, and we will be forced to withdraw, whether we wish to or not. In such a critical moment, why concern ourselves with the elixirs? We must use them as needed. Enough. Stop the quarrel. The sect leader suddenly raised his voice. Imo Junro, disciple present. You are currently in charge of the alchemy chamber. The elders have entrusted you with the knowledge of the elixir's inventory. Given the current daily consumption, how many days can the chamber sustain us? Upon hearing this, the sect leader cradled his head in contemplation, his fingers absent-mindedly stroking his white beard. All eyes in the hall were fixed upon him, awaiting his decision. Observing the gathered assembly bowing in unison, the sect leader waved his sleeve, signaling them to withdraw. Elder 2, Yunyu, you are to remain. Just as the last of the crowd began to disperse, the sect leader called out to them. Brother? Sect leader? Sister 2. You and Yunyu must gather the remaining disciples and assign them to guard the buildings surrounding the discussion of Heart's Hall. Inform them that as soon as the morning bell tolls in the Temple of Heart, they should hasten to protect the sect. The second elder, upon hearing this, fixed his gaze intently upon the sect master. Brother, are you still apprehensive about a confrontation with the Purple Cloud Cave? There's no need for excessive worry, just in case. The Purple Cloud Cave is situated to the northwest of Moonstream Mountain, a mere 8 mountains apart from the Seeking Mist sect. The master of the cave, known as Linglong of the Purple Clouds, is but a frail old man, due to a severe injury to his left eye in his youth, which remained only partially healed despite numerous remedies. The nearby sects mockingly refer to him as the Purple Blind Man. In his prime, the Purple Blind Man, accompanied by dozens of disciples, settled in this vicinity, selecting a stone mountain abundant with natural caverns, which he promptly named Purple Cloud Mountain. The reputation of the Purple Cloud Cave is notoriously poor, frequently embroiled in conflicts with neighboring sections. It is unclear how he attracts followers, as his disciples exhibit increasingly deplorable conduct, resorting to all manner of extortion and causing pandemonium. Master? Father? Mother? He cried out hoarsely as he struggled to his feet. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a robust youth of about 15. Despite the frigid weather, he was clad only in a cotton vest and shorts, his arms and calves rippling with muscle. Zheng Qiu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Is that you, brother? What brings you here? There's no need to shout. I haven't sold you off, his elder brother replied. Brother, where exactly are we? This is Bai Town. You are at my home now. Bai Town? How long have I been asleep? Well, it seems you've slept for 3 days. Zheng Qiu began to count on his fingers. Brother, isn't Bai Town quite far from our home? How did I end up here? You must inquire with our parents and also with your master, who has accompanied us. Brother, there are baked cakes on the table and water in the pot. Should you feel hungry, please help yourself. I must go and tend to the bricks. Wait a moment. Brother, where have the master and our parents gone? It seems they have gone to the market to purchase some goods. Do not wander off. You are unfamiliar with this place, and we wouldn't want you to get lost. Rest assured, brother, I will remain obediently at home." Once the elder brother departed, Zheng Qiu moved a stool to the window, nibbling on a baked cake while observing the street outside. He had only visited by town once before, accompanying his master for the purpose of buying supplies. This town hosts a market where villagers from the surrounding areas come to trade, especially during the festive season, when it can attract thousands of people, creating a bustling scene. Zheng Qiu was not naive. The sudden descent from the mountain and the inexplicable journey to Bite Town felt amiss. He understood that his master had matters to attend to that he had not disclosed. Yet he held faith in his master, believing that the intentions were surely for his benefit. Rather than ruminating on the uncertainties, it was wiser to heed his master's guidance, following whatever instructions he provided. Wait a moment, I have already slept for 3 days. Zheng Qiu slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting an important task. The grass is delicate and requires fresh water every 2 days, otherwise it will wilt. As he replaced the water, he murmured apologetically to the grass, I am sorry. I am sorry, I overslept. Please do not hold it against me. Chapter 13. The Moonlit Stream and the Misty Gathering at Zixiao. Bai Town is a splendid place, thriving in commerce and abundant in resources. In the adjacent Azure River, the fish were plump and enticing, drawing numerous fishermen to this locale. It is noteworthy that the Cloud Sleeve continent lacks oceans and large lakes, rendering fish a rare delicacy. The master and Zheng Qiu's parents procured garments and bedding at the marketplace, subsequently renting a dwelling from a fisherman by the river to temporarily settle down. On Moonstream Mountain, the nerves of everyone within the sect remained taut. It was already the 5th day, and the mountain's fog barrier was to be dismantled the following day. At that moment, Zixiao Cave had yet to exhibit any unusual behavior, but Zixiao Linglong was notorious for her swift temper, known to turn against others as quickly as one might turn the pages of a book. Third Elder, Zixiao Cave is on the move. A disciple rushed into the hall, exclaiming that their leader was descending the mountain, accompanied by a contingent towards their location. The third elder's hand trembled, nearly dropping his teacup, and he composed himself to inquire, how many individuals does Zixiao Linglong bring? Third elder, aside from the leader, there are 4 others. 4? The third elder paused, bewildered by the implication of such a small entourage. Are you certain you did not miscount? I am absolutely certain. They are making their approach without any attempt to conceal their presence. This. Quickly inform the other elders. I will report to the sect master. Understood. In less than half an hour, all elders and senior disciples gathered in the Hall of Reflection. The sect master raised a hand, gently signaling for silence. As you have just heard from the third elder, Zixiao Linglong is approaching with only 4 companions. I trust each of you has your own insights. Please share them, so we may prepare accordingly. The 6th elder was the first to rise. Master, esteemed elders, the Purple Cloud Cave has shown no signs of aggression. Now that Linglong from the Purple Cloud has arrived with merely 4 companions, it is evident they do not seek to provoke us. If we were to greet them with weapons, it would only render our Xuanwu sect in the wrong. The third elder shook his head. We cannot reach a definitive conclusion. If these 4 are indeed elders from the Purple Cloud Cave, they are formidable adversaries. Third elder, I find myself in agreement with the 6th elder, the 2nd elder interjected. There are only a few elders from the Purple Cloud Cave. Even if all 4 were to assemble, our Xuanwu sect would not cower before them. The 6th elder nodded vigorously in affirmation. Indeed, the Purple Cloud Cave does not possess the standing to wreak havoc upon our mountain. Should Linglong overstep her bounds, we shall impart a lesson, serving to vindicate our surrounding sections. As they deliberated, a disciple rushed into the Hall of Reflection to report, Master, the people from the Purple Cloud Cave have arrived. They are waiting at the mountain gate. Such haste? Waiting? For what purpose? The Lord of the Purple Cloud Cave expressed a desire to ascend the mountain to discuss matters with the Master. The Master glanced at the elders, visibly hesitant. The third elder advised, Master, one should not strike those who come with a smile. If they wish to converse, we must oblige. Indeed, that is reasonable. The master then instructed the 6th elder, you shall direct the disciples skilled in the mist technique to disperse the fog on the mountain path. Subsequently, the master turned to the senior sister, Yunyu, you will lead the other disciples to conceal themselves behind the hall. Only emerge upon hearing the sound of a clap. Remember, do not reveal your weapons at first. Understood, master. Before long, a gaunt old man with half-closed eyes approached the grand entrance of the Heart Hall, revealing himself to be Zixiao Linglong, the master of Zixiao Cave. Behind him, four individuals formed two lines, following closely on either side. Ha ha ha, sect master. It has been far too long. I have missed you dearly. Upon entering, Zixiao Linglong clasped his hands and laughed heartily. The sect master, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and reciprocated the gesture, saying, "Indeed, it has been quite some time since the cave master last visited. I have eagerly awaited your arrival. I have come at last. I hear that the tea from the Seeking Mist sect is unparalleled. I implore you to share some with me today." "Of course. That is only natural. Please, allow me to serve you tea," replied the sect master. "Cave master, please, let us sit and enjoy our conversation over tea." The sect master gestured for Zixiao Linglong to take a seat, while his eyes subtly scanned the four individuals behind him. Just as the second elder had mentioned, they were all elders of Zixiao Cave. Recognizing the visitors, the sect master felt a sense of reassurance. Perhaps Zixiao Linglong truly wished to engage in dialogue. He invited the Zixiao Cave members to sit and instructed his disciples to present fragrant tea and fresh fruits as hospitality. Zixiao Linglong began to engage in light-hearted banter with the sect master, who followed along seamlessly, and the two appeared as if they were long-lost brothers. The atmosphere within the hall grew increasingly peculiar. The elders of Seeking Mist sect sat below, silently sipping tea, occasionally glancing up to observe the reactions of their counterparts. "Today, the cave master's robe is truly splendid, remarkably elegant. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. I specifically donned this attire for today. It is my favorite. Oh, the cave master possesses exquisite taste. Only this shade of purple is worthy of you. Master, do you know why I am wearing this today? Why? I implore you to enlighten me, esteemed leader. Today is indeed a day of great celebration. A day of celebration? Our delightful conversation is itself a reason to rejoice." Zixiao Linglong, with a graceful flourish, sipped her tea and set down the cup, adding, "However, I have a matter to discuss with you, master." The main topic had indeed arrived. The leader mused inwardly, yet he maintained a serene smile as the leader of the cave spoke candidly. The Seeking Mist sect boasts nearly 200 disciples, and the scenery of Moonstream Mountain is breathtaking, with abundant resources that fill me with envy. I wonder if you, master, would be interested in joining my Zixiao Cave? Upon hearing the latter part of her statement, the leader's countenance darkened, and he suppressed the rising anger within, articulating clearly, "Esteemed leader, this is tea, not wine. I hope you refrain from making wild assertions." "Oh, do you consider my words mere folly? I genuinely wish to engage in this dialogue with you." Zixiao Linglong retained her cheerful demeanor. "Master, do you not see the sincerity in my words? Would it not be splendid for you to merge with my Zixiao Cave? We would then be one family." "Zixiao Linglong, you are being utterly audacious. Do you take this place for a mere playground?" Standing up, Zixiao Linglong spread her arms and twirled in the center of the hall. "Master, if we become one family, does this not become my Zixiao Cave as well? Elders present, what say you?" With a resounding clap, the leader's hand struck the table forcefully. "Zixiao Linglong, have you come merely to cause chaos? The Seeking Mist sect does not welcome you. Depart at once, or I shall be compelled to escort you out." With a flourish, the senior sister burst forth from the rear of the hall, leading her disciples to form a grand circle around the entire chamber. "Oh my, master, the spectacle you have created is indeed magnificent." Zixiao Linglong waved to the gathered disciples, expressing her gratitude. "Hello everyone. Thank you for your efforts in welcoming me with such a large gathering." Noticing that Zixiao Linglong continued to chatter nonsensically, utterly unfazed, the second elder furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous undercurrent. She rose from her seat and discreetly approached the senior sister, gently tapping her with an iron staff, followed by a subtle gesture. Chapter 14. The Clash of Hearts and the Strategy of the Rearguard. Seeing her master signal to her, the senior sister retreated to the back of the crowd. "Master?" The second elder gestured with her chin, moving toward the rear of the hall. The senior sister cast a glance at the center of the crowd, observing that Zixiao Linglong remained engrossed in her own discourse, and thus hurriedly followed her master. "Master, what is the matter?" she inquired eagerly upon reaching the hall. The second elder appeared troubled. "Yunyu, there is something amiss with Zixiao Linglong. She seems to be overconfident, and she must have a backup plan." The senior sister nodded in agreement. "I have noticed it too. Master, do not worry. We have our own contingency. All the disciples of the sect are near the Hall of Heart discussions. No matter how formidable Zixiao Linglong may be, she cannot stir up much trouble." "I understand. Yet one must always prepare for the unexpected. The second elder produced a yellowed letter from her sleeve and handed it to the senior sister. What is this? The location of the Winsword sect's mountain gate, situated 7,033 mountains to the east of the center of the Yunshio continent. I once had a romantic connection with a swordsmith from the One-Sword sect, and this letter was left to me by him. One-Sword sect, one of the 10 great sects of Yunshio, the Wenjian sect? Indeed. If the situation outside deteriorates, take this letter to the Wenjian sect. That swordsmith will surely take you in. The senior sister shook her head vigorously. No, master, I cannot abandon you, nor the Xuanwu sect. The second elder's expression turned exceedingly grave, and she grasped the senior sister's hand tightly. Yunyu, listen to me. Please do not act foolishly. You are the youngest in the sect to reach the qi condensation stage, and you possess the greatest potential among the disciples. Do you understand? The senior sister's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded earnestly. Second elder, senior sister. It seems that the Zixiao cave is about to make a move. Mo Juanrong hurriedly rushed to the back to call out. What? Are they really going to strike? The second elder exclaimed in shock. Mo Juanrong, have the life-saving pills been distributed? Yes. Each person received 2. One for staunching blood, and the other for restoring energy. Good, let us depart swiftly. Inside the hall, Zixiao Linglong grew increasingly unruly, kicking over tables and chairs, smashing teacups and fruit plates onto the ground. Ha ha ha, this is my Zixiao cave. All these things belong to me, and I shall destroy them as I please. Ha ha ha. Zixiao, since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being impolite. With a wave of his hand, the sect leader commanded, drive him out. At the leader's decree, all the elders of the Xuanwu sect instantly rose from their seats, and the disciples in the hall simultaneously brandished their weapons. The 4 elders of Zixiao cave quickly jumped to the center, shielding Zixiao Linglong from all sides. Zixiao Linglong beckoned with a finger. Ha! If you wish to make a move, come on. Arrogance. The third elder clenched his fist within his sleeve, and upon withdrawing his hand, donned a pair of gloves woven from fine steel wire. Subsequently, he channeled his energy, wielding 2 orbs of ashen light that he hurled towards Zixiao Linglong. The elder directly in front of her swiftly extracted a staff, roughly the length of an arm, from his sleeve and executed intricate maneuvers to intercept the third elder's strike. Observing this, the remaining elders of the Xuanwu sect unleashed their signature techniques, directing their assaults towards the 4 from the Zixiao cave, who valiantly endeavored to defend themselves. In that moment, the hall was a kaleidoscope of vibrant lights intertwining, as the streams of luminescence clashed, sparking bursts of fiery brilliance. The second elder bent forward, his iron staff sweeping towards the left foot of an elder on his right. The latter, caught off guard, staggered in pain, retreating unsteadily. Seizing the opportunity, the senior sister raised a metallic ring high. Now, everyone, right flank, long-range attack. As her words echoed, a torrent of luminous energy surged forth from the surrounding disciples, akin to a tidal wave crashing towards the elder on the right. Before he could regain his footing, he was besieged by the dazzling onslaught, hastily attempting to defend himself. The cacophony of sound erupted like firecrackers, and in an instant, the elder was overwhelmed by the radiant energy, sent sprawling like a fallen pill, rolling a considerable distance away. The chaotic currents stirred the shattered fragments of cups and plates on the floor, creating an unpleasant clatter as they scraped against the tiled surface. As for the elder who had been toppled, he lay curled on the ground, groaning, clearly devoid of the strength to continue the fight. Zixiao Linglong glanced at the fallen elder, then at the 3 adversaries who were gradually being forced back. Her gaze sweeping across the circle of Xuanwu sect disciples surrounding the hall, a fierce expression manifesting on her face. Enough. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the hall like a clap of thunder, he declared, "You mere fish and shrimp. Do you truly believe that I will not unveil my true capabilities?" Upon uttering these words, he clenched his fists and raised them to his chest, suddenly thrusting his palms outward. Simultaneously, his resplendent violet robe billowed dramatically as a swirling mass of violet flames surged from his feet, enveloping his entire being. The sect master's pupils constricted in disbelief, drawing in a sharp breath as he involuntarily exclaimed, clad in fiery garb, radiating with brilliance, "You have reached the Qihua realm. How could you have attained such a level?" The senior sister, overhearing the master's words, instantly comprehended why her mentor had prepared a path for her. The Qihua realm follows the Ningqi realm. During her own breakthrough to the Ningqi realm, she too had briefly manifested flames, a fleeting omen of the Qihua. And yet, what of the Qihua realm? Come, receive my punch. The third elder seized the initiative, stepping forward confidently. The second elder attempted to intervene, but was a moment too late. Old 3, be cautious. The splendid violet figure showed no intent to evade, instead, thrusting his palm forward to meet the incoming fist. As the violet flames surged toward his hand, the collision of fist and palm resulted in an explosion of soft lavender mist. Let me demonstrate to you what the Qihua realm truly signifies. The violet figure tilted his head back, brimming with pride. As the third elder was sent flying, a smile crept across the sect master's face. Ah, you foolish one. Having just stepped into the Qihua realm, you are unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. With your current prowess, do you dare to act recklessly? A curious thought indeed. How do you plan to thwart me? The sect leader sauntered to the desk, opened the wooden box, and meticulously wiped a finely crafted steel dagger, measuring the length of a palm. Having just vanquished one of my elders, your flame attire has dimmed by 1/10. Today, I wish to see how many elders and disciples of the Seeking Mist sect you can confront single-handedly. As his words echoed, the leader raised the dagger, unleashing a streak of light upward. Suddenly, a resounding chime emanated from above, the deep bell tolling from the hall of contemplation. The sound lingered in the air, and moments later, a flurry of swift movements filled the surroundings of the hall, akin to a persistent spring rain. Soon, the entrance of the hall of contemplation overflowed with disciples of the Seeking Mist sect, packed tightly together. A smirk graced the leader's lips. Purple Blind One, do not assume that the Seeking Mist sect is easily subdued. Even if you had brought disciples from Purple Cloud Cave, my misty barriers would leave them utterly lost. Purple Linglong raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Ha! Well done, esteemed leader. The Seeking Mist sect demonstrates such preparedness. Truly, every move is a clever stratagem. I commend you." However, he abruptly ceased his laughter, pointing at the hall beneath his feet. "But today, I shall surely conquer Moonstream Mountain." Chapter 15. Equal forces only foster thieves' resentment, such arrogance. The sect leader retorted, jabbing his finger at Purple Linglong's nose. Disciples of the Seeking Mist sect, seize him. Upon hearing the leader's command, the disciples blocking the entrance surged into the hall like a flood breaching its dam, brandishing their weapons as they charged at Purple Linglong. Simultaneously, the elders of the Seeking Mist sect leapt to the forefront of the crowd, adopting defensive stances, ready to shield their disciples from Linglong's impending assault. Ha ha ha. I am eagerly awaiting your arrival. Zhixiao Linglong showed no sign of retreat. Suddenly, he untied the slender cord wrapped around his waist, unfurling his robe, which was lined with 2 pouches the size of fists. Zhixiao Linglong tore off the pouches and forcefully crushed them. Subsequently, he summoned a wave of air, and with a resounding boom, a thick cloud of gray smoke billowed forth, enveloping everyone present. Witnessing this, the crowd instinctively recoiled, raising their sleeves to cover their mouths and noses. The sect leader, upon seeing the gray smoke spreading from Zhixiao Linglong, swiftly grasped a pin holder from the table, emptied it of its pens, and directed his energy to shoot towards the windows surrounding the hall. With a series of sharp pops, all the windows burst open, allowing the forceful wave of air conjured by Zhixiao Linglong to find more avenues for escape, immediately rushing out through the openings. The gust carried away a significant amount of gray smoke, bringing clarity back to the hall. Thinking of fleeing? Zhixiao, the Seeking Mist sect is not a place you can leave at will. When have I ever intended to depart? Ha ha ha. Wait. There is something in the smoke. The second elder promptly alerted the others. Following his words, the crowd began to discern a faint, acrid scent in the air, reminiscent of sweat, difficult to identify unless one focused closely. The elder in charge of the Dan room pinched his nose and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Everyone, do not panic. This is the medicinal smoke of bitter fragrant orchid, and at this concentration, it can only incapacitate rats." The third elder rolled up his sleeves, seemingly unscathed by Zhixiao Linglong. "Humph, attempting to use medicinal smoke? You truly underestimate our Seeking Mist sect. What other tricks do you have? Hurry and reveal them." Third elder, why waste words with him? Let us subdue him first. The second elder raised his iron staff, and the disciples collectively attempted to deplete his fiery aura. However, as his words fell, none of the disciples acted. Instead, murmurs filled the air. Second elder, I cannot channel my energy. Neither can I. I feel as if my meridians are frozen. How could this be? I have no sensation of controlling my energy at all. The disciples appeared increasingly agitated. persistently trying to invoke their powers, with some even sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, attempting to draw in breath. Hearing their words, the second elder was taken aback and hastily began to channel his energy, a faint halo emerging from his staff, confirming that he was unaffected. Upon glancing at the other elders, he noticed they too were trying to harness their energy. Whether wielding gloves or sword staffs, all were aglow, indicating they faced no issues. Suddenly, Zhixiao Linglong clapped her hands, laughter echoing. Ha ha ha! Truly, my splendid disciple. The crowd, puzzled by her exclamation, observed an individual stepping forth from the throng. This person approached Zhixiao Linglong and bowed respectfully, Master. Upon recognizing his visage, every member of the Xuanwu sect was left astounded, frozen in disbelief. The elder of the Dan room could hardly fathom the sight before him. Mo Juanrong? He is your disciple? You. Zhixiao Linglong patted Mo Juanrong's shoulder, declaring, Juanrong has grown up in my Zhixiao cave. When has it been your place to claim him as your disciple? Are you truly worthy? The elder of the Dan room, still unconvinced, pressed on. Then why did you come to the Xuanwu sect to seek a master? Why offer strategies for the Dan room? Why dedicate yourself to managing the Dan room? The elder, appearing somewhat befuddled, persisted in questioning. Mo Juanrong's voice was unusually cold, piercing to the bone. If I do not perform well, how could you possibly allow me to take on the role of the furnace master? After all these years together, do you not hold a shred of affection for me? The elder of the pill chamber spread his hands, his entire being trembling, uncertain whether from anger or sorrow. Affection? Had you permitted me to assume the role of furnace master years ago, I might have remembered your kindness. Mo Juanrong, I ask you. The sect leader's expression darkened as if ink were about to drip from it. He fixed his gaze upon Mo Juanrong. Have you tampered with the elixirs of the sect? A hint of a smile appeared on Mo Juanrong's face. As expected of the sect leader, you have guessed swiftly. Indeed, I have made some improvements to the elixirs. You must understand that infusing each elixir with locking qi condensation is quite a laborious task. Mo Juanrong shook his head. Unfortunately, you individuals at the condensing qi stage do not consume the low-grade elixirs meant for daily use. The sect leader felt a tightening in his chest. He understood locking qi condensation as a substance capable of temporarily sealing the meridians of the user. The potency of this drug was formidable, even affecting those of the qi transformation stage, such as Zhixiao Linglong. Moreover, regardless of the cultivation method, as long as it required the flow of meridians, this substance could impose its lock. However, locking qi condensation had a drawback. Its efficacy required a trigger from another substance. The bitter, acrid smoke released by Zhixiao Linglong could precisely activate the locking qi condensation. Now, with so many disciples ensnared by the locking qi condensation, they would be devoid of combat capability for at least 4 hours. Haha, Zhixiao Linglong, you truly are a hero of our time. The greatest among us is undoubtedly Mo Juanrong. Thank you for the praise, Master. Ha! The Master's sister spat disdainfully on the ground, declaring him a mere insect, a woodworm gnawing at the base of a pillar. Mo Juanrong coldly remarked, Go ahead and curse as much as you like. Soon, you shall have no words left. He then leaned towards Zhixiao Linglong and whispered a few words. Oh, esteemed leader, among the entire sect, you are but a handful of those in the qi condensation stage. I advise you to reconsider and merge with my Zhixiao cave. I assure you, apart from myself, you shall hold the highest position thereafter. Zhixiao Linglong's gaze swept across the hall, momentarily pausing when it reached the master sister. Zhixiao, do not presume that being in the qi transformation stage makes you formidable. My Xuanwu sect is far from feeble. If you wish to consume the Xuanwu sect, you must first tread over us in the qi condensation stage. The leader suddenly raised his voice, declaring, All members of the Xuanwu sect, aside from those in the qi condensation stage, leave the Luanxin Hall at once. Do not let me glimpse your presence. The surrounding disciples exchanged glances, reluctant to depart. Elder Lu extended his arms, forcefully urging the disciples towards the exit. Hurry, hurry. If a confrontation arises, the elders cannot protect you. Go. Heeding the elder's words, the disciples began to withdraw, yet Zhixiao Linglong showed no intention of stopping them. With hands clasped behind his back, he narrowed his eyes, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Before long, only around 10 individuals remained in the Luanxin Hall. The leader assessed the numbers on both sides, silently calculating. Aside from Zhixiao Linglong, there were only 3 combat-capable elders left in the Zhixiao cave. On the Xuanwu sect side, Apart from himself and his disciple Yunyu, there were also 6 elders. In this manner, the Xuanwu sect must rely on the strength of 5 individuals to withstand the formidable presence of Zixiao Linglong. However, judging by the sight of the 3rd elder being sent flying with a single strike, it is evident that relying solely on 5 people would be exceedingly challenging. Sect leader, have you made your decision? If you do not finalize your thoughts soon, I shall take the initiative. Zixiao Linglong gestured to the side, prompting one of the elders from Zixiao Cave to remove his robe, revealing a wooden box strapped to his back. He opened the box and withdrew a weapon that glimmered with a ghastly pale light, a cleaver adorned with a menacing tiger head on its side, and a handle embedded with intricately carved white bones. Chapter 16. The sect gathers its energy for battle. 3rd elder, 6th elder, Yunyu, you shall confront those 3. The remaining elders. Join me in dealing with the blind one. The sect leader, without further contemplation, swiftly assigned targets and brandished a steel dagger, seizing the advantage by striking before Zixiao Linglong could react. Very well, I shall begin with you. Zixiao Linglong stepped forward, raising the cleaver high above her head. Huh! She bellowed, bringing the cleaver down upon the sect leader. The sect leader channeled his energy into the dagger, which emitted a bluish-gray aura as he positioned it horizontally to deflect the incoming blade. The cleaver shattered the aura effortlessly, crashing heavily against the dagger. The sect leader felt a sudden weight bearing down. The blade continued its relentless advance. No, such tremendous force, it is insurmountable. There was no time to alter his technique. He bent his knees and, with all his might, slammed his body to the ground, ignoring the pain and the loss of dignity. He rolled aside to evade Zixiao Linglong's assault. Be careful, elder brother. The 2nd elder rushed to assist, sidestepping to the left of Zixiao Linglong and raising her staff to strike at her opponent's shoulder. Zixiao Linglong caught a glimpse of the 2nd elder's weapon, which lacked a sharp edge, and thus boldly extended her left hand to receive it. With a resounding smack, the cane struck her palm, causing her hand to momentarily dip downward. A tremor coursed through Zixiao Linglong's body as violet energy radiated from her left hand, dispersing the aura enveloping the cane and extending towards the 2nd elder's hand, seemingly intent on launching a direct assault with her chi. At that moment, a streak of light descended from above, aimed squarely at Zixiao Linglong's left wrist. It was the 4th elder. Simultaneously, the 5th elder, positioned to her right, initiated an attack, directing a beam of sword light towards her flank. Zixiao Linglong had no choice but to relinquish the cane and wield her hatchet, sweeping it in a wide arc to thwart the assaults of the 4th and 5th elders, both wielding wooden swords inscribed with runes. The 4th and 5th elders dared not confront the blade's edge directly and could only retreat nimbly to the side of the sect master. The sect master, brandishing a dagger across his chest, fixed his gaze intently on Zixiao Linglong, cautioning, the offensive capabilities of the Qi transformation realm are excessively formidable. We must not confront them head-on. Everyone, exercise utmost caution. The 2nd elder nodded in agreement, stating, clad in his fiery attire, he is likely impervious to ranged attacks that wouldn't even penetrate this layer of flame. We must rely on the advantage of our weapons. 4th, 5th, your wooden swords are ill-suited for close combat. First, unleash a cold mist to hinder his movements. Upon hearing this, the 4th and 5th elders stepped back, raising their wooden swords with their right hands while brushing their left hands across the blades. Instantly, several runes illuminated on the swords, and a chilling white mist erupted from the tips, coiling around Zixiao Linglong like a serpent. Without further ado, as the white mist ensnared her, the sect master and the others lunged towards Zixiao Linglong from all directions. In that instant, the alchemist elder swung a copper spatula, following closely behind the 2nd elder's strike, targeting Zixiao Linglong's right foot. Zixiao Linglong observed the sharp blade of the furnace shovel and realized that kicking was not an option this time. However, due to the obstructive cold mist, his left foot had yet to descend. As the shovel drew ever closer, Zixiao Linglong forcefully propelled the tip of his right foot against the ground, creating a crack in the stone tiles akin to a spider's web. His body soared into the air, evading the elder's assault from the alchemy chamber. Just as he left the ground, a sound akin to air being cleaved apart echoed above. Zixiao Linglong raised his gaze and beheld the sect leader, gripping a dagger, descending headfirst. Is that all you've got? Get lost. His right eye widened, and with a thunderous shout, the flames enveloping him erupted outward, dispersing the cold mist in a wave. He lifted the firewood knife, aiming it at the leader's chest. The leader understood that his dagger was aimed at the top of Zishu Linglong's head, while the firewood knife was directed at his own chest. If neither party evaded, it would likely be Zhixiao Linglong who would strike first. To his dismay, the ensuing events unfolded contrary to the leader's expectations. The purple light upon the knife intensified, flickering as if extending from the blade's tip. What is this? Is it the power of the Qihua realm? The leader dared not take the risk. Should he be injured, it would become even more challenging for the four of them to withstand Zhixiao Linglong. He swiftly altered the dagger's trajectory. Clang! The dagger met the firewood knife, and the leader utilized the rebound to leap out of the range of the attack. As he landed, he looked down at his chest, where a conspicuous inch-long gash marred his attire. Indeed, the radiant light manifesting from the weapon in the Qihua realm possessed the capability to inflict harm akin to that of a weapon. Everyone, be cautious. The purple light on his knife can also cause injury. Ha ha ha, sharp eyes you have. The Qihua realm transforms this energy into a weapon. Allow me to demonstrate how long this can endure. Zhixiao Linglong shrieked and charged forward, re-engaging in battle with several others. This time, Zhixiao Linglong exhibited wisdom, relentlessly pursuing the fourth and fifth elders, preventing them from summoning the cold mist. The conflict surged across the hall, from the left side to the right, and from the ground to the beams above, with the cacophony of combat shattering tables and chairs into splinters that scattered everywhere. Meanwhile, the third elder, the sixth elder, and the senior sister intercepted the disciples from the Zhixiao cave. Each side consisted of 3 individuals at the condensed chi stage, exchanging blows without a clear victor. After a prolonged stalemate, the senior sister suddenly noticed the third elder's movements becoming increasingly sluggish. His attacks lacked the initial ferocity, and he was being forced to retreat. She hurriedly approached. Third elder? Huff, huff, I'm fine. He gasped, appearing utterly fatigued. The senior sister glanced down at his actions and observed that he instinctively clutched his chest. Third elder, have you been injured by Zhixiao Linglong? Huff, I'm fine. No problem. Be careful. Before they could converse further, the trio from Zhixiao cave launched another assault. The senior sister raised her ring to meet them, deliberately shielding the third elder behind her. After only a few exchanges, she heard the third elder's furious roar from behind. Scoundrel. She turned to see Mo Juanrong wielding 2 short, curved blades, ferociously attacking the third elder. He attempted to deflect the strikes with his fists, yet his stance wavered, causing him to stagger backward. A chill ran down the senior sister's spine. If he struggled to maintain his footing, the force of the attack was undoubtedly formidable, rivaling her own. Alas, Mo Juanrong is also a practitioner of the Qi condensation realm. Chapter 17. A single move to calculate the great trend attack his chest. Mo Juanrong suddenly shouted at the 3 elders of Zhixiao cave. This is bad. He has figured it out. The senior sister hurriedly rushed forward to intervene. Bang! 2 beams of light struck the circular barrier, forcing the senior sister back 2 zhang with tremendous force. The 6th elder attempted to assist, but was obstructed by the remaining elder from Zhixiao cave. Seeing the 3rd elder cornered against the wall, the senior sister felt a surge of urgency. She evaded the attacks from the 2 members of Zhixiao cave and dashed straight toward Mo Juanrong. However, just as she had covered less than 3 zhang, she heard a rush of wind behind her. Upon glancing back, she noticed the dire situation of the 3rd elder and, gritting her teeth, she turned her right hand to shield her back with the ring while simultaneously channeling her energy into it. Bang! Another dull thud echoed as the beam struck her back. The senior sister let out a grunt, yet her momentum did not falter. Harnessing the impact, she soared like an arrow towards Mo Juanrong. Raising her unoccupied left hand, she clenched her fist and struck fiercely at Mo Juanrong's face. Without pausing her momentum, she propelled Mo Juanrong away. The 3rd elder seized the opportunity to escape his predicament, taking a couple of deep breaths before inquiring about the senior sister's condition. Yinyu, how are you? Are you hurt? He had clearly witnessed the senior sister taking a solid hit. Straightening her back, the senior sister felt a mix of soreness and numbness, but it did not hinder her movements. She shook her head. 3rd elder, I am fine. I absorbed it with the ring, so do not worry. Then she turned her gaze to Mo Juanrong. I never expected you to also be a practitioner of the Qi condensation realm, hiding your depth so well. Since you are a pest like the termite that gnaws at pillars, I shall eradicate you, the harmful insect. Mo Juanrong rose from the ground, incessantly rubbing his cheek, for that last punch had nearly knocked out his teeth. He glared at the senior sister, his eyes brimming with resentment. Why waste words with him? Such a person must not be spared. The 3rd elder, having regained his composure, stepped forward, raising his fist and adopting a defensive stance. Yet, Mo Juanrong did not advance to attack again. Instead, he slowly retreated, hiding behind the two individuals from Zixiao Cave. "Coward," the senior sister scolded, then cautioned, "Third elder. I believe this fellow may attempt a sneak attack. Be vigilant of his movements. Rest assured, I shall not allow him to succeed." Before he could finish, the two from Zixiao Cave launched another assault, and the senior sister along with the third elder immediately wielded their weapons to counter the onslaught. Within mere exchanges, the senior sister caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye. Mo Juanrong was stealthily approaching the third elder once more. "Third elder, he is attempting another ambush." A concealed weapon? The third elder quickly focused on the object. It was a small, dark sphere, spinning as it drew near. As the sphere rotated halfway, a slender cord emerged, its tip igniting with sparks. "Thunderbolt!" The third elder gasped, his feet rapidly pushing against the ground to halt his advance. With a loud bang, the black sphere detonated in a burst of flames, and the third elder hastily raised his hand to shield his face. However, contrary to his expectations of being struck by shards, he found himself enveloped in a thick cloud of black smoke. "This is disastrous. I have been deceived again." Before he could ponder further, the smoke swirled, revealing two small curved daggers as Mo Juanrong emerged from the haze, launching a direct attack at his chest. Deceived, the third elder finally realized that Mo Juanrong merely sought to control him. The true lethal strike was yet to come. With a roar, the third elder attempted to break free, but suddenly a gust of energy surged from behind him, and he inwardly exclaimed, "It's over." Immediately, a torrent of light crashed against the back of his head. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he felt his strength drain away, collapsing face first onto the ground. The senior sister, witnessing the third elder engulfed by black smoke, sensed that the situation had taken a dire turn. However, her adversaries clung to her relentlessly, leaving her helplessly watching as Mo Juanrong and a purple cloud cave elder disappeared into the smoke. Moments later, the black mist was dispersed by the turbulent air stirred by the battle within the hall, revealing the third elder sprawled on the ground, his head significantly bruised, uncertain whether he still drew breath. Thus, the senior sister and the sixth elder were left to confront four opponents of the qi condensation stage. No longer able to take the initiative, the senior sister leaped beside the sixth elder, the two of them positioning back to back as they slowly retreated to a corner. Only in the confined space of the corner could they effectively fend off multiple attackers. "Hold them off. We will assist the cave master," she urged. Mo Juanrong, with a disdainful smile, led one of his companions directly toward the direction of Zixiao Linglong. The sixth elder, alarmed, exclaimed, "We cannot allow them to aid the blind one." Yet, he had barely taken 2 steps before being intercepted by the elder from the purple cloud cave. "You can just stay there and watch," he taunted. Zixiao Linglong, aware that he had just entered the qi transformation stage and his foundation was unstable, recognized that prolonged engagement would lead to a disadvantage. Thus, he attempted to unleash his full power to attack one of his foes, hoping to take them down one by one. However, the coordination among the sect master and his allies was impeccable. No matter which opponent Zixiao Linglong targeted, the others would invariably find ways to extricate that individual from peril. Several times, Zixiao Linglong's fierce assaults inadvertently exposed her vulnerabilities, nearly leading to her own downfall. Observing the prolonged stalemate against the Xuanwu sect, a thought of retreat flickered in her mind. "Master, we come to your aid." It was the voice of Mo Juanrong. Zixiao Linglong's spirit surged as she beheld Mo Juanrong and an elder from Zixiao Cave charging in from the side. "Ha ha, my disciple is indeed formidable," she exclaimed, brandishing her axe and targeting the fourth and fifth elders. Suddenly, the emergence of 2 additional opponents in the qi condensation realm intensified the pressure on the sect leader and the others. With a crack, the sound of a wooden sword shattering echoed in her ears. The sect leader turned to see Zixiao Linglong severing the fifth elder's wooden sword, simultaneously directing her blade towards the fourth elder. The second elder, attempting to intervene, was unceremoniously kicked aside by Zixiao Linglong. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the sect leader channeled his energy into a dagger, forcefully throwing it towards Zixiao Linglong's wrist. However, as the dagger soared through the air, it fell to the ground, and upon closer inspection, it was Mo Juanrong who had intervened. With aid still pending, the fourth elder gathered all his energy, fiercely channeling it into his wooden sword. and aimed it directly at Zhixiao Linglong's wrist. Unwilling to withdraw her blade, Zhixiao Linglong merely slowed her downward strike momentarily, seizing the opportunity to deflect the wooden sword with her other hand. A flash of purple light sliced through the air as the fourth elder clutched his right shoulder, stumbling backward until he collapsed onto the ground. Let us see what you will use to block this. Zhixiao Linglong disregarded the injured fourth elder and turned her attention towards the unarmed fifth elder. The fifth elder swiftly maneuvered around the pillars of the hall to evade her. Yet, Zhixiao Linglong refrained from striking, pursuing him with the tenacity of a cat hunting a mouse. As the fifth elder noticed the approach of Zhixiao Linglong, he suddenly stepped on a pillar and leaped towards the beam. Just as he launched himself into the air, he felt his ankle grasped by Zhixiao Linglong. Before he could even glance down, he was forcefully slammed to the ground. A hatchet came crashing down towards his head, prompting the fifth elder to hastily roll aside to evade it. Yet, evasion was futile, seeing that the strike had missed. Zhixiao Linglong extended her purple aura to her leg and kicked towards the fifth elder's lower back. With a thud, he was sent sprawling against the wall. Akin to a deflated balloon, the sect leader surveyed the hall, realizing that only his second sister and the elder from the alchemy chamber remained by his side, while Yunyu and the sixth elder were ensnared in a corner. Second sister, the sect leader signaled to the second elder with a glance, then strode confidently towards Zhixiao Linglong. Mountains of clouds rise in countless peaks, yet have you ever seen a summit bow in deference? Zhixiao, I have warned you. If you wish to consume the Xuanwu sect, you must first tread over us, the ones in the condensation realm. Chapter 18. The Thunder Pill Can't Reverse the Fates and Haha. Splendid. Zhixiao Linglong remarked, her hand gliding over the blade, a look of admiration crossing her features. Among the sects surrounding Zhixiao Cave, you are indeed the most formidable. Very well then, I shall grant you a swift passage to the afterlife, bestowing upon you a commendable reputation. Then let the challenge commence. The sect leader bellowed, raising his dagger and lunging forward. The second elder, however, did not follow suit. Instead, she retreated and abruptly dashed towards the corner. Observing the second elder being intercepted, the sect leader engaged in a fierce struggle with Zhixiao Linglong. When the elder from the alchemy chamber suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily, "Ha! Sect leader, second elder, someone must pave the way. I shall take my leave first." Suddenly, he retrieved a porcelain vial from his bosom and crushed it with force, revealing the crimson elixir within. The elixir, the size of a walnut, glimmered with a deep red hue. Gritting his teeth, the elder of the alchemical chamber swallowed it whole. Moments after consuming the elixir, a sinister expression contorted his face. Beads of sweat, as large as pearls, cascaded down his forehead, and his eyes were veined with crimson. Gradually, he bent over, kneeling upon the ground, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. A sudden roar erupted from the elder, akin to the anguished cry of a wounded beast. As he sprang to his feet, head tilted back in a piercing scream that reverberated endlessly, a colossal wave of energy exploded from his form, unleashing a howling gale that forced those engaged in battle to retreat. Zishi, Mo Juanrong, prepare to wager your lives. The elder's feet struck the ground with such force that the stones beneath him crumbled, and he shot forward like an arrow. A vivid crimson aura enveloped him, akin to flames of vitality. The Qi-Si blood thunder. Zhixiao Linglong was taken aback, hastily ceasing her assault on the sect leader to seek refuge behind a pillar in the hall. The Qi-Si blood thunder is an exceptionally rare enhancement elixir. Those who consume it can transform their qi into blood and their blood into qi, shattering the limitations of their dantian capacity, resulting in an exponential increase in their qi. At that moment, the energy surged violently through every meridian in his body, colliding like thunderous roars. However, the Qi-Si blood thunder is also a deadly poison. Each burst of energy expended by its user depletes their blood. Once consumed, regardless of whether one cultivates or not, the qi and blood will continue to churn and dissipate until utterly exhausted. Stand aside, let this old man take charge. Zhixiao Linglong stood resolutely before Mo Juanrong and the elder of Zhixiao Cave, wielding a firewood axe to cleave through the oncoming copper furnace spatula. "Humph, you startled me. I had thought you possessed considerable prowess, yet it turns out you have merely ascended to the threshold of the Qi Hua realm." Zhixiao Linglong defended against the elder's attack with her axe, remaining patient and defensive without launching a counterstrike. The duration of the blood thunder in the Qi-Si was fleeting, and if the confrontation lingered, the elder would soon succumb to exhaustion. Seizing the opportunity, the sect leader redirected his assault towards the two individuals behind Zixu Linglong, simultaneously urging the second elder, "Sister, hurry." The second elder seized this moment to dash to the corner, providing cover for the eldest sister and the sixth elder. "Yinyu, flee swiftly." "Master, have you forgotten my words? Depart at once, or it will be too late." The second elder suddenly quickened her pace, skillfully maneuvering her staff to repel her adversaries, creating a space. "Yinyu, now is the time. Do not forget what I entrusted to you." The eldest sister's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she forcefully shut them, recognizing that this was not the moment for sorrow. "Master, take care. Go. Remember that you are a disciple nurtured by the Xuanwu sect." The sixth elder swiftly sidestepped, extending his palm to propel the eldest sister towards the entrance. Within the hall, the elder of the alchemical chamber was gradually depleting his vitality, and Zixu Linglong swung her axe towards his neck. He raised the furnace spatula to block, yet the overwhelming force sent it crashing against his face. In a single blow, he was knocked to the ground. In less than 10 moves, his vitality had been exhausted. Such a precious resource squandered. Zixu Linglong observed the crimson glow upon him fading, signaling the imminent conclusion of the Blood Thunder's effect. "Master, do not let her escape." Mo Juanrong called out urgently as he saw the senior sister toss a metallic ring towards the sky. "Rest assured, my disciple. A mere chi condensation realm cultivator thinks to flee? How dare they underestimate me? They must not allow him to pursue Yunyu." The sect leader, the second elder, and the sixth elder all rushed to impede Zixu Linglong, disregarding the assaults from others. How naive. Mo Juanrong threw a spherical object towards the rooftop. With a thunderous explosion, flames burst forth, and a cascade of shattered tiles fell, obstructing the three figures. At the forefront was a hatchet. He had not harnessed the flowing light and had instead leaped up. The senior sister's first instinct was to activate the metal ring to elevate herself higher. However, her elevation barely exceeded 8 zhang above the Luanxin Hall, and the speed of the flowing light was insufficient as she saw the hatchet drawing nearer, preventing her from ascending further. What? Zixu Linglong had not anticipated this turn of events. She had assumed she could strike her down with a single blow, but after descending nearly 5 or 6 zhang, she managed to summon the flowing light once more. A wave of indignation surged through Zixu Linglong. It was utterly humiliating that a chi transformation realm cultivator could not bring down someone floating in the air from the chi condensation realm. If word of this spread, what face would Zixu Cave have left? With a furious shout, Zixu Linglong leaped again for the third strike. Clang. Fourth strike. Clang. Fifth strike. Clang, clang, clang. Enraged, Zixu Linglong shouted and screamed, yet she dared not again attempt to summon the flowing light to fly, unless one specifically cultivated flying techniques. The speed of the flowing light was nearly uniform. Chasing after her might take until next year without guarantee of success. As she continued to pursue, the distance from the Luanxin Hall grew ever greater, and if she persisted, she would soon be outside of the Xuanwu sect. Zixu Linglong's anger flared, and she fixed her gaze on the silhouette above, her mind formulating a plan. As he landed once more, he leapt into the air again, striking upwards as he had done countless times before. Observing the figure in the air preparing to hook, Zixu Linglong's lips curled into a sinister smile. With a flick of his wrist, all the purple light emanating from him surged towards the machete. He then swung his arm, and the machete sliced through the air, radiating brilliance as it flew forth. A moment later, a scream pierced the sky, and the figure that had been soaring fell straight down the mountainside. A striking red streak cutting through the scattered fragments of fabric in the air. Chapter 19. The vitality of the Emerald River. In an instant, he had hooked a fish. Zheng Qiu was elated as he lifted the fishing rod. 6 days had passed since relocating to Bihua Town, and Zheng Qiu had finally caught his very first fish since learning to fish. Raising the rod to its highest point, he caught sight of the fish, which was thrashing its tail and splashing water everywhere. Zheng Qiu took a few steps back and swung the rod with great force, sending the fish flopping onto the shore. He rushed over to catch it. The fish was slippery and wriggled incessantly, and Zheng Qiu missed his grasp several times. Finally, he decided to pounce and embraced the fish in his arms. "Master, look, I caught a fish. I can fish now," Zheng Qiu exclaimed as he ran to his master. The master took the fish and tossed it into a wooden barrel, then brushed off the weeds clinging to Zheng Qiu's clothes. "Well done. You've managed to catch a fish in just a few days. However, next time, don't try to embrace the fish. Look at how dirty your clothes are." "Master, it's a pity that this one is so small," much smaller than the ones you've caught. My dear disciple, fishing is not merely about how to reel in a fish. It is about learning to remain still, to cultivate patience. Zheng Qiu nodded. Oh, then I shall go fishing again to learn patience. With the bait affixed, Zheng Qiu cast the hook into the water, one hand gripping the fishing rod while the other supported his chin in quiet anticipation. Fortune seemed to have fled. For a considerable time passed without a single movement from the hook. Zheng Qiu fixated on the water's surface, his eyes beginning to ache from the strain. He lifted his head, glancing about to admire the scenery, seeking to relax his weary eyes. Suddenly, what was that? In the distance, he noticed an object drifting downstream upon the river's surface. As it drew nearer, he wondered if it was clothing. Had someone lost their garments in the river? No, that was not right. It was something else. Zheng Qiu rubbed his eyes with one hand and strained his neck for a clearer view. Good heavens, it was a person, a body floating on the water. The individual lay motionless. Was it a case of drowning? In a flurry, Zheng Qiu discarded his fishing rod and dashed toward his master. Master! Master! Someone is drowning. He called out. Quick, look at the river. Hearing Zheng Qiu's urgent cries, his master set down the wooden bucket filled with fish and gazed toward the river. Indeed, there floated a person. Stay here, my good disciple. I shall attend to this. His master intercepted Zheng Qiu, thrusting the fishing rod into his hands. He secured the fishing line to his belt and leaped into the water. The splashes echoed as the master swiftly pulled the individual to the bank, revealing that the person was a woman. Zheng Qiu crouched beside her, gently pushing aside the damp hair that obscured her face. With a thud, he sank down onto the ground, lifting his gaze to meet his master's astonished expression. To his shock, the woman was none other than the senior sister. Master, how can this be our senior sister? Zheng Qiu stammered, his finger cautiously reaching out to poke her cheek, confirming that she was indeed alive. Disciple, let us first elevate her. We cannot allow her to lie here. Indeed, she must not remain in this position. The master positioned himself at the head and bent down to lift the elder sister's arms. It was then that Zheng Qiu noticed a significant tear in the sleeve on the right side of the elder sister's garment. Turning towards her feet, he observed that her dress was stained crimson. Zheng Qiu bent down to lift her foot, but as his hands grasped, a sudden chill ran through him. His face drained of color, empty. And master, the legs, the legs. Zheng Qiu's voice trembled, paralyzed by fear. The master, taken aback by Zheng Qiu's expression, felt a wave of dread wash over him. His hand trembled as he touched the elder sister's neck. It was cold, devoid of warmth. Disciple, quickly, we must bring her inside. The master's voice quivered, his words faltering. He turned, hoisting the elder sister onto his back, while Zheng Qiu followed closely, ensuring she did not slip away. They hurried into the room, carefully laying the elder sister flat upon the bed. What shall we do now? The master was in a frenzy, perspiration beading upon his brow. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, and he hastily began to search his person. The master retrieved a small vial from his robe, containing the vital energy elixir Zheng Qiu had once procured from the alchemy chamber. Grabbing the water jug from the table, he uncorked the vial and poured the elixir into it. After giving the jug a slight shake, he pried open the elder sister's clenched jaw and attempted to administer the potion. Yet, as the liquid flowed in, it merely trickled from the corner of her mouth. Not a drop consumed. Lying down was not an option. The master retrieved 4 or 5 pillows, propping the senior sister's body upright while tilting her head back. He carefully dripped the medicinal tonic into her mouth. This chi-boosting elixir was merely intended for strengthening the body, yet it contained ingredients for nourishing the blood and vital energy. One could only hope it might sustain her life. Zheng. After a moment, Zheng Qiu's mother rushed in hurriedly. Sister-in-law, let me feed her water. You check on her legs. I am unable to do so. Zheng Qiu's mother bent down, lifting her skirt, only to pale at the sight. She looked up at the master, shaking her head slightly. What are you standing there for? Hurry and bandage her. Yes. Zheng Qiu's mother dashed to the cabinet, accidentally knocking over a rack of fishing gear in her haste. She pulled out freshly purchased, clean cloth and tore it into long strips with determination. Simultaneously, she urged Zheng Qiu outside. Children should not witness this. Go and summon your father. Ask him to fetch the doctor from town. All right, I will go at once. Understanding the urgency, Zheng Qiu sprinted towards the market. He swallowed hard, moistening his dry throat, alternating between running and walking as he hurried home. Doctor, quickly. The person is inside. Zheng Qiu's father lowered the doctor down, leaning against the wall, panting and wiping sweat from his brow. "Father." Zheng Qiu approached, glancing between the door and his father, wanting to enter but hesitating. "Do not be afraid, my son. This is the best doctor in town. Your senior sister will be just fine," his father reassured, kicking aside 2 stones and brushing off the dirt to signal his son to sit. "Do not rush. Your master and mother are still inside. Be patient, sit and wait." Zheng Qiu rubbed his hands together and sat silently on a stone. After a while, he suddenly inquired, "Father, is it true that something happened in the mountains, prompting our family to relocate to Bai Town?" Zheng Qiu's father paused momentarily, then gently patted Zheng Qiu's head, saying, "My son, among us, you are the wisest. It suffices that you understand certain matters. Do not indulge in childish whims." Zheng Qiu pouted slightly. "I know, it's just. Everything will be fine. Don't worry, everything will be fine." Chapter 20. United care for the senior sister. Awakening. They waited and waited, as the sun dipped behind the mountains and night enveloped the sky. It was not until the deep hours of the night that the doctor finally emerged from the room. Leaning against the doorframe, he fanned himself with his sleeve, appearing utterly exhausted. Zheng Qiu and his father rushed to him, one grasping his shoulder and the other tugging at his clothing. "Doctor, how is she?" "Yes, doctor, what of my senior sister?" "What? There is no hope left?" Zheng Qiu's father, in a surge of emotion, tightened his grip. "What are you doing? Release your hand, let go." The doctor forcefully pushed Zheng Qiu's father away. "Do you still wish for her to survive?" "Of course we do. Listen closely. She was submerged for too long in the water, which is far from clean. And there are already signs of infection." Infection. Zheng Qiu understood that after an injury, contact with unclean substances could lead to infection, rendering the wound incapable of healing. If fever ensued, survival would be doubtful within a few days. He incessantly tugged at the physician's garment, imploring, "Is there no recourse? Doctor, I beseech you. Aid my senior apprentice. Surely, you possess the means." "Enough, enough," the physician interjected, halting Zheng Qiu's entreaties. "I can prescribe medication, but whether she perseveres rests with her own fortitude, and of course, your diligent care." Zheng Qiu's father thumped his chest reassuringly. "Rest assured, doctor, once you provide the remedy, we shall attend to her assiduously, without a moment's lapse." The physician brushed off his sleeve. "I am one who invariably champions the patient's well-being. Your impetuous entry into the clinic this morning, your conveyance of me hither, and even your recent forceful grip, all these I can overlook. However, the cost of the medication is a matter that cannot be disregarded." Zheng Qiu's father's countenance faltered, followed by an expression of awkwardness. "This, doctor, name your price. I vow not to be in arrears, even if it necessitates the sacrifice of our possessions." "Well then, let us do this. I shall make an exception and extend credit to you. You may remit installments monthly." Zheng Qiu's father was overjoyed. "Splendid. You are truly a benevolent soul, a virtuous physician." Yes, it is in the adjacent chamber. I shall unlock it." Observing his father escorting the physician away, Zheng Qiu hesitated momentarily before gingerly pushing open the door and peering within. Inside, his mother was seated on the edge of the bed, while his master had drawn up a stool and was reclining against the headboard. Zheng Qiu approached with measured steps. Upon the bed, his senior apprentice was clad in his mother's garments, her eyes shut tight, her face ashen, as if devoid of any vital essence. "Master? My dear disciple, have no fear. Your senior apprentice yet lives. Son, come." Zheng Qiu's mother shifted, patting the bedside, inviting Zheng Qiu to sit. "Mother, what troubles you?" Zheng Qiu discerned a hint of fatigue in her mother's voice, which was notably softer. The master elucidated. "The doctor has utilized a blood transfusion to preserve the life of the senior sister, and the blood in question is that of your mother." "Mother, how are you? Are you all right?" "I am fine," her mother reassured her. "The doctor advised that I should rest for half a month and refrain from strenuous activities. I will recover swiftly." The master fashioned 2 stoves from river mud, specifically for concocting medicinal broths and salves. Zheng Qiu's mother remained indoors, tending to the senior sister by changing her dressings and wiping her down. Despite her numerous inquiries, Zheng Qiu was assigned only the task of fetching water. The doctor's medicine proved effective. The senior sister exhibited no signs of fever, and as time progressed, her complexion gradually improved. On the 8th day, an exclamation of joy erupted from Zheng Qiu's mother. "She has awakened." Upon hearing this, Zheng Qiu and the master hastily abandoned their tasks and rushed into the room. There, they beheld the senior sister with her eyes slightly ajar, her gaze meandering around the bedside, as if somewhat disoriented. Senior sister, Zheng Qiu exclaimed, leaning over the edge of the bed. Upon hearing her name called, the senior sister's gaze shifted to Zheng Qiu's face. After what felt like an eternity, the senior sister opened her eyes wider, a spark of awareness illuminating her expression. Medicine, child, she murmured, her lips barely moving, the words scarcely audible. Zheng Qiu had to lean in closely to catch her words. Master, master. Zheng Qiu's face radiated with joy. The senior sister called for me. She recognizes me. The master raised his hand and gently tapped it on his head, instructing, be quiet. She needs to rest now. If you continue to make noise, you may as well stay outside. Zheng Qiu curled up next to his mother, cradling his head. Understood, master, I will not disturb her. Zheng Qiu's mother inquired of the master, brother, can she eat now? Not yet. She must first have rice soup, followed by thin porridge. And it should be fed to her little by little, the master replied, pulling Zheng Qiu closer. Haven't you always wanted to help? Come, let us head to the kitchen. After 2 consecutive days of rice soup, the senior sister's condition improved somewhat, allowing her body to gradually regain mobility. Following another 3 days of thin porridge, she finally managed to sit up, propped against a pillow, and feed herself. Son, the porridge is ready. Quickly take it to your senior sister, the mother said, handing the bowl to Zheng Qiu. Be careful, do not burn yourself. Zheng Qiu stepped out of the kitchen with small, cautious strides, blowing on the porridge to cool it. Senior sister, it's time for porridge. Zheng Qiu exclaimed as he pushed open the door, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. The senior sister had collapsed onto the floor, her hair disheveled. The room was in disarray, with items strewn about in drawers and cabinets flung open, their contents in chaos. Suddenly, the senior sister reached out, gripping Zheng Qiu's arm tightly, and shouted, Medicine boy, where is the letter? Where is it? The letter? What letter? He responded, bewildered. The letter. Where's the letter I placed in my clothing? She demanded desperately. Senior sister, there is no letter. When I rescued you by the river that day, I did not see any letter. No, that cannot be. She insisted, shaking her head vigorously, causing her hair to become even more disordered. Where's my clothing? Where is it? Go now, right now, urged the voice, filled with urgency. All right, I shall go at once. Zheng Qiu hurried to the storage room, rummaging through the basket of discarded items until he unearthed the garment. Brushing off the dust, he held it aloft before the senior sister. But where are the sleeves? What has become of them? Senior sister, it was sleeveless. When I rescued you that day, the clothing was already torn. Look, the back and the hem, these were damaged at that time. Zheng Qiu's words trailed off as he noticed the senior sister had become motionless, lost in thought. He placed the garment down and approached her, only to find her head bowed, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. Please, don't cry. Zheng Qiu stammered, feeling utterly helpless, unsure of how to comfort her. Chapter 21. Days on the wooden chair, severing old thoughts. Senior sister, here is your porridge. Yet, the senior sister merely glanced at the bowl and turned her head away. Senior sister, if you don't eat, your body won't be able to withstand it. She remained unresponsive. Is it that you are not hungry right now and do not wish to eat? Still, she ignored him. Zheng Qiu scratched his head and placed the bowl on the low cabinet beside the bed. Perhaps the porridge has cooled. I shall leave this here and return shortly with a fresh, hot bowl. After Zheng Qiu departed, the senior sister gazed at the bowl of porridge, her nose tinged with sorrow. She raised her hand, attempting to cast the bowl to the floor, but halted just at its edge. After a prolonged moment of indecision, she wiped her eyes with her sleeve and ultimately lifted the bowl. Senior sister, here comes the hot porridge. Zheng Qiu exclaimed as he entered the room, only to discover that the senior sister had already consumed the contents of the bowl. I knew that the senior sister was not hungry. I will set this bowl aside. If you haven't had enough to eat, senior sister, you may have another bowl. With that, Zheng Qiu tidied up the empty bowl and quickly left. However, after finishing the porridge, the senior sister fell silent, refusing to speak a word to either Zheng Qiu, his mother, or their master. Zheng Qiu's mother remarked that she only let out soft sounds of discomfort during the dressing changes. Zheng Qiu inquired of his master what to do, and the master replied that the senior sister's affliction was a matter of the heart, one that could only be healed by a remedy of the heart. What that remedy entailed, he did not know. Zheng Qiu brought the wheelchair to the bedside, saying, Senior sister, this wheelchair was made by my father. Is this acceptable? Do you like it? The senior sister examined the wheelchair, and her heart ached, tears streaming from her eyes. She quickly shut her eyes and turned her head away. Witnessing her sorrow, Zheng Qiu felt a heavy stone lodged in his heart. But what could be done without the wheelchair? The senior sister could not remain bedridden for life. Senior sister, please don't do this. Look, with this wheelchair, I can take you anywhere you wish. You need only to sit. He added, really, not just me, my family can assist you with the wheelchair as well. As he spoke, his voice grew softer until he was on the verge of tears himself. Rubbing his nose, Zheng Qiu pushed the wheelchair to the edge of the bed and, head bowed, silently exited the room. What should be done? This simply would not suffice. The following noon, Zheng Qiu's mother and master were conversing in the kitchen. Zheng Qiu's mother clutched a piece of paper, her face etched with worry as she glanced back and forth. Sister-in-law, do not fret. Surely there is a solution. How can I not be anxious? The carpenter's shop is so busy, we cannot burden the father of the child any further. Even with the earnings from our eldest son's brickmaking, it still falls short of covering the medical expenses. Do not rush, please remain calm. The master, while offering reassurance, repeatedly tugged at his hair, strands of white falling away. In the past, we never worried about such matters on the mountain. Now, even a penny can thwart a hero. I truly lack experience in this regard. I can help. Zheng Qiu's voice suddenly rang out from behind the master. My dear apprentice, when did you arrive? I came to the kitchen to fetch lunch for the senior sister. Zheng Qiu patted his chest, addressing his mother and the master. I can earn money too. Son, you are still too young. Do not involve yourself in this. I am not little. Once the new year passes, I will be 10 years old. If my elder brother can earn money, surely I can as well. The master chuckled. What can someone so small possibly do? The mother nodded thoughtfully. That might be a solution. It seems your elder brother knows a restaurant owner. I shall ask him to inquire. After a moment's reflection, Zheng Qiu added, Mother, was your sewing skill not quite good in the past? You made elder brother's winter clothes. The mother's eyes brightened. Indeed, that is a viable option. She affectionately ruffled her son's hair and turned to the master, saying, Brother Zheng, my son is correct. I can sew clothes. However, purchasing fabric and selling garments. The master waved his hand to interrupt. No need to elaborate. Leave that to your elder brother. Handling transactions is no trouble for him. After conferring on a solution, mother served the dishes to Zheng Qiu, urging him to deliver them promptly. Elder sister, it's time to eat. Upon entering the room, Zheng Qiu was taken aback to find the elder sister seated in a wheelchair. He carefully placed the dishes on the table and inquired, Elder sister, did you manage to sit in the wheelchair by yourself? How is it? Is it manageable? Yao Tong. The elder sister suddenly spoke, startling Zheng Qiu, who almost toppled the dishes in surprise. Elder sister, you finally decided to speak. Yao Tong, what is your name? Elder sister, I am Zheng Qiu, a name given by my master. Zheng Qiu, the elder sister sighed. Do not call me elder sister anymore. Refer to me as Yunyu. There is no longer an elder sister. Elder, seeing her shake her head, Zheng Qiu quickly corrected himself. Yun, Sister Yunyu. Sister Yunyu, let us eat. Zheng Qiu wheeled the chair to the table and placed the utensils in her hands. Sister Yunyu, please eat quickly. It will taste unpleasant if it cools down. Yunyu nodded slightly and took a few bites of rice. After a mere few mouthfuls, she sighed again. Zheng Qiu, I have been a burden to you all. A burden? No, how could that be? Zheng Qiu vigorously shook his head. You all worked tirelessly to earn money for my medicine, and now. Sister Yunyu, you are aware? Zheng Qiu glanced down at the wheelchair and suddenly recalled that she had just exited the room. Seeing her nod, he patted his chest and declared, Sister Yunyu, you are now my sister, my family. Rest assured, we will find a solution for the medical expenses. I will never abandon you. Upon hearing these words, Yunyu lowered her head and stared at the bowl. After a moment, she sniffed, raised her hand to wipe her eyes, and said, Zheng Qiu, thank you. Thank you all. After finishing lunch, Yunyu asked Zheng Qiu to push her to the riverbank. She lifted her gaze upstream, where only the undulating green mountains met her eyes. She gazed for a long while before speaking. Zheng Qiu, bring me that tattered garment. You are the youngest in the sect to reach the qi condensation stage, and you possess the greatest potential among the disciples. Have you forgotten my words? Hurry. If you do not leave now, it will be too late. Yunyu, please go. Do not forget what I entrusted to you. She closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks, her hand clenching the garment as she forcefully waved it towards the distance. The tattered white robe and the crimson hem, like the shattered wings of a butterfly, drifted into the river. Chapter 22. The busy season of Drunken Mountain. Zheng Qiu's elder brother indeed knew the owner of a restaurant, which was located at the entrance of the market, named Drunken Mountain Pavilion. The restaurant was renowned for its signature dish, the drunken fish of Mount Fu. Prepared by marinating fish in 3 types of rice wine. It is said that the dish is rich and aromatic, but the after effects are potent, leaving those with low tolerance unable to exit the doors of Drunken Mountain Pavilion. Once, when the stove in the kitchen collapsed, Zheng Qiu's brother carried bricks to repair it, during which he became acquainted with the restaurant's owner. The proprietor was slender, yet had a notably large belly, as though he had stuffed a pillow beneath his clothing. However, he was a kind man. Upon learning of Zheng Qiu's family's financial difficulties, he arranged a serving job within a day. He also assured that he would look after Zheng Qiu, ensuring that the child would not be bullied. Yin Yu's mental state has significantly improved compared to before. She not only expresses a willingness to converse with others, but also proactively suggests learning to knit from Zheng Qiu's mother. Zheng Qiu's mother is delighted, praising Yin Yu's dexterity and intelligence during dinner every day, extolling how quickly she learns. As for the master, each morning, he meticulously prepares the newly woven garments, carrying them in a bamboo basket to set up a stall at the market, while also escorting Zheng Qiu to Zhe Shan Lu. Time passes swiftly, and before long, the year-end arrives. The snow falls in thick, feathery flakes, blanketing the world in a pristine white. In Biha town, every household hangs unique fish lanterns at their doors, and in the center of the marketplace, a towering snow sculpture of a fish child stands over 2 zhang high. At this moment, Zheng Qiu's home is also filled with a joyful atmosphere. Just 10 days prior, they had settled their outstanding medical bills. The doctor even gifted them a ginseng root the size of a finger, advising them to nourish Yunyu with it. What? That cannot be. You mustn't go. Zheng Qiu's mother immediately objected when she heard Zheng Qiu mention the trip to Zuishan Lu during the year-end. How can we go during the year-end? Our family should be together. However, the shopkeeper has promised double wages. Zheng Qiu scratched his head, attempting to persuade his mother. No, even if it were triple, I won't allow it. Now that the medical bills are settled, there is no need for you to work so hard. With a sharp clack of her chopsticks, Zheng Qiu's mother retorted, Eat your meal. Then she turned to Zheng Qiu. Son, is it true what your elder brother said? That you are going to repay the shopkeeper's favor? Zheng Qiu rolled her eyes, sensing that her elder brother's suggestion was not entirely opposed by their mother. Thus, she decided to follow his advice. Indeed, we should repay the favor. The shopkeeper has rendered us considerable assistance, and it is only right to reciprocate. However, she mused, we cannot go every day. That would hardly evoke the spirit of the new year. Her brother's reasoning proved astute, as their mother did not outright refuse this time. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Qiu quickly added, Mother, rest assured, I have discussed it with the shopkeeper. We will only be going for half a day each time. Half a day? Zheng Qiu's mother hesitated. Yes, truly just half a day. After a lengthy contemplation, her mother finally acquiesced. Then it shall be only half a day. Thank you, mother, Zheng Qiu exclaimed as she rushed forward to embrace her. The following day, stepping onto the thick layer of snow, Zheng Qiu arrived early at the Zuishan Lu shopkeeper. I'm here. I've spoken with my family. Upon seeing Zheng Qiu, the shopkeeper's face beamed with joy. Oh, our Zheng Qiu is the most obedient. Have you been freezing? Go to the kitchen and warm up with some hot water before starting your work. Thank you, shopkeeper. Zheng Qiu replied, brushing off the snowflakes from her attire. Please don't forget our previous agreement. I want to take my wages during the new year. Instead, I will bring my family here for a meal afterwards, and you shall treat us. Rest assured, I have it all noted down in black and white. I will definitely treat you to the finest dishes when the time comes. Then I shall head to the kitchen now. You carry on with your tasks. With the new year approaching, the Zuishan Lu was bustling with diners, each table lavishly adorned for feasting. Over 200 plates of the famed Zue fish had already been sold. Zheng Qiu darted back and forth between the kitchen and the dining area, hardly pausing for a moment throughout the entire afternoon. As mealtime gradually came to an end, the guests who had finished their meals began to depart, leaving less than half of the tables occupied in the Drunken Mountain Lodge. Child, come here, the proprietor called out to Zheng Qiu, who was about to enter the kitchen to fetch dishes. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zheng Qiu was uncertain of the proprietor's intent. I still have energy. My brothers have not yet taken a break, he protested. The proprietor firmly seated him in a chair. How old are they? And how old are you? That is enough for today. Be obedient, or I shall cease to entertain you. No, no, no. I will behave, I promise. Zheng Qiu replied quickly. Sitting in the chair, he rubbed his sore legs, feeling somewhat embarrassed to remain idle for too long. Thus, he donned his cotton coat, and, with his hands tucked in, departed from the drunken mountain lodge. Outside, snow began to fall once more, heavy and thick, covering the ground in a deep layer that reached nearly to his calves with each step. A fierce wind swept through the streets, sending flurries of snow swirling around him. Zheng Qiu tugged at his collar, hunching his neck as he hurried forward. Suddenly, his head jolted as if he had collided with something. Before he could raise his gaze, a powerful gust struck his face, propelling him backward. With a thud, he landed on the ground, tumbling and rolling for several yards. Coughing, he spat out mouthfuls of snowflakes and wiped his face as he slowly sat up. Fortunately, the snow on the ground was thick, otherwise, he might have sustained a grievous injury. "What are you doing?" A somewhat juvenile female voice rang out. Zheng Qiu lifted his head to see a girl clad in a purple-striped white robe. She was not tall, with 2 long braids cascading down, and a large golden bell hung around her neck, suggesting she was around 10 years of age. The girl glared at Zheng Qiu with a fierce intensity, as if she could devour him with her gaze. "What are you staring at? This is the consequence of provoking me. Do you have any objections?" Junior sister. A young boy, considerably taller than the girl and dressed in a blue and white robe, rushed over. Upon witnessing the scene, he hurried to Zheng Qiu's side and inquired, "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Zheng Qiu quickly shook his head. "I'm fine, truly, I'm unscathed." "Humph. Why did you not inquire about my well-being first? Instead, you rushed to concern yourself with others." The girl lifted her foot and kicked the accumulated snow, sending a flurry into the air. "Have I not suffered enough? He was the one who bumped into me." "Junior sister, I understand that you feel wronged. However, you have already struck him quite hard. There's no need to hold a grudge against him. He is merely an ordinary child." "What do you mean, brother?" "I am a child too." Indeed, brother is foolish and did not notice." "All right, let us not linger in the snow." The young boy bent down, coaxing the girl while guiding her away. Chapter 23. A familiar encounter at the Drunken Mountain Lodge during the festive season. The Drunken Mountain Lodge was bustling with patrons, and Zheng Qiu found himself traversing the path from the kitchen to the dining area hundreds of times each day. By the end of his shifts, his legs felt as limp as noodles, devoid of any strength. The proprietor, observing this, grew increasingly fond of the obedient and capable boy. Once the festive season had passed, the proprietor honored their agreement and treated Zheng Qiu's family to a sumptuous meal, featuring an exquisite selection of fish, meat, fruits, and vegetables, all meticulously chosen. At first, everyone assumed that the proprietor had incurred a significant expense and thus hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. However, once the proprietor elucidated the entire situation, they readily indulged in the feast. Each person eagerly served dishes into Zheng Qiu's bowl, praising his thoughtfulness, almost wishing to fill his plate with the entirety of the banquet. After the meal, Zheng Qiu received 3 new garments, one of which was hand-woven by Yunyu herself. When he tried it on, everyone complimented him on how well it fit and looked, causing Yunyu to blush with modesty. As the New Year festivities came to a close, Biha Town gradually returned to its usual state, with remnants of snow lingering on the roads and rooftops, while a few households still hung lanterns at their doorsteps. "Come, Zheng Qiu, the drunken fish from Fushan is ready. Take it," the chef called out, handing Zheng Qiu a beautifully arranged dish of drunken fish destined for the first table on the second floor. Zheng Qiu nodded and ascended the stairs with the plate in hand. Upon arriving at the table, he froze at the sight of the guests seated there. Despite having changed his attire, he instantly recognized the 2 individuals at the table, the siblings who had made him chew on snowflakes that fateful day. "Why haven't you brought it over?" the girl asked, turning her head. Upon seeing him, she slammed her hand on the table. "You again? What do you want? Aren't I welcome?" "And no, not at all." "Then bring it over." "Oh, right." Zheng Qiu hastily placed the dish on the table and took a few steps back, preparing to make his escape. "Stop. You're not allowed to leave." I can't take back food once it has been touched." The girl narrowed her eyes, glaring at him. "Do you dare not take it back? If you don't, I'll shove the plate down your throat." I will. If it's not delicious, I promise I'll help you return it." Zheng Qiu swallowed hard and quickly yielded, realizing the futility of resistance. The girl extended her chopsticks, scraping a small morsel of flesh from the belly of the fish. She inspected it closely, first glancing left and right, then bringing it closer to her nose for a sniff before finally placing it in her mouth. Tilting her head, she savored the bite for a moment before reaching for her chopsticks again, this time retrieving a larger piece of fish. Before long, she had consumed half of the fish's belly. Her senior, seated across the table, interjected gently, "Junior sister, you ought to stop. Consuming too much greasy food is detrimental to your cultivation." "No. Why must I refrain? My cultivation progresses faster than yours. On what grounds do you prevent me from eating?" The senior found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his expression clouded with confusion. He shrugged, lowered his gaze, and produced a small cloth pouch, from which he poured out a handful of smooth, round beans, counting them slowly. Zheng Qiu observed intently, recognizing the pale purple seeds as those of the Yilua flower, astonished by their abundance. As she chewed the fish, she mumbled, "Well, he deserves it. Always engrossed in research, yet he can't even keep the seeds alive, junior sister." Elder Mingzong acts with everyone's interests in mind. Such remarks are inappropriate upon hearing that only 2 of the 20 Yilua flower seeds had germinated. Zheng Qiu interjected, "Actually, the seeds of the Yilua flower require scarification before planting." "Oh, you recognize these as Yilua flower seeds?" The senior lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Zheng Qiu from head to toe. "Scarification, you say? Have you ever cultivated this?" Zheng Qiu nodded affirmatively. "So, you have experience growing Yilua flowers?" Zheng Qiu nodded once more, and after a moment of contemplation, the senior inquired, "What was your success rate with germination?" Zheng Qiu scratched his head. "I have planted 6 seeds, and they have all sprouted." He was speaking nonsense. And the girl banged her chopsticks and exclaimed, "Don't listen to him, senior brother." Turning to Zheng Qiu, she glared, "Where did you come from? Speak, or I shall make you eat the plate." I originally cultivated herbs on the mountain," he stammered. The senior brother's eyes brightened. "Young brother, you have concealed your skills well. May I inquire which sect's esteemed disciple you are?" Zheng Qiu hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. Was there a rule against revealing such things? "I apologize for my abruptness," he finally said. Noticing the other party's inclination to apologize, Zheng Qiu quickly waved his hands. "No, it's not that. It's just that something happened on the mountain, and I ran down." The senior brother paused for a moment. Then his expression turned understanding. "I see. It is only natural to seek profit and avoid danger. You need not feel guilt." "Coward." The girl stuck out her tongue and made a face. "Junior sister, others also have their struggles. One cannot speak so lightly. Look, he claims to have planted 6 Elira flower seeds, and they all sprouted. He must possess some skill." The girl turned back to Zheng Qiu and smiled. "Did you hear that? They say you have skill." Then she turned to the senior brother, "Since he has skill, let him go to old man Mingzong and teach him how to cultivate herbs." "Junior sister, this." The girl faced Zheng Qiu. "Are you someone who can grow anything?" "Not really," he replied. With a thud, the girl slammed the table, which creaked ominously as if it might collapse at any moment. Zheng Qiu shrank back. "I can grow some things, just a few." The girl, without hesitation, ascended onto the chair, brandishing her chopsticks towards Zheng Qiu's nose, exclaiming loudly, "You claim to know everything? Everything, everything, everything. Did you hear that, senior brother? He knows everything." The girl leaped onto the table, scattering bowls and plates with a crash. "Junior sister, come down. There are so many people watching. Junior sister, please come down." However, the girl disregarded her senior brother's entreaties, producing a square jade piece and tossing it at Zheng Qiu's forehead. Subsequently, she pointed at Zheng Qiu and shouted, "All right. Take this to the Qianyan sect and find the old man Mingzong. Tell him that someone who cultivates medicine far surpasses him has arrived." I understand. The senior brother continuously pleaded, "Junior sister, please come down. Please come down." Zheng Qiu leaned in and whispered, "Esteemed brother, does the Fushan drunken fish contain wine? Could it be that she consumed too much and became intoxicated?" The senior brother sighed, "Alas, I knew it. I told her not to eat it, but she insisted." "Esteemed brother, what do you make of this?" Zheng Qiu discreetly handed over the jade piece. "Thank you. You are truly too kind." As Zheng Qiu attempted to bow in gratitude, the senior brother supported him with his hand. "Please, refrain from bowing, lest my junior sister sees and creates a disturbance. Quickly, descend the stairs and remove yourself from her sight while I attempt to placate her." Chapter 24. The Qianyan Road, distant and difficult to tread, my dear disciple. "I am inside. What troubles you?" Zheng Qiu entered the room and observed his master folding clothes. He presented the jade piece and inquired, "Master, are you familiar with the Qianyan sect?" "The Qianyan sect? I have never heard of it. What is the matter?" The master accepted the jade piece, questioning, "What is this?" "It happened that I encountered 2 individuals at a restaurant who urged me to visit the Qianyan sect." "They invited you to the Qianyan sect? Pray elaborate." Zheng Qiu recounted the entire affair, And when he mentioned the iluo flower, he gestured to indicate the size of the bag, signifying an abundance of seeds. So, they believe you possess the ability to cultivate medicinal herbs, hence their invitation? Indeed. Master, is the iluo flower truly that challenging to cultivate? Why are they oblivious to the process of breaking the seed coat? The master stroked his beard, straightened his back, and exhibited a proud demeanor. The technique for breaking the seed coat is a unique secret of your master. I wasted countless seeds and spent over 20 years perfecting it. 20 years. It seems I have greatly benefited from your expertise, master. Should I consider visiting this Chinyan sect? The master hesitated slightly. As for the Chinyan sect, I am not well acquainted. Perhaps we should consult Yunyu. Her knowledge in this area will certainly surpass mine. Sister Yunyu, are you busy? Zheng Qiu and the master knocked on Yunyu's door. Not busy, what is it? Yunyu sat at the table, her hands deftly weaving fabric. Zheng Qiu presented a jade piece. Sister Yunyu, please take a look at this. Yunyu set aside her work, accepted the piece, and examined it closely. The jade was a pure, creamy white, thin and delicate, with the character Qinyun engraved on one side and an open book depicted on the reverse. Qinyun, Qinyun, could this be something from the Chinyan sect? Zheng Qiu, where did you acquire this? Zheng Qiu lifted his gaze and exchanged a glance with the master. Indeed. Sister Yunyu was well informed about the Chinyan sect. The Chinyan sect has existed for over 14 centuries, making it one of the last 3 millennial sects on the Yunxiu continent. The Chinyan sect is rather peculiar. It never engages in the conflicts among other sects. Yet it possesses more than 100 peaks and has established relay stations across the continent. One might wonder why no one dares to covet the Chinyan sect, and this is intrinsically linked to its activities. The sect dispatches disciples to traverse every corner of Yunxiu, diligently seeking and purchasing techniques and formations, which they then conceal within a place known as the Wenianch. Every 5 years, various sects visit the Chinyan sect to procure the techniques and formations they require, during which a celebration called the Qinyun Dian Su is held. The most renowned skill of the Chinyan sect is the Qian Kuan Juyun formation. However, it is not a formation designed for offense or defense, but rather for gathering the energies of heaven and earth, reshaping the spiritual veins of the mountains, and aiding in cultivation. This Qian Kuan Juyun formation is also available for purchase. Any sect that offers sufficient remuneration will have the members of the Qinyun sect personally arrange the formation. Thus, the Qinyun sect resembles a merchant in business. There is nothing you cannot acquire, only what you cannot afford. Naturally, other sects are eager to foster amicable relations with them to obtain more and better resources. Among cultivators in Yunxiu, there is a saying, countless techniques of Yunxiu all originate from Qinyun. Yunyu returned the jade piece to Zheng Qiu and said, Zheng Qiu, your innate talent is lacking, making cultivation impossible for you. However, the Qinyun sect harbors countless extraordinary techniques, and there will surely be one that can set you on the path of cultivation. You must go to the Qinyun sect, no matter what. The master waved his hand dismissively, saying, I am of advanced age. It is simply impossible. Yunyu had previously mentioned that there exists a myriad of cultivation techniques available there, undoubtedly including those suitable for older individuals. By the way, Yunyu, why not consider accompanying us? There might be a chance to restore your legs. Yunyu was momentarily taken aback. Zheng Qiu's words resonated with truth. Perhaps a visit to Qinyun sect could indeed present an opportunity. However, her expression soon dimmed. The Qinyun sect is situated no less than 3,000 mountains away from here. Given my current state, it is utterly impossible for me to reach there. Zheng Qiu gestured animatedly. Yunyu, aren't you capable of flight? You could soar there. Yunyu lowered her gaze. Fly? My meridians have been utterly destroyed. I possess no cultivation whatsoever. How could I possibly fly? Yunyu, please do not weep. It is all right. I can push you along, and together we will journey to Qinyun sect. I promise, wherever you wish to go, I will ensure you get there. Yunyu shook her head, maneuvering her wheelchair to the bedside. Do not be foolish. Carrying me, could you traverse a mountain in a day? Even if you could manage one mountain each day, it would take a decade to reach Qinyun sect. And what then? My meridians are completely destroyed. What cultivation could I possibly pursue? With that, Yunyu grasped the armrests of her wheelchair, exerting effort to lift herself onto the bed. Please, you may leave now. I am weary and in need of rest. As they exited the room with their master, Zheng Qiu wore a look of deep frustration. Master, what shall we do? The Qinyun sect is so far away, we cannot bring Yunyu along, even if it were just the two of us. We cannot ascertain how long the journey would take. Well, it seems I might have an idea. The master clenched his fist and struck it into his palm. Precisely. What is correct? My dear disciple, there must be alternative ways to reach the Qianyun sect. They certainly do not expect you to walk there on foot. Other methods. Indeed, master, you are right. They would never ask me to travel by foot. Disciple, can you still locate those two individuals? Well, Zheng Qiu scratched his head, uncertain of their whereabouts. The master took Zheng Qiu to the riverside, where they sat on a wooden bench by the fishing spot. He gazed at the water's surface, reflecting the starlit night, and spoke softly. My dear disciple, do not rush. During such times, one must exhibit patience, much like fishing. Tell me about those two individuals. What do they look like? What attire do they wear? What are their temperaments like? After listening intently, the master stroked his beard and slowly remarked, it seems that the girl is someone who won't easily be taken advantage of, while her senior brother indulges her whims. When did you first encounter them? It was the day after the New Year. Perhaps, I am not entirely sure. The master furrowed his brow thoughtfully. If we consider the girl as temperament, she likely would choose to camp in the mountains. If they require lodging, the best place in town would be the Rice Fragrance Inn. Disciple, did you pay attention to which direction they headed after leaving the restaurant today? Zheng Qiu tilted his head in contemplation. I believe they went to the left. The master's eyes lit up. Precisely. To reach the Rice Fragrance Inn, one must turn left from the Drunken Mountain Pavilion. My dear disciple, we have a lead. Tomorrow we shall visit the Rice Fragrance Inn, and perhaps we may encounter them. Chapter 25. Waiting for Trace's day and night the following day, the master took Zheng Qiu and set off early, first arriving at Zuishan Lu, then turning left towards Daoxiangju. Daoxiangju was a three-story wooden building, each adorned with strings of rice ears. These rice ears had been gently roasted, and as one approached, a subtle fragrance of rice wafted through the air. Daoxiangju was the finest inn in Baihe town, charging a silver coin for a night's stay, which could otherwise afford 3 days of lavish meals at Zuishan Lu. As Zheng Qiu and his master neared the entrance of Daoxiangju, a burly man guarding the door barred their way. He brandished a 2-zhang-long red lacquered wooden staff before them, his face stern as he declared, You are not here to stay, are you? No lodging, no entry. The master clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Brother, we come seeking someone. Might you allow us to enter for a moment? Absolutely not. The man thrust the staff forward, forcing the master back onto the street. Those inside are of stature. How could we permit you impoverished souls to enter? We truly are only searching for someone and shall not disturb the other guests, they pleaded. No entry means no entry. The man's demeanor was menacing, the staff thudding against the ground, suggesting he was ready to resort to violence. With no choice, the master and Zheng Qiu retreated to the opposite side of the street, taking shelter under an eave to devise a plan. Master, they won't let us in, Zheng Qiu remarked. Do not fret, my dear disciple. Let us wait here a moment and see if anyone emerges from within. Zheng Qiu nodded, borrowing a long bench from a nearby shop, and together they sat in wait. As the sun ascended ever higher in the sky, at noon, a young man emerged from the gates of Daoxiangju, clad in a long robe and wielding a paper fan, resembling a wealthy scion. Upon noticing him, the master promptly pulled Zheng Qiu along and hurried over to inquire. However, before they could utter their questions, the young man furrowed his brow, turned his face aside, and departed, oblivious to their presence. Undeterred, they decided to await the next opportunity. Time passed, and throughout the afternoon, Zheng Qiu and his companion encountered 3 more individuals, 1 exiting Daoxiangju and 2 entering. Yet, even a simple inquiry proved elusive. Zheng Qiu pondered their unwelcoming demeanor. Glancing down at his attire, which hardly resembled that of a beggar, how could he be so disregarded? As fatigue overwhelmed him, he leaned against his master's shoulder and succumbed to slumber, while the master remained vigilant, his half-closed eyes fixed on the entrance of Daoxiangju. The burly man who had stood at the door, brandishing a wooden staff, had long since retreated within, leaving only the 2 tightly shut doors. After a considerable interval, the door creaked open, revealing a short man clad in coarse cloth. He placed a lantern outside, then labored to bring forth 2 large wooden barrels. Subsequently, he retrieved a carrying pole and gently secured the door behind him. Balancing the 2 barrels, he hung the lantern from the pole and swayed away from Daoxiangju. Awake, my diligent disciple, the master urged, tapping Zheng Qiu's back. Someone is coming. Let us inquire this time. I am certain we shall succeed. Zheng Qiu rubbed his bleary eyes, astonished. Is there truly someone at this late hour? Indeed, there was. He vigorously shook his head, twisting his right hand against his thigh, striving to rouse himself from his drowsiness. Zheng Qiu winced in pain, hopping on his feet as he followed his master in pursuit of the man. This fellow. I wish to. Suddenly, the master spoke, and the man let out a scream as if bitten by a snake. He leaped in shock, causing the wooden barrel on his shoulder to sway violently, its lid clattering to the ground. Once the lid fell, a pungent odor permeated the air, and Zheng Qiu, upon catching a whiff, felt nauseous, gagging and retreating a considerable distance while covering his nose. What are you doing at this hour? The man gasped, clutching his chest, visibly shaken. You scared me to death. Apologies, it was unintentional, the master replied. Kind sir, could you please replace the lid? The stench is simply unbearable. The master also covered his nose, shaking his head while coughing. The man picked up the lid and secured it back on, waving his hand in an attempt to disperse the foul air. There were rotten pickled radishes in the trash today, hence the intensified odor. Tell me, what brings you two, an old man and a young lad, out at this late hour? Good sir, we wish to inquire about something, Zheng Qiu responded. Is it necessary to ask such questions at this hour? The man retorted. The master clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. We are in search of an individual who may reside at Daxiangju. However, we cannot enter, and during the day, no one is willing to assist us. We would greatly appreciate your help. It won't take much of your time. The man chuckled. You're quite clever for an old fellow. Realizing that someone would be taking out the trash at this hour. Since you've waited for me, do tell what you seek. If I know, I shall certainly share. Dear apprentice, do not linger so far away. The odor has lessened. The master beckoned Zheng Qiu to come over and urged him to converse with the gentleman about the individuals he was seeking. After Zheng Qiu vividly described the two figures, the man shook his head in response. I have not encountered the two you speak of. Perhaps you have made a mistake. They are not at Daxiangju. As the man lifted a wooden bucket, seemingly ready to depart, the master hastily stepped forward to detain him. My good fellow, do ponder once more. These individuals are no ordinary people. They are cultivators. They must possess some unique attributes. Please, think a little harder. Ah, old man, there is no need to bother me. They are not particularly special, the man retorted, shrugging off the master's grasp with a hint of irritation. The master and Zheng Qiu perked up their ears, their eyes fixed intently on the man. The entire third floor of Daxiangju has been rented out, yet I have only received garbage from there twice. It seems mostly vacant. The master stroked his beard, contemplating for a moment before inquiring. Do you happen to know when the third floor was leased? It seems it was around the New Year. Yes, it was rented out the day after New Year's, the man replied. Upon hearing this, the master cast a glance at Zheng Qiu, and both their faces brightened with hope. The master pressed on. Do you know until when the third floor is reserved? It appears it will be occupied for another 9 days. The master bowed deeply in gratitude. My good fellow, I cannot thank you enough. The man waved him off. Stepping aside, old man, your gratitude is too grand. I cannot accept it. I only know this much. I hope you find the people you seek. I have work to attend to, so I must be off. After the man departed, Zheng Qiu clutched the master's arm, bouncing with joy, nearly somersaulting in his exuberance. Master, master, found it. Chapter 26. Longing for the tranquil clouds to set sail. The following day, Zheng Qiu took leave from the proprietor of Zuishan Lu and positioned himself at the entrance of Daoxiangju, awaiting a stroke of fortune. His master wished to accompany him, but he politely declined, asserting that his master, due to his advanced age, would be wearied by such prolonged waiting. Daoxiangju was situated in a relatively quiet part of Baihe town, where foot traffic was scarce and shops few, allowing Zheng Qiu to refrain from constantly surveilling the street. The first day passed without incident. The second day yielded the same outcome, and the third and fourth days followed suit. Each evening, he remained until the late hours, when Daoxiangju's doors were secured for the night. Each morning, he arose at dawn, arriving before the establishment opened. This relentless routine soon left Zheng Qiu with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Gasping for breath, he thrust a chili pepper into his mouth, chewing vigorously, his tongue lolling as he sought relief from the heat. Mustering his spirits, he counted the days on his fingers. Today marked the 8th day, and despite the absence of his awaited visitor, it would be disingenuous to claim Zheng Qiu was not anxious. However, with 2 days remaining, hope still lingered. He could not surrender just yet. The sun ascended gradually to its zenith before beginning its descent, signaling the arrival of afternoon. Zheng Qiu propped his head on his hand, his eyelids growing heavy and surrendering to the pull of slumber. Suddenly, a familiar sound wafted into his ears. Although faint and distant, to Zheng Qiu, it resonated like a gong ringing beside his head. A practitioner was approaching. Instantly, Zheng Qiu sprang from his seat, racing into the street to scan the surroundings. A sharp sound echoed once more, and Zheng Qiu, momentarily blinded, beheld two figures striding towards the entrance of Daxiangju. Rubbing his eyes, he discerned one was tall and the other short. The male was clad in a blue-striped white robe, while the female sported two braids. Indeed, they were the elder disciples he had been eagerly awaiting from the Qianyan sect. Wait. Zheng Qiu waved his hands in pursuit. Oh no, he cursed inwardly, reminiscent of that fateful day during the New Year. But there was no snow now, and should he be caught in this predicament, he would surely end up in a state of disarray. He clasped his hands over his head, bent down, and rolled aside with a loud cry. Just as he departed the spot, a gust of wind swept past his heels, whisking away one of his shoes. It's you again. The girl, recognizing the figure sprawled on the ground, tilted her head and scolded. What are you still doing here? Were you not instructed to seek out the old man Mingzong? I know, I'm on my way. But Zheng Qiu hadn't finished his sentence before being interrupted. The girl, hands on her hips, glared down at him. But what? Do you have any objections? Zheng Qiu hastily shook his head. No objections, none at all. I merely do not know how to get there. One you take the Tianzhou? Tianzhou? What is a Tianzhou? To his surprise, the girl tossed her head back and turned, striding directly into Daxiangju while dismissively declaring, hopeless. Too foolish. You might as well stay here and rot. Hey, Yu Haven T told me what a Tianzhou is. Junior sister, he called out, following her into Daxiangju. Upon seeing this, Zheng Qiu scrambled to his feet and rushed over to grasp his elder brother's sleeve, pleading, elder brother, don't leave me behind. What exactly is this Tianzhou? My dear brother, I implore you to enlighten me. Observing that his junior sister had vanished from sight, the elder brother turned, a puzzled expression adorning his face, and inquired, young brother, did you not belong to a sect previously? How is it that you are unaware of the Tianzhou? Zheng Qiu shook his head, replying earnestly, I truly do not know. I have never heard of it. After a moment's contemplation, the elder brother chuckled lightly. It is likely that your sect is currently secluded, refraining from interaction with the outside world, which explains your ignorance. Very well, allow me to share with you the tale of the Tianzhou. The elder brother led Zheng Qiu into the Daoxiang residence, selecting a position adjacent to the garden. Young brother, please, have some tea. He poured a cup of fragrant tea and slid it across the table toward Zheng Qiu. Oh, thank you, Zheng Qiu replied, surveying the elegant surroundings of the establishment. However, his thoughts were elsewhere. Brother, could you tell me about the Tianzhou? Haha, how eager you are. The elder began. The Yunqiu continent is vast beyond measure, with no one truly knowing its full extent. Although there are countless sects on Yunqiu, establishing a sect requires selecting a spiritual mountain and a fortuitous location while avoiding conflicts with other sections. Consequently, each sect is, in truth, quite distant from one another. For ordinary folk residing near a sect, traversing the expansive wilds to reach another sect is nearly impossible. Similarly, for cultivators capable of flight, journeying to sects separated by thousands of mountains can prove perilous. Yet, the interaction between sects cannot simply cease to exist. Thus, over 700 years ago, an elder from the Qianyan sect invented the Tianzhou. The Tianzhou is a magical artifact, a vessel capable of flight, requiring merely 2 cultivators of the Qi manipulation realm or higher to operate it. The celestial vessels come in various sizes, with even the smallest capable of accommodating 15 individuals. They possess the capacity to transport a multitude of items, facilitating the exchange of goods among different sections. Among a plethora of advantages, one stands out as paramount. The celestial vessel can soar faster than the majority of practitioners. Currently, the relay stations established by the Qianyan sect throughout Yunqiu effectively function as boarding points for these celestial vessels. However, to embark upon a celestial vessel, one must provide adequate compensation. The senior brother scattered some tea on the table, using his finger to trace out a map. Exiting from the western side of the town, one must traverse 2 mountains to the west, then turn south. After crossing 3 more mountains to the south, a particularly lofty peak will come into view, atop which lies the nearest relay station of the Qianyan sect. Once you arrive, present the cloud talisman to the personnel inside, and when the celestial vessel departs, they will escort you to the Qianyan sect. Zheng Qiu scratched his head, inquiring, "What is a cloud talisman?" "The cloud talisman is the jade piece given to you by your junior sister." Zheng Qiu rose from his seat, standing beside his senior brother, and bent his knees, preparing to bow down in reverence. The senior brother extended his hand, lifting his arm with such force that Zheng Qiu was unable to prostrate himself. "There is no need for such formality. You may very well become my junior brother. The Qinyan sect does not adhere to such customs." Zheng Qiu straightened up, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, elder brother. Thank you." The senior brother counted on his fingers, then addressed Zheng Qiu. "In approximately half a month, a celestial vessel will pass through that area. It would be prudent for you to set out promptly. Otherwise, you shall have to wait another month." "Yinyu, there is no need for concern now. We simply need to reach the Qianyun sect's relay station within half a month to board the celestial vessel destined for the Qianyun sect." However, upon hearing this, Yinyu hesitated slightly. "Sister Yinyu, do not overthink. It is merely 5 mountains to the post station, and I shall assist you in reaching it. Once we arrive at the Qianyun sect, we will seek out the techniques that may restore your legs." Yinyu gazed into Zheng Qiu's eyes, where sincerity radiated, a look she had only encountered in her master's gaze. Her hands trembled slightly. Perhaps, just perhaps, the heavens had granted her another chance. The heart that had long been dormant stirred anew, touched by a glimmer of hope. Yinyu nodded vigorously at Zheng Qiu. "Yes, I shall accompany you." Chapter 27. Farewell to Bai and the bitter journey through the mountains. Zheng Qiu discussed his plans to visit the Qianyun sect with his family. Though his parents felt a twinge of reluctance, they ultimately consented to his departure. His elder brother presented him with a long-saved sum of money to commission a blacksmith to forge a machete for Zheng Qiu, to aid him in clearing paths and for self-defense. Departing from Bai town towards the west, the trio traversed the gravel path leading into the mountains. As they gradually distanced themselves from the town, the path narrowed and the trees thickened. After approximately an hour, the trail reached its terminus, leaving only dense underbrush and wild grass ahead. Zheng Qiu surveyed his surroundings, which all appeared identical, and unease crept in. "Master, where are we headed? Are we in danger of losing our way?" His master retrieved a map from within his garments, unfurling it with care, according to the hunter's directions. "There should be a small creek in this direction. As long as we follow the creek upstream, we shall not go astray." Zheng Qiu leaned closer to examine the map in his master's hands, where charcoal sketches of mountains adorned its surface, marked with crooked arrows. Zheng Qiu discovered a discrepancy between the direction indicated on the map and what a senior disciple from Qianyun sect had conveyed to him. Puzzled, he inquired, "Master, is this path indeed leading southwest?" However, the individuals from Qianyun sect mentioned to first head west towards 2 mountains, and then south towards 3. The master patted his back and explained, "My dear apprentice, I consulted a hunter. By taking a shortcut directly southwest, we can save 1/3 of our time. Rest assured, that hunter has spent half his life hunting in this area and assured me that there are no ferocious beasts here." "Master, listen, it's the sound of water," Zheng Qiu exclaimed. The master paused his work of clearing the underbrush, perked up his ears, and indeed discerned the sound of water. He raised his machete and swiftly cleared a path, hastening their pace. With a final crunch, as the last clump of brush fell, a crystal-clear stream emerged before their eyes. The stream was less than a yard wide and shallow enough that one could see the round stones at the bottom. Yet, the water flowed rapidly, splashing over the protruding rocks and composing an incessant melody. Suddenly, Yinyu, who had been silent throughout their journey, spoke up. "Zheng Qiu, Master Zheng, let us take a break. You have been walking since morning." The master looked up at the sun. The sky above the stream was unobstructed by leaves. "Very well, let us have a bite to eat and rest before continuing." The master cut some reeds and branches from the bushes to lay down beneath a tree trunk. Zheng Qiu went to the stream to fetch some clear water, while Yinyu unfastened the luggage from her wheelchair and retrieved baked cakes, tearing them into small pieces. Seated on the ground, Zheng Qiu stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth, lifted the delicate porcelain bottle from around his neck, pulled out the fragrant herbs within, and reached for the water jug to refill the bottle. Upon encountering his apprentice, the master inquired, "Good heavens, apprentice, are you still wearing that sprig?" The master chuckled, adding, "I wonder what purpose this thing will serve when it matures." Having finished their meal, the trio gathered their belongings and resumed their journey. The path alongside the stream was sparsely vegetated, with few shrubs and weeds, allowing for swifter progress than through the forest. However, the stream's edge was strewn with numerous small stones, causing the wheelchair to jostle violently as it was pushed over them. This proved arduous for Yunyu, who clung tightly to the wheelchair's armrests, bracing herself to minimize the vibrations transmitted from beneath the chair. The master retrieved a square of cloth from the luggage, filled it with thatch, and placed it as a cushion on the wheelchair seat, providing Yunyu with some relief. As dusk began to descend, the ground beneath their feet gradually inclined, indicating an ascent. Meanwhile, the stream they had discovered at midday dwindled in size, eventually becoming a mere spring gurgling from the cracks in the rocks. Despite the hunter's assurance that there were no fierce beasts in the vicinity, the master decided to err on the side of caution and seek shelter on the mountaintop, where they could spend the night in an upwind position. However, propelling a wheelchair uphill proved to be no easy feat. Zheng Qiu leaned against the back of the chair, his legs pumping tirelessly, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The master shouldered all the luggage, endeavoring to alleviate Zheng Qiu's burden as much as possible. Yunyu, in turn, rolled up her sleeves and exerted her slender arms to push the wheels, contributing what assistance she could. After toiling for the better part of an hour, the upward slope finally relented, and the trio reached the summit. Zheng Qiu located a level spot, propped the wheelchair against a tree, and sprawled out on the ground. Limbs akimbo. After catching his breath for a moment, he turned his head and observed the master depositing the luggage on the ground, leaning against a tree trunk, and panting heavily. Master, huff. We still need to, huff, light the fire. Huff, it's already dark. The master nodded, opened his mouth, but could not utter a word, merely focused on catching his breath. After a considerable time, Zheng Qiu regained some strength and gathered firewood to light the fire with the master. Grabbing the kettle, he tilted his head back and took a few hearty gulps. Wiping his mouth as he spoke, Master, this won't do. Climbing the mountains is truly exhausting. Is there a path on level ground? The master once again pulled out the map, leaning closer to the flickering flames to study it. Zheng Qiu swallowed hard. Forget it, never mind. I certainly do not wish to be devoured by a wild beast. I will choose to climb the mountains. With that, he dashed to the pile of luggage, rummaging for food to heat by the fire. Sister Yunyu, the cake is ready. This is for you. Zheng Qiu approached her wheelchair, presenting the warm cake. Yunyu bowed her head, seemingly lost in thought, only reacting when Zheng Qiu extended the cake towards her. Zheng Qiu paused as he caught a glimpse of a cut on her right hand illuminated by the firelight. Sister Yunyu, your hand? What hand? Zheng Qiu, just go eat. Don't starve yourself. Zheng Qiu noticed that Yunyu was tightly clenching her fist and urged, Sister Yunyu, did you truly injure yourself? Please don't hide it from us. Yunyu still refused to open her fist. Zheng Qiu, let go of my hand. What are you doing? Zheng Qiu pouted, without a second thought. He forcibly pried open Yunyu's fist. Zheng Qiu, let go. Zheng. In the palm of her hand lay a deep gash, steadily oozing crimson. Zheng Qiu, in a fit of anger, stamped her feet heavily on the ground twice. Yunyu, how could you do this? You've been injured. Yet you haven't uttered a single word. Zheng Qiu, do you think I am incapable of taking you to Qinyan sect? Do you believe I am unable to care for you? Do you look down upon me, Zheng Qiu? Zheng Qiu, I did not. I'm sorry. Upon seeing Yunyu admit her fault, Zheng Qiu stuck out her tongue and made a face. Keep your hand steady. I will fetch some cloth to bandage it for you. Chapter 28. The path to the summit. After much deliberation, the master ultimately decided to take the path suggested by the hunter. Though the journey over the mountains was particularly arduous, it was preferable to encountering ferocious beasts. Each time they ascended a mountain, the trio would seek out a dry, flat area to construct a grass shelter and rest for a day. By counting the days, they realized that this method of intermittent travel would still allow them to reach the Qianyun sect station within half a month. After about 10 days, the underbrush at the foot of the mountain rustled and was soon cut down to the side. Out emerged 3 figures, Zheng Qiu, the master, and Yunyu. Their garments were caked in dust, with rips and loose threads scattered across them. Stray leaves and twigs clung to their disheveled hair. Master, we have arrived. Zheng Qiu called out, pointing ahead. At first glance, she understood that this was indeed the mountain peak where the Qianyun sect station lay. This peak was remarkably distinctive, soaring high into the clouds, with the surrounding mountains not even reaching half its height. The mountain was a gray-brown hue, interspersed with patches of green foliage. Only upon closer inspection did one realize that this gray-brown was composed of vast, steep cliff faces. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Zheng Qiu hurried forward to touch the sheer stone face, which was nearly vertical, and small pebbles tumbled down with the slightest breeze. He stepped back a distance of about 10 paces, mouth agape as he gazed upward. Above the stone face, there was nothing but more stone, and the cliff loomed high. Zheng Qiu, in a daze, inquired, "Master, how are we to ascend? There isn't even a rope ladder." His master squinted and surveyed the area for a while before retrieving the map for a closer examination. "My dear disciple, it appears we may be misaligned in our approach. Let us circle the mountain. There should be a path leading upward." Pushing the wheelchair, Zheng Qiu followed his master around the base of the mountain. After a considerable time, just as his master had surmised, they discovered a trail on the northern side of the peak. This path had been laboriously carved from the cliff face, resembling a long trough that spiraled upward. Zheng Qiu stepped forward to measure the path. It was only half a foot wide and a foot high, just sufficient for the wheelchair to navigate. With that, his master set foot on the path. Approximately half an hour later, his figure reappeared. "My dear disciple, let us refrain from climbing today. We shall rest here at this junction and conserve our strength for an early departure tomorrow." "But master, why can't we ascend today?" Zheng Qiu replied. "I just observed that the path is entirely sloped, and the adjacent cliff has been smoothed to a sheen. There's simply no place to rest while pushing the wheelchair." Upon hearing this, Zheng Qiu's face fell with concern. "No resting places? Is it truly possible to scale this mountain in one go tomorrow? It's so high." "Fear not, my disciple. Tomorrow, we shall leave all our belongings behind and carry only a few flatbreads. I can alternate pushing the wheelchair with you." After discussing their plans, the three of them erected a shelter on the grassy verge of the road, igniting a fire to prepare hot water for the night. During their meal, Yin Yu generously shared her flatbreads with Zheng Qiu and their master, urging them to eat more to replenish their strength. The mountain path stretched endlessly from a distance. The trio resembled snails inching up a towering tree. At their feet lay a precipice, and with each step forward, stones tumbled down due to the vibrations. Initially, Zheng Qiu felt trepidation, turning his head inward and fixating on the mountain wall. However, as time passed, his courage gradually grew, transforming from furtive glances at the edge of the cliff to a bold inclination to peer over the precipice. Trees, streams, and mountains unfolded before him, and Zheng Qiu mused that perhaps this was the sensation experienced by cultivators when they soared through the air. He straightened his body to gaze upward, where large rocks formed the summit, obscuring any view of how much further they had to ascend. It seemed as though this upward path was eternal, destined to continue indefinitely. Zheng Qiu contemplated calling out to his master for a rest, but upon witnessing the heavy steps of his master, the words remained unuttered. After all, his master had just maneuvered the wheelchair for some time, and it felt inconsiderate to suggest a change after such a short distance. With this thought, Zheng Qiu leaned forward, bracing his shoulder against the back of the chair, summoning all his strength to push upward. The notion of encountering level ground was like a long-awaited rain after a drought, or a warm ember in the depths of winter. Energized by this revelation, he quickened his pace, taking 2 steps for every 3, striving to reach his master's position. Once he secured the wheelchair, Zheng Qiu and his master disregarded the sandy earth beneath them and sat down to rest. As the master sat down, the blade on his waist struck against the outer mountain wall, producing a crisp sound. Zheng Qiu moved closer to touch it. It felt cool to the touch. Upon closer inspection, aided by the light streaming in through the cave entrance, he could discern a metallic sheen on the mountain wall. No wonder they needed to carve a tunnel here. It turned out there were metals embedded within the outer wall, which proved unyielding to their efforts. This tunnel, less than 3 zhang in length, provided them with significant assistance. After resting for 2 hours and consuming some flatbreads, the trio continued their ascent towards the mountain peak. As they climbed higher, the temperature dropped correspondingly. The ground began to feel damp, followed by the appearance of snow. The snow gradually thickened, transforming from a mere layer to one that covered their insteps. Each step on the snow crunched beneath their feet, imparting a sensation of slipping. Zheng Qiu glanced at the cliffside beside him, a wave of fear rising from the depths of his heart. "Master, this ground is too slippery. We can't proceed any further. I'm afraid. What if, my dear disciple, do not fear. Look at the snow on the mountain. It signifies that we have ascended to a considerable height. The peak is surely not far off, and we must not give up now." With that, the master unsheathed his blade, continuously sweeping aside the snow ahead of them. "I shall clear the path for you. There is no need to be afraid." Yin Yu also turned to Zheng Qiu, offering him an encouraging smile. "Zheng Qiu, we will reach the summit. I have faith in you." Chapter 29. The stone house at the summit amidst the snow was vast, the road long. 1 hour, then 2 hours passed. Finally, Zheng Qiu found that above him no longer lay the thick mountain rocks, but rather the vast sky, adorned with falling snowflakes. They had arrived. They had scaled the mountain peak. After traversing the last stretch of the mountain path, Zheng Qiu collapsed into the snowdrift. Turning over, he lay on his back, allowing the snowflakes to cascade onto his face, the melting droplets mingling with perspiration, trickling down his skin into the collar of his garment, bringing a cool sensation. His arms, legs, and back felt soft and languid, as if his bones had been extracted. Even lifting a finger required considerable effort. The sky before him was shrouded in a hazy gray, obscured by clouds, or perhaps it was merely his eyes playing tricks. Zheng Qiu, do not lie on the ground. You will catch a chill, Yunyu urged, maneuvering his wheelchair aside, bending down to grasp his arms, attempting to lift him onto the wooden seat. Yet, Zheng Qiu resembled a rag doll. Each time she managed to prop him up, he would soon slide back down to the ground. How could this be? Yunyu turned his face towards her, only to discover that the spark had faded from his eyes. Zheng Qiu, wake up, Zheng Qiu. You are merely fatigued. Do not feign unconsciousness. She bent down, scooping a handful of snow to rub across his face, then pinched his acupoint with force. It hurts. It hurts. Zheng Qiu immediately twisted his head and protested. Yunyu released him. Do you realize you have exhausted yourself to the point of fainting? Hush, do not speak. Rest well for now. As time passed, the master was the first to regain his strength. He approached Zheng Qiu, assessing his condition, and then addressed Yunyu. Yunyu, I must thank you. Had you not noticed sooner, this foolish child could have encountered serious trouble. Yunyu wore a look of regret. It is all my fault. Had you both included me, it would not have been so arduous. The master affectionately patted Zheng Qiu's head and smiled. Do not blame yourself for this. Whether I was included or not, it was ultimately Zheng Qiu's decision. Upon reaching the Qianyun sect, he became the leader among us, while you and I are merely his followers. After the master spoke, Yunyu revealed a smile, acknowledging our subordinate status to this young leader. After a considerable amount of time, Zheng Qiu finally regained some strength. He leaned on the wheelchair and gradually stood up. The spot where he had been sitting was now a large puddle, as the heat from his body had melted the accumulated snow. Zheng Qiu noticed his pant legs were completely soaked, and he could squeeze out little streams of water from them. Dear disciple, let us quickly head inside the post station. The master urged, offering to push the wheelchair. Zheng Qiu followed the master's indication and observed that the peak had been flattened into a large platform, upon which stood a structure on the opposite side. The building, round in shape and blanketed by thick layers of snow, resembled a colossal steamed bun at first glance. With his hands resting on the back of the wheelchair, Zheng Qiu gradually approached the post station alongside his master. Upon reaching it, he lifted his gaze to scrutinize the structure closely. The post station was constructed entirely of stone, towering over 4 zhang high, with each stone possessing a regular shape, resembling large bricks rather than mere rock hewn from the mountain. The entrance was an arched stone doorway, devoid of any door panel. The moment Zheng Qiu stepped inside, he felt a wave of warmth envelop him. He turned his head to survey the surroundings and noticed that both sides of the hall were adorned with stoves, where kettles hung from iron racks, emitting wisps of steam. Is anyone here? Is anyone here? Zheng Qiu called out while drawing closer to the stove to warm his trousers. Before long, a young man emerged from the corridor on the left side of the hall, dressed in a long white robe. He bore a green cloud pattern embroidered on his chest. Someone is here. What is the matter? The young man, upon spotting the individuals in the hall, immediately darkened in countenance. Who are you? He demanded. What business do you have here? The master stepped forward, offering a respectful bow. We hail from Bihua town and have come to board the Tianzhou. The young man recoiled a few steps, his brow furrowed in disdain. Tianzhou, how dare you presume to ride on the Tianzhou, you beggars? Depart at once. Who are you calling beggars? Retorted Zheng Qiu, rushing forward with defiance in his posture. You speak so crudely upon arrival. Indeed, your words are most uncouth. Yunin chimed in agreement. Ah, you think you deserve respect? The young man rolled up his sleeves, demanding. Do you even comprehend where you are? This is the station of Qianyun sect, the territory of Qianyun sect. Zheng Qiu, hopping with indignation, countered, and what of it? Does Qianyun sect possess the right to act without reason? Leave at once, or I shall force you out. The young man pointed insistently towards the entrance, dismissing them as mere beggars dug from the dirt. old beggars, young beggars, and even one who is. Each year, the station welcomed no fewer than 100 visitors, if not 300. While few were of great stature, many reclusive masters frequented. Given his own perception, it was inconceivable that such a striking woman could be a beggar. Lowering his hand, the young man composed himself and pondered. The Qianyan sect station perched on a perilous peak. How could true beggars possibly ascend here? Moreover, these individuals were evidently aware of the Tianzhou. Clearing his throat, he suddenly softened his demeanor and inquired, "What brings you to seek passage on the Tianzhou?" The youth's attitude changed far too swiftly. Zheng Qiu, with her neck craned and hands on her hips, still wished to argue with him. We. Zheng Qiu scratched her head, somewhat bewildered. The youth, taken aback internally, realized that these individuals indeed had their own methods. Fortunately, his quick wit had spared him from being outsmarted. He pressed on with a question. "Are we going to Qianyan sect, and not to any other Qianyan sectway station?" Zheng Qiu finally grasped the situation. "Yes. It is indeed to Qianyan sect. However, traveling to Qianyan sect would entail a considerable expense for the sky vessel." The youth refrained from further comments and cast a glance at the attire of the three. Yunfu. Upon seeing the jade token, the youth's mouth fell agape, as if his jaw had dislocated. Realizing his lapse in composure, he hastily closed his mouth and swiftly donned a congenial smile. "Of course, we can take the sky vessel. With the Yunfu, feel free to ride as long as you wish. This is my master, and this is my sister. We are all heading to Qianyan sect." "Certainly. We shall all go." The youth bowed in apology, explaining that the sky vessel would not arrive until 2 days later, and he expressed his sincere regrets. He reached out to pat Zheng Qiu gently and whispered, "My dear apprentice, why not express your gratitude?" "Oh, thank you." The youth waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. No need for thanks. Allow me to escort you to your rooms. By the way, my name is Lu Moji. You may call me Moji. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." Chapter 30. The inn awaits the arrival of the boat. The inn's accommodations were constructed from stone, with walls and ceilings adorned with potted vines, resembling a natural cave. The floor was laid with wooden planks, and a fireplace nestled in the corner provided warmth, making the room feel as inviting as spring despite the chill outside. Lu Moji had arranged 3 separate bedrooms for Zheng Qiu and his companions, all connected by a central living area. After escorting them to their rooms, Lu Moji hurriedly departed, only to return shortly with a large basket of clothing. The garments varied in style, including robes, long skirts, vests, and short jackets, all in shades of white, intricately embroidered with black Qianyan characters along the sleeves and collars. Lu Moji explained that these garments were produced by the Qianyan sect and were known as Qianyan weaving. Each piece was of considerable value and a recent innovation not readily available in the market. Zheng Qiu selected a short jacket, inadvertently transferring some dust from his hands onto the other garments in the basket. Apologizing quickly, he said, "I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to soil them." However, Lu Moji dismissed his concern, saying, "Oh, no need for apologies. Look." He picked up the soiled item, poured a cup of water over it, and wiped his hand across the surface. "See, it's perfectly clean, not a speck of dust remains." "Wow, how impressive!" exclaimed Zheng Qiu. "Of course," Lu Moji replied. "These Qianyan weavings are made from special materials. They resist dirt, repel water, and remain light and breathable. Moreover, the fabric can be crafted in various colors, adorned with any desired patterns. Over 20 sects have already commissioned us for their ceremonial garments. If any of you are interested, feel free to select more." Zheng Qiu shook his head, saying, "No need, no need. Brother Muji, we are truly grateful for your generous gift of 1 garment each. To accept more would be an unbearable favor." Lu Muji tucked the basket behind him, insisting, "You are being too polite. Since you possess the Yunfu, you are members of my Qianyan sect. As fellow kin, it is only right to share the fine offerings from our sect." He continued, "I shall not disturb you any longer. Please, take your time to freshen up and rest. Dinner will be served on the 2nd floor. Feel free to choose whatever you desire." Zheng Qiu curiously examined the bamboo pole, puzzled for quite some time as to why it contained an endless supply of clear water. Ultimately, he decided to let the mystery be. He scooped water from the wooden tub to wash himself thoroughly before donning the white short robe of the Qianyan sect. To his surprise, the garment named Qianyan weaving was genuinely comfortable, light, and soft. He bent and stretched, feeling an immediate sense of ease envelop him. For Yinyu, changing clothes was a laborious task. Although Zheng Qiu and his master were aware of this, they found it inappropriate to assist. Instead, they could only boil water and brew tea in the living room, patiently awaiting her return. Outside, the sky had completely darkened. Approximately an hour later, Yin-Yu emerged from her bedroom, her long hair still damp, maneuvering her wheelchair. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," she said. "No worries at all," Zheng Qiu replied, handing her a cup of hot tea. Clad in her elegant robe, Yin-Yu appeared even more beautiful than before. The wait had been worthwhile. "Zheng Qiu, when did he become so glib and slick-tongued? It is utterly unlearned. I speak nothing but the truth. Well, let us hasten to finish our meal. We must not squander the time." The master gently patted Zheng Qiu's head, then moved behind Yin-Yu to assist with her wheelchair. "Indeed, the master is right. Let us eat first." On the second floor of the inn, there exists a quaint little dining area, where the food is arranged upon wooden racks along the inner side of the restaurant, available for patrons to help themselves. Before entering the dining hall, Zheng Qiu brimmed with excitement. Yet as the moment to dine arrived, he found himself plagued by a sense of discontent. The offerings on the wooden rack consisted solely of fruits and vegetables, and the beverages were merely unidentifiable waters or dew. To make matters worse, one plate contained several wooden sticks. Were they meant to serve as chopsticks? Just as the master had remarked, those who partake in the Dan pills dine merely for show, devoid of any enjoyment. Seizing a fruit, he bit into it with fervor, endeavoring to chew as he cast a glance at Yin-Yu across the table. Her expression mirrored his own frustration. Ever since her cultivation had been rendered ineffective, she too had been relegated to consuming plain rice and similar fare. Should she forego eating, her stomach would quickly remind her of the meaning of hunger. By the window sat another cultivator, a somewhat portly middle-aged man. Initially, he had been admiring the scenery beyond the glass, occasionally lifting pieces of fruit from his plate to savor. However, upon witnessing the trio in the dining area incessantly gnawing on their fruits, with plates stacking higher and higher, he became momentarily frozen in disbelief. The man glanced at the uncut fruit before him, his face a mask of confusion. It was nothing precious, so why was it deemed so delectable? After a moment's hesitation, he brought the fruit to his lips and imitated their actions, taking a tentative bite. Upon confirming that it was indeed the same item with an identical flavor, the man hastily set the fruit down. Who were these rustic folk? Did they truly intend to satiate their hunger with such fare? Shaking his head, he found it unbearable to witness any longer. He gulped down the water in his cup and swiftly exited the dining hall. As the 40th empty plate was piled onto the table, Zheng Qiu finally let out a contented burp. Rubbing his belly and leaning back against the chair, Zheng Qiu stuck out his tongue. "Ah, at last I am full. I wonder if these fruits would suffice to quell hunger." Yin-Yu sighed. "These provisions are intended for cultivators. Our consumption has already been excessive. We cannot leave Sister Yin-Yu behind. She too must partake." After enjoying the pancakes, the trio rested well through the night. They had anticipated another day of nibbling on fruits to stave off hunger, but upon arriving at the dining area the next morning, they were astonished to find a large basin of rice on the wooden rack, accompanied by 5 dishes, meat, fish, soup, and stew in abundance. It was needless to say that this was undoubtedly arranged by Lu Maji. One could only wonder where he had procured such delicacies, still steaming with warmth. The inn was sparsely populated, aside from Lu Maji and the man they had encountered during their first dinner. Zheng Qiu had only seen 2 middle-aged women engaged in labor and another cultivator clad in a tank top. Behind the bamboo poles in the bathroom, Zheng Qiu discovered another peculiar feature. The fire in the living room's hearth burned daily, yet he had not seen anyone adding firewood. Nor did he know what was being consumed within. Time flew by swiftly, and just as Zheng Qiu was piecing together the mysteries of the bamboo poles and the hearth, Lu Maji entered the living room to inform them that the celestial vessel was about to arrive. Chapter 31. The celestial vessel resembles no boat after having breakfast. Lu Mu accompanied Zheng Qiu and the other 2 to the entrance of the station, where he pointed to the open space and informed them that the celestial vessel would arrive and dock there. In addition to them, a practitioner dressed in a tank top with bare arms also arrived to wait in the open area. As soon as the practitioner stepped onto the ground, a white mist of vapor began to rise from his body. Zheng Qiu squinted for a long time, noticing beads of sweat glistening on the man's arms and forehead. Previously, while inside the warm station, the evaporation of his perspiration had gone unnoticed, but upon stepping outside, the continuously evaporating sweat coalesced into large clouds of white vapor in the cold wind. It was unclear what method of cultivation this individual practiced, rendering him akin to a kettle on the boil. Ah, Brother Mu, isn't there another practitioner inside the station? Why hasn't he come out to wait? Could he have forgotten? Zheng Qiu blinked, realizing, so there is more than one celestial vessel, and they approach from different directions. How impressive. Has it arrived? Where? Where? The weather today was rather dismal, with the sky draped in heavy clouds, suggesting an impending downpour. Zheng Qiu turned his head, surveying the heavens. But all he could see were clouds, with nothing flying into view. He wondered what the celestial vessel Lu Mu had mentioned looked like. Lu Mu then produced a square tablet, roughly the size of 2 palms, from his pocket. He traced several symbols upon it with his fingers, after which a faint green halo illuminated the center of the tablet. Raising his right foot, Lu Mu suddenly exerted his energy and stamped down, creating a ripple of air that swept away the accumulated snow on the ground. Zheng Qiu then discovered that before Lu Moji's feet lay a circular array with a diameter of 10 feet. In the center of the array was a square recess, precisely the same size as the square plate he held in his hand. He bent down and carefully pressed the plate into the recess. At the very moment the plate was fully inserted, Zheng Qiu felt the ground beneath him suddenly tremble, accompanied by the creaking sound of grinding rocks. The snow on the open ground began to heave, with a rustling sound, for square stone pillars, each as thick as a water barrel, rose from the 4 corners of the clearing. The pillars curved inward, resembling a celestial formation of stars surrounding a central moon. Each pillar was inscribed with long, intricate runes that extended down into the snow. The pillars ascended to a height of 20 feet before coming to a halt. Zheng Qiu, astonished, opened his mouth and asked, "Brother Moji, what is this?" "This is called a Zhou Tai," Lu Moji replied, his expression brimming with pride. The Tian Zhou is one of the 3 great masterpieces of our Qianyan sect. From the day it was created, unless destroyed, the Tian Zhou shall never touch the ground. The Zhou Tai is specifically designed for the Tian Zhou to dock. Lu Moji straightened up and pointed to the sky. "Look, that is the Tian Zhou." Zheng Qiu lifted his gaze, following the direction of Lu Moji's finger. The clouds swirled and billowed, scattering as a gap opened in the overcast sky, from which emerged a gray, disc-shaped object. The disc was round, with a flat outer rim and a thicker center, shimmering with a faint metallic sheen, resembling 2 plates pressed together. Zheng Qiu stood in stunned silence, realizing that the Tian Zhou was, in fact, a great disc. While he had imagined it to be a conventional ship, he glanced at Lu Moji beside him, whose face still bore a proud and triumphant smile. Zheng Qiu pouted, contemplating internally. This celestial vessel is truly unsightly, dull and smooth, devoid of patterns or embellishments. The vessel gradually descended, with a resounding thud as metal struck the stone pillars of the platform, the large circular dish being securely supported. Zheng Qiu stood on tiptoe to gaze at the top of the vessel, noticing numerous small round windows resembling a plate punctured with many holes, rendering it even more unattractive. A creaking sound echoed as metal scraped against metal. The bottom of the vessel opened, extending a ramp down to the snowy ground. Subsequently, a young man emerged, clad in a white robe adorned with green cloud patterns on the chest, identical to Lu Moji's attire. The young man surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "Only 4 passengers for the celestial vessel?" Lu Moji nodded, "Just 4. Are there any available seats above?" "Yes, this trip has no business." The young man retrieved a cloth bag from behind his waist, gesturing for everyone to come forward. "All right, step aboard and state your destination." Zheng Qiu was curious about what the young man tossed into the bag. However, his view was obstructed earlier, and he could only hear the clinking sound, which did not resemble that of silver coins or copper pieces. While he pondered this, someone gently pushed him from behind. Turning around, he found Lu Moji signaling for them to board the celestial vessel. "We wish to go to Qianyan sect, 3 of us." The young man nodded, shaking the opening of the cloth bag towards Zheng Qiu. "Need money? I have none." Zheng Qiu reached into his pocket to retrieve a cloud talisman, but Lu Moji discreetly pressed down on his hand. Lu Moji circled to stand before Zheng Qiu, producing a plump brocade pouch, which he tossed into a cloth bag. "This should suffice. Send them to the sect." The young man remained still, gazing intently at Lu Moji for a considerable time. "You are concealing something. Who are these 3? "They are all my relatives," Lu Moji replied. After a moment of contemplation, the young man revealed a knowing smile. "Suit yourself. You 3, accompany me aboard the celestial vessel." Zheng Qiu was perplexed as to why Lu Moji did not permit him to take the cloud talisman. After all, wouldn't it allow him to ride the celestial vessel for free? He glanced at his master, only to find him gently shaking his head. Since his master also disallowed the use of the talisman, he decided to heed his master's wishes and forego it. The interior space appeared more expansive than the exterior, divided into 2 levels. The first level featured a central hall surrounded by 8 compartments, 4 on the left and 4 on the right. There was a staircase leading to the second level at one end, while the other end had a locked door. Upon ascending the celestial vessel, the young man entered that room and locked the door behind him. In the center of the hall stood a circular metallic frame, supporting an unusual green stone. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the floor beneath Zheng Qiu's feet, causing his body to momentarily feel heavy, only to be followed by a lightness. He glanced at his master and Yunyu, who smiled reassuringly. Do not be anxious. This is the sensation upon takeoff. So this is what flying feels like. Soon, the ground beneath him stabilized. Zheng Qiu tested the surface with his feet, his attention drawn to the green stone in the center of the hall. At that moment, the stone's surface shimmered with a myriad of incantation symbols, densely packed like stars, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Zheng Qiu approached, noticing that the metallic frame bore engravings, not incantations, but rather sinuous lines. Those ethereal glimmers flowed like water, gradually seeping into these lines, cascading down the frame, ultimately vanishing into the metallic ground. The master grasped Zheng Qiu, preventing him from climbing further onto the stone. My dear apprentice, refrain from touching recklessly. Let us retreat to the compartment. Chapter 32, Perils in the Clouds. Aid from wine. The compartment aboard the celestial vessel was both low and cramped, lacking any semblance of comfort. The floor was adorned with 2 straw mats, occupying the entirety of the space. The ceiling barely reached the top of Yunyu's head, compelling Zheng Qiu to lower his own. The master, on the other hand, could only sit upon the straw mat. As Zheng Qiu surveyed his surroundings, he discovered a small bamboo basket tucked away in the corner, the sole item within the compartment besides the mats. He gathered the basket, seated himself cross-legged, and turned it upside down, giving it a gentle shake. With a soft thud, 2 rolls of paper tumbled out. Grabbing one of the rolls, he unwrapped it, revealing the bold characters Qianyan printed at the forefront, followed by 6 smaller black characters encircling the phrase, Guidelines for Boarding the Celestial Vessel. Zheng Qiu took the other roll, finding it contained identical information. The compartment was dimly lit, so he positioned himself at the entrance, reading under the glow from the hall. The guidelines detailed the facilities aboard the celestial vessel and the precautions to observe, while the entire reverse side introduced the vessel itself. According to the instructions, the green stone in the center of the hall was named Floating Verdancy, a remarkably rare treasure. Floating Verdancy possessed a unique power, liberating itself from the constraints of the earth, and floated almost eternally in the sky. Over 7 centuries ago, the Qianyun sect discovered a method to harness the ethereal power of floating azure, subsequently crafting magical vessels infused with this force, thus giving birth to the celestial boats. As the years have passed, the celestial boats produced by the Qianyun sect have grown increasingly larger, while the requirements to operate them have diminished. In this day and age, even those in the Qi manipulation realm can command these vessels. Zheng Qiu shook his head with a wry smile, thinking to himself, truly astonishing. If they were to cover the entire Yunxiu, wouldn't it be visible from anywhere on the continent? However, he noticed that at the bottom, 2 additional sentences were inscribed in red ink. The Qianyun sect welcomes all sects of Yunxiu and masters from various paths to customize their celestial boats. Prices and customization requirements can be discussed at the sect. Indeed, the Qianyun sect appears to have nothing that cannot be sold. Even the celestial boats can be tailored to individual desires. The interior of the celestial boat was rather monochromatic, with gray metallic surfaces dominating all directions. Zheng Qiu opened the notice, rolled it up, unfurled it again, and rolled it up once more, growing increasingly bored and drowsy. Just as he leaned out over the staircase, a fierce gust of wind rushed toward him. He squinted, instinctively raising his hand to shield his face. Yet, the force of the wind was so powerful that before his hand could reach his face, his body was swept away. With a thud, Zheng Qiu was hurled against the metallic wall of the celestial boat, like dough flung by a baker, sliding down in a soft heap. Disciple. His master hastily ascended the staircase, only to be met with another thud as yet another figure was slammed against the wall. Hiss, hiss, how it stings, how it hurts. Zheng Qiu rubbed his aching back and raised his head to survey the surroundings of the second floor. It was an entirely empty chamber, with the walls and ceiling seamlessly integrated, resembling a plate turned upside down upon the floor. On the metallic walls and ceiling, circular windows, akin to the size of a human head, were arranged. These windows were mere openings, devoid of any doors, as the fierce wind howled, incessantly surging in through the front and rushing out through the rear. "Master, are you all right?" Zheng Qiu's voice was barely audible amidst the tempest, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. The master, similarly sprawled on the ground, rubbed his back with a hand turned over, shaking his head in a gesture of reassurance to Zheng Qiu. He then crawled towards the wall like a tiny ant, straining to lift himself up by grasping the window frame, peering outside. Beyond the window lay a pristine sea of clouds, stretching endlessly towards the horizon. The clouds rapidly swept past, swirling in spirals wherever the heavenly vessel traversed. Occasionally, gaps in the clouds revealed the lush, verdant earth beneath. Just as Zheng Qiu attempted to gaze closer, the clouds playfully sealed the openings once more. Wow, how high, how fast. Zheng Qiu had never imagined that one day he would soar above the clouds, flying forward at such a velocity. However, as he continued to observe, his initial excitement began to wane, and he sensed something amiss. The wind pouring in through the circular window was piercingly cold in such a short span of time. Frost had accumulated on his clothing, eyebrows, and hair. Simultaneously, he felt his breathing becoming increasingly labored, as though his mouth and nose were being smothered by a damp cloth, rendering him unable to draw in air. Straining to look at his master, Zheng Qiu discovered him also lying on the ground, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. As his vision dimmed and the world threatened to fade into darkness, a large hand seized him. Zheng Qiu endeavored to lift his eyelids slightly and discerned that it was the practitioner clad in a sleeveless vest who had boarded the celestial vessel with them. He gasped for breath, and upon entering the first layer, the sensation of covering his mouth and nose dissipated. Zheng Qiu and his master sat on the ground, mouths agape, drawing deep breaths. Cough, cough. Zheng Qiu inhaled too forcefully, choking on his own saliva. "Thank you," he managed to say. The man in the vest furrowed his brow and questioned, "You are not practitioners. What brings you aboard the celestial vessel?" His master, panting, replied, "No. We are headed to the Qinyan sect." "To the Qinyan sect? You too?" The man scrutinized them from head to toe. "Never mind. I am not inclined to inquire further about your intentions. In any case, you are not permitted to ascend to the second layer of the celestial vessel." After Zheng Qiu finally caught his breath, he inquired, puzzled, "Why did that happen just now? How did we? Do you have any idea how high the celestial vessel is currently?" The man retorted, "The air up there is exceedingly thin. Even those with profound cultivation must exert significant effort to maintain their protective energy shield. It is fortunate that you have not lost your lives." Beside them, the master clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving our lives. May I ask how I should address you?" Chapter 33. Rumors and hunger. Upon returning to their compartment, Zheng Qiu resolved not to wander aimlessly again. He obediently seated himself on the straw mat, burying his head in contemplation. Silence enveloped the celestial vessel, with no one uttering a word. Only the occasional hum from below the floorboards broke the oppressive stillness. After a considerable time of sitting in silence, Zheng Qiu could no longer contain himself and voiced, "Master, Sister Yunyu, why is it that none of you speak? How much longer until we arrive? I am utterly bored." Yunyu shook her head, remarking, "It is also my first time aboard the heavenly vessel. I am uncertain of its speed." However, as Zheng Qiu was about to retort, asserting that conversing did not equate to making a racket, he suddenly recalled the unreasonable girl from the Qianyun sect he had encountered in Bai Town. He instinctively withdrew his head and acquiesced. "Understood, I shall remain silent." Suddenly, a resounding hum erupted from beneath the heavenly vessel, causing the ground to tremble violently. Zheng Qiu felt an immediate heaviness enveloping his body. Yet before he could fully comprehend it, that sensation vanished without a trace. A voice rang out in the hall, "We have arrived at JNGPY. Those wishing to disembark, please do so quickly." So, they had reached the station. Zheng Qiu crouched by the doorway of the compartment, peering outside. The voice belonged to the young man he had seen when boarding the vessel, who was now clutching a cloth bag and making his way down the slope. Soon after, two more individuals emerged from the opposite compartment. 1, 2, 5, 6, totaling 6. Among them was a familiar face, the one who had saved his life, Zheng Qiu. Zheng Qiu found it amusing that so many had remained aboard the heavenly vessel without uttering a single word. Could it be that cultivators were all taciturn, having trained to the extent that they lost the ability to converse? Just then, The image of a composed cultivator that Zheng Qiu had just established crumbled once more. More than 10 individuals ascended the slope, a mix of men and women, dressed in a kaleidoscope of attire. Some wielded blades, others carried staffs, and still others were wrapped in chains, yet the majority bore long swords slung across their backs. This eclectic group chattered animatedly, their voices rising in a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market in Bai town, loud and chaotic. A group of individuals ahead remained silent, while another group fervently conversed. It was indeed peculiar. Zheng Qiu attentively pricked up his ears, eager to discern the matter that warranted such intense discussion. Could it be a deception? From where did you acquire this information? Isn't the source of the news already common knowledge? Everyone present must have believed in this matter to have gathered here. Who knows if the words of the Xianyuan sect hold any truth? The Xianyuan sect is a different faction altogether. Very well, the Xianyuan sect it is. Yet, it seems improbable. The sect leader possesses profound cultivation. How could his words possibly be false? Indeed, being among the top 10 sects, such a scandalous act would be beneath them. However, you are not an elder of the Xianyuan sect. On what grounds do you assert that it is undeniably true? That is a valid point. They have been proclaiming the emergence of the dragon tooth for years, first last year, then this year. Yet, we have lingered here for over 3 months without a single sign. Precisely, when a treasured artifact is to emerge, there should be some indication. After such a lengthy period, the Shockfall Cliff remains unchanged. It is evident that we are at the wrong location. I say, even if the dragon tooth were to appear with our current cultivation, it is unlikely we would be able to seize it. That is not necessarily the case. Those with profound cultivation tend to value their lives greatly. If they hesitate to act out of mutual caution, we might just find an opportunity. Do you think the sect leader acquired his treasures without effort? Zheng Qiu listened intently for some time and gradually pieced together the essence of their discussion. In a sect known as the Heartless Manor, the master has announced that a treasure called the Dragon Tooth will soon emerge from the cliff of the surprising waterfall. But what exactly is this Dragon Tooth? Zheng Qiu raised his head to observe the hall, noticing people gradually entering the partitioned room. Must you not clarify matters outside before proceeding inside? He lay back on the straw mat, clutching his head and rolling about. His curiosity piqued like a playful kitten persistently scratching. Gurgle, gurgle, at that moment. Zheng Qiu's stomach voiced its demands. I am hungry. I desire food. Zheng Qiu patted his belly and glanced at his master. The master shrugged, shaking his head, informing him that he had brought no provisions whatsoever. Oh my, could it be that I must endure hunger? Zheng Qiu's face fell, and he grabbed a small bamboo basket, kicking it away with a thud before retrieving it and continuing to kick. After venting his frustration for a while, he turned to exit the partition. The master hurriedly intervened. Where are you going, my disciple? Do not wander off. I am not going to the second floor. I intend to inquire with that person from the Qianyuan sect whether there is any food aboard the celestial vessel. With that, Zheng Qiu deftly evaded his master's grasp and dashed out. Thump, thump, thump. Zheng Qiu knocked on the locked metallic door with his small fists. Is anyone there? Is there someone inside? With a click, the door was swiftly opened, revealing not the individual he had encountered while boarding, but another unfamiliar young man. The young man wore a dark expression. What is it? Speak quickly. Noticing the young man's displeasure, Zheng Qiu felt a twinge of fear. He gulped and inquired. Excuse me, dear brother, is there any food aboard the celestial vessel? I am quite hungry. Are you feeling peckish? Why are you not meditating properly and lamenting about hunger? The young man abruptly halted his words, staring at Zheng Qiu for a moment. An ordinary person? With that, he raised his hand to close the metallic door. Wait a moment, brother. Please wait. Zheng Qiu hastily propped the door. I have another question. Ask quickly. What time is it now? And how long until the Tianzhou reaches Qianyuan sect? With a snap, the young man denied Zheng Qiu another opportunity to inquire, promptly shutting the door. Master, I am going to sleep now. We shall reach Qianyuan sect by tomorrow. Without further ado, he reclined on the straw mat, limbs sprawled wide. Disciple, dear disciple? The master gently nudged him. No, I wish to sleep. I won't feel hungry if I fall asleep. Zheng Qiu brushed off his master's hand and turned over, burying his face into the mat. Master Zheng, let it be. Let him be. Yin Yu chuckled, gesturing to the master. Initially, Zheng Qiu merely shut his eyes in a huff, feigning sleep, but as time passed, the vibrations of the Tianzhou gradually diminished until they vanished entirely, and he truly fell asleep. Uncertain of how long he had been in a muddled slumber, Zheng Qiu was jolted awake by a violent tremor. Rubbing his eyes, he heard voices in the hall exclaiming, "We have arrived at Qianyun sect. We have arrived." Chapter 34. The vast and peculiar Qianyun Landmaster, Master. We have arrived. Zheng Qiu sprang up from the straw mat, eager to rouse his still drowsy master. Descending the slope from the Tianzhou, they found themselves in an expansive plaza. The square was paved with stone slabs, over which lay a thin layer of gray iron sheets. The celestial vessels they occupied were also elevated by platforms, though here, the supports were crafted from iron rather than stone pillars. Zheng Qiu lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. Over 20 platforms adorned the square, accommodating no fewer than 6 celestial vessels of various sizes. Numerous practitioners populated the square, some strolling leisurely, while others soared through the air. Following the direction of these individuals, Zheng Qiu and his companions arrived at the edge of the square. As they gazed into the distance, a spark ignited in his eyes. Ah, Qianyun sect. This is indeed the Qianyun sect. Before them stretched a range of undulating mountains, verdant and ancient, extending endlessly to the horizon, the number of peaks beyond counting. These mountains varied in height and size, each uniquely shaped. Some possessed smooth summits, others bore jagged edges, while some leaned precariously to one side. From afar, the structures of Qianyun sect appeared gray, resembling either square columns or cylindrical forms, densely scattered across the mountaintops like stars in the night sky. Among them, certain pillars soared exceptionally high, standing upright towards the heavens, much like long nails driven into the peaks. Observing these clearly artificial formations alongside the orderly gray edifices and the ancient, colossal trees, a peculiar sensation arose within Zheng Qiu. The Qianyun sect, firmly rooted in this mountainous terrain, seemed so incongruous, so discordant with its surroundings. Zheng Qiu then lowered his gaze, akin to the station from which they had departed. The square was also a flattened peak. However, this peak was larger and more level than the previous one. To the left of the square lies a small stone-paved avenue that stretches toward the heart of the Qianyun sect. Zheng Qiu did not hasten to enter the sect. His foremost thought was to satiate his hunger. "Master, let us seek something to eat," he said, counting on his fingers. Lunch, dinner, breakfast, 3 meals had passed since yesterday noon. The master surveyed the square and noticed a round building in the corner that bore a striking resemblance to the inn. "My dear disciple, that structure, akin to the inn, may very well house a dining establishment." "Wonderful. Master, let us hurry and take a look," Zheng Qiu exclaimed, propelling the wheelchair and hastening towards the building. The round structure was also constructed of stone and akin to the square's ground. Its walls were adorned with a layer of thin iron sheeting. Upon entering, Zheng Qiu's steps faltered. Unlike the inn, the entire interior of the round building was a grand hall. Within the hall were numerous tables and chairs, and on the farthest wall hung an enormous wooden plaque, over 2 zhang in height. At that moment, the hall was teeming with people. There were no chairs to be found, and even the slightest space to maneuver the wheelchair was non-existent. What was happening? Zheng Qiu had never encountered such a throng of cultivators. His mind was filled with nothing but questions. At that moment, he caught sight of a middle-aged man with a long beard rising before the wooden plaque. The man wore clothing adorned with a white background and green cloud patterns, seemingly the attire of those responsible for the celestial vessels within the Qianyun sect. The man produced 3 scrolls filled with writing and affixed them to the wooden plaque. As soon as the papers were placed, the cultivators in the hall erupted with excitement, jostling towards the plaque, eagerly reading the words while animatedly discussing amongst themselves. The crowd drew closer, the entrance no longer so congested. A row of wooden racks along the wall captivated Zheng Qiu's attention. His face lit up with joy as he hurried over. Similar to the restaurant at the inn, the racks were laden with fruits and vegetables. But here the quantities were greater, stored not in plates, but in wooden barrels. As he poured out the fruits, the murmurs of the crowd reached Zheng Qiu's ears. "It's not just you. There are 3 ships yet to set sail here. Qianyun sect, what is going on? The celestial vessel has been docked here for 2 months. At this rate, I could fly myself. My ship has been idle for almost 3 months now. Is the celestial vessel broken? If it is, we can replace it. It surely isn't the vessel's fault. I've heard that there are sects competing on the routes of the 3 celestial vessels. Could that be the reason? How many sects does Yunqiu have? Competing up in the clouds? Don't be ridiculous. I've also heard that Emoing Valley is involved." Emoing Valley. One of the top 10 sects, no wonder. "Zheng Qiu, that's enough fruit for you. Don't let others see and laugh at us. Yinyu interjected, stopping Zheng Xiu from continuing to pour the fruits. Leaving the square, the trio walked along the stone-paved road toward the Qinyun sect, snacking on the fruits as they went. After about half an hour, having consumed all the fruits tucked away in their clothes, the grand entrance of Qinyun sect came into view. Flanking the entrance were 2 iron pillars, each as thick as a person. A beam rested atop these pillars, from which hung 2 chains, each affixed to the metallic characters for Qianyun. The sound of clanging echoed in the mountain breeze as the characters swayed and clashed, resembling wind chimes. To the left of the iron pillar is inscribed, "The universe embraces esteemed guests from all directions." To the right, it reads, "Gather clouds and welcome treasures from myriad mountains." Beside the mountain gate stands a small stone cottage, measuring a yard square. Upon seeing Zheng Xiu and his companions standing at the entrance, a young man emerged from within the cottage. His attire distinctly differed from that of the individuals from Tianzhou, adorned with a blue cloud pattern on his chest. He greeted Zheng Xiu and his companions with a warm smile and a nod, exuding an air of cordiality. "Welcome to the Qinyun sect. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Are you here to purchase martial arts techniques or to tour our sect? If you wish to purchase techniques, please state your identity. If you seek a tour, kindly present your invitation." The sudden warmth of his welcome left Zheng Xiu feeling somewhat ill at ease, as the young man's tone resembled that of a market vendor, persistently calling out to attract customers. Chapter 35. Passing through the sect to witness extraordinary skills. I am uncertain of the individual's identity, but I was instructed to seek one named Ming Zong. Upon hearing Zheng Xiu's words, a flicker of anger crossed the young man's face, albeit momentarily. Before that trace of ire could manifest, it was swiftly replaced by his affable smile. He gently shook his head. "Our Qinyun sect has only one elder by the name of Ming Zong. Since you cannot disclose who sent you here and lack an invitation or letter, I cannot permit you entry." "I do possess something," Zheng Xiu replied, loosening his short coat to retrieve a crudely made cloth pouch from within. He extended the pouch towards the young man. Upon receiving it, the young man opened the pouch and was instantly taken aback. Inside lay a piece of white jade, its shape and pattern unmistakable to anyone familiar with the Qinyun sect. He lifted the jade high, scrutinizing the intricate designs against the sky. Could this not be the cloud talisman? Yet, a lingering doubt persisted within him. Fearing he might have misjudged, he then reiterated his inquiry to Zheng Xiu. "This esteemed guest, may I ask from whom you received this cloud talisman? If you cannot recall a name, could you perhaps delineate the individual's appearance?" Zheng Xiu glanced at the small stone hut beside the mountain gate and queried, "If you escort us, will this place be unattended?" "It matters not, it matters not," the young man replied. "It will only be a brief interval. There shall be no issue." The path to the Qinyun sect was remarkably accessible, consisting entirely of broad avenues paved with stone bricks. Ascending and descending the mountain required no steps, only gentle inclines. In steeper areas, large, flat stone platforms levitated, automatically rising and falling to bridge the interrupted pathways. Upon stepping onto one of these platforms, Zheng Xiu noticed a green stone at its center, a floating emerald. It seemed these ascending and descending platforms operated on the same principles as the skyships. Noticing Zheng Xiu's scrutiny of the platform, the young man enthusiastically elucidated. "These platforms are called Qinyun ladders. Within the Qinyun sect, they serve as replacements for staircases. Even within buildings, smaller Qinyun ladders are used for ascending and descending floors. The only place in the Qinyun sect where staircases still exist is the Wentian Pavilion, preserved since the sect's founding a millennium ago. Take the left path at this fork, and the right path at that one. Soon, we shall ascend to the mountain's summit via a Qinyun ladder, and then descend to its waist by another." After numerous twists and turns, Zheng Xiu realized he was lost. The view ahead consisted of forests and gray buildings, and the view behind was much the same. He had no idea of his current location. Thus, he hastened his pace, positioning himself beside the young man, fearful of losing his way. After rounding another intersection, Zheng Xiu noticed a building under construction by the roadside. The walls of the building had only been erected to a height of 2 zhang, while a dozen individuals donned in blue and white robes floated gracefully in the air, forming a circle to elevate the walls. Below, heaps of rubble lay piled in concentric formations. Observing closely, one could see these individuals executing intricate hand gestures, reciting incantations under their breath. Suddenly, with a swift motion, they reached toward the mounds of rubble, and with a cacophony, the stones were summoned to soar before them. Subsequently, their hands opened and closed rhythmically, at times clenching tightly and at others loosening their grip. Remarkably, in accordance with their movements, the rubble became malleable, transforming into a substance akin to dough. Gradually, these stone-like masses coalesced, forming a perfectly shaped stone slab, which then floated towards the building, settling securely into the vacant space of the wall. Such a spectacle was utterly enchanting. How was this achieved? Zheng Qiu, filled with curiosity, tugged at the robe of a nearby youth to inquire. The young man, having witnessed such occurrences numerous times, casually explained to Zheng Qiu that during the early days of the Qianyun sect, they had constructed their halls and buildings using wood and brick. However, over 600 years ago, a century after the invention of the Tianzhou, the Qianyun sect came upon a tome that detailed an extraordinary technique known as. This method proved challenging to master, and due to its slow application and lack of offensive capabilities, it was initially met with skepticism within the sect. Eventually, an elder discovered an innovative application for it, the construction of edifices. Indeed, this technique proved to be remarkably effective for building. It allowed stones to meld together, shaping them into any desired form, and further, the stones that had been manipulated became even more resilient. Yet, it still bore an insurmountable flaw. Only those with an intrinsic connection to the earth and stone could fully grasp this technique, while others could only master the initial three methods. As of now, apart from the lineage, all constructions within the Qianyun sect have been transformed into stone edifices. Zheng Qiu nodded in comprehension, soon pondering a new query. I noticed that the square where the Tianzhou is docked, as well as the surrounding buildings, are covered with a layer of iron sheeting. Is there also a technique for manipulating iron? The esteemed guest possesses keen insight. Indeed, the Qianyun sect has such a technique, known as. Remarkably, it bears a striking resemblance to that technique associated with the stone and the obedient discourse. Yes, this particular technique is quite similar in essence, leading the elders to suspect that both techniques may have been devised by the same individual. Regrettably, this technique is incomplete, containing only the initial 5 incantations. Thus it can only be employed to reinforce stone surfaces. Areas prone to damage, such as those in the Tianzhou Square, are fortified using this method. Thus, engaged in conversation as they walked, they soon arrived before a mountain peak. This peak was not particularly steep, being low and flat, resembling a bun. The mountain had been carved into tiers, each adorned with vibrant colors, seemingly showcasing various species of flora. At the pinnacle of Manta Mountain stood a substantial gray square edifice, towering 20 zhang high, anchored by a large spike. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the young man halted, approached Zheng Qiu and his companions with a smile, and bowed respectfully. This is the fragrant grass peak of Elder Mingzong. Elder Mingzong's moods fluctuate, so I kindly ask the esteemed guests to wait here. He then extended his hand towards Zheng Qiu. Esteemed guest, please lend me the yunfu for a moment, so that I may explain the situation to Elder Mingzong and request his presence to meet you. As the words fell, a faint red radiance suddenly erupted from the young man's body. With a resounding blast, a wave of energy surged from beneath his feet, causing the stone bricks to clatter in response. In an instant, the young man soared into the air, leaving a trail of shimmering light as he ascended toward the towering edifice atop Fanchao Peak. Zheng Qiu and the others exchanged bewildered glances. The young man had journeyed alongside them for so long, yet unbeknownst to them, he possessed the ability to fly. The expression on Yun Yu's face was peculiarly ambiguous, not revealing whether she was laughing or crying, whether she felt joy or sorrow. After a considerable pause, she murmured to herself, "This individual must be at the Qihua realm. No, that cannot be right. How could one at the Qihua realm attain such speed?" Chapter 36. Queries and answers. Before Fanchao Peak, the faint red light settled before the entrance of the grand building, its brilliance fading to reveal the young man's form. He stepped forward, entering the structure and searching for the elder's presence. "Elder Mingzong? Elder Mingzong, are you there?" he called out, ascending the Qianyun ladder while continuing to shout. Suddenly, a beam of earthy yellow light descended from above, crashing heavily onto the Qianyun ladder, causing it to tremble violently and sink over 3 zhang. After a struggle, the young man managed to stabilize himself and promptly bowed in the direction of the light, saying, "I have come to pay my respects to Elder Mingzong." "Spit it out quickly, don't waste my time," came the brusque reply as the earthy yellow light dissipated, revealing a robust old man. His skin was dark, clad in a long robe adorned with purple patterns on a white background. His white hair and beard were trimmed to 1 inch in length, uneven and ragged, resembling a dog-esque chew. Noticing the displeased expression on Elder Mingzong's face, the young man dared not delay and immediately offered the cloud talisman. Elder Mingzong, beneath the fragrant grass peak, there are individuals seeking an audience with you, sent by Ming Kong Zilin. This is the cloud token bestowed upon them by Ming Kong Zilin. What? Upon hearing this, Elder Mingzong's voice surged several octaves, as he snatched the cloud token with fervor. That impudent girl, Zilin. How utterly outrageous to belittle my research. Where are they? I am eager to see what capabilities the individuals summoned by that girl possess. Elder Mingzong's sudden outburst filled the young man with anxiety. Fearing he had committed a grave error, bowing his head and bending his body, he sought to offer an apology. However, Elder Mingzong paid him no heed. So, they are at the foot of the mountain. Very well, let me confront those whom the girl has summoned. As soon as the words left his lips, Elder Mingzong leaped from the Qianyun ladder, soaring through the air like a streak of flowing light, departing from the rooftop. With the elder's departure, the young man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, murmuring to himself, "It seems Ming Kong Zilin has once again provoked Elder Mingzong. Truly unfortunate. I failed to ingratiate myself and instead attracted trouble." At the foot of the mountain, Zheng Qiu and his companions stood patiently awaiting. Shortly thereafter, they beheld a streak of earthy yellow light surging from above the tall building, arcing through the sky before hurtling directly towards their position. The velocity of the light was astonishing, and in an instant, it struck the stone-paved ground before Zheng Qiu. Before the brilliance could dissipate, a fierce wind whipped up from the direction of the descending light, a torrent of air propelled by its rapid descent, the force of which surpassed even that of the young man's earlier ascent. As the radiance faded, Zheng Qiu discerned the figure before him, an elderly man. The girl had spoken of Elder Ming, and it was undoubtedly this individual. 3 individuals were present, and Elder Mingzong found himself at a loss for a target for his ire. With a scowl, he bellowed, "Speak up. Which of you was summoned by Zilin?" Since they were unfamiliar with who Zilin was, he switched his inquiry. "Well then, who is Yin Fu?" After being shouted at twice, even a fool could discern the elder's foul mood. Zheng Qiu cautiously raised his hand. "Yin Fu is mine." In an instant, a flash of earthy yellow light enveloped the scene, and Elder Mingzong appeared right before Zheng Qiu. Zheng Qiu felt a blur before him as the elder came uncomfortably close, and then his clothing tightened around his chest, lifting him as if he were a mere chick in the elder's grasp. "Be careful." His master, upon witnessing Zheng Qiu being hoisted, felt a surge of panic and attempted to intervene. However, as he took a step forward, his garment was suddenly seized, and he turned to find Yin Yu shaking her head in disapproval. In a hushed tone, she advised, "Master Zheng, do not intervene. This individual possesses unfathomable strength. If he intends to harm Zheng Qiu, even 200 of us would be of no avail. How long does it take for the solid grass to sprout to maturity?" Being swung about in the elder's grip and faced with his yelling, Zheng Qiu was paralyzed with fear and struggled to articulate a response. "Quickly, how many days? What part of the purple thorn fern is used for medicine?" "The thorn, the root." Elder Mingzong's fury dissipated significantly. It seemed the girl Zilin hadn't fabricated tales. This child indeed possessed knowledge of medicinal plants. Thus, he decided to raise the stakes further. "How does one induce the Qing Si Huang Hua Lan to bear fruit?" The tone of the other party's inquiry softened compared to before, and Zheng Qiu felt emboldened. "Utilize the dried powder of the wormwood ginseng leaves. Bury it beneath the Qing Si Huang Hua Lan to induce fruiting." A flicker of skepticism crossed Elder Mingzong's face. He had not heard of such a method. To make the Qing Si Huang Hua Lan bear fruit, one would typically use the spiritual spring water from the cave, irrigating it continuously for a month. However, he refrained from outright contradiction, considering that this might indeed be an innovative approach, the efficacy of which could only be determined through experimentation. Elder Mingzong set Zheng Qiu down and inquired, "Are you certain it is the dried powder of wormwood ginseng leaves?" With his hands clasped behind him, he scrutinized the young boy before him, his expression revealing hesitation. After a considerable pause, he finally resolved to ask, "Mao Yitu mentioned that you possess knowledge of cultivating the Iluo flower. How does one encourage its germination?" Zheng Qiu observed the other's expression, uncertain whether this was an interrogation or a request for guidance. Although this was a unique technique imparted by his master. Recalling Elder Mingzong's earlier imposing demeanor, Zheng Qiu decided that honesty was the best policy. Well, for the Luo flower seeds, after breaking the seed coat, one should use the durable incense vine as a base, planting them within the stem of the vine to facilitate germination. Elder Ming Zong's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, this was yet another unfamiliar cultivation method. This child possessed a certain acumen. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor and continued to inquire nonchalantly. According to this method, what is the germination rate of the Luo flower? Zheng Qiu scratched his head. I'm not entirely sure. I planted 6 seeds, and all of them sprouted. Elder Mingzong's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, it appears Zeline did not exaggerate. You truly have a knack for cultivation. No, that's not it. Zheng Qiu shook his head vigorously, as if it were a rattle drum. I can't possibly know everything. Yes, it was that girl who forced me to say it. Otherwise, she would have made me eat a plate. Zheng Qiu silently cursed. Zeline. I should have guessed earlier that the Zeline Elder Mingzong mentioned is the very girl who tossed the cloud talisman to me. She must have conveyed that someone more formidable than Elder Mingzong in herb cultivation has arrived to him. No wonder he was so irate earlier. It's truly unfortunate. Elder Mingzong, with hands clasped behind his back, scrutinized the young boy before him. The child appeared to be around 10 years old, similar in age to the girl Zeline. Although lacking any cultivation, he possessed an impressive breadth of knowledge about various herbs. After the earlier trial, it was apparent that this knowledge was grounded in practical experience. For an ordinary child of such age to acquire this level of understanding would require diligent effort and a thirst for knowledge, indicating he was undoubtedly an obedient child. The more Elder Mingzong observed, the more he found the boy agreeable, pondering that after years of research, he had finally discovered a worthy successor. After a prolonged observation, Elder Mingzong made up his mind. Child, what is your name? I am Zheng Qiu. Very well, Zheng Qiu. Are you willing to become my disciple? Chapter 37. A new master in Qianyun. The master winked at him and urged, Zheng Qiu, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and pay your respects to Elder Mingzong, and call him master. Zheng Qiu immediately grasped the implication. This was a rare opportunity, since his master had no objections. Having an additional master would pose no problem at all. Yes, master. Please allow me to pay my respects. Zheng Qiu bowed slightly, preparing to kneel and prostrate himself. However, before he could lower his upper body, he collided with an invisible barrier, which promptly straightened him back up. Elder Mingzong shook his finger disapprovingly, saying, At the Qianyun sect, one does not bow in such a manner. Then how does one pay their respects? Zheng Qiu inquired. With a flick of his wrist, Elder Mingzong produced a golden-hued horn seemingly from thin air. This object was not merely a horn. It resembled a funnel with a metallic sheen, attached at the base to a conch-like stone. Aiming the horn at Zheng Qiu, Elder Mingzong explained, This is the sound recording golden conch. It can capture your spoken words and later reproduce them. Now, speak into it, declaring that you wish to take me, Mingzong, as your master. That will serve as your proof. Oh, Zheng Qiu nodded and, directing his voice toward the mouth of the conch, proclaimed, I am Zheng Qiu, and from this day forth, I take Elder Mingzong as my master. Lifting his gaze to Elder Mingzong, he found the elder shaking his head. Not sufficient. Your voice lacks volume. You must shout. I am Zheng Qiu. From today onward, I take Elder Mingzong as my master. Elder Mingzong continued to shake his head. Incorrect. While your voice has increased in volume, your enunciation is lacking. Try again. Zheng Qiu stuck out his tongue, finding the conch rather demanding. I am Zheng Qiu from this day. After nearly 30 attempts, Elder Mingzong finally nodded in approval and put away the golden conch. Zheng Qiu incessantly swallowed, feeling as if smoke were rising from his throat. Elder Mingzong wore a smile upon his face, evidently pleased with the matter of accepting disciples. Shifting his gaze from Zheng Qiu, he inquired about the 2 individuals behind him. Disciple, who are these 2? Are they your family? Zheng Qiu hastily introduced. This is my. But his master interrupted him, taking the initiative to introduce himself. I am Zheng Qiu's grandfather, Zheng Zhisong. Yunyu then chimed in. I am Zheng Qiu's sister. Yunyu. Elder Mingzong scrutinized the 2, discerning that Zheng Zhisong possessed no cultivation and bore the signs of old age. His attention then turned to Yunyu. Zheng Qiu's sister, this young lady Yunyu, was once at the qi condensation stage, was she not? Which sect did you belong to? Yunyu was taken aback. Elder Mingzong was exceptionally formidable. Without any prior interaction, he could ascertain her previous cultivation level merely by observation, even identifying it as the qi condensation stage. Deceit and concealment would not suffice. She could not afford to mislead him. Given Elder Ming Zong's remarkable prowess, should her falsehood be uncovered, it would not only jeopardize her own situation, but also adversely affect Zheng Qiu's future. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to speak the truth. I was once a disciple of the Xuanwu sect, but later, calamity befell the sect, and it was destroyed. I sustained severe injuries. Zheng Qiu saved me and recognized me as his sister. Enough, Elder Ming interjected, his previously stern demeanor dissolving back into a smile. What are you so anxious about? Do not fret. Even in your current state, should your cultivation still remain, I, Ming Zong, would gladly take you in. He then turned to Zheng Qiu and said, Disciple, bring your grandfather and sister to my fragrant grass pavilion to rest. Today, I shall have the disciples of the sect prepare a suitable dwelling for you. Master, which one is the Fangqiao Tower? That one. Elder Ming Zong pointed towards the lofty edifice atop Fangqiao Peak. The Fangqiao Tower boasts multiple levels, each shaped like a hollow square, with the void at its core forming a vertical atrium that rises majestically at the center of the structure. Within the atrium, a diminutive Qinyan ladder floats up and down. As Zheng Qiu stands within, gazing upward where the sky is merely a pinprick. Standing in the heart of the atrium, he can discern the arrangement of the lower levels. Some areas are adorned with potted plants, others display pools of water, and there are also scattered books and tools haphazardly hung in disarray. It appears that aside from the sections designated for planting, the entire tower is in disarray. Having just become a disciple, Elder Ming Zong did not permit him to ascend further. Zheng Qiu timidly refrained from wandering to other floors and instead patiently seated himself in the tea area on the first floor, awaiting Elder Ming Zong's arrangements. Master, is it? Shu, do not call me master. You must remember, Elder Ming Zong is now your master. From now on, you shall call me grandfather, understood? Zheng Qiu nodded, replying, Yes, grandfather. Does this mean we have now become members of the Qinyan sect? You have become a member of the Qinyan sect. Grandfather and your sister are merely accompanying you to acquire skills. As Zheng Qiu and the others conversed, they observed Elder Ming Zong descending swiftly from the upper levels. He cast a glance at Zheng Qiu and the others before hurriedly exiting the building. With a loud voice, he called out towards the jade plaque, Ming Qingxi. Come out here at once. Ming Qingxi, come out. Shortly after the roar, the aura of the jade tablet shimmered gently, and a languid voice of a man emanated from within. Ming Zong, why are you shouting so loudly? Have you encountered another dead plant? Shut your foul mouth. I have taken on a disciple, so hurry and summon those obedient disciples of yours to assist in constructing a house for my apprentice. Oh, so you have taken on a disciple as well, Ming Zong. Have you grown weary of tending to your plants and decided to pass on this burden? Ming Qingxi, stop diverting the conversation and call them here swiftly. After all, they are my disciples. You cannot simply seize them without a word. I will seize them, so hurry. Otherwise, I shall personally come to claim them. No. You, as an elder, throwing a tantrum is as unpredictable as boiling water. I am impressed. Fine. I shall summon my disciples. Zheng Qiu listened intently from within. This jade tablet truly was a marvelous object, capable of facilitating communication across distances. Before witnessing Elder Ming Zong utilize this tablet, he had never heard of such a method of communication, let alone dreamt of it. Upon arriving at the Qinyan sect, Zheng Qiu had encountered an array of extraordinary artifacts that left him astonished, continually amazed to the point he felt he could satiate his appetite for wonder. Chapter 38. Grass leaves for sustenance. In a small pavilion, the house was constructed halfway up the mountain. Standing at the entrance of the fragrant grass pavilion and gazing downward, one could clearly see the disciples proficient in the obedient stone technique working at remarkable speed to erect the dwelling. The stones were extracted, kneaded into shape, and then meticulously assembled, as if they were effortlessly rising from the ground and cascading towards the house like a mountain stream. Zheng Qiu watched in awe as the structure transformed from its foundation into a single story, then into two. By sunset, a charming four-story edifice had emerged. Once the final gap in the roof was filled, the disciples hurriedly fled, as if escaping for their lives, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Elder Ming Zong descended from the upper floors, witnessing the hasty departure of his disciples. He shook his fist and bellowed into the distance. Why are you running? I haven't even had a chance to see it yet, and you're already off. How did Ming Qingxi teach you? The disciples vanished swiftly, and before long, Elder Ming Zong could no longer see them. With a heavy sigh, he turned to Zheng Qiu, who stood by the door, and remarked, Disciple, come with me to inspect the house. If it does not meet your expectations, I will have them tear it down and rebuild it. With that, Elder Ming Zong clasped his hands behind his back and strode confidently towards the mountainside. Zheng Qiu quickly summoned his grandfather and Yunyu, following closely behind. The interior of the house was spacious. The disciples of Qianyun sect had fashioned stone tables, chairs, beds, and cabinets, providing nearly all the necessary furnishings. Large windows adorned the walls, allowing light to pour in and dispelling the dreariness that the monotonous gray stone might have otherwise evoked. However, the windows were merely openings without frames or shutters, and the bedding for the stone beds, along with various jars and containers, would need to be acquired separately. In just a short span of time, the construction of such a house had far exceeded Zheng Qiu's expectations. The missing items could be gathered gradually, and he was reluctant to impose further on his master or the others of Qianyun sect. Master, this house is splendid. I am thoroughly satisfied, utterly content. Elder Ming Zong nodded. Very well, from now on, you shall reside here, and this house shall be named the Fragrant Grass Pavilion. Wiping the dust off the stone table and chairs, Zheng Qiu sat at the table in anticipation. Before long, Elder Ming Zong arrived at the Fragrant Grass Pavilion, carrying a bamboo basket filled with various items. Upon entering the dwelling, he placed the basket on the table and tossed a crumpled garment to Zheng Qiu. This is the ceremonial robe of the Qianyun sect. Do try it on. Zheng Qiu felt the fabric, noting its resemblance to the fine silk embroidery gifted by Lu Moji, yet he pondered the reason for its crumpled state. Surely it could not be a second-hand garment. Unfolding the attire, he discovered a long robe adorned with blue patterns on a white background. The robe appeared somewhat wrinkled and emitted a potent herbal scent. As he slipped into the garment, Zheng Qiu struggled to poke his head through the collar. And upon glancing down, he saw long sleeves cascading at his sides, the hem trailing on the ground. It was indeed a size suited for an adult. He attempted to take a step, but as he did so, his foot caught the rope, and with a thud, Zheng Qiu fell face first onto the floor. Rubbing his aching nose, he sat up with difficulty. Master, this robe is far too large. However, Elder Ming Zong shook his head. Too large? It seems only slightly so. Fear not. You will grow into it. In a couple of years, it shall fit you perfectly. He then retrieved a scroll of paper from the basket and placed it on the table. What was your grandfather's name again, my disciple? Zheng Ji Song. Yes, Zheng Ji Song, and also Yunyu. This is a map of the villages surrounding the Qianyun sect. The Ganyun sect is surrounded by 5 villages, all under our protection. You can obtain your necessities from there without any expense. As dusk approaches, I shall have other disciples deliver your supper. Ah, are we to dine? Zheng Qiu exclaimed, his countenance brightening with elation. Excellent. At long last, respite from the fruits. Zheng Qiu, having just divested himself of his sect attire, heard Elder Ming Zong's words and leaped with joy. You may partake now, Elder Ming Zong responded, retrieving a large bowl from the basket and placing it upon the table. Truly? At this very moment? Zheng Qiu promptly hastened to the table, yet his smile evanesced upon beholding the bowl's contents. This. The capacious bowl brimmed with verdant hues, a melange of roots, stems, and leaves, exuding an intense herbal fragrance. An assortment of medicinal herbs had been minced and commingled. Deficient constitution may find remedy, but for dullness, there is no cure. These concoctions serve to ameliorate your constitution. From this day hence, this shall be your sustenance. Zheng Qiu, chopsticks poised, hesitated to partake. Must I consume this daily? Assuredly. As my disciple, Ming Zong's, you cannot subsist without cultivation. Tending to the entirety of fragrant grass peak requires alacrity, which is unattainable without cultivation. Zheng Qiu gazed upon the bowl of herbs, swallowing laboriously. For the sake of cultivation, I shall consume it. He seized a chopstickful and conveyed it to his mouth, masticating with determination. Juices trickled forth with each tear of his teeth. Ugh, so bitter. Zheng Qiu puffed out his cheeks, yearning to expel the contents, but his gaze met Elder Ming Zong's stern glare. He swiftly raised his hand to his mouth, exerting every sinew to swallow, his entire visage contorting in the process. It is rather difficult to consume, isn't it? Lacking any foundational experience, one is ill-suited to ingest elixirs and must instead resort to the most rudimentary herbs for gradual adjustment. Elder Ming Zong retrieved a porcelain vial from the basket, uncorked it, and placed it before Zheng Qiu, suggesting he rinse his mouth with a bit of water. Zheng Qiu grasped the vial, tilted his head back, and poured its contents into his mouth. Alas, what an odd flavor. It was both astringent and numbing, with an intensely fishy undertone. He choked, nearly expelling the liquid. But he realized he could not allow that to happen. Hastily, he covered his mouth with one hand while placing the vial upon the table with the other. To his dismay, although his mouth was covered, the liquid found an alternate route, erupting from his nose. In a frantic attempt to stifle the flow, he inadvertently caused it to spew forth from his mouth instead. Coughing incessantly, Zheng Qiu became a flustered mess, drenched in water. This was disastrous. He had failed to consume an entire vial, and had made such a blunder right after taking his vows. Surely, he would be cast out. Cough, cough. I apologize, master. I am truly sorry. Zheng Qiu dabbed at his face, bowing repeatedly in contrition to Elder Mingzong. When he finally dared to glance up, he was surprised to find the elder's expression still stern, devoid of the expected anger. You didn't manage to drink it all. Elder Mingzong furrowed his brow and reached back into the basket, producing another identical porcelain vial. Uncorking it, he placed it before Zheng Qiu once more. My apprentice, do not fret. I have plenty more for you to drink. Zheng Qiu stared at the vial, nearly on the verge of tears. Master, what if I still cannot consume it all? Worry not. This substance is abundant. See, there is still more. With that, Elder Mingzong extracted a third porcelain vial from the basket, placing it upon the table before continuing to delve into its depths. A fourth, a fifth, a sixth emerged. Chapter 39. Prostrate under the sun, discovering Xiao Wei from the ensuing day. Zheng Qiu's tribulations commenced. Scarcely had he completed his morning ablutions when Master Mingzong would arrive at the fragrant grass pavilion, bearing 3 enormous bowls of herbal concoctions. Under Mingzong's watchful gaze, Zheng Qiu was compelled to consume the entire morning portion. Subsequently, he would be led to the foreland of Fragrant Grass Peak, where he was instructed to lie prostrate upon the grassy verge beside the mountain path, exposed to the sun's rays. This, according to Mingzong, was not mere sunbathing, but rather an act of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. As the season progressed towards the end of spring, the sun's intensity grew daily, particularly during the midday hours, when Zheng Qiu was invariably drenched in perspiration. Yet, Master Mingzong forbade him from consuming anything other than the water contained within the porcelain vials. The unpalatable herbs and the distasteful water proved challenging at first. For the initial days, Zheng Qiu would ingest and then regurgitate repeatedly, uncertain if any of it had actually reached his stomach. Consuming these substances as his sole sustenance, his sleep became disturbed, his dreams filled with the endless consumption of herbs. Consequently, he became listless, his tongue lolling, his head drooping in a state of enervation. Paradoxically, his complexion flourished, his cheeks exhibiting a rosy, healthy hue, and he ascended the mountain path without the weakness associated with malnourishment. Whatever Master Mingzong had added to the herbal mixture, it seemed to possess potent restorative properties. Though the herbs were initially unpleasant, with repeated consumption, he gradually acclimatized. By the 5th day, Zheng Qiu could finally ingest the entire bowl of herbs without resistance. Regarding the water in the porcelain vase, he still found it difficult to accept, often pinching his nose and gulping it down in one go. Gradually, the bitterness, astringency, and acidity became less pronounced. At times, Zheng Qiu even suspected that his taste buds had deteriorated. Master Mingzong's supervision of his meals was also diminishing. Yet he showed no inclination to impart knowledge, insisting that Zheng Qiu continue to lie on the grass and bask in the sun daily. On approximately the 14th day, an individual arrived at the Fragrant Grass Peak. That day, Zheng Qiu was, as usual, sprawled on the grass when he suddenly heard the sound of something soaring through the air above him. He turned over and gazed skyward, spotting a figure clad in a blue-patterned white robe. This person was carrying a large box, and perhaps due to its weight, flew at a sluggish pace. The light surrounding him faint and indistinct. The figure noticed Zheng Qiu and gradually descended in his direction. Upon closer inspection, Zheng Qiu realized that this box-bearing individual was the same young man who had greeted them at the mountain gate. The youth set the box down with a thud, causing the ground beneath Zheng Qiu to tremble slightly. Goodness, is it that heavy? Zheng Qiu shook his head. No, I have now become a disciple of Elder Mingzong. What? Elder Mingzong has taken you as a disciple? The young man's expression was one of disbelief as he scrutinized the boy from head to toe. You cannot be deceiving me. You aren't even wearing a sect robe. How can I know if you're telling the truth? I am not lying. I possess a sect robe, but it is too large for me to wear. Oh, what color is it? Zheng Qiu pointed to the young man's chest. It is the same as yours. Blue with a pattern. The youth chuckled merrily. Heh, it seems it's true then. In that case, I'll have to call you junior brother from now on. By the way, what's your name? I'm Jingqiu. I'm Xiao Wei. You have to call me senior brother Xiao Wei. Go on, say it. Senior brother Xiao Wei. Haha. Why are you always lying on the ground? I am absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Zheng Qiu shifted his body, adopting a more comfortable posture, and tilting his neck, he recounted what Master Mingzong had told him. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Wei clutched his stomach, doubled over with laughter. Senior brother. What are you laughing at? But Master said. Elder Mingzong is teasing you. Get up already. Zheng Qiu shook his head. No. There must be a reason why Master said that. I can't get up. Xiao Wei shrugged, picking up the box. Suit yourself, I'm leaving. Hey, wait. Seeing Xiao Wei about to leave, Zheng Qiu waved his hand to stop him. I have a question I want to ask you, senior brother. Ask quickly. I still have deliveries to make. Why are the colors of the sect uniforms different? Is there a particular significance? Xiao Wei elucidated that the Qianyun sect distinguished status by the color of their attire, with seniority limited to casual address. In truth, many outer sect disciples were pre-existing cultivators from various regions, merely affiliated under the Qianyun sect banner. Those adorned in blue-patterned robes were the genuine disciples of the Qianyun sect, each with their own master, entitled to participate in the majority of sect activities, and enjoying the privileges of freely selecting cultivation techniques and engaging in commerce with other sections. Those clad in purple garments are either elders or individuals of equal standing within the Qianyun sect. In this esteemed sect, apart from the sect master adorned in golden robes, the elders hold the highest authority. However, there are exceptions. Xiao Wei mentioned that he once encountered someone donned in red-patterned sect attire. Yet the sect has never elaborated on the role of such individuals. He informed Zheng Qiu that even within the same hue of sect attire, distinctions exist, albeit often overlooked due to their complexity. Should Zheng Qiu wish to delve deeper into the specifics, he may explore the Huisi library within the sect, which houses numerous foundational texts. After imparting this information, Xiao Wei departed from Fangqiao Peak, cradling a box. As the sun began its gradual descent, Master Mingzong descended from Fangqiao Tower. Master. Master Mingzong observed a large square imprint on the grass where Zheng Qiu lay, inquired, Who has been here? It was senior brother Xiao Wei. He was the one who brought me to Fangqiao Peak that day. Oh, I see. Master, Zheng Qiu raised his head, puzzled. Senior brother Xiao Wei said that lying on the ground inhibits the absorption of the essence of heaven and earth. Is that true? Zheng Qiu scratched his head. But you mentioned that lying on the ground allows one to absorb the essence. Perhaps senior brother was mistaken. Moreover, you never stated that one must remain prone. How can one cease midway? Rise, Master Mingzong nodded, a gentle smile gracing his aged face. The sun is setting. Starting tomorrow, you shall not need to come here anymore. Not come? Then where to? Fangqiao Tower. Chapter 40. The reasons behind Mingzong's herbal medicine on the following morning. Master Mingzong did not arrive at the fragrant herb pavilion, and the 3 large bowls of herbs were brought by grandfather. Zheng Qiu furrowed his brow as he meticulously picked through the green leaves in his bowl, then donned a short embroidered jacket before hastening to the fragrant herb building. Upon entering, he glanced around but could not find any trace of his master. Perhaps he had yet to arrive. Just as he prepared to take a seat at the tea table and wait, he heard his master's voice calling from above. Come up, to the 30th floor. Realizing his master was upstairs, Zheng Qiu quickly left the tea table and rushed to the courtyard, awaiting the arrival of the floating Qianyun ladder. Once the ladder reached the bottom, he stepped onto the stone platform. The Qianyun ladder in the fragrant herb building was not only small, but also descended at a speed surpassing that of the paths on Zhongli Mountain. Zheng Qiu leaned over to peer down, feeling a rush of unease at the swiftness, prompting him to draw back and position himself at the center of the stone platform. The 30th floor of the fragrant herb building was filled with an array of pots and jars, both large and small, brimming with clear water, where various herbs were either standing or reclining within. Master Mingzong crouched on the ground, examining the herbs. Master, Zheng Qiu called out. Mingzong acknowledged him but did not turn, remaining focused on the task at hand. After a while, Master Mingzong suddenly spoke. Zheng Qiu, since I have taken you as my disciple, I shall certainly endeavor to mold you into the most exceptional student, at least within the Qianyun sect. Rising, Master Mingzong continued to inspect the jars placed upon the wooden racks. In the past, I dedicated myself to the study of cultivation techniques. Do you know why I have shifted my focus to the cultivation of herbs? Zheng Qiu shook his head, apprehensive that his master might not see him from behind. He added, "I don't know." Master Mingzong settled onto a stool, gesturing towards the distant horizon. The sects of Yunxiu are numerous, brimming with talent. With so many sects, conflicts are inevitable. Even a minor discord can lead two sects to draw swords against one another. Thus, the greater a cultivator's strength, the more effectively they can safeguard what is precious. Master Mingzong turned his gaze towards Zheng Qiu, indicating for him to take a seat. Otherwise, one might end up like your sister, Yunyu. Every word Master Mingzong spoke was meticulous, ensuring that Zheng Qiu gained a comprehensive understanding of the environment in which cultivators exist. To elevate one's prowess, a cultivator must focus on three key aspects: personal realm, exceptional techniques, and magical weapons. Magical weapons, being exceedingly powerful, offer the most rapid enhancement to one's strength, with their myriad functions capable of compensating for deficiencies in a cultivator's realm or techniques. However, these weapons come with a significant drawback: they are easily lost, as they are not inherent to the cultivator, but rather external objects. Should one fall into a trap set by another, these magical weapons can even become a burden. In contrast, techniques do not bear such issues. Once learned, they become a part of oneself, impervious to theft. Master Mingzong possessed profound knowledge regarding techniques. He informed Zheng Qiu that they are categorized into two principal types: life techniques and miscellaneous techniques. Life techniques constitute the core principles of cultivation, intricately linked to a cultivator's realm, the flow of vital energy, and the pathways of their meridians. Generally, a cultivator will only practice a single life technique, as the pathways of this technique are fixed, leaving an indelible mark on the flow of vital energy within the meridians. While cultivating other forms of energy techniques, the marks left behind may conflict with various types of qi. The techniques outside of life energy are collectively referred to as miscellaneous techniques, which do not place much emphasis on the flow of meridians and provide little assistance in elevating one's rank. Nevertheless, miscellaneous techniques are diverse and possess numerous applications, prompting most cultivators to learn several that suit their needs for problem solving. However, some miscellaneous techniques can also cultivate unique qi and may even be practiced as life energy. For instance, the disciples of the Qianyun sect, who study the stone listening technique, have a miscellaneous skill that can be practiced as life energy. Regardless of the technique, there exists a rule: the more challenging a practice, the more powerful it becomes, while the easier ones tend to be weaker. At this juncture, Zheng Qiu inquired, "Are there any techniques that are both easy to master and powerful, or difficult to master yet weak?" The master nodded. Indeed, the former pertains to the secret treasures of various sects, while the latter consists of failed creations. The concept of one's own rank is rather enigmatic. Some individuals experience swift breakthroughs, while others may struggle throughout their lives to achieve only a few. Generally, those with good foundational roots, high innate talent, and strong techniques find it easier to make breakthroughs. A practitioner's rank serves as the most straightforward indicator of their strength. If techniques and magical artifacts represent quantitative changes, then a breakthrough in rank signifies a qualitative transformation, a leap in advancement. Throughout the millennia, there have been instances where a practitioner at a higher rank has defeated an opponent of a lower rank, but never has a practitioner succeeded in combat when crossing two ranks. Thus, when cultivators interact, the rank is of utmost importance. Those of higher rank are more likely to earn the respect of others. Naturally, to conceal their true capabilities, most individuals refrain from explicitly stating their rank, opting instead for vague terms such as high or low cultivation. Master Mingzong lifted the kettle from the tea table and poured himself a cup of water. He paused to inquire of Zheng Qiu, "Disciple, having elaborated so extensively, which aspects do you perceive as being connected to the cultivation of medicinal herbs?" A smile graced Master Mingzong's face as he continued, "And what else? Is there further significance? Might it even be beneficial to one's martial arts practice?" Your keen intellect shines through, as you have quickly grasped the subtle hints. As he gently swirled the clear water in his cup, his expression gradually shifted to one of earnest seriousness. At a cursory glance, the cultivation of medicinal materials may seem merely a means to procure resources for nourishing rare and exotic creatures, providing materials for alchemical concoctions, and enhancing the daily sustenance of cultivators. For breakthroughs or consolidation of realms, there exist elixirs. For the aid of martial arts practices, there are also elixirs. Even the usage of special magical artifacts and weapons necessitates bespoke elixirs. The world at large fixates on the art of alchemy, daily delving into methods of refining higher-tier elixirs, pondering the creation of novel applications for these potions. Countless renowned alchemical furnaces and myriad illustrious alchemists have led many to believe that alchemy constitutes the very foundation of cultivation. But is this truly the case? Absolutely not. Master Ming Zong clenched his fist with fervor, his eyes ablaze with passion. I have engaged in discussions with the elders of my sect regarding alchemy over 10,000 times and have personally experimented with dozens of renowned elixirs. Regardless of the tier or the sophistication of the refining technique, the most critical essence of any elixir is still derived from the medicinal materials used in its creation. Alchemy is merely the process of extracting the medicinal properties of these materials, concentrating and blending them. The essence of the medicine remains unchanged. Master Ming Zhong firmly grasped Zhang Qiu's shoulders, shaking him until he was dizzy. The fervent light in Master Ming Zhong's eyes blazed forth like flames. One solid qi herb cannot possibly yield 2 solid qi pills. But what if there are hundreds? Thousands? Do you comprehend the implications? Raw materials are fundamental. They are the very foundation of everything. To cultivate medicine, one must cultivate medicine. With a sufficient quantity of herbs, even a pig could attain enlightenment. Chapter 41. The Master's Lecture in the Fragrant Grass Pavilion. Observing Zhang Qiu, Master Ming Zhong noticed the absence of that epiphanic expression on his disciple's face, replaced instead by a look of confusion. Consequently, he released his grip and took a couple of sips from his cup to steady his thoughts. With his eyes slightly squinted, he gazed at the clouds drifting above and slowly remarked, "Indeed, you are young and have never engaged with the path of cultivation. It is only natural that you find this complex at first. Therefore, let us proceed step by step, starting from the very basics." Ascending the Qinyan ladder. This time Zhang Qiu accompanied his master to the 40th floor. Master Ming Zhong informed him that the Fragrant Grass Pavilion comprised a total of 55 floors. And from the 40th floor upwards, all were filled with the books and materials accumulated from his research on herb cultivation. After rummaging through the shelves for a while, Master Ming Zhong pulled out a tome. He approached the nearest table, casually sweeping aside the items atop it, and placed the book down, beckoning Zhang Qiu to come closer. "Disciple, this tome details the 20 most common herbs," Master Ming Zhong said, handing Zhang Qiu a piece of paper and a pen. "Most of these herbs you are likely already familiar with. Concerning these herbal remedies, you should document the cultivation methods on paper, and I shall put them to the test." Zhang Qiu meticulously flipped through the booklet, pen in hand, swiftly inscribing notes. Noticing his apprentice's rapid pace, Master Ming Zong relinquished his previous intention to attend to other matters and approached the table to observe Zhang Qiu's writing. In less than half an hour, Zhang Qiu had reached the final page of the booklet. He ceased writing and handed the filled sheet to his master. "Master, I have completed it. I am familiar with all 20 varieties." "Ah, indeed. Your foundational knowledge surpasses my expectations," Master Ming Zong replied, taking the paper and perusing the cultivation methods Zhang Qiu had recorded. The more he read, the more his brow furrowed. "Apprentice, these methods are entirely different from those I typically employ. Is that so, Master? Is my approach incorrect? However, I have tried cultivating them, and they all thrived." Master Ming Zong set the paper down and shook his head. "I did not imply that your methods are flawed. If you have successfully grown them, they must indeed be viable. Nonetheless, I shall require further testing to ascertain their efficacy." Once more, Master Ming Zong picked up the paper and scrutinized it intently. After some time, he suddenly inquired, "Apprentice, was the environment in which you learned to cultivate these herbs inadequate?" "What do you mean by inadequate?" "Observe. These cultivation methods do not incorporate any precious soil or mountain spring water, nor do they emulate the harmonious environment where the essence of heaven and earth converges. They rely solely on the interplay of medicinal materials and various planting techniques to circumvent these elements." Master Ming Zong gently stroked his short beard, deep in thought. "Based on my extensive experience, this method of indirect cultivation should inherently be inferior to conventional planting techniques. However, it is difficult to ascertain without experimentation. Thus, we must endeavor to explore. Herein lies the catalog of fundamental medicinal herbs. My apprentice, for the next couple of days, your singular task is to peruse these texts thoroughly. Document any herbs you recognize and know how to cultivate on paper. I need to fully comprehend your foundational knowledge." The books piled on the table varied in size and condition, both new and old, and their number was quite substantial. Zhang Qiu was only familiar with a scant portion of the herbs contained within. Initially, he intended to study them while memorizing their details. But the master intervened upon noticing his approach. He emphasized that these texts need not be memorized, as the building possesses a systematic catalog of medicinal herbs for study. Haphazard memorization would only lead to confusion. For the cultivation methods Zheng Qiu recorded, Master Mingzong conducted tests on each one, though the results would not be known for a fortnight. After 5 days had passed, Zheng Qiu had completed reviewing all the books on the table, and that afternoon, Master Mingzong commenced his first lesson. The classroom was situated on the 45th floor of the Fragrant Grass building, distinct from the other floors designated for books and materials. As it was impeccably tidy, 2 neat rows of bookshelves lined the walls, gleaming as if newly polished, with the volumes meticulously arranged. Master Mingzong and Zheng Qiu seated themselves across from one another, and the master produced a book, tossing it onto the table. The book was not particularly thick, and upon picking it up, Zheng Qiu noticed it was titled Yun Xiu's Herbal Compendium. The master poured himself a cup of water to soothe his throat and gestured for his disciple to read while he explained. The medicinal herbs are categorized into 2 types, inanimate and animate. Inanimate herbs refer to those that do not move, while animate herbs are the opposite. Inanimate herbs can be further divided into 5 categories: grass, wood, water, air, and minerals. Animate herbs are classified into 4 categories: insects, beasts, birds, and strange creatures. Since grass and wood are the most commonly used types of herbs, the term herb cultivation typically refers to these 2 categories. Subsequently, Master Mingzong elaborated on each of these categories, continuously providing examples for Zheng Qiu to comprehend. Zheng Qiu diligently followed along, flipping through the pages and occasionally jotting down notes. As the sun began to set and darkness enveloped the sky, the master gently brushed his hand across the lamp on the table, igniting a warm, golden light from the lampstone. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. The master had meticulously discussed a total of 8 categories, 5 inanimate and 4 animate. It should amount to 9 categories. Why was there 1 missing? Zheng Qiu flipped through the Yun Xiu herbal record, counting the categories on his fingers, only to discover that the category of strange creatures was absent from the entire book. He hurriedly inquired, "Master, you mentioned that animate herbs are divided into 4 categories: insects, beasts, birds, and strange creatures. Why is strange creatures not included in the book? Moreover, you did not discuss it either." The master replied, "As for strange creatures, I must confess I have not encountered them myself. However, the 3 great millennial sects of Yun Xiu have records regarding this, and there are relevant details in ancient manuscripts that have been lost to time, which is why I included it. Please tell me more. I am eager to hear." Zheng Qiu's curiosity was piqued as he gazed eagerly at his master. Coughing lightly, Master Mingzong cleared his throat and said, "Very well, I shall elaborate on this classification. According to the ancient records of the 3 millennia of the Yun Xiu sect, the monster is neither a terrestrial beast, nor a bird of the air, nor an insect. It is a creature unseen by human eyes. Its appearances are exceedingly rare. Yet each manifestation heralds calamity. The monster's size is colossal, akin to a mountain, while even the smaller ones rival cattle and horses, their vast spans eliciting astonishment. Wherever these creatures tread, the land becomes desolate, and life is plunged into misery. Destruction is their only legacy. The records suggest that these monsters lack intelligence. They do not comprehend human speech, nor do they possess the instinct to evade human assaults. Nonetheless, all accounts highlight a peculiar power inherent in these beings, not a mere physical strength, nor a formidable aura, but rather a corrosive force. In places where the monster lingers for an extended period, the environment undergoes a gradual transformation, resembling the texture of the monster's own form. Those being slain by the monster ultimately metamorphose into new creatures bearing a semblance to the monster's power. However, for the esteemed sects of Yun Xiu, the monster is regarded as a valuable entity, for its corrosive power possesses the ability to assimilate medicinal elixirs and the essence of the world. By employing specialized techniques to refine its corporeal form, one can mitigate the corrosive effects on the practitioner's essence, thereby producing miraculous elixirs that swiftly elevate one's cultivation. Master Mingzong lifted the kettle, only to find it empty, and with a sigh, he remarked, "Some records mention numerous other wondrous applications of the monster. Alas, I have not been so fortunate as to encounter one." Chapter 42. The selection of roots and manifestation of skills indeed. I shall memorize it thoroughly, leaving no detail overlooked. Master Mingzong accompanied Zheng Qiu down the stairs, And just as Zheng Qiu was about to depart from the fragrant grass pavilion, the master suddenly called out to him, "Disciple, you have been consuming the herbal medicine for nearly 25 days, correct?" Master Mingzong extended his fingers to calculate the days. "Ah, yes. It should be in 5 days. At that time, I shall examine the condition of your roots and bones. If all goes well, you should be able to practice some simple techniques to test your abilities. Is that true? Am I really able to cultivate soon?" Zheng Qiu inquired eagerly. "It should be feasible. For these few days, I shall not supervise your intake of the herbal medicine. However, do not allow yourself to become negligent," the master advised. Unable to contain his joy, Zheng Qiu repeatedly bowed to his master, exclaiming, "Thank you, master. I promise to consume every last bit." "Thank you, master." The Qianyun Herbal Compendium is divided into 3 volumes, documenting the herbs cultivated and harvested by the Qianyun sect's apothecary hall. The master informed him that, in truth, the herbs supplied to the entire sect came from the 10 peaks of the apothecary hall, and the herbs grown on fragrant grass peak were not part of the sect's supply. They were solely Elder Mingzong's personal garden. When Elder Mingzong abandoned the study of martial arts in favor of researching herbal cultivation, the other elders within the sect were perplexed. Believing that with the apothecary hall in existence, there was no need for an elder to exert effort in such research. Although the sect leader did not impede him, he had attempted to dissuade him on several occasions. However, Elder Mingzong remained resolute, refusing to relent, which compelled the sect leader to allocate an additional peak for his endeavors. After decades of diligent study, Elder Mingzong has yet to achieve any notable accomplishments. The initial disciples he once accepted have all left to serve under other elders, rendering him a subject of ridicule within the Qianyun sect. Presently, on the expansive Fangqiao Peak, apart from Elder Mingzong and Zheng Qiu, only the grandfather and Yunyu remain. Disciples of the Qianyun sect pass by daily, yet none venture to visit Fangqiao Peak. Thus, Elder Mingzong frequently employs the enchanted blue jade tablet, summoning one elder after another to attend to various tasks. At long last, the 5th day arrived, the day designated by the master for learning the martial arts techniques. Early in the morning, Zhang Qiu eagerly made his way to Fangqiao Tower, impatiently searching for his master's presence. Master, I have arrived. Where are you?" he called out as he ascended the Qianyun ladder towards the 45th floor, where classes are typically held. Just as he reached the desk, a streak of earthy yellow light swept down from above, revealing Master Mingzong. As the brilliance faded, Zhang Qiu noticed his master holding a cyan blue metallic disc, adorned with countless fine strings along its edge, reminiscent of a tassel on a flower drum. "Disciple, sit still and do not move," Master Mingzong instructed, guiding Zheng Qiu into a seated position. He then grasped the fine strings that hung from the disc, wrapping them around Zheng Qiu's form. The roots and bones, visible on the surface, represent the completeness and smoothness of the meridians, while the internal aspects reflect the body's compatibility with different types of energies. This device is known as the root measurement and bone display disc, specifically designed to ascertain the nature of one's roots and bones. Master Mingzong carefully coiled the fine cord and lifted the divination bone plate, slowly rotating it. The plate immediately radiated a kaleidoscope of faint hues, which were so subtle that they were difficult to discern upon a casual glance. Subsequently, the colors of the aura shifted continuously, with only one hue manifesting at a time. Zheng Qiu perceived a slight tremor in the fine cord, accompanied by a tingling sensation that reverberated from the point of contact throughout his entire being, akin to ripples in a river lapping against his body. After a while, Master Mingzong's smile gradually faded as he leaned closer to Zheng Qiu, pressing and probing the areas where the cord was entwined. Moments later, a frown creased his brow as he examined the divination bone plate meticulously, occasionally tapping it with his hand, and ultimately resorting to knocking it against the table. Sensing something amiss, Zheng Qiu inquired, "Master, is something wrong?" "Patience, my apprentice. It may be that this plate is faulty. I shall fetch another," replied Master Mingzong, as he untangled the fine cord from Zheng Qiu and swiftly departed from the fragrant grass pavilion. However, as time passed, the furrow in Master Mingzong's brow remained unrelaxed, and he muttered to himself, "Strange, it shouldn't be this way. Why can I not detect the primary meridians or the nature of the resonant breath?" Upon overhearing his master's murmurs, Zheng Qiu grew increasingly anxious, fearing he might be unable to cultivate. He urgently asked, "Master, could it be that the medicine I took was ineffective? Can I still cultivate?" After a lengthy pause, Master Mingzong finally released the cord from Zheng Qiu and replied, "To cultivate the life force, it is essential to ascertain the condition of the primary meridians and the nature of the resonant breath. At present, you can only detect minor meridians in your hands, feet, and the surface of your body, leaving the status of your primary meridians uncertain, rendering the cultivation of life energy impossible. Zheng Qiu looked up, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Master, why can't we discern the primary meridians? Is it feasible to practice miscellaneous techniques instead? One possibility is that your primary meridians are entirely obstructed, and another possibility is that your meridians are inherently incomplete. The master seated himself at the table, sipping water while contemplating a solution. Miscellaneous techniques could indeed be worth a try. If you could cultivate even a modicum of vitality, it might clear the obstructions in your meridians or potentially form new ones. Does that mean I can still cultivate? Zheng Qiu inquired. Yes, but selecting suitable miscellaneous techniques is quite challenging. We cannot ascertain the nature of your vital energy, so you must commence with the simplest of techniques. Let me ponder. Zheng Qiu refrained from interrupting his master's thoughts, quietly sitting and staring blankly at his hands. After an indeterminate period, Master Mingzong suddenly rose and soared toward the upper floors. Master, what is this? Zheng Qiu asked. This is a miscellaneous technique, among the simplest types, Master Mingzong replied, tapping the cover of the book. The technique known as folding flower refers to a method of bending small objects. It requires merely a few minor meridians in the fingers, and the technique itself does not necessitate vital energy. While it is indeed a technique, it leans more towards a skillful use of the fingers. Zheng Qiu expressed some confusion. I can bend things already. Why is this considered a technique? Chapter 43. The ease of cultivating medicine and the difficulty of training then. The master gently pinched the iron rod supporting the lamp with his thumb and index finger. A crisp sound echoed through the air as the rod snapped, causing the lampstone to roll onto the table. Astonished, Zheng Qiu widened his mouth in disbelief and closely examined the base of the lamp. The break was smooth and devoid of any burrs, suggesting that this rod was not iron but rather wood, severed instantaneously by a sharp blade. Master Mingzong wore a proud expression as he leisurely sipped his water and explained, Disciple, such trivial skills hold no merit in my eyes. At first glance, one might think that breaking objects is a feat achievable by anyone with high cultivation, and that the art of breaking flowers with fingers is limited to small items, requiring the use of fingers, rendering it seemingly worthless. However, in truth, this technique can flawlessly harmonize with any form of life force technique, as it does not cultivate energy on its own but relies on the life force as support. Furthermore, the higher the practitioner's cultivation level, the greater the power of breaking flowers with fingers, ultimately capable of shattering gold and jade. Zheng Qiu perused the manual, still perplexed. Master, am I not unable to cultivate life force techniques? How then should I utilize this breaking flowers with fingers? Therein lies the crux of the matter, replied the master. The technique requires the support of life force energy, but this energy is not activated by the practitioner's conscious manipulation of life force. Rather, it is guided through breaking flowers with fingers. Since you cannot detect the nature of the compatible energy, you must use breaking flowers with fingers to draw out your own energy. With a decisive clap, the master struck the cup upon the table, emphasizing his point as he instructed Zheng Qiu, Disciple, from this day forth, diligently practice this breaking flowers with fingers. I have asserted that, provided there exists a sufficient quantity of medicinal herbs, even swine may achieve enlightenment and establish a sect. Thus, this philosophy shall commence with you. The booklet on the art of folding chopsticks is quite slender, consisting of merely 20 pages. In the time it takes Zheng Qiu to sip a cup of water, he can peruse its content. He diligently notes the depicted movements within the booklet, practicing for the better part of a day until he can replicate them with impeccable precision. In the subsequent days, he carries several pairs of bamboo chopsticks in his pocket at all times. After attending classes at the Fragrant Grass Pavilion and memorizing the texts, he settles onto a balcony stool to practice the folding of chopsticks. However, this act is not merely a matter of breaking them. It necessitates a delicate touch. Employing the movements of the folding technique without resorting to brute force, gently pinching the chopsticks and relying on one's internal energy to break them. Day after day, Zheng Qiu finds himself increasingly frustrated. The chopsticks that he could easily snap with his hands elude him, as he must instead rely on the finesse of his fingers. Ultimately, he has yet to break a single chopstick, while his fingertips have grown increasingly smooth and shiny from the constant handling. One day, after finishing his master's lecture, he again sits on the balcony to practice. Having barely begun to manipulate the chopsticks, Master Ming Zong hurriedly approaches. Disciple, disciple, the planting methods you devised have yielded results. Zheng Qiu sets down the chopsticks, intrigued. Results? What are they? As I suspected, these planting methods are ineffective. The germination and survival rates are drastically inferior to those of traditional methods, falling short of even 1/3. He reflects further back, recalling that when his grandfather taught him the art of cultivating herbs on Moon Creek Mountain, he had never mentioned the survival rates of those techniques. The act of personally cultivating medicinal herbs began after his grandfather entrusted him with the care of the Riverside Herb Garden. Prior to his involvement, it had been his grandfather who single-handedly completed all planting tasks. He recalls that none of the herbs he planted perished. It is perplexing why Master Mingzong could not achieve similar results with the same methods. Was there a deviation somewhere? Yet, he hesitated to claim that all his plants thrived, opting instead for a more conservative estimate, stating that over 90% were indeed alive. What? This time, it was Master Mingzong who found himself bewildered. Over 90% alive? Using these planting methods? Without a moment's hesitation, the master seized Zheng Qiu's clothing and whisked him downstairs. They landed before a large collection of flower pots, where the master set Zheng Qiu down and retrieved several bags from a soil-stained basket nearby. Master Mingzong tossed the bags before Zheng Qiu and gestured towards the dozens of flower pots on the left, saying, "Here are more than 10 varieties of medicinal herbs, all cultivated according to your written methods. Observe those pots. Scarcely a few contain living plants." He picked up one of the bags and thrust it into Zheng Qiu's embrace. "The pots on the right are all empty. My apprentice, give it a try using your prescribed methods." Zheng Qiu nodded, pouring seeds from the bag and diligently planting them one by one into the pots. Master Mingzong, hands behind his back, followed closely behind, growing increasingly perplexed. Zheng Qiu was indeed employing the written methods, mirroring the very process he himself had used. Could there be another oversight? After a short while, Zheng Qiu wiped his small hands and looked up at his master. "Master, I have finished planting." "Oh, then I shall see you tomorrow," the master replied. After Zheng Qiu's departure, Master Mingzong retrieved paper and pen, assigning numbers to each flower pot that Zheng Qiu had planted, with the intention of documenting the growth of the medicinal herbs daily. As days turned into weeks, Zheng Qiu's progress on the flower folding technique remained stagnant. However, he did manage to break a chopstick, though it was not due to his practice, but rather from a tumble he took while traversing the mountain path. Seeking guidance, he approached Master Mingzong regarding his predicament. The master offered no other words, merely instructing him to persist in practicing the flower folding technique. In truth, Master Mingzong was grappling with a significant dilemma. He observed with his own eyes as Zheng Qiu's medicinal plants sprouted vigorously, one after another, in stark contrast to his own, which languished in the adjacent flower pot, barely managing to thrive. Pondering this perplexing situation for several days, he resolved to devise a method to test Zheng Qiu. He procured several hundred seeds of Chrysanthemum frutescens, a plant that germinates within 2 days, making it an ideal candidate for examination. Carrying a bag filled with these seeds, he sought out Zheng Qiu and inquired, "Disciple, do you recognize these Chrysanthemum frutescens seeds?" "I do," Zheng Qiu replied. "Are you capable of planting them?" "Indeed." "Excellent. Follow me." Master Mingzong led Zheng Qiu up the Qianyun ladder to a floor covered with soil. He handed the bag to Zheng Qiu, saying, "Disciple, there are several hundred Chrysanthemum frutescens seeds here. Plant them all." Zheng Qiu shook the bag, feeling its weight. "All of them?" "Certainly. Not a single one should be left behind." "Oh." Zheng Qiu fetched a wooden basin, filled it with water, and emptied the contents of the bag into it. He crouched by the basin, meticulously washing the seeds one by one, while deftly stirring the clear water to extract the thoroughly soaked seeds. Master Mingzong squinted slightly, a knowing smile playing on his lips, as he settled himself at the table, his hands idly toying with the lampstand, yet his gaze remained fixed on Zheng Qiu. Chapter 44. A morning stroll reveals wonders. "Master, I have finished planting the chrysanthemum fragrance herbs," Zheng Qiu exclaimed, rising with his hands caked in mud, to show Master Mingzong the cloth bag. Dismissing Zheng Qiu, Master Mingzong did not depart. Instead, he knelt on the ground, turning over the soil to inspect the seeds Zheng Qiu had sown. There were no issues. He had overseen the entire planting process, and the seeds of the chrysanthemum fragrance herbs had not shifted, all marked by his own hand. Thus, in 2 days' time, the condition of the seeds would reveal itself. The sound of the door opening roused Yunyu from her slumber, She rubbed her eyes and straightened her posture. Yunyu maneuvered her wheelchair to the wardrobe, opened a drawer, and retrieved a neatly folded garment. Zhengqiu, this is your ceremonial robe. I made some alterations. You should be able to wear it now. Give it a try. Zhengqiu accepted the robe and shook it out, finding it smooth and no longer wrinkled. The previously strong herbal scent had also significantly faded, indicating it had been washed numerous times. As he donned the ceremonial robe, he noted with surprise that the sleeves no longer hung long. The hem no longer brushed the ground, and the waist, which had once been excessively loose, now fit perfectly. Yunyu explained, I wasn't sure if your master would provide you with a new ceremonial robe, so I didn't trim these areas, just tuck them in. If you grow taller, you can simply unpick the stitches. Well, it might feel a bit uncomfortable wearing it like this. There is no discomfort. Everything is splendid. Thank you, Sister Yunyu. Zhengqiu appeared quite elated, circling around Yunyu while showcasing his ceremonial attire. After a few laps, he halted, raised his hand to pat his forehead, exclaiming, Oh dear, I've forgotten something important. Zhengqiu, what is it? Oh dear, it is my fault. How could I have forgotten? Zhengqiu stomped his foot, his face awash with chagrin. I still need to find a cultivation method for grandfather and Sister Yunyu. Initially, it was agreed that he would seek a manual suitable for grandfather's practice, as well as one that would restore Sister Yunyu's legs. He set off to run outside, shouting, I will go ask master right away. He must know of such a technique. Wait, don't go. Yunyu hurriedly grasped Zhengqiu's sleeve, nearly toppling from her wheelchair. Zhengqiu quickly halted to assist her. Sister Yunyu, be careful. Why can't I go? Yunyu shot him a sidelong glance. You've only been apprenticed for a few days, and you are already so eager to think of others. What a sight you are. Sister Yunyu, you and grandfather are not outsiders. To you, perhaps not, but to Qinyun's sect, you are indeed outsiders. I understand your intentions, but you must first set aside these thoughts and learn diligently from your master. One day, when you have distinguished yourself, it will not be too late to consider us. Zhengqiu scratched his head, caught in indecision. But initially, Yunyu gently smoothed Zhengqiu's tousled hair. Be obedient. Focus on mastering your skills first. 2 days swiftly passed, and as dawn's light gently illuminated the sky, Master Mingzong arrived at the fragrant grass pavilion. Today, devoid of pressing matters, he leisurely ascended the Qinyun ladder, inspecting each level with a carefree demeanor. One floor, then another, he descended from the ladder, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Suddenly, in an ephemeral moment, he seemed to catch sight of something extraordinary. With a swift motion, Master Mingzong raised his hand and slapped his own face. Wincing at the pain, this was no dream. He vigorously rubbed his eyes, closing them before reopening them. His vision remained clear. Approaching the ground, he crouched down, extending his hand to gently caress the surface, where he felt a distinct sensation. Indeed, the chrysanthemum grass had sprouted. Plucking a tender shoot, he placed it in his mouth. Savoring its pure and fragrant flavor, the unmistakable essence of chrysanthemum grass. Suddenly, his chewing froze, a thought struck him. He rolled up his sleeves and swiftly excavated the soil beneath the tender shoots, grasping the entire plant. Master Mingzong immediately noticed the remnants of seed coats clinging to the delicate roots, the markings on the seed coats so vivid, as if mocking him with a grin. Impossible, absolutely impossible, he fervently shook his head. How could it sprout? These seeds of chrysanthemum grass had all been roasted over the fire, rendering sprouting unthinkable. He discarded the chrysanthemum grass in his hand, frantically stirring up gusts of air, overturning the soil beneath him, relentlessly unearthing the planted chrysanthemum grass. This plant bore markings. So did this one, and this one too. Master Mingzong continued to grasp the flying herbs in a frenzy, growing increasingly agitated as he examined them. Each bore the same markings. Indeed, those were the very seeds he had personally given to Zhengqiu that fateful day. Master Mingzong seemed to have suddenly lost all his strength, collapsing onto the ground and staring blankly at the mud-stained ceiling. Why? Why had this occurred? He repeatedly questioned himself, pondering what further research could possibly be pursued. What else remained to investigate? The decades of arduous study he had dedicated to his craft felt utterly trivial in the face of the scene before him, where familiar seeds were sprouting anew. An hour passed, then two, as daylight gradually brightened, signaling the arrival time for Zhengqiu's lesson. Suddenly, Master Mingzong erupted into laughter. Sitting on the ground in a daze, his laughter grew progressively louder, as if the burdens weighing on his heart had been completely lifted. He rose to his feet. his gaze no longer clouded with confusion. What had been the purpose of his years of research if not to demonstrate that medicinal herbs are the foundation of cultivation? After decades of achieving little, the emergence of his extraordinary disciple, Zheng Qiu, seemed like a divine gift, allowing him to witness his findings come to fruition. Rubbing his short beard thoughtfully, Master Mingzong pondered the mystery of Zheng Qiu's remarkable abilities. He could not cultivate himself. His innate qualities were indiscernible, and it appeared that he was unaware of his own circumstances. What, indeed, was the nature of this strange ability? As Master Mingzong paced the floor, he realized he had never encountered or heard of such a capability before, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to approach it. Master, I'm here for class, came Zheng Qiu's voice from downstairs. The disciple had arrived. Master Mingzong turned towards the courtyard, preparing to descend, but paused as he noticed his clothes were smeared with mud. This simply will not do. One cannot allow the apprentice to witness such a state. As a master, one must uphold a certain dignity. Chapter 45, The Secret Canon of Dry Clouds Inquiring the Heavens. Zheng Qiu sat patiently at a tea house on the first floor, awaiting his master. Shortly, Master Mingzong descended gracefully from the upper floors. He gestured towards the exterior of the fragrant grass pavilion, saying, "Apprentice, let us take a stroll up the mountain." "Master, are we not having a lesson today?" Zheng Qiu inquired. "Today, we shall not delve into the textbook material. There are numerous medicinal herbs atop fragrant grass peak. I will take you to observe them firsthand." The terraced fields of fragrant grass peak resembled the levels within the pavilion, forming a grand circular path around the peak. Between each circular tier, stone staircases connected them. Zheng Qiu followed his master, wandering from one terrace to the next, listening intently as Master Mingzong introduced the various herbs cultivated in the fields. At the rear of Fragrant Grass Peak, Zheng Qiu spotted 2 rows of thatched cottages. His master informed him that these cottages housed living medicinal materials, which were not abundant, primarily consisting of smaller birds and beasts. After wandering for a considerable part of the day, Zheng Qiu tentatively asked, "Master, does our Qianyun sect possess a place called the Inquiry Pavilion?" Master Mingzong appeared intrigued, responding, "Indeed, how did you come to know of this?" Upon realizing that his master suspected Yun Yu had shared this information, Zheng Qiu grew bolder. "I have heard that there are various forms of cultivation techniques within. I was pondering, with such an abundance of methods, why not explore within? Surely, I could find a technique suitable for my practice." Master Mingzong shifted his gaze, scrutinizing Zheng Qiu's expression, as if he could see through his innermost thoughts. Zheng Qiu felt a twinge of guilt, instinctively retracting his neck slightly. 5 years hence, the Wintienge can be visited at your leisure, aside from a few restricted floors. You may linger there as long as you wish. As these words echoed, Master Mingzong paused his hand over the herbs, his gaze drifting into the distance. Seemingly lost in contemplation, he quickly turned to apologize. "Master, I am truly sorry. I should not have inquired." "Master?" "Oh," Zheng Qiu, unable to fathom the thoughts occupying his master's mind, could only acquiesce. After Zheng Qiu departed, Master Mingzong ascended into the sky with a swift burst of radiant light, the earthy glow sweeping towards the heart of the Qianyun sect. The Qianyun sect, with its myriad peaks, encircled a small basin of 100 zhang at its center. At the heart of this basin stood a tower, its ancient design strikingly distinct from any other edifice within the sect. With green tiles and flying eaves, wooden beams, and iron pillars, the slightly yellowed brick walls were adorned with thick moss, evoking an air of antiquity with but a single glance. The tower soared into the clouds, its height surpassing that of the surrounding peaks despite its basin foundation. Clouds entwined around the pinnacle of the tower, occasionally revealing a cap of pristine white snow. A streak of light descended from the heavens, landing squarely before the tower, the radiance dissipating to unveil the figure of Elder Mingzong. He raised his gaze to the grand iron gate of the tower, where a plaque hung, inscribed with 3 golden characters, Wintienge. Continuing to look upward, he clicked his tongue in admiration. Indeed, the Wintienge was remarkably lofty. Supported solely by wooden beams and iron pillars, it had been constructed to nearly 1,000 stories. Standing tall for a millennium, one could only marvel at the prowess of the predecessors who established the Qianyun sect. Their achievements were truly extraordinary. Elder Mingzong ascended the steps to stand before the grand entrance of the Wintienge. Beside the door, a small square table was set, behind which sat a strikingly beautiful woman. Adorned in a violet-patterned robe, she was engrossed in a thick tome, her attention solely devoted to its pages. Elder Mingzong rapped lightly on the table, calling out, "Ming Sijio, open the door." The woman, known as Ming Sijio, lowered her book and raised her gaze to meet his. "Ah, Mingzong, what brings you here today?" she inquired, her expression playful. Elder Mingzong's eyelids twitched noticeably. Her eye makeup and crimson lips were simply too enticing. He cleared his throat and grumbled, "Ming Sijio, at your age, why adorn yourself thus? Who are you trying to impress? How can you speak so?" she retorted, producing a silver mirror from her sleeve to admire her reflection. With a coy tilt of her head, she cast a flirtatious glance at Mingzong. As a woman, regardless of age, one's appearance is paramount. If you are not interested, there are many who would be. Elder Mingzong felt a shiver run through him, the hairs on his arms standing on end. He averted his gaze, exclaiming, "Enough already. You are an elder yourself. Can't you act a bit more seriously?" This constant teasing of the younger disciples. "Just open the door quickly. I have urgent matters to attend to. Now, no need to be upset." "Of course, I shall open the door for you," she replied. With a swift motion, Ming Sijio tapped the left side of the table, and with a soft click, a compartment revealed itself. Reaching into the hidden space, she retrieved a golden staff, intricately carved and resembling the very architecture of the Weniange itself. Elder Ming Si gently tapped the golden model of the Weniange with his finger, and with a resonant hum, the model emitted a brilliant golden light. Subsequently, the massive iron door of the Weniange slowly creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior. The Weniange lacked windows, with the only illumination emanating from the lampstones on the lampstands, each tier adorned with a dozen or so lamps for visitors' use. Elder Mingzong picked up a lampstand, ignited its flame, and held it firmly in his hand as he ascended the creaking wooden staircase. Each level of the Weniange was similarly arranged, featuring an octagonal hall with towering bookshelves positioned in 4 directions, a small round table laden with lampstands at the center, and dozens of wooden frames nestled in the corners of the outer walls. Elder Mingzong was aware that within the Weniange lay not only martial arts techniques and formations, but also historical tomes and notes from masters collected from across Yunxiu, some being rare editions whose worth far surpassed that of ordinary techniques. He hurried up the stairs, encountering several disciples searching for techniques within the halls. His footsteps quickened, the stairs slipping swiftly beneath him, the creaking barely keeping pace with his ascent, as if he were soaring upward along the staircase. The books in the upper levels of the Weniange grew increasingly ancient. He had perused most tomes below the 700th tier, fully aware that to unravel the mysteries surrounding Zhengqiu, he must seek knowledge in the higher echelons. Chapter 46. Zilin's afternoon in the fragrant grass pavilion. Upon reaching the 701st floor of the Weniange, Elder Mingzong finally slowed his pace, beginning to sift through the texts on the shelves. As he searched, he lightly tapped his foot, for there was a rule within the Weniange. Once one entered, the use of martial techniques was strictly prohibited. This regulation has been preserved since the establishment of the Weniange, and even the successive patriarchs must adhere to it. Indeed, relying solely on physical strength to ascend such heights is daunting. Even Elder Mingzong, despite his high cultivation, cannot withstand the toll of age. His legs now ache with profound discomfort. To facilitate the search within the Weniange, the books have been meticulously categorized, with each shelf bearing a brief description of its contents. Elder Mingzong perused them one by one, yet found nothing of interest, prompting him to ascend the staircase in search of further volumes. In the fragrant grass pavilion, Zhengqiu dined alongside his grandfather and Yunyu. Naturally, his grandfather and Yunyu enjoyed a proper meal of rice, while Zhengqiu continued to consume herbal concoctions. After so many days of ingesting herbs, he had gradually acclimatized to their bitter taste. However, having them share the same table as rice, meat, and vegetables made it difficult to proceed with his meal. Zhengqiu stared longingly at the dishes before him, his neck craning in anticipation. Observing his plight, his grandfather hurriedly scooped some vegetables into his bowl before taking the remaining dishes to the kitchen. Yunyu shrugged and sighed. "Zhengqiu, it's not that we won't let you eat. You must focus on your cultivation. You need to endure this phase." With that, she cradled her bowl and maneuvered her wheelchair into her room to enjoy her meal in solitude. Zhengqiu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It was his own inability to resist temptation that had disrupted this precious mealtime. He filled his chopsticks with a hearty portion of herbs and chewed vigorously, venting his irritation upon the very herbs he was consuming. Where has Master gone? He ascended the ethereal ladder, searching layer by layer, scouring from top to bottom. Yet he could not catch a glimpse of his master's shadow. It was peculiar. His master had not mentioned a cancellation of today's class. Could it be that something had come up unexpectedly? Zheng Qiu hesitated to leave, fearing that the moment he stepped away, his master would arrive. Thus, he settled on the steps before the fragrant grass pavilion, retrieving his chopsticks to practice the art of floral finger movements. The sun gradually approached its zenith. And just as Zheng Qiu contemplated retreating indoors to escape the sunlight, he heard the sound of radiant flight from above. Looking up, he beheld a streak of blue luminescence, which, oddly enough, was not his master. Strangely, this luminous arc curved and directly approached the fragrant grass pavilion, rather than merely passing by. With a swift whoosh, the light descended at the entrance, and before Zheng Qiu could discern who it was amidst the brilliance, he felt a gust stir his hair, swiftly followed by a wave of energy crashing against his face. This abrupt surge was not unfamiliar to Zheng Qiu. He had experienced it more than once. He hurriedly dropped to the ground, rolling behind the door with utmost speed. The wave whooshed past, barreling into the hall and sending furniture flying, shattering it against the walls. Witnessing the tables and chairs splinter into fragments, Zheng Qiu could surmise without a doubt that this display of force was the handiwork of the girl who had bestowed the cloud talisman upon him. What was her name again? It seemed his master referred to her as Zeline. Come out. Why are you hiding? Ming Kong Zeline exclaimed, dragging Zheng Qiu into the center of the hall like a rag doll. I can't believe you actually came here. Where is that old man Ming Zong? A what? Speak plainly. Ming Kong Zeline shook Zheng Qiu, noticing his eyes rolling back as he repeatedly grasped at his neck. Upon closer inspection, she realized that she had been gripping the collar so tightly that it nearly suffocated the other person. Ming Kong Zeline was startled and quickly released her hold. Thud. Zheng Qiu collapsed onto the ground like a limp fish, gasping for air with her mouth wide open. Ming Kong Zeline lifted her foot and gently prodded Zheng Qiu with the tip of her shoe. Hey, don't scare me like that. Hey. With a sigh of relief, Zheng Qiu finally inhaled the fresh air, taking several deep breaths until her flushed face returned to its natural color. She slowly sat up and looked up at the person standing before her, and indeed, it was that girl. Where was the old man Ming Zong? Could it be that he fled, unable to compete with you in herbal medicine? It was then that Ming Kong Zeline noticed the blue clouds embroidered on Zheng Qiu's clothing. The old man Ming Zong actually took you as a disciple. How peculiar. She then burst into laughter. Ha! The old man Ming Zong is truly foolish. Even his disciple is so inept, lacking any cultivation whatsoever. Ha! A foolish master. A foolish bunch. You can't say that about the master. Ming Kong Zeline abruptly ceased her laughter and, with her hands on her hips, approached Zheng Qiu. What can I say? Do you have any objections? Zheng Qiu, who was just about to stand, plopped back down on the ground with a thud, retracting her head. No objections. Humph, as if you would. Senior sister? Zheng Qiu hurriedly waved her hands. Senior sister Ming Kong Zeline. Now that's more like it. Make sure to follow your foolish master well. Zheng Qiu hid behind the door panel, cautiously peeking out to gaze at the sky beyond the building, where ethereal blue lights streaked into the distance, disappearing among the mountains. He let out a breath, relieved that she had finally departed, that Ming Kong Zeline was truly formidable, and he had narrowly escaped with his life in her presence. Within the confines of the One Tian Pavilion, Elder Ming Zong continued his quest for the information he sought, having ascended to the 893rd floor, a level he had never before reached. Since he had passed the 850 mark, he had noted a transformation in the layout of the floors. No longer were there grand bookshelves, but rather solitary wooden racks. These racks housed not merely tomes, but also inscribed stone tablets, intricately patterned animal hides, and even tattered silks. A thick layer of dust blanketed the ground and the wooden structures, while the air was heavy with a scent of decay, evoking an eerie atmosphere. Elder Ming Zong raised his lantern, meticulously inspecting each item. For every examination, he retrieved a piece of white jade from his robe, gently tapping it against the wooden racks. After an extensive search, he still found nothing of the sought-after material, yet his eyes were open to a plethora of resources from centuries past, each glance enriching his knowledge. With nothing left to discover here, he resolved to ascend further. He cast his gaze towards the staircase, contemplating whether the sect leader would disapprove of his ascent. Regardless, he decided to proceed and see what awaited him. Chapter 47. The clue hidden in the stone tablet, 910th floor, 930th floor. 950th floor, 970th floor. As he climbed higher, the wooden racks became increasingly sparse. The oppressive gloom of the floors deepened, causing cold sweat to beat on Elder Mingzong's back. Still, he found nothing. He remained unable to uncover any information related to Zheng Qiu's peculiar abilities. Counting on his fingers, he realized he had reached the 979th level, with little remaining until the pinnacle. Could it be that the Weni Pavilion held no answers? Elder Mingzong sighed, resolving to traverse the remaining floors. As his gaze drifted toward the staircase, two words caught his attention: grass and trees, vitality. Elder Mingzong repeated this phrase, pondering its significance. The grass and trees, once withered and devoid of life, had seemingly regained their vigor. Indeed, was this not akin to the sprouting of roasted seeds? Instantly, Elder Mingzong's eyes brightened. He lifted his gaze to the items displayed on the wooden shelf, focusing on a stone tablet. The tablet appeared to be of ancient origin, its surface marred by a web of cracks, some fissures so deep they could accommodate a finger. Inscribed on the front were lines of text, the characters round and unlike those commonly used today, yet decipherable with effort. The tablet seemed to have endured the ravages of time, its surface worn away by relentless wind and sun, rendering the text near the bottom quite indistinct, with the lowest part completely eroded. It remained uncertain whether any phrases were lost from this position. Elder Mingzong raised the lamp high, allowing the light from the lampstone to illuminate the entire tablet. The first line at the top read, "Heaven and earth possess spirit, belonging to the formless." He continued his gaze downward, puzzled. Where was the next line? Why did it abruptly transition to rooting the essence, guarding the heart? The phrases belonging to the formless and rooting the essence, guarding the heart, seemed utterly disconnected. Elder Mingzong meticulously examined the inscriptions on the stone tablet, discovering that the lines of text were not arranged in any discernible order. Rather, they appeared as a haphazard collection of thoughts pinned down as they came to the writer's mind. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, but eventually, Elder Mingzong committed the entirety of the inscriptions to memory. He took a deep breath, raised his arms, and arched his stiff back. The descent was far more effortless than the ascent. Upon exiting the main gate of the Wenianj, he noticed that the sky had turned pitch black. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, the only sound being the faint chirping of insects. Suddenly, a woman's voice emerged from behind, startling Elder Mingzong into a brief shudder. "Mingzong, you've finally come out. From yesterday afternoon until midnight today, how much time has passed? Mingzong, what were you doing up there? With over 900 levels. It seems there are hardly any more techniques left." Ming Sijio, possessing the key to the Wenianj, was well aware of the situation within the pavilion. Elder Mingzong snorted dismissively. "What business is it of yours? I am an elder. Is there a level in this Wenianj that I cannot access? Very well, I shall not concern myself with you. Enjoy your whims." Ming Sijio stifled a yawn, covering her mouth. "Oh dear, I'm so tired. I must go to sleep." Elder Mingzong turned away, refusing to look at her. "Save your breath. With your cultivation level, you still wish to sleep? Who are you trying to fool? One must maintain their vitality. How can one do so without rest?" Ming Sijio gently touched her cheek, smiling brightly as she sauntered away. As the fragmented phrases coalesced, dawn broke outside, unveiling the rising sun. Glancing at the chaotic jumble of notes strewn across the table, Master Mingzong tugged at his hair in frustration, grappling with the perplexing statements before him. Perhaps he should hand them over to the Huisi Academy for assistance. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed. Such a matter, concealed within the lofty heights of the Wentian Pavilion, must possess significant importance. If it were to leak from the academy, the sect leader would undoubtedly hold him accountable. It appeared he had no choice but to tackle the challenge himself, albeit with trepidation. "Master, are you there? Master!" The voice of his disciple, Zheng Qiu, resonated from downstairs, heralding her arrival. Master Mingzong set aside the notes and hastened down the stairs. Upon seeing him, Zheng Qiu's face lit up with joy. "Master, where were you yesterday? I waited for you all day." "I'm fine. I'm not tired," he replied. Zheng Qiu shook her head, by the way. "Senior sister Ming Kong Zilin visited yesterday. She came looking for you." "The little rascal?" Master Mingzong leaped up in surprise, anxiously scanning his surroundings. "What did she want? Did she take something?" "No, she just broke a few things." "What?" Master Mingzong exclaimed in shock, gripping Zheng Qiu's shoulders. "Quickly, tell me, what did she break?" Zheng Qiu pointed towards the tea area in the hall. "Over there, the table and chairs are shattered, along with the tea set." With a sigh of relief, Master Mingzong relaxed. It's nothing to worry about. If they are broken, we shall simply replace them with new ones. He stroked his beard in contemplation, pondering the peculiar situation. It was odd that Zeline, the mischievous girl, had come without causing any disturbances at Fanchao Tower. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of her. Master Mingzong pressed further. Did Zeline mention anything else apart from seeking me? No, just that she was looking for me, he mused to himself. She didn't bring anything, only broke some furniture. It seems she has a matter of importance to discuss with me. Humph, I shall not seek her out. If there is something to address, she can come to me. Master Mingzong chuckled confidently and took Zheng Qiu's hand, leading her towards the Qianyan ladder. Disciple, let her be. We shall attend to our lessons first. But master, we only explored half of Fanchao Peak the day before yesterday. There is still so much left unseen. No hurry. We'll begin with the content from the medicinal collection in the morning, and in the afternoon, I shall take you to explore Fanchao Peak. Chapter 48. Seeking answers requires the wheel of fate in the following days. Master Mingzong instructed Zheng Qiu during the daytime and occupied himself with deciphering notes within Fanchao Tower at night. Gradually, he began to discern the connections between the phrases, and the content on the notes began to reveal its overarching narrative. The stele detailed the essence of spirit. According to the stele, spirits exist within the realms of heaven and earth. They are the tangible manifestations of the forces of nature. The stele described 3 types of spirits: fire, wood, and earth. Although they are referred to by these attributes, in truth, such attributes are merely the superficial representations of spirits. The stele posits that spirit is a more fundamental force, a conglomeration of the foundational rules of the universe. At that time, the earth spirit resided within the horn of a water buffalo, symbolizing a robust, weighty, and immortal force. It is precisely this power that renders the buffalo horn indomitable, impervious even to the mightiest of magical artifacts. Not a trace of dust could be scraped from its surface. Subsequently, the narrative alludes to the wood spirit, noting that the individual inscribing the stone tablet had not collected the wood spirit, but had merely encountered it by chance. The wood spirit manifested upon a swiftly darting red-billed sparrow, and wherever this sparrow alighted, withered branches would sprout anew, and sandy earth would blossom with wildflowers. Clearly, the wood spirit epitomizes the vitality of life. The individual yearned to capture this red-billed sparrow to observe the wood spirit closely. However, the power of the wood spirit emanating from the bird was so formidable that even if the sparrow were to be cleaved in two, it would restore itself in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, the red-billed sparrow vanished into the mist between the mountains, eluding all pursuit. Following the mention of the wood spirit, the inscriptions on the stone tablet referred to the fire spirit. However, the details concerning the fire spirit were incomplete, allowing only a tenuous understanding of its more frequent appearances. The Master Ming continued to piece together the remaining fragments of text, which conveyed the conjectures of the individual who had inscribed the tablet. This person had devoted considerable time to studying the water buffalo that harbored the earth spirit. He noted that the earth spirit represented a pure primordial force, incompatible with any form of energy, regardless of the discipline employed. Even techniques akin to rock-armored protective arts could not coax the earth spirit from the buffalo horn. Thus, he surmised that every spirit possesses such characteristics, existing in complete independence and unable to harmonize with other powers. Master Mingzong was suddenly struck by a flash of inspiration, as if the long-standing enigma that had perplexed him was beginning to unravel. Zheng Qiu exhibited no reaction to the aura emanating from the measurement of the roots and bones. Yet he was able to revive the roasted seeds. Was this not precisely the scenario described in the stele? Could it be that Zheng Qiu possessed the spirit of wood? A particular phrase in the note piqued his interest. The sun and moon dim, the wheel of stone descends, gather the fragments and restore, erect pillars to form a hall. The startled waters reveal their spirits. The cascade altar is vast and obscure. This was not merely a depiction of spirits, but rather an account of an event. The phrase about the descending stone wheel suggested that a stone-formed wheel had fallen from the heavens, subsequently shattered, and someone had collected the fragments to repair it, even constructing a building to preserve this wheel. The latter lines, the startled waters reveal their spirits, hinted at the possibility of this wheel being able to measure spirits. Could it be that discovering this wheel would ascertain whether Zheng Qiu harbored the spirit of wood? Master Mingzong paced anxiously around the table, nearly pulling out his hair. With the vastness of Yunxiu, where could one search for the building that housed the wheel? Moreover, who could say how many years had passed since the stele was erected? Even if they found it, the wheel might no longer exist. It was a headache, Truly a headache. Lost in contemplation, the hours slipped away until dawn broke. With a sigh, Master Mingzong set aside his thoughts to prepare for Zheng Qiu's lesson. Approaching noon, a clear voice suddenly rang out from below Fanchao building. Old Man Mingzong. Old Man Mingzong. Are you there? Old Man Mingzong. Upon hearing this voice, Zheng Qiu shuddered, while Master Mingzong, as if pricked by a needle, leaped from his seat in an instant. The little girl has truly arrived. Master Mingzong leaped over the railing and descended directly into the courtyard, muttering anxiously, "Oh dear. Oh dear, that little girl has a shrewd eye. I hope she doesn't set her sights on something again." He landed in the grand hall and quickly spread his arms to block the entrance, declaring, "Halt. You are not permitted to enter. Why am I not allowed in? Have you hidden something valuable, Master Mingzong?" Ming Kong Zilin craned her neck, attempting to slip past his arm towards the hall. Master Mingzong reached out to grasp her clothing, but she deftly evaded him. I'm coming in. You can't catch me. Silly old man. You can't catch me." Seeing Master Mingzong attempt to seize her again, Ming Kong Zilin darted behind a pillar, circling around playfully. "Come on. Try to catch me, old Master Ming. Here I am." He huffed, hands behind his back. "In any case, I have nothing of value here. And whatever I had has already been taken by you." "You're lying. There must be something," she retorted. "There is nothing. Absolutely nothing. Go and look for yourself. If you find anything, you may take it." "Really?" Master Mingzong's eyelids twitched, yet he stubbornly insisted, "A deal is a deal." Ming Kong Zilin's reaction surprised Master Mingzong. When did this girl become so agreeable? As he pondered, he thought, she didn't cause much trouble that day, and today she seems so compliant. It appears she truly seeks something from me. Given this, it would be wise to clarify the matter and turn the tables on her. "Little girl, what do you want from me? Is there something you wish to request?" Alas, Master Mingzong wished he could slap himself. What is the most formidable tactic of a child? In a fit of rage, Ming Kong Zilin charged towards the courtyard, her feet striking the pillar repeatedly as she darted towards the wooden rack on the second floor where the potted plants were kept. "Stop. Please don't break anything." Chapter 49. Leaving the sect just to see Long Yo with a cacophony of shattering clay, pot after pot met its demise, and the wooden racks fell one after another. Master Mingzong observed this chaos, his heart aching with each destruction, and a surge of anger welled up within him. "Enough," he bellowed, a fierce, earthy light radiating from his form, manifesting as a gentle yellow aura that spread in all directions. Startled by his shout, Ming Kong Zilin froze momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and raised her hands to push against the wooden rack before her. In that brief moment, however, Master Mingzong caught up to her. He seized her arm, pulling her away from the rack, his face contorted with concern as he pleaded, "My dear niece, please don't break anything. Whatever it is, just tell me, and I will agree to it. Truly, please stop." Ming Kong Zilin wrenched her arm free and turned to glare fiercely at Master Mingzong. "Humph. So now you understand my power, do you? Will you agree to anything I ask?" "Yes, yes," he replied hastily. "Then I demand to leave the sect. And you shall accompany me." "Huh." Master Mingzong was taken aback, confused as to how leaving the sect pertained to him, retorting, "Isn't that something your senior brother handles? Why would you involve me?" After a moment's contemplation, he began to discern the implication in her words. If she deemed her senior brother inadequate, it must be because she valued his own superior cultivation. Thus, it can be inferred that the destination desired by the girl is fraught with peril. Master Mingzong, wary of the potential dangers, resolved to inquire further. "Where do you intend to go, and for what purpose? If you do not divulge this information, I shall not accompany you." "Master Mingzong, are you having second thoughts, perhaps reneging on your word?" No. What I mean is that one must be prepared before embarking on a journey. Without knowing the destination, how can one adequately prepare? Very well, I shall enlighten you. The dragon tooth is about to emerge, and I must go." "The dragon tooth? Which one do you refer to?" "The water-breaking dragon tooth, of course." "Surely, Master Mingzong, you are not so uninformed as to be unaware of this." This revelation startled Master Mingzong. He was indeed familiar with the water-breaking dragon tooth. It is no ordinary magical weapon, but a divine artifact. Legends of such divine weapons have circulated in the Yunxiu continent since a millennium ago, perhaps even 2,000 years, long before the establishment of the Qianyan sect. It is said that 4 divine weapons were forged by the deities who created the Yunxiu continent, hidden amidst its countless mountains to suppress evil and preserve the tranquility of this realm. Initially, many dismissed these tales as mere myth, Who would believe in weapons crafted by gods? However, over 70 years ago, an unnamed peak on the western side of the Yunshio continent exhibited strange phenomena. At that time, the sky above was shrouded in dark clouds. An immense storm clouds enveloped several surrounding mountains. After 2 months of this ominous weather, a blood-red lightning bolt suddenly struck from the black clouds, shattering the mountain and releasing a dark figure that soared into the sky. According to the descriptions found in the legends of divine weapons, this shadow was the 4th-ranked divine weapon, known as the Unforeseen Calamity. At that time, countless sects surged forth, vying fiercely to seize the elusive calamity, resulting in a tempest of bloodshed, with numerous skilled warriors perishing in the wilderness. Ultimately, the master of the heartless and willful manner, Go Wuching, carved out a path and successfully acquired the calamity. It was a hammer measuring the length of a forearm, entirely obsidian, with a head no larger than a palm. From that moment onward, the truth of the legend became evident, and it was confirmed that the Yunshio indeed harbored divine weapons. Henceforth, whenever strange occurrences manifested anywhere in the Yunshio continent, within a fortnight, throngs of people would flock to the site. Upon hearing of the dragon tooth of water, Master Mingzong shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "No, no, we cannot go, absolutely not. The Qianyun sect has never engaged in the struggle for any treasures, not even during the emergence of the calamity, and this time was no exception." Ming Kong Zilin raised her hand, feigning an intent to continue smashing things. "Master Mingzong, are we going or not?" Master Mingzong hastily grasped her arm, saying, "Oh dear, young lady, do not act so recklessly. The emergence of such divine weapons is perilous. Consider the number of skilled fighters who lost their lives during the calamity's previous appearance. It was utter chaos, with battles raging in the heavens and on earth. I am not going to seize the dragon tooth of water. I merely wish to visit the Shockwater Cliff. What is there to see when a group is fighting over treasures? I could visit the Shockwater Cliff at another time." "It is," he trailed off, suddenly struck by realization. The Shockwater Cliff, the inscription on the steel that reads, "The water reveals its spirit, the waterfall's vastness," indeed contains the word Shock Waterfall. Could it be referring to the Shockwater Cliff? No, I am not dazed. Master Mingzong pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Are you truly merely going to take a look?" "Yes, just to take a look." Well, after much hesitation, Master Mingzong finally nodded in agreement. "I will accompany you, but the place is exceedingly perilous. You must refrain from throwing tantrums and heed my guidance." "Why should I? Should you choose to disregard my counsel, I shall not accompany you. You are well aware of the dangers that lie ahead." Ming Kong Zilin, sensing her thoughts laid bare, could only stick out her tongue in acquiescence. All right, I shall listen to you. Furthermore, I must bring someone along." "Bring someone else? Who?" Master Mingzong raised his voice towards the upper floor. "Disciple, come down quickly." Zheng Qiu, having finally dispelled the buzzing in his head, heard his master calling for him and descended the Qianyun ladder. Upon reaching the ground, he immediately spotted Ming Kong Zilin beside his master, causing his legs to stiffen as uncertainty gripped him. Ming Kong Zilin stood with her hands on her hips, circling Zheng Qiu as she scrutinized him from head to toe. She then directed a puzzled gaze at Master Mingzong. "You can't possibly be bringing this brat along, can you?" To her surprise, Master Mingzong indeed nodded. "Correct, he is my disciple, and thus he shall accompany us." This statement piqued Ming Kong Zilin's curiosity. She playfully poked Zheng Qiu on the forehead and then on the shoulder. "Master Ming, are you not being foolish? What purpose does he serve? This brat knows nothing. Do you truly require someone to carry your luggage? That is of no concern to you. I am bringing him along, regardless." Master Mingzong contemplated the brief moment of hesitation displayed by Ming Kong Zilin when he had shouted earlier. He inquired, "Little Mao, has your realm experienced another breakthrough?" With her head held high, Ming Kong Zilin proudly swayed her 2 braids, exclaiming, "Of course. I have now reached the Qihua realm. Haha, I must have startled you." Chapter 50. Preparations for departure must be thorough. As he spoke, he gently urged Ming Kong Zilin towards the exit of the building. She swatted his hand away, expressing her apprehension. "Then it's settled. We depart in 2 days. You mustn't tell anyone." "I won't. Absolutely not," he assured her. Once Ming Kong Zilin had left, Zheng Qiu finally felt his tense body relax. He quickly crouched down to gather the shattered flower pots and wooden frames. While tidying up, he asked Master Mingzong, "Master, are we embarking on a long journey?" "Not particularly far. It's merely a day's journey from Jingpu Cliff to here. Zheng Qiu pondered for a moment and said, when I traveled to Qianyun sect on the skyboat, I passed a place called Jingpu Cliff Station. Is that the one? Indeed, that's south the place. Since we shall be bringing you along, we'll travel by skyboat this time. In the ensuing 2 days, Master Ming Zong tirelessly traversed the various levels of the fragrant grass building, seemingly burdened with a multitude of preparations. Before their departure, he presented Zheng Qiu with a large cloth backpack filled to the brim with herbs, enough provisions for 6 days. Furthermore, the master handed him a small brocade pouch, containing 30 to 40 black elixirs, each the size of a bean. The master informed him that these were damliang, crafted from the most fundamental grains mixed with various herbs to replenish energy and blood. This pill could serve to stave off hunger or temporarily restore the stamina of a practitioner. For a child of Zheng Qiu's age, a single damliang could sustain him for 2 days. Eventually, Master Ming Zong produced a snow-white pill, significantly larger than the damliang, and meticulously stitched it into Zheng Qiu's collar with needle and thread, repeatedly instructing him on the pill's purpose. This was the Shualu Ninghun Dan, a life-preserving elixir capable of stabilizing the soul of a dying person, safeguarding the body from decay, and buying time for comrades to arrive for aid. A distinctive feature of the Shualu Ninghun Dan is that once ingested, its medicinal properties disseminate instantly, eliminating the need for absorption. Thus, the lower the practitioner's cultivation, the more effective the life-saving properties become. For an ordinary individual like Zheng Qiu, consuming one would instantly invigorate him, even healing his wounds. After conveying all his instructions, Master Ming Zong and Zheng Qiu sat in the hall of the fragrant grass pavilion, awaiting her arrival. However, after a prolonged wait, Meikong Zilin remained absent. Master, has Sister Meikong Zilin forgotten? Zheng Qiu asked, tightening his backpack and lifting his head. Humph, if she doesn't come, all the better. It saves trouble. No sooner had he spoken than a figure sprang forth from behind the door, rushing towards Master Ming Zong and exclaiming, who said I wouldn't come? Old man Ming Zong, I knew you would speak ill of me. Zheng Qiu discreetly edged aside, striving to avoid drawing the attention of Meikong Zilin, pondering to himself, such unwavering perseverance. When did he conceal himself behind the door? Could it be that he arrived in the dead of night? Surely not. Yet, his efforts to hide were in vain. The substantial backpack had long since captured Meikong Zilin's gaze. With determination, Meikong Zilin dragged Zheng Qiu forward, tugging at the knots on his backpack. Carrying such a hefty pack, are you hiding something valuable? Old Master Ming Zong, why haven't you prepared a share for me? As she untied the knots, an array of herbs tumbled to the ground, leaving Meikong Zilin gaping in astonishment. What is this? Master Ming Zong flashed a warm smile. So, my dear, would you like me to prepare a portion for you right now? You're playing tricks on me. Old Master Ming Zong, Meikong Zilin exclaimed, springing up and assuming a pose as if to smash something. Do you dare me to do it again? Master Ming Zong quickly restrained her. No, don't break anything. Those are his provisions. As Zheng Qiu busily gathered the scattered herbs back into his backpack, he echoed his master's words. Senior sister, these are indeed my provisions, truly. Seeing Meikong Zilin's reluctance to believe, Master Ming Zong elaborated. He has poor foundational roots. I'm using these herbs to enhance his constitution. Isn't that right, apprentice? Yes, that is indeed the case, Zheng Qiu affirmed. Meikong Zilin scrutinized both Master and Zheng Qiu, her lips twisting into a smile as she burst into laughter. Ha! You're not just a mischievous little rascal. You're a goat, a grass-eating goat. Ha! After thoroughly mocking Zheng Qiu, Meikong Zilin finally recalled the matter at hand. Thus, she took the lead, guiding Ming Zong and dragging Zheng Qiu toward the Tianzhou square of the Qianyun sect. Upon arriving at the square, Meikong Zilin cast Zheng Qiu aside and charged into a round building at the edge of the plaza. Standing atop a table in the hall, she shouted, "Everyone, make way. I want a Tianzhou, and I'll take care of it." Her words struck the calm surface like a boulder, sending ripples through the crowd, and those waiting in the hall began to voice their indignation. Who is this child? Causing a ruckus? Can't you see so many people are waiting? Do you understand the concept of lining up? If you want a Tianzhou, go buy one yourself. What gives you the right to snatch from us? Silence! At that moment, a disciple from the outer sect, clad in a green-patterned robe, rushed out to maintain order. He pushed through the crowd to reach Meikong Zilin. You cannot, but upon seeing the figure on the table, he quickly shut his mouth, nearly biting his tongue in the process. Cannot what? And no, I mean, everything is possible. Sweat poured down the forehead of the outer sect disciple. The blue-clad individuals were formal disciples of the Qianyun sect, while only elders donned the purple robes. Good heavens, is this little girl an elder? No, it's absurd to think a child could be an elder. The outer sect disciple hesitated, uncertain of Ming Kong Zilin's identity, standing there indecisively and reluctant to speak. Girl, do not stir up trouble. Ming Zong, guiding Zheng Qiu into the hall, turned to the outer sect disciple and inquired, "Are there any available Tiancis at present?" The outer sect disciple was taken aback, clad in purple attire, with an aura and demeanor that unmistakably marked him as an elder. He covertly glanced at Ming Kong Zilin, feeling as though he were either dreaming or losing his sanity. If this elder was indeed an elder, then this young girl must be one as well. Why was he standing there in a daze? Speak up. Ming Kong Zilin, growing impatient, stamped her foot, sending a basin tumbling to the ground. He noticed Master Ming Zong's piercing gaze directed at him, and, with a quick mental shift, realized that they did not wish to reveal their identities. He promptly altered his words. "Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. I shall arrange for the celestial vessel immediately." After a brief interval, the outer sect disciple hurriedly approached, bending slightly and lowering his voice as he said, "Esteemed guests, the celestial vessel is prepared. It is the fourth one on the left as you exit the hall." Chapter 51. Dangers abound at the morning cascade upon leaving the roundhouse and locating the celestial vessel indicated by the outer sect disciple. Zheng Qiu observed that this vessel differed significantly from the one he had taken to Qianyun sect. This celestial vessel was smaller, yet more exquisite and aesthetically pleasing. Its exterior was no longer drab. Instead, it gleamed with a silvery gray metallic sheen, adorned with cloud-like patterns intricately crafted from copper plates. The vessel comprised only a single level, devoid of unsightly round windows. When the vessel's bottom extended a sloping ramp, there was no jarring sound of metal scraping against metal. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by an expansive hall, devoid of partitions, replaced instead by rattan chairs and tables. In the center of the hall stood a gleaming silver framework, upon which floated a vivid emerald stone, intricately carved and rounder than the one aboard the previous vessel. However, as soon as Ming Kong Zilin boarded the skyboat, she began to vociferously complain. "This vessel is far too small. I desire one that is vast, exceedingly vast. How could they expect me to travel in such a diminutive craft? I ought to send them to the village to tend to ducks." Despite her loud protests, she showed no intention of leaving the skyboat. Master Ming Zong, recognizing her antics as mere childishness, chose to disregard her complaints. Once the hatch at the bottom of the vessel sealed shut, Master Ming Zong approached a small door at the end of the hall. He knocked gently, and a voice responded from within. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire your destination?" "To the Jingpu Cliff Post," he replied. "Very well, please take a seat and relax. We shall be departing shortly." Zheng Qiu, having overheard the exchange, expressed his confusion after Master Ming Zong sat down. "Master, there is someone inside. Why do they not come out? It is rather uncomfortable to converse through a door. This type of skyboat, known as a, is designed to prevent the pilot from encountering the passengers, ensuring that their identities remain concealed." Master Ming Zong glanced at Ming Kong Zilin, who was playing with a rattan chair across the hall, and quietly explained to Zheng Qiu, "She has essentially sneaked out. Naturally, she wishes to remain undiscovered." Unbeknownst to him, Ming Kong Zilin had keen ears. She discarded the rattan chair and rushed over. "You foolish old man, are you speaking ill of me again?" "I am not." "You did." "I did not." Having said that, it is perplexing why Ming Kong Zilin insists on arguing about whether any disparaging remarks were made. Zheng Qiu believes this matter concerns only the master and the senior sister, and it does not pertain to him. Consequently, he has retreated to a distant corner. However, after several hours of debate, Master Ming Zong finally closed his eyes to rest, ignoring Ming Kong Zilin's incessant complaints. After a lengthy outburst, Ming Kong Zilin, realizing that Master Ming Zong was unresponsive, vented her frustrations onto Zheng Qiu. Uncertain how long they had been traveling, Zheng Qiu sensed a lull in the commotion behind him. He cautiously turned his head to glance back, discovering that Ming Kong Zilin had leaned against the chair and was sound asleep. At last, a sense of relief washed over him. Zheng Qiu gently lowered the rattan chair and carefully extricated himself from beneath it, mindful not to awaken her. Standing up, he stretched his aching limbs, then dragged 3 rattan chairs into a row and reclined upon them to rest. Sleepiness is indeed contagious, for soon Zhengqiu's eyelids grew heavy, and in a brief moment, they succumbed to slumber. As he drifted into dreams, he envisioned himself scaling the lofty peaks leading to the post station, the heights daunting and the cliffs perilous. He glanced behind him, then ahead, only to realize that neither Sister Yunyu nor his grandfather was present. He was utterly alone. Just as confusion set in, the mountain path beneath his feet abruptly crumbled, the surface fracturing into massive boulders that tumbled towards the abyss. With the ground giving way, Zhengqiu found himself plummeting head over heels, his heart leaping to his throat, and he could not help but scream in terror. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Had he fallen to the depths of the cliff? Had I perished? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a soft object struck his face, followed by the familiar scent of herbs wafting through the air. What on earth? Stop sleeping, get up. Are you a pig? The voice of Ming Kong Zilin rang in his ears, and then a heavy kick landed on his backside. Ouch! Zhengqiu opened his eyes to find himself sprawled on the ground, a backpack filled with herbs thrown beside his head, its surface marked distinctly with a face imprint. Clutching his rear, he rose to his feet and noticed the rattan chair he had assembled was now pulled apart, undoubtedly the handiwork of Ming Kong Zilin. What are you staring at? Hurry up and carry your herbs. We've arrived at the Shockwater Cliff. As Zhengqiu descended from the celestial vessel, he observed that this rest stop was similarly situated atop a peak, a gentle breeze caressing his face, laden with moisture. The station bustled with activity. As soon as Zhengqiu and his companions disembarked, the celestial vessel ascended into the distance, only for another to descend, bringing a throng of people with it. More celestial vessels continued to land here, and the crowd atop the mountain grew larger, yet no one seemed inclined to leave. Why are you just standing there? Let's go. Ming Kong Zilin exclaimed, her form radiating light as she prepared to soar down the mountain. She indignantly swatted at Master Mingzong's hand. Let go, let go. That hurts. Old man Mingzong, your grip is too heavy. I might just smash your flower pots in the building. Her voice trailed off as she caught sight of Master Mingzong's expression, serious, earnest, and undeniably commanding. Leading Zhengqiu, he pulled Ming Kong Zilin to a corner of the peak, his face stern as he admonished, "Young lady, do you realize how close you were to danger just now? Subsequently, do not exhibit any temper. I expect you to comply with my every directive and refrain from any actions not explicitly stated by me." Ming Kong Zilin shrank her neck, as Master Mingzong had never before spoken to her in such a tone. She sensed she had narrowly escaped a grave mistake and timidly inquired, "Did I err in any way just now?" Master Mingzong surveyed the crowd in the open area of the station and, lowering his voice, admonished her, "What are these people here for? They are here to vie for the dragon tooth. Do you comprehend why no one is leaving? None possess knowledge of the dragon tooth's circumstances. Yet all are aware that those who depart the station first may have the opportunity to encounter the divine weapon. Therefore, anyone who leaves the station first will be subjected to the hostility of others." Ming Kong Zilin was taken aback, muttering softly, "But if no one departs, we cannot linger here indefinitely." Chapter 52. Ambush on the mountain path. As time inexorably passed, the individuals in the open space of the station exchanged glances, each reluctant to take the lead. Zhengqiu and Ming Kong Zilin sat upon a stone, while Master Mingzong remained standing, intently observing the throng. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, someone finally could no longer contain themselves and exclaimed, "Everyone, stop idly waiting. We have all come in search of the dragon tooth. What purpose does it serve to remain here?" Shortly after this proclamation, another voice emerged from the crowd, affirming, "Indeed, we are not the first group to arrive at the cliff of the Falling Falls. Those who arrived earlier have already reached the location of the dragon tooth. If we continue to wait, will we not be surrendering the divine weapon into the hands of others?" This declaration animated the once tranquil assembly, as cultivators deliberated with their comrades, and soon, voices rose in agreement. "Indeed, we must not squander our time here. We should hasten to the location of its emergence. Precisely. When the dragon tooth manifests, let each of us seize it according to our capabilities." Despite these pronouncements, none dared to depart, unwilling to wager their lives. At this juncture, a company of cultivators stepped forward, their leader proposing, "Esteemed colleagues, since none are willing to venture forth, let us establish a pact. We shall proceed together, and should any preemptively strike, the rest shall unite to eliminate them." What value lies in mere spoken agreements? Someone must still undertake the peril. Undaunted by the interruption, the youth bowed courteously. Worthy Taoist speaks truly. Indeed, someone must assume this risk. Thereupon, he unsheathed the long sword from his back, the blade glinting with a chilling light. Here stand 12 disciples of the One Jin sect. We shall undertake this venture. Should anyone seek to violate this accord, they are welcome to test the swordsmanship of the One Jin sect. With that, the youth led his fellow disciples, mounting a stream of light and descending from the summit. Now that a vanguard had emerged, the remaining individuals were no longer content to linger. Each retrieved their respective treasures and weapons, and likewise ascended streams of light. Following in pursuit, Mingkong Zilin turned towards her master, Ming Zong, whispering a reminder, "Elder Ming Zong, they have departed." Ming Zong nodded. "Indeed, we shall also descend the mountain." Taking the mountain path, Mingkong Zilin found this decision peculiar, yet she dared not object, lest she commit another transgression. Beneath the peaks of the post station, the air grew increasingly humid, and after a short distance, a damp sensation enveloped the face. Above, cultivators soared by, too preoccupied to pause and acknowledge the presence of those traversing the mountain path. After approximately an hour and a half of walking, Zheng Qiu faintly discerned the distant roar of rushing water, signifying the imminent arrival at the cascading cliffs. Suddenly, Master Ming halted, extending his arms to shield Zheng Qiu and Ming Kong Zilin behind him, his gaze darting through the trees ahead. With a crack, Ming Kong Zilin stepped upon a brittle twig, the sharp snap echoing conspicuously in the dimming forest. "Who goes there?" From the underbrush at the base of a tree to the left, a flash of brilliant white surged forth, hurtling directly towards Master Ming's face. Indeed, there were assailants. With his disciples and the young girl behind him, evasion was not an option. Master Ming advanced 2 steps, his right hand pressing down in a feigned motion while his left palm swept towards the side of the white light. In an instant, a pale yellow aura ignited from his dantian, swiftly transferring to his left palm, which then erupted in a burst of earthy yellow radiance that struck the side of the white flash with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, akin to a mallet striking a gong, the white light dissipated, revealing a long, straight blade that spun outward, embedding itself into a distant tree trunk. As the blade slipped from the grasp of its wielder, they swiftly executed a mid-air somersault, halting their forward momentum. As they descended towards the thicket, the individual called out to their companions, "It's a master. Everyone, attack together." No sooner had the words left their lips than the underbrush ahead began to rustle once more. Master Ming was alarmed. If more adversaries were present, he could not protect the 2 children. He bellowed, "Hold on. We are not here to contend for the dragon's tooth." Upon hearing these words, the individual immediately raised his hand, signaling his companions, who had just emerged from the thicket, to cease their assault. 1, 2, 3, 4. Master Ming counted, noting there were 7 of them, plus the one who had been sent flying by the long blade, making a total of 8. Quite a considerable number. The first man took a few steps forward. He was a middle-aged fellow clad in a snug, blue-gray short outfit, his face obscured by a half-metallic mask of a steely hue, revealing only one side of his visage. The man cautiously approached the tree where the long blade was embedded, and inquired, "Who exactly are you? On what grounds should I trust you?" Master Ming adjusted his ceremonial attire, displaying the cloud-like pattern on his chest for the man to see. "We are members of the Qinyan sect. Surely, you recognize this. We never partake in any conflicts." The man's steps faltered, yet his vigilance remained unyielding. "I am indeed familiar with the Qinyan sect, but how can I ascertain the authenticity of your claim based solely on attire?" Noticing the man's willingness to engage in discourse, Master Ming exhaled with relief, gesturing toward Zheng Qiu and Ming Kong Zilin. "Look, I have brought along 2 children. Surely, they cannot be false." The man scrutinized the 2 youngsters closely before instructing his companions to sheath their weapons, thus dissipating the tense atmosphere. He clasped his hands in a respectful greeting to Master Ming. "Elder, I sincerely apologize for the earlier offense." Master Ming waved his hands dismissively. "No need for concern. No need for concern. But may I inquire what you and your companions are doing concealed in this thicket instead of heading to the Jingshu Cliff?" "Indeed, we are bound for the Jingshu Cliff. Without concealing anything from my esteemed senior, our sect is currently engaged in battle with the Ink Shadow Valley, and we are here to evade their formidable experts." As he spoke, the man retrieved a bulging pouch from the underbrush. "Senior, do you possess any healing elixirs? I am willing to pay handsomely for them." He urged Zheng Qiu and Ming Kong Zilin to move further away, stating, "Since you are evading enemies, we shall not linger. May fate bring us together again." The man bowed deeply. "Senior, this kindness shall not be forgotten by my sect, and when we meet again, I shall repay it." Witnessing this exchange, Ming Kong Zilin grew increasingly anxious, a faint glow emanating from her, clearly indicating she was channeling energy. "Ming, is there another enemy?" "No, there really are no enemies." "Then what are you observing?" Master Ming Zong approached a large tree and, patting its sturdy trunk, replied, "We shall choose a tree to spend the night. Venturing out at night is too perilous, and I cannot guarantee your safety." Chapter 53. Setting up a stall by the riverbank, they broke branches to construct a small platform, where Zheng Qiu and the others spent the night. Sleeping in the trees was far from comfortable. Zheng Qiu tossed and turned, finally enduring until dawn. However, Master Ming Zong forbade him and Ming Kong Zilin from descending until the sun had fully risen, before leading them toward the cascading falls. As they navigated through a thicket, a heavy mist enveloped them, and through the gaps in the trunks and foliage, they could glimpse the white, frothy waves ahead. Master Ming Zong halted Zheng Qiu and Ming Kong Zilin, preventing them from advancing further. Ahead lie those vying for the dragon tooth of water. Do not entangle yourselves in such commotion. If you wish to observe, perch atop the trees. With that, he embraced Zheng Qiu and soared to the nearest grand tree. To his surprise, Ming Kong Zilin complied, refraining from demanding to move forward, and obediently followed him up the tree. Upon reaching the treetop, Zheng Qiu finally beheld the majestic spectacle of the Shockwater Cliff. A tumultuous river, at least 100 feet wide, surged with ferocity, swirling into vortices. To the left of his view, the broad river abruptly vanished, replaced by an unfathomable precipice, from which the swift current cascaded down, forming a curtain of pristine white water. The torrent plummeted into the depths below, unleashing a thunderous roar, with the rising mist ascending towards the heavens, startling the birds that dared to fly above. "What a magnificent waterfall! How spectacular!" Zheng Qiu exclaimed, overwhelmed by the grandeur of the scene before him, unable to contain his voice. Yet, the thunderous sound of the rushing water drowned out his own shouts. At that moment, the banks of the Shockwater Cliff were teeming with people, a vibrant tapestry of colorful garments that obscured the greenery around them. Amidst this sea of humanity, 10 circular zones emerged, with a gap of about 10 feet separating the surrounding crowd from these designated areas. Master Ming Zong pointed to these zones, informing Zheng Qiu, "These are the places seized by the 10 major sections. In this tense atmosphere, approaching these areas is akin to courting death." The throng on the riverbank began to stir, and amidst the crowd, glimmers of light occasionally flickered, signifying that someone was channeling their energy. Master Ming Zong stroked his short beard and remarked, "Indeed, it is a divine weapon. The commotion preceding its emergence is truly extraordinary. The dragon's roar is resounding and has persisted for an extended duration. I wonder what its true form may be." Ming Kong Zilin, perched upon a tree branch, swung her legs and complained, "It's still not out. I've heard they have been calling for over 2 months. This divine weapon is rather slow." As the dragon's roar faded, the throng along the riverbank returned to tranquility. Zheng Qiu, seated in the tree, scanned the surroundings until his gaze fell upon something familiar. In the direction of the riverbank, there lay a gray hemisphere resembling an inverted bowl. Is that a structure? It bears a striking resemblance to a post station, he pondered. He craned his neck to observe the object more closely, and before long, a figure clad in a white robe emerged from within, the robe faintly adorned with blue, reminiscent of the attire from the Qianyan sect. "Master, look over there. Is that one of our Qianyan sect members?" Zheng Qiu promptly relayed the situation to Master Ming Zong. Feeling a surge of urgency, Master Ming Zong rose and addressed Zheng Qiu and Ming Kong Zilin, saying, "You two remain here and do not wander off. I shall investigate first. It is not safe to leave you alone here. It is better for us to go together." At that moment, flying across the riverbank was decidedly unwise. Master Ming Zong led the two of them on a lengthy detour through the woods, ultimately arriving at the circular structure erected by the Qianyan sect. Indeed, a considerable number of Qianyan sect members were present, all clad in formal blue-patterned garments, bustling about as they carried wooden boxes in and out. "Greetings, Elder. We have come to pay our respects, Elder." The disciples who approached him were disregarded by Master Ming Zong as he pushed through and entered the building. Within the confines of the room sat not the master, but a man with whom he was quite familiar. "Ming Qingxi, what brings you here?" Ming Qingxi, a portly middle-aged gentleman donned in a loose-fitting robe, exuded an air of languor with every gesture. Seated at the table, he was engrossed in writing in a ledger when he heard his name called. He looked up slowly, placing his pen down with deliberation. Ming Zong, that is a question I ought to pose to you. Ming Zong snatched the ledger from the table and eagerly inquired. Ming Qingxi, are you here to contend for the dragon tooth? Did the master send you? The latter part of his speculation was correct, indeed. He had come at the behest of the master. However, I am not here to seize the dragon tooth, but rather to acquire something else. Ming Zong noted that the ledger contained a list of formations, devoid of any mention of the dragon tooth. If you are not after the dragon tooth, then what is it that you seek? Ming Qingxi pulled a chair for Ming Kong Zilin to sit upon and fanned her with a hand fan. Come, take a seat and rest. Is it too warm? Uncle Qingxi will cool you down. Uncle Qingxi is the best, Ming Kong Zilin exclaimed, making faces at Ming Zong as she settled into her chair. Ming Zong's master, pulling Zheng Qiu closer, patted his shoulder and remarked, Humph, I too have a disciple. Unlike certain individuals who merely flatter others, I am genuinely kind to my apprentice. After exchanging a few playful jests, Ming Zong once again pressed Ming Qingxi for the reason behind his visit. Yet, Ming Qingxi countered with a question. Are you aware of the calamity that befell us over 70 years ago? Who in the world does not know of it? It was indeed a significant event. Was the conflict fierce at that time? Certainly, it was intense. Indeed. Ming Qingxi opened the wooden chest in the corner and pulled out a bulging bag, tossing it onto the table. Our Qianyun sect does not compete with others for the dragon tooth. Instead, we seize this. Money. Ming Qingxi then produced a booklet and handed it to Elder Ming Zongchang, recounting the origins of this matter. It turns out that the news of the emergence of the broken water dragon tooth had long been under the scrutiny of the sect master. He firmly believed that various sects would engage in fierce battles over the dragon tooth. Hence, he began preparations 6 months in advance. He instructed Ming Sijio to find 500 formations from the Weniange, encompassing various categories such as defense, offense, and rescue, and then dispatched Ming Qingxi to bring these techniques to the Cascading Falls Cliff. Furthermore, he sent Ming Qingxi with over 40 adept disciples well-versed in formations and more than 180 boxes of materials for setting up formations. As Ming Zong perused the booklet, he could not help but exclaim, the sect master's strategy is indeed ruthless. These are all highly effective formations. Now, any sect wishing to contend for the dragon tooth must purchase them, whether they desire to or not. Ming Qingxi raised his head and laughed heartily. Soon, we shall set up our stall, erect our sign, collect payments on the spot, and arrange formations right here. The highest bidder wins. Today, our Qianyun sect shall profit handsomely at this Cascading Falls Cliff. Chapter 54. Opening for business to earn crystal stones. Before long, a disciple entered the room, reporting to Ming Qingxi, Elder, everything has been moved out. Shall we set up the stall? Of course, let us set up as soon as possible to start earning. Ming Qingxi exclaimed, pulling Ming Zong along as they hurried outside. Your arrival is timely. Having 2 people to manage the stall is certainly better than 1. In front of the roundhouse, 8 large tables were arranged in a line, adorned with cloud-patterned fabric crafted by Qianyun weaving. The disciples busily placed various manuals explaining the formations onto the floral cloth. Simultaneously, tall wooden poles were erected on either side of the tables. As 4 female disciples pulled ropes to hang a sign from the poles, placed the superior formations in the center and the inferior ones on the sides, one instructed. Higher. A bit higher with the sign. Yes, this position is perfect. What about the chairs? Bring out the chairs. Be alert. We have guests from the top 10 sects. Let them sit and take their time choosing. Ming Qingxi dashed back and forth, his belly jiggling with each hurried step, immersed in his tasks. Zheng Qiu and Ming Kong Zilin followed suit, eager to witness the commotion. Upon noticing them, Ming Qingxi ran over, proudly gesturing towards the sign. What do you think? Isn't this sign beautiful? It is a masterpiece by your uncle Qingxi. Zheng Qiu lifted his gaze to find bold characters in gilded lettering on the sign. The left side proclaimed the emergence of divine weapons from the surging water cliff, while the right side announced the grand sale of Qianyun sect's formations. The sign was indeed splendid, but the uneven characters severely undermined its grandeur. Zheng Qiu refrained from voicing his thoughts, yet Ming Kong Zilin couldn't help but chuckle. Hee hee. Uncle Qingxi's handwriting is truly remarkable, so beautiful. If this were to be sold, it would fetch a price far exceeding that of the formations. Hee hee. Ha ha ha, Zilin. Your discerning eye is commendable. How many can rival my calligraphy in this world? Observing Ming Qingshi's proud demeanor, Zheng Qiu couldn't help but smirk, pondering, what a peculiar elder. Does he truly remain oblivious to the abysmal quality of his own calligraphy? Another disciple approached Ming Qingshi and respectfully reported, Master, everything is ready. We can commence at any moment. Good, replied Ming Qingshi, as he retrieved a crumpled note from his pocket and handed it to Ming Zong. Ming Zong, your cultivation is the highest. You shall be the one to announce our business proposition. Ming Zong read the words on the note, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Did you write this? Upon seeing Ming Qingshi nod, he sighed. You would have been better off allowing your disciple to write it. Ming Qingshi, displeased by this remark, retorted, Ming Zong, do you find fault with my writing? This is the result of 3 days of effort. Look closely, which line is lacking, which is not enticing. No revisions. You must announce it just as it is. Fine, I shall not alter it, Ming Zong conceded. He stepped forward, closed his eyes, and began to channel his energy. A deep ochre aura enveloped him, growing increasingly intense until it transformed into flames that engulfed his entire being. He then raised a hand to point at his throat, and the flames vanished as if they had never existed. Ming Zong picked up the note and began to recite the text aloud. Greetings to all sects and factions. The Qianyun sect's array sale is now commencing. Offensive arrays, defensive arrays, offensive arrays, offensive arrays. Whatever type of array you desire, we offer it. Purchase the Qianyun sect's arrays. Set them up on the spot and witness immediate results. Purchasing 2 types of formations grants you an exquisite Qianyun embroidery. Acquiring 3 types bestows a set of auxiliary formation materials, and acquiring 5 types awards a magnificent ink masterpiece by Ming Qingshi. Waves of pale yellow energy surged swiftly from Ming Zong's mouth, resonating with a powerful voice that swept across the riverbank, momentarily flattening the ripples on the water's surface and overshadowing the thunderous roar of the waterfall. Indeed, this serves to highlight the value of my ink artwork. So continue to shout. Ming Zong's proclamations transformed the previously serene riverbank into a lively scene filled with whispers and discussions. Soon, a dozen or so cultivators approached the riverbank, clad in diverse garments that clearly indicated their affiliations to various sections. Come, this way and over here, behold these exquisite formations. I invite you all to take a look. Ming Qingshi, accompanied by his disciples, eagerly attended to the guests. However, despite their keen interest, none of the cultivators produced any money, with only one individual ultimately purchasing an inexpensive formation. Ming Zong shook his head and remarked, It appears to be ineffective. Your promotional words are rather lackluster. As he watched his disciple accompany the solitary purchaser to set up the formation, Ming Qingshi exuded confidence, stating, Ming Zong, you seem to misunderstand. Once one person experiences the benefits, I doubt the others will be able to resist. Indeed, within half an hour, another wave of cultivators arrived. This time even more numerous, totaling 30. Among this group, half expressed a willingness to purchase formations, while the remainder continued to observe without spending. After another half hour, a third group of cultivators arrived, several of whom came bearing money bags. They approached the long table, deliberately selecting the finest formations to purchase, occasionally inquiring with the disciples of the Qianyun sect about the efficacy of the arrays. With the passage of time, the crowd of cultivators gathered around the long table swelled, densely occupying the open space. The atmosphere in that area was quite peculiar. The cultivators formed a line, their eyes wide with vigilance towards those around them, their expressions tense, as if ready to erupt into violence at any moment. Meanwhile, behind the long table, the disciples of the Qianyun sect, armed with scrolls detailing the formations, boisterously extolled their merits. Box after box filled with arraying materials was carried away, while bulging pouches of currency were collected, each face radiating with joy. As the crowd grew, all the disciples of the Qianyun sect busied themselves. Ming Zong and Ming Chung darted about to maintain order, preventing any of the cultivators from resorting to violence. Zheng Qiu scanned the area, noticing no one, and pointed to himself, asking, Who? Me? Yes, you. Come here and help count the money. Zheng Qiu approached, taking the pouch and peering inside, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he stammered, But I don't recognize this currency. How do I count it? You don't know this? One disciple exclaimed, pulling a handful from the pouch and presenting it to Zheng Qiu. This is called Yunxiu Tiandi Jing, also known as Tiandi Jing. It was a collection of crystalline gems, each no larger than the size of a pinky finger, tapering at both ends with a rounded middle, the surface adorned with wrinkles, resembling elongated peach pits. These crystals came in various hues: red, yellow, green, and even colorless and transparent. The disciple informed Zhengqiu that the heavenly crystals come in two varieties, colored and colorless, with a single colorless crystal being equivalent in value to 100 colored ones. Zhengqiu nodded as he listened, acknowledging, "Yes, yes, I understand. I will count them carefully." Chapter 55. Confrontation at the 10 sects gathering. This formation requires 430 heavenly crystals. Can it be a bit cheaper? No, the price of the formation is non-negotiable. If your funds are insufficient, you may consider this alternative formation, which costs 270. How does it compare? It is approximately a third less effective than the previous one. Very well, I shall take this one. Make way. The elder of the Wenjian sect is here. Clear the path. A male cultivator brandished his verdant long sword, driving the waiting crowd aside. Anyone who obstructed his way was met with a sharp jab to the arm, followed by being seized by the collar and flung aside. With the dragon tooth yet to emerge, no one wished to sustain injuries prematurely. Encountering such a formidable figure, it was wise to retreat. The throng quickly parted, creating a clear passage. Ming Chengxi hurried forward to greet him. "Ah, welcome, welcome. Which esteemed elder from your sect has arrived?" In response to Ming Chengxi, the sword-wielding man adopted a courteous demeanor, sheathing his sword and clasping his fists in salute. "Regrettably, I am unable to disclose the identity of our sect's personnel on this occasion. I hope for your understanding." Ming Chengxi smiled broadly, his eyes narrowing with delight. "No matter at all. This way, please. We have a private area behind the table where your esteemed sect can leisurely select formations." He then called out to his disciples, "Quickly, serve tea to our distinguished guests from the Wenjian sect. Hurry." As the elder of the Wenjian sect took his seat, the crowd parted to make way for another group approaching. "Elder of the Wenjian sect, hold your horses. My Moing Valley has yet to arrive. Why must you stir things up first?" The members of Moing Valley were clad in dark garments, their forms shrouded completely. Ming Chengxi stepped forward to greet them. But before he could utter more than a couple of words, another procession emerged. This time, it was a group of women dressed in delicate blue gauze skirts, adorned with long ribbons that danced in the breeze, exuding an ethereal, celestial aura. "We, too, are present at the Frostfall Pavilion. Do not forget us." "Oh, esteemed guests of the Frostfall Pavilion, please, make yourselves comfortable inside." As Ming Chengxi welcomed them, he complained to his disciples, You, and you, put aside your tasks and promptly attend to our honored guests. Have you all forgotten what I instructed?" After settling down at the Frostfall Pavilion, 7 more groups gradually made their way through the throng, their presence causing the other practitioners to yield. One could easily surmise that these were the representatives of the top 10 sections. Zheng Xiao, while counting coins, glanced towards the area where the 10 sects were seated. It appeared that these sects were not fond of one another, maintaining a significant distance as they glared at each other. Aside from a few elder figures engaging in strained conversation, the remaining members shot daggers with their eyes. Ming Chengxi flitted from one sect to another, exchanging pleasantries as if with old acquaintances, his presence bringing forth laughter and mirth, only to leave in silence. Suddenly, the sound of a dragon's roar resonated once more, this time more resounding and prolonged than ever before. Even Zheng Qiu detected the change in the dragon's call. How could those practitioners fail to notice? Suddenly, the expressions of the representatives from the 10 major sects turned solemn, while the cultivators queuing to purchase techniques erupted into chaos. The crowd lost all semblance of order, as everyone desperately surged forward, stretching out their hands to frantically snatch the scrolls from the table. Money bags rained down like droplets of rain, leaving Zheng Qiu dazed and bewildered. "I want this one. Hurry and set up the formation for me. Help me with the formation first. I've already given you the money. I'll offer 2 bags of coins. Set up the formation for me first. Step aside, I'm offering more." The disciples responsible for arranging formations from the Qianyun sect became highly sought after, as people incessantly stuffed money into their hands, eager to be the first to secure a formation. Faced with this situation, the representatives from the 10 major sects could hardly remain seated. With each formation established, the strength of a sect would increase, thereby diminishing the likelihood of success in obtaining the Duanshui Longya. A man from the Wenjian sect conferred with an elder for a brief moment, then drew his sword and leaped onto the table. "These formations belong to our 10 sects. No one is permitted to claim them. Stand back." seeing that some still pressed forward. The man raised his sword high, with his other hand resting on the hilt. The blade shimmered with a brilliant emerald light. He then grasped the sword with both hands and forcefully slashed forward. With a swish, the light erupted, unleashing a wave of emerald flames that surged into the crowd, igniting a cascade of vibrant colors, accompanied by the anguished cries of those unfortunate souls who had failed to prepare their defenses in time. Step back. Everyone retreat. The man bellowed, standing resolutely like an imposing guardian, though in truth, beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead. Originally believing that his nearly all-out strike would surely carve a path, he was met with disappointment as a dense throng of people remained before him, leaving him uncertain of how many he had truly injured. All the cultivators fixed their gazes upon the man, and soon, a myriad of colorful auras began to illuminate the crowd, clearly indicating the commencement of their powers. Gritting his teeth, the man positioned his long sword defensively before him. Inwardly, he cursed, "Damn it, these cultivators are surprisingly formidable." Now, having incurred the wrath of many, he realized that should they all strike together, even 10 lives would not suffice to withstand their assault. At this critical moment, members of the Frostfall Pavilion rose, led by a displeased woman who remarked, "Why must you, the Sword Sect, seek to stand out at the expense of our 9 great sects? Since we have come to this juncture, the Frostfall Pavilion shall lend a hand. Remember, this is a life-saving grace." With that, she led a contingent of women from the Frostfall Pavilion to take their place at the long table. Haha, how pitiful it is for you, the Sword Sect, to require the assistance of women. Very well, we shall partake in this life-saving grace as well. Members of the Shadow Ink Valley also approached the long table, positioning themselves before the crowd. One by one, the 10 great sects expressed their stance, forming a united front between the throng and the long table. Yet, this assembly of dozens did little to intimidate the cultivators on the open ground. Auras continued to emerge from the crowd, signaling a burgeoning conflict among the various sects against the 10 great sections. Mingzong leaned closer to Ming Qingxi, furrowing his brow as he cautioned, "This situation does not bode well. The experts from the Yunxiu sects are all out, showing no fear of the 10 great sections. If this continues, I fear that before the dragon's tooth emerges, a fierce battle will erupt here. Shu, do not suggest a retreat." Mingzong hastily placed his index finger to his lips, signaling Ming Qingxi to inform the disciples not to retreat. Have you not noticed? The disciples from the 10 major sects have, thus far, selected nearly 100 formations. Prior to the emergence of the dragon tooth, they may require these formations at any moment. If we were to abandon our post, it would surely offend them all. Ming Qingxi recognized the gravity of the situation. On one hand lay the safety of the Qianyun sect's disciples, and on the other, the delicate relationship with the 10 major sections. Neither choice seemed favorable. After a moment of contemplation, Mingzong proposed, "For now, we must instruct the disciples to take refuge within the house, while we guard the entrance. Even if the disciples from the 10 major sects inquire, we will have a plausible explanation." "Very well, it must be done," agreed Ming Qingxi. They split up to notify the busy disciples of the Qianyun sect, urging them to swiftly seek shelter in the circular house. Simultaneously, they instructed the disciples to bring the boxes containing their money bags inside. Once all the disciples were inside, Ming Qingxi stood at the doorway, counting each one as they entered. 1, 2, 3, 20, 21. Suddenly, he felt a sharp twitch in his eyelid. A familiar figure was missing among the disciples, Ming Kong-Zeline. In a panic, he informed Mingzong, "Mingzong, this is dire. Zeline is not inside. Has anyone seen her?" "What? Zeline is missing?" Mingzong grasped Ming Qingxi's shoulder, urging him toward the circular house. "Keep an eye on the disciples. I shall go search for her at once." Having spoken, Elder Mingzong departed the clearing with the swiftness of a bird, darting into the thicket by the riverbank and leaping onto a towering tree. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his robust, sun-kissed arms. At the juncture of his upper arm, a pitch-black ring was affixed, mirrored by another on his opposite arm. Elder Mingzong fumbled with the ring for a moment, and with a sharp crack, it shattered into 2 fragments. He then removed the other ring and cast the broken pieces into the underbrush. After slightly stretching his limbs, he tilted his head back and inhaled deeply. A breath so prolonged it seemed as though it could never fully fill his chest. After a considerable pause, he exhaled languidly, the expelled air resonating with a faint hum. "Where have you gone, little Mao?" Elder Mingzong murmured softly, gradually lifting from the trunk and soaring towards the riverbank. To his astonishment, no radiance emanated from his form, as if an invisible tether from the heavens was guiding him. Rather than ascending directly above the riverbank, he glided along the treetops, utilizing the foliage as a veil to obscure his presence and evade the attention of the practitioners below. As he advanced, his gaze swept over the crowd, yet he could not discern the figure of Ming Kong Zilin. How peculiar! Where could that girl have wandered off to? Elder Ming Zong mused, instinctively raising his eyes to the opposite bank. Suddenly, amidst the treetops on the far side, a faint lavender speck caught his eye. By intuition, he surmised that this small point was indeed Ming Kong Zilin. Elder Ming Zong steadied his breath, firmly closed his eyes, and after a brief moment, he abruptly opened them wide. In the depths of her eyes, twin pupils glimmered with a dusty yellow light, akin to fireflies illuminating the darkness. As her gaze brightened, the scene across the river gradually came into focus, as if the distance had been dramatically shortened. Indeed, that faint lavender dot was Ming Kong Zilin, who was nestled among the treetops, occasionally adjusting her position to observe the riverbank. This mischievous girl, when did she sneak across to the other side? She truly is a source of worry. Elder Ming Zong grumbled while searching for a way to cross the river. Suddenly, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed across the river, followed by a vast plume of white mist rising from the base of the Shockfall cliff. The mist was dense and substantial, coiling upwards in a serpentine form that soared hundreds of feet into the sky. All eyes were drawn to this soaring vapor, which ascended to the clouds and swiftly spread outwards, creating a shroud of water vapor that obscured the sun, transforming the bright day into a dusky twilight in an instant. With a crack, a brilliant flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a thunderous clap that jolted the gathered cultivators from their reverie. The dragon tooth was about to emerge. Quickly, activate the formation. Retrieve the magical artifacts and weapons. Secure the riverbank. Any intruders must be dealt with mercilessly. Voices of command from various sects rang out through the crowd, and colorful auras illuminated the scene in vibrant patches. A fierce wind swept across the riverbank, causing the banners of the sects to flutter violently. As the wind brushed against him, Elder Ming Zong couldn't help but shiver. It was the palpable intent to kill, shared by the thousands of cultivators gathered at the riverbank. The water cascaded away from the cliff, revealing the true visage of the precipice. On the precipice where not a blade of grass dares to grow, the dark, jagged rocks are tightly interwoven like fish scales. At this moment, white mist continuously erupts from the fissures in the stones, merging into a serpentine plume that soars skyward. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberates from the cliff, as a significant portion of it disintegrates into a shower of debris, sending forth a visible wave of air that surges toward the riverbank. Where the wave passes, mud and stones whirl violently, uprooting trees in its wake. The riverbank is illuminated by a riot of colors, some of which have coalesced into patterns, evidently employing formations to withstand the fierce winds. One unfortunate soul after another is swept away by the relentless gusts, flailing helplessly as they are propelled into the distance. As the wave descends, Elder Ming Zong descends from the treetops to the ground, spreading his feet wide and firmly grounding himself in the earth. He rhythmically claps his shoulders twice, then clenches his fists and draws them to his side. Just as he assumes his stance, the wave crashes in, the fierce winds sweep past, yet Elder Ming Zong remains steadfast, as immovable as a nail driven into the ground. Suddenly, a tree, thick enough for two to embrace, is torn from the earth by the tempest and hurtles towards him. Without flinching, he bellows, a brilliant ochre light flickering at his brow, and thrusts his fists forward with great force. A resounding boom echoes as his fists collide with the trunk, erupting in dazzling brilliance, and in an instant, the massive tree shatters, splinters, and earth scattering in all directions. Just as he dismantles the tree, two more come crashing toward him, yet he remains undaunted, shifting from fists to palms, targeting the gap between the two. With a decisive motion, the trees are thrust apart, shattering simultaneously in midair. With a resounding crash, 7 towering trees were shattered in succession, and the tempestuous air finally subsided. Elder Ming Zong hastily emerged from the forest, scanning the opposite riverbank for any sign of Ming Kong Zilin. The last time he beheld her, she was still amidst the trees, and he pondered whether she could withstand the force of the unleashed torrent of the dragoness tooth. From the location where the cliff had erupted, a radiant object soared into the sky, glimmering with a silvery light. It twirled at the cliff's edge before ascending slowly with the rising mist. The dragon's tooth. The broken water dragon's tooth. Every cultivator present realized that this was the very objective of their expedition. In swift succession, countless streaks of light surged from the riverbank. Chasing after the celestial ascent, these were the solitary cultivators. Those who obstructed their path would perish. A dozen beams of light coalesced, forming a collective assault towards the heavens. This was an organized sect. Kill. The air was thick with battle cries as figures plummeted from the sky, while the formations of the major sects on the ground spun like grinding wheels, staining the vicinity a deep crimson. Chapter 57. Fighting across the river in search of the girl. Above the cascading waterfall, a kaleidoscope of brilliance sparkled as various colored currents and waves erupted and splattered, utterly shattering the previously serpentine mist. Another burst of blinding light illuminated the scene, accompanied by a sharp crack from the heavens, as the broken water dragon's tooth was struck by the residual force of several masters, spiraling down toward the river's surface. This fall would be momentous. The cultivators engaged in fierce combat below immediately seized the opportunity to vie for the dragon's tooth, rushing toward the river with frenzied zeal. The divine weapon lay before them, and the major sects could no longer afford the luxury of maintaining their formations. Led by their respective experts, they surged en masse toward the center of the river. Weapons clashed, and the air was filled with surging energy as every inch of the 100-jong-wide river became a battleground. Those on the periphery fought valiantly to push inward, while those closer to the center not only defended against external assaults, but also pressed forward towards the core. Meanwhile, the cultivators soaring in the sky, relying on their superior skills, aimed directly for the elusive dragon tooth of the broken water. A voice resonated from the center. "I've got it. I've got." A cultivator had grasped the shimmering dragon tooth, his heart swelling with joy, prompting an exuberant shout. Yet, before he could finish his exclamation, another assailant struck from the side, swiftly severing him from the fray and sending him plummeting into the river. Elder Mingzong had no intention of seizing the dragon tooth. His singular focus was on locating Ming Kong Zilin. The cultivators at the precipice of the surging water cliff all cast their gazes towards the dragon tooth, presenting him with an opportune moment to cross the river. Without hesitation, Elder Mingzong leaped onto the river's surface, his feet lightly skimming the waves as he raced towards the opposite bank. He deliberately veered away from the spot where the dragon tooth had fallen, taking a wide detour to circumvent the throng engaged in battle. Initially, his passage was unobstructed, unnoticed by all, but as he approached the river's midpoint, a frenzied cultivator suddenly blocked his path. This was a towering figure, brawny and bare-chested, with a black iron chain coiled around his waist, wielding a long-handled hammer and bellowing as he swung down with tremendous force. Recognizing the ferocity of the attack, Elder Mingzong discerned that this individual practiced a particularly aggressive form of martial arts. The aura emanating from the hammer indicated that the man's cultivation level was not particularly high, likely at the chi transformation stage at best. With no time to engage in a prolonged confrontation, he resolved to endure this strike and swiftly counter it. With determination, Elder Mingzong raised his palm to meet the descending hammer. With a resounding thud, the burly man was jolted off his feet, his arms trembling like a sieve. His face bore an expression of utter disbelief. The hammer strike felt less like it had struck his palm and more akin to colliding with a massive iron block. The violent recoil jolted his senses back to reality, and he realized he had hit a solid barrier. Grasping the hammer, he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The elderly man before him swung his palm, aiming for his face. The burly man raised the hammer to defend himself, but the force of the strike still landed squarely on his visage, sending both him and the hammer tumbling into the river. Elder Mingzong, as he tempered his strength, knew that the blow would only render the man unconscious, not fatal. Whether he would escape with his life was left to fate. However, fortune was not on his side, as he had scarcely moved far when he encountered a bloodthirsty practitioner blocking his way. Elder Mingzong sighed, contemplating an alternate route to cross the river. But with no other options, he resolved to fight his way across. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons clashing against his palms resonated as fiery projectiles and shockwaves approached, only to be effortlessly deflected by him. The practitioners surrounding him were of low cultivation, engaging in battle with the intent of seizing opportunities amidst the chaos. Elder Mingzong advanced, his movements graceful yet powerful, hands cutting through the air with a fierce energy. With each resounding slap, another adversary was sent splashing into the water. Most of those struck vanished beneath the surface, while a few with slightly higher cultivation might bob to the surface in a daze. Yet, none could withstand the force of his palm. Clearing a path with his hands, he strode through the waves, swiftly reaching the opposite bank of the river. As soon as he reached the shore, he dashed into the woods, calling out the name of Ming Kong Zilin at the top of his lungs. Zilin, where are you? He infused his voice with energy, enhancing its penetrating power, while continuously lifting fallen trees to check beneath them. Old man Mingzong, I'm here. Shortly after, the voice of Ming Kong Zilin resonated from the right front. Relieved, Mingzong hurried toward the sound. Her voice emerged from beneath a toppled tree, and upon seeing it, Mingzong's heart raced. Could it be that the girl was trapped underneath? He quickly lifted the tree, only to discover a large dark hole in the ground, obscuring what lay within. Zilin, are you in there? Are you hurt? I'm fine. A small, dusty head peeked out from the hole, as Ming Kong Zilin clawed her way out of the earth. At that moment, she was covered in mud from head to toe, her hair and clothes clinging together in a soggy mess, resembling an unpainted clay figurine. The figurine blinked and asked, Old man Mingzong, it's me, Ming Kong Zilin. Don't you recognize me? As she spoke, she raised her hand and smeared the mud onto Mingzong's face. He intercepted her hand, wiping her cheeks with his sleeve. Stop messing around, girl. Did you dig this hole? Ming Kong Zilin nodded. Yes, my cultivation is too low, so I could only dig a hole to hide in. She lifted her skirt to add, though it has made me a bit dirty. He lifted Ming Kong Zilin and soared into the sky, chiding her as he playfully rapped her on the head. Have you forgotten what I said before we set off? Be obedient, obey, and yet here you are, running amok. Ming Kong Zilin covered her head, retorting, You old rascal, you just praised me, and now you strike me. You are a bad old man. In the distance, the sounds of battle echoed ominously. Vibrant flashes of energy clashed, while cultivators rushed past overhead, hurrying from all directions to join the fray. The ground was stained a deep crimson, littered with the bodies of hundreds, the remnants of shattered weapons scattered about. The long tables of the Qianyun sect had been overturned and smashed, their signs reduced to splinters, and even the circular structure hastily erected by Shi Tinghua lay in ruins. A mere pile of rubble. At that moment, the clearing was devoid of others, save for Ming Qingxi, who anxiously paced before the debris. His eyes widened as he beheld the small mud figure before him, and realization dawned. Oh my, Zilin, my dear. He rushed forward, disregarding the mud covering Ming Kong Zilin, and embraced her tightly. Heavens, you scare me to death. Chapter 58. The station's map reveals the vastness of the world. Elder Mingzong grasped Ming Qingxi's arm, inquiring urgently, What happened? Where are the disciples of the Qianyun sect? Despite his youth, Ming Qingxi shielded Ming Kong Zilin from the sight of the fallen. He shrugged. When I arrived here, this was the state of affairs. A look of relief washed over Mingzong's face as he patted Ming Qingxi's shoulder, smiling. Well done in your retreat. You have safeguarded so many disciples. Your merit is substantial. At that moment, he noticed a faint glow in Mingzong's pupils, and promptly retracted his smile to inquire, Mingzong, have you removed the spirit ring? Mingzong shrugged, replying, Isn't it for the girl? Without removing it, how could I dare to approach this riverbank? Given that the disciples had already retreated, there was no longer a necessity for Mingzong and his companions to linger. The two hastily took Ming Kong and Zilin and soared toward the Jingpu Cliff Station. Mingzong, what occupies your thoughts? He asked. With the current state of Jingpu Cliff, do you still wish to partake in the chaos here? Mingzong shook his head in denial, stating, My presence here is not to sever the water dragon's tooth, but rather for other matters. This response left Ming Qingxi even more perplexed. If there are other matters, why not address them 2 months hence? What is the purpose of joining the fray now? I possess my own judgment and shall not act recklessly, he assured. Zheng Qiao, too, was filled with questions regarding his master's decision. This visit to Jingpu Cliff seemed irrelevant to him, and with the outside world embroiled in conflict, it was indeed peculiar for his master to remain. After Ming Qingxi departed, Mingzong secluded himself in his chamber, emerging only during mealtimes to observe Zheng Qiao as he consumed medicinal herbs, while at other times, no one could see him. Inside the room, 2 wooden tables were joined together, and upon the surface lay an extensive map measuring 2.5 zhang in length and width, depicting the mountainous terrain and rivers of Jingpu Cliff. Mingzong picked up a pen at times drawing lines and at others encircling areas, meticulously scrutinizing the map and occasionally inscribing annotations within the outlined circles. In the empty corner of the map, he inscribed the phrase "Startling Waters Manifest," along with the words "vast" and "boundless," firmly believing after much contemplation that these 8 characters indicated the location of the divination wheel. Startling Waters seemingly referred to the river at the cliff of Startling Falls. Following this line of thought, Master Mingzong marked the course of the river on the map. The station of the Qianyun sect lay upstream along the river. Master Mingzong deftly sketched the direction of the downstream waters, which, perhaps due to the cascading waterfall, meandered in a serpentine fashion rather than proceeding in a straight line. The bends were interspersed with numerous tributaries, each flowing towards different peaks. Faced with such a plethora of tributaries and the intricate river paths, he found himself at a loss. Surely, he could not search each tributary one by one, for that would take an eternity. He turned his attention back to deciphering the meaning of the 8 characters. What did vast and boundless signify? Was it a reference to a place, or perhaps to time? Just as he was deeply engrossed in thought, a commotion erupted outside, leading him to wonder if those vying for the dragon tooth of disconnected waters had arrived. Feeling uneasy, Master Mingzong hurried outside to investigate. Descending swiftly, he witnessed a dozen or so practitioners engaged in a heated argument in the station's hall, gathered around a tea table that also bore a map. Approaching the outer sect disciple on duty, he inquired about the cause of their dispute. Were they planning to resort to violence? The disciple discreetly pointed to the map on the tea table, explaining that they intended to intercept midway, yet could not settle on a direction for the interception. The voices of the arguing practitioners grew increasingly louder. It was clear that there was no one upstream. After all, who in their right mind would head to the station? Indeed, those who carry precious treasures would not stop at a relay station. They ought to ambush at the Buha Peak. Yet, Buha Peak stands solitary. What do you intend to block with? The correct approach would be to venture into the corrupt water marsh. However, one cannot enter the marsh. It is better to lie in wait at the adjacent Sanchio. You fools, do you presume others to be as foolish as you? In such pocket-like terrains as Sanchio and the corrupt water marsh, even swine would not be deceived. Sanchio? The disputatious words of the cultivators caught Master Mingzong's attention. He pulled over an outer sect disciple and inquired, "What do they mean by Sanchio?" Sanchio refers to a mountain situated to the southwest of the corrupt water marsh. The disciple elucidated. Moreover, to the northeast of the corrupt water marsh lies the Manchio, perfectly encasing the marsh within, a significant pocket. Before the outer sect disciple could finish, a flash occurred, and the elder vanished. With a decisive kick, Master Mingzong burst through the door and leaned over the map, searching for the corrupt water marsh. Indeed, downstream lay an inconspicuous tributary, its end marked by rippling grassland, beneath which was inscribed the name Corrupt Water Marsh. He glanced at either side of the marsh. To the southwest was Sanchio, and to the northeast lay Manchio. Was this not precisely the essence of the vastness? This must be the place. The spirit measuring wheel must be located here. Master Mingzong rolled up the map and dashed out of the room in search of Zheng Qiu. Inside, Zheng Qiu was replacing the water for the small grass on his neck. Just as he filled the porcelain bottle, his master kicked open the door and rushed in. "Disciple, we must depart swiftly." Without further ado, Master Mingzong seized Zheng Qiu's arm and pulled him outside. As Zheng Qiu dashed out of the station, he found no signs of combat. Before he could ponder further, his master hoisted him onto his shoulder. "Time waits for no one, apprentice. Hold on tight," Master Mingzong declared. With that, a surge of energy erupted beneath their feet, followed by a resounding boom as a golden stream shot into the sky. Chapter 59. Heading to the marsh for another battle, Master Mingzong soared swiftly, the fierce winds buffeting Zheng Qiu's face, rendering him unable to open his eyes. Clinging tightly to his master's shoulders, he feared being swept away. For days had elapsed since the emergence of the dragon tooth, yet the struggle continued unabated. Waves of cultivators arrived aboard celestial vessels, rushing headlong into this brutal arena like moths drawn to a flame. Compared to the first day, the intensity of the clashes had somewhat diminished, yet the situation had grown increasingly perilous. Numerous rogue cultivators had perished, leaving only a scattered few behind. They lingered along the riverbanks and within the woods, striving to preserve themselves while waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The plight of the weaker sects mirrored that of the rogue cultivators. They too were reduced to a handful of skilled practitioners, huddled in the corners of the riverbanks. doing their utmost to survive. At this juncture, the Jingpu Cliff had become the stronghold of the major sects, who had fortified their positions across the river, attacking any approaching cultivators. These prominent sects deployed their experts to engage in skirmishes at the river's center and above the waterfall, testing their mettle. Should one side falter, they were compelled to swiftly summon another adept to take their place. If all their might proved insufficient for victory, they would inevitably fall prey to the onslaught of nearby sects, facing utter annihilation. Master Mingzong infused his energy into his legs, striding through the forest with great leaps. With each push against the ground, he unleashed waves of energy, propelling himself forward at an astonishing speed, covering distances of 15 or 16 zhang in a single bound. Through the gaps in the trees, he glimpsed the resplendent brilliance of the sky above, and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This emergence of the dragon tooth, compared to the calamity of over 70 years ago, saw the various sects far better prepared. Such an array of formidable experts had been mobilized. Surely some of the reclusive old masters had personally come forth. Lost in thought, Master Mingzong unexpectedly encountered a wandering practitioner. What dreadful luck! The practitioner was crouched amid the bushes, intently observing the battle unfolding on the river's surface, unaware that a figure had suddenly burst forth from the nearby thicket, swiftly approaching. Startled, the practitioner assumed the newcomer intended harm and hastily began to channel his energy. However, the speed of the advancing figure was overwhelming. The practitioner realized his own efforts to harness energy were futile. In a moment of desperation, he produced a round black orb from his sleeve and hurled it toward the approaching figure. Master Mingzong caught sight of the black orb being thrown, and a flurry of speculations flashed through his mind. A fire thunderbolt? A venomous projectile? A smoke bomb? A silver thread bomb? Regardless of its nature, he dared not allow his disciple to be struck by it. Grasping Zheng Qiu's belt, he pulled him behind himself while extending his other hand to slap at the orb. Just as he made contact, the orb detonated, enveloping Master Mingzong in a thick cloud of black smoke, completely obscuring his vision. Realizing it was merely a smoke bomb, he felt a measure of relief. Thankfully, it was not a venomous projectile, or protecting his disciple would have posed a significant challenge. A sudden gust of wind emanated from the right, prompting Master Mingzong to exercise caution. He retreated 2 steps to evade the oncoming attack and retaliated with a swift slap. Ah! A cry of pain echoed from the billowing black smoke, followed by the sound of something crashing to the ground. Emerging from the haze, Master Mingzong discovered a rogue cultivator sprawled on the ground, mouth agape and hands clutching his jaw, clearly having dislocated it. Noticing the rogue's fearful gaze upon him, Master Mingzong remarked nonchalantly, "I happened to pass by. You should leave quickly." The rogue scrambled to his feet, mumbling incoherently, and stumbled into the depths of the forest. Amidst this, a cacophony of battle cries erupted over the river's surface. Master Mingzong turned to observe the western bank, ablaze with radiant light as various sects mobilized their formations, gradually converging in that direction. He sighed, foreseeing yet another sect facing annihilation. However, this presented an opportune moment to traverse the woods. He could soar through the air unimpeded. For the attention of the formidable sects was engrossed in the conflict, leaving the forest's approach unattended. The rogue cultivators, seeking refuge from the experts of various sects, hesitated to reveal themselves upon seeing someone soaring amidst the treetops, their brilliance too radiant to ignore. Master Mingzong proceeded boldly, gliding silently through the air, leaving no trace of sound in his wake. Upon passing through the cascading falls cliff, he retrieved a map, unfurling it to ascertain his direction. Across the river, amidst the throngs engaged in battle, streaks of light ascended, scattering in all directions. This spectacle astonished him. He had not anticipated the besieged sect to falter so swiftly. Alas, he wondered how many would manage to escape. As several beams of light approached, Master Mingzong swiftly harnessed his energy to take flight, aware that being mistaken for another sect could lead to dire consequences. After soaring for nearly half an hour, he finally located the corruption marsh, situated at the terminus of a minor tributary, as indicated by the map. This marsh appeared rather unremarkable, entirely shrouded by dense underbrush, obscuring any signs of water from above. How unexpectedly deep it is! Master Mingzong promptly abandoned the idea of traversing on foot, retrieving the map and laying it flat upon the grass. Using a branch he had just broken off, he scooped up some mud and inscribed an unusual symbol upon the map. Upon completing the final stroke of the symbol, he discarded the branch and directed his energy towards the map with a pointed gesture, simultaneously reciting, from the four corners of the heavens, the divine commands: gather earth to form an unbroken bridge, collect sand to build a tower that shall not collapse, solidify. As the final word, solidify, resonated, a deep brown luminescence flickered across the map, causing the paper to become smooth and rigid. Master Mingzong landed upon the map, gently setting his disciple down. Zheng Qiu stepped onto the map and discovered it to be remarkably firm, akin to stepping on a stone slab. He stamped his foot, and the map emitted a resounding thud, showing no signs of yielding. He looked up at his master, inquiring, "Master, what was that extraordinary technique you just performed? It was astonishing. Is it a mixed skill? Can I learn it?" Chapter 60. The secret cavern buried in the vast mountains. The map was sufficiently large that even while supporting two individuals, it would not sink into the mire. Master Mingzong fetched a long, sturdy branch to serve as a pole, guiding the map further into the depths of the marsh. The marsh was replete with sludge, devoid of any solid soil. The mire had accumulated over countless years, and with each thrust of the pole, it stirred the viscous black muck, a nauseating stench wafting through the air. Master Mingzong, while maneuvering the pole, cast his gaze towards the peaks flanking him. One peak loomed to the southwest, while the other graced the northeast, presumably the Tsangqiu and Mongqiu depicted on the map. These two summits were rather lowly, hardly reaching half the height of their nearby counterparts, resembling mere mounds of earth. As he observed, Master Mingzong discerned an anomaly. The summit of Mongqiu was relatively flat, and the side of Tsangqiu exhibited a broad, vertical wall. Tilting his head, he raised his hand to illustrate the contours of the hills, and lo, the profile of Tsangqiu's wall bore striking resemblance to the apex of Mongqiu. Could it be that this was once a singular mountain? A spark of realization ignited within his mind. Indeed, this had to be the same mountain. The term vastness of the waterfall altar did not refer to Tsangqiu and Mongqiu, but rather to the grand expanse of Kangmang Mountain. Subsequently, a new question unfurled in his thoughts. The inscription on the stele had indicated the construction of a building to house the wheel. Yet, the cultivators who charted the landscape meticulously examined and corrected the terrain each year. If a structure existed upon the mountain, how had it gone unnoticed? Unbeknownst to them, Master Mingzong and Zheng Qiu had ventured into the heart of the fetid swamp. Here, weeds still flourished, but beneath the foliage lay not sludge, but a layer of thick, dark, foul water. Master Mingzong raised his pole and stirred the putrid liquid, his brow furrowing in perplexity. It was exceedingly strange. Although this was a marsh, he observed no waterfowl, serpents, or insects, and the pole encountered nothing, not even the shells of crabs or shrimp. In my recollection, this scenario is mentioned in the book Stepping Through the Cloud Sleeves, referred to as a dead zone. The text describes that dead zones are predominantly characterized by cliffs, swamps, deep valleys, and caves, where no living creatures exist, nor are there any signs of their passage. Some dead zones are so devoid of life that even vegetation fails to thrive. The emergence of such dead zones can be attributed to two possibilities, one being the presence of numerous harmful elements, such as toxic gases, poisonous waters, or contaminated soils that induce illness upon exposure. The other possibility involves a formidable force that drives all living beings away from these areas. Master Mingzong crouched down, carefully dipping his finger into the black water, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. It reeked, aside from its unpleasant odor. The black water did not provoke any discomfort. This suggests that the formation of this dead zone is more likely due to the latter possibility, a powerful force. As he continued to probe, Master Mingzong sensed that his pole had struck something solid. He halted, using the pole to investigate the spot further. Tap, tap. The tip of the pole struck a hard object, seemingly a stone. Adjusting his probing distance, he explored the contours of the stone. Tap, tap. The stone appeared to be rectangular and elongated. Such a regular shape could only be the result of human craftsmanship. Master Mingzong moved the map further away, then set down the pole and raised his hands to channel his energy. With a thunderous force, a wave of energy surged towards the swamp, sending black water splattering and weeds swirling as the swamp was instantaneously parted. Another wave crashed down upon the previous position, causing the black water mixed with silt to surge violently to either side. Indeed, nestled within the swamp's muck lay a stone slab measuring approximately 2 zhang in length and half a zhang in width. The stone was somewhat pitted, Yet Master Mingzong could discern that these indentations were marks left by chiseling tools. The energy waves he unleashed were formidable, not only revealing the stone slabs, but also stirring the swamp ahead. Before him lay another identical stone slab. Master Mingzong's mind began to formulate a hypothesis as he advanced several paces, harnessing his power once more to unveil the marsh. More stone slabs appeared. These slabs, connected together, formed a staircase. The vast Kangmang mountain was cleaved in two, with the putrid marsh concealing the steps beneath its surface. There could be no doubt. The architecture housing the hidden wheel must be situated here, albeit buried beneath the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Master Mingzong persistently conjured energy waves, unveiling the marsh layer by layer as he ventured along the stone steps. Yet, when the energy waves struck again, the staircase failed to materialize. How peculiar. Why was that? He raised his gaze and surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had approached the mountainside of Tsanxiu. Gazing at the barren cliff face, a thought flickered in his mind. He ascended to the cliff and tapped his pole against its surface. Thud, thud. No hollow sound resonated. Could it be that nothing lay within? Retreating to midair, he unleashed a powerful wave against the cliff, and with a tremendous crash, stones cascaded like raindrops, revealing a large pit in the rock, its edges lined with cracks. Boom. Master Mingzong struck the pit again, deepening it further and widening the fissures, yet no other changes occurred. It seemed that whatever he sought was not concealed within the cliff. Turning his attention back to the map, he was suddenly startled by a cracking sound emanating from the base of the cliff. As debris scattered, a black hole, 2 paces wide, emerged. The moment the dark opening appeared, the murky waters of the swamp surged into it, indicating a downward passage. Master! Master! Came Zhengqiu's voice from below, echoing unexpectedly. Master Mingzong lowered his head and noticed his anxious disciple waving fervently at him, while the map beneath his feet drifted towards the cave entrance along the dark waters. Do not panic, my apprentice. I am coming. With a powerful push, Master Mingzong propelled himself into the air, a shockwave erupting around him, his body shooting forth like an arrow towards Zhengqiu. As he stepped onto the map, it had already floated halfway into the cave entrance. He swiftly crouched down and pressed Zhengqiu to the ground. Get down. The map completely entered the cave, and the light rapidly dimmed. Master, it's so dark. Zhengqiu trembled with fear, clinging tightly to Master Mingzong's arm. Do not be afraid. Look, it's illuminating now. Master Mingzong spread his palm, channeling his energy into it, and a soft yellow glow emerged, illuminating the cave's surroundings. The cavern descended in a winding manner, and Master Mingzong and Zhengqiu crouched on the map, gliding down the dark waters. Stalactites occasionally brushed above them, prompting Master Mingzong to shift his body, steering the map to evade the sharp tips of the stalactites. After a considerable time, the cave suddenly opened up, and with a swish, the map glided forward several yards, coming to a halt against a rock. Master Mingzong intensified the glow in his hand and stood to survey the environment. This was a vast cavern, or rather, a karst cave. The interior was relatively flat with an irregular shape. The highest points reached 10 feet, while in the lower areas one could hardly crouch. The wider spaces were shrouded in darkness, while the narrower passages required them to sidle through. However, the cave was stunning, adorned with elongated stalactites, blossoming stone flowers on the rock walls, and clusters of crystals in the corners, twinkling like stars under the halo of light. Disciple, hold tightly to my robe and do not let go. Let us venture inside. Master Mingzong positioned himself in front of Zhengqiu, illuminating their path with a radiant glow as they delved deeper. Chapter 61. Untangling the fragmented stone, will he informed Zhengqiu that this was a technique for exploring uncharted caverns, ensuring one would not inadvertently tread into miasmic regions, where escape would be impossible and life could be forfeited. After wandering for quite some time within the cave, Zhengqiu found himself utterly disoriented, surrounded by stalactites that appeared indistinguishable from one another. However, Master Mingzong made a significant discovery. He crouched down, picking up a fragment of rock to examine it closely. The stone was shaped in an exceedingly irregular manner, yet it bore a small, uneven flat surface reminiscent of the elongated steps found in marshy terrain, likely the result of chiseling. Presumably, the structure housing the wheel lay in close proximity. Rising to his feet, he increased the brightness of the glow, guiding his apprentice further inward. Upon scaling a 2-zhang-high stone wall, the cavern opened up before them, revealing a vast expanse scattered with debris. Master Mingzhong prompted the other hand to illuminate with the glow. Under the soft yellow light, remnants of walls and broken columns were visible in every direction. Some walls and pillars were deeply embedded within the cavern's rock, becoming one with the stone itself. At last, the architecture made its appearance. Master Mingzhong was elated, pulling Zhengqiu forward in a sprint. The further they advanced, the higher the ceiling loomed. After only a few steps, a colossal triangular rock emerged within the glow's reach. Navigating around the boulder, Master Mingzhong led Zhengqiu to ascend the ruins. Amidst the debris lay an abundance of stalactites, presumably fallen from the cavern's ceiling. The surface of the fragmented stones was coated in a thick layer of stone powder, which crumbled away in large swathes at the slightest touch. Master Mingzhong carefully lifted the surface stones, peering beneath. Where the weathering appeared less severe, the wheel might remain intact. Disciple, retreat to the rear of the rooftop. What rooftop? The triangular boulder. Hide behind it and do not emerge. Once Zhengqiu concealed himself, Master Mingzhong unleashed a gust of energy, sweeping away the rubble. With a resounding crash, large fragments mixed with stone dust were cast aside, revealing the remnants of broken walls below. Clear reliefs adorned the stones, but upon closer inspection, he found nothing of value. Thus he resolved to dig deeper. This time, Master Mingzhong proceeded with utmost caution. Instead of unleashing powerful gusts, he contained the energy within his palms, gently pushing the stones aside one by one. Soon, his hands encountered a stone slab, puzzlingly immovable. Intensifying the energy coursing through his arms, the slab remained steadfast. Could it be lodged somewhere? Master Mingzhong crouched down, examining the slab's edges, left, right, and directly ahead. Each direction revealed extensions beneath the debris. Could this slab be the floor of the structure? With this thought, he redirected his efforts to clear the stones in front and on either side. As the rubble gradually receded, the slab's true form emerged, quickening Master Mingzhong's heartbeat and igniting a look of excitement upon his face. The slab's outer edge was curved, resembling an immensely large plate, intricately engraved with peculiar patterns that grew denser towards the center. These designs bore resemblance to both letters and symbols. The large stone disc bears evident fracture marks, adorned with rusted metal that binds the broken segments together. The inscription on the steel at the Ask the Heavens pavilion speaks of piecing together fragments to erect a hall, indicating that this repaired disc is indeed a testament to restoration. Master Mingzhong stepped back a few paces, raising his hands to cast light further afield. Only a quarter of the disc has been unearthed, not even a semicircle, yet this exposed section spans 6 zhang in width. If fully excavated, it would resemble a small plaza. Glancing at the pile of rubble, Master Mingzhong steeled his resolve and continued digging. Having discovered the wheel, he could not be deterred by such trivial obstacles. Zhengqiu waited patiently, growing hungry and consuming a handful of herbs. Weary enough to lean against a stone and doze off, repeatedly drifting into slumber as Master Mingzhong toiled amidst the ruins. However, the number of steel accumulated beside Zhengqiu steadily increased, now totaling 12, all excavated by the master from the debris. Zhengqiu rose, circumventing the massive stone roof to observe Master Mingzhong. At this juncture, the clearing of the ruins was nearing completion. Master Mingzhong was coated in stone dust. His entire form transformed into a shade of gray, sweat mingling with the dust to form hard, brittle flakes that fell with every movement. As Master Mingzhong had surmised, the stone wheel was indeed colossal, with a diameter exceeding 10 zhang. A small portion of the wheel was embedded within the cavern's rocky wall, obscuring the patterns etched upon the disc. These inscriptions twisted and coiled like earthworms, having never encountered such script in any texts. Master Mingzhong could only refer to them as earthworm script. Master Mingzhong possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding formations. From the patterns etched upon the stone tablet, it is evident that the worm script plays a pivotal role in the operation of the stone slab. However, he is utterly illiterate, rendered blind to the meanings. It stands to reason that the inscriptions on the stone tablets must hold significance, especially since they reside within the same structure as the stone slab, suggesting an inherent connection. Holding the luminous orb, Master Mingzhong seated himself before the 12 stone tablets, engaging in a slow and deliberate study. As he read, he retrieved a medicinal pill from a concealed pocket within his garment and consumed it. Master Mingzhong shook his head in refusal, stating, "It is of no consequence. Merely the prolonged exertion of moving the stones has drained my energy, and a restorative pill will suffice. With that, he ceased conversing with Zheng Qiu and immersed himself in the inscriptions upon the tablets. The characters inscribed on these tablets bore an exact resemblance to those found on the stone tablet of the Asking Heaven Pavilion, indicating they were penned by the same hand. Among one of the tablets, a signature appeared, Mu Meihua. It was evident that this Mu Meihua was not a true name. After an extensive examination, Master Mingzong finally uncovered the initial event. The sky appeared unusually dark. Despite it being daytime, the heavens were devoid of clouds. The light seemed unable to reach the ground. It was a disk, descending from the sky, inscribed with characters, which we collected and brought away. Chapter 62. The Secret Inscriptions of the Plum Blossom Ancient Tablet. Soon, he discovered further details on the third stone tablet. This group, led by Mu Meihua, had concealed the shattered stone disk within a village and was actively seeking individuals knowledgeable in the worm script. Despite consulting many erudite elders, none could decipher the script. Consequently, Mu Meihua and his companions resolved to commence their studies anew in this unfamiliar writing. The journey proved to be arduous and protracted, as the inscriptions on the stone wheel were devoid of the familiar phrases of daily communication. In certain instances, one could only conjecture, subsequently applying these surmised interpretations to other inscriptions in a bid to decipher their meaning. The study of the earthworm script consumed over 30 years, during which many departed from the endeavor. Mu Meihua explicitly noted that, by the end, only 3 remained to accompany him in this pursuit. Together, Mu Meihua and his 3 companions succeeded in translating the earthworm script inscribed upon the stone wheel. These characters not only served as the incantations that animated the wheel, but also chronicled its function. The quartet discovered 3 names etched upon the wheel: Prosha Orlan, Matar Yangtze, and Hukim. These names were decidedly peculiar, as the naming conventions of the Yunxiu continent had never adopted such forms. Among them, the names Prosha Orlan and Matar Yangtze were separately engraved in the corners of the wheel, surrounded by a detailed carving of children holding books. Mu Meihua speculated that these 2 names might refer to the creators of the wheel. Master Mingzong found an explanation for the name Hukim on the 9th stone tablet. Hukim appeared repeatedly within the incantations, and upon meticulous examination, Mu Meihua discerned that every junction of the patterns bore engravings of the earthworm script accompanied by the name Hukim. It seemed that this name was a pivotal term for activating the wheel. Such a method of invoking a specific name repeatedly bore resemblance to a singular practice, that of sacrifice. The earthworm script provided a succinct elucidation of the wheel's purpose. It would select the fated individual, who must then serve the master who bestows upon him his destiny. The original words of the worm script reveal only that the roulette serves to select individuals, and those chosen must serve another. Such an ambiguous translation could hardly satisfy Mu Meihua. Consequently, he directly activated the roulette and commenced his own experiment. Utilizing a water buffalo horn imbued with earth spirit, he made several attempts and discovered that placing the horn at the center of the roulette caused the patterns on one side to illuminate. The glowing patterns contained a phrase, inscribed, Hukin murmurs softly, a new attendant is required beneath the sturdy throne. Mu Meihua discerned that the sturdy referenced in the worm script corresponded to the characteristics of the earth spirit. Thus, he concluded that the chosen one by the roulette was, in fact, a measure of spirit, and he named this device the spirit testing roulette. Aware that this stone roulette could ascertain whether an object contained spirit and identify the type of spirit, Mu Meihua was not one to halt his endeavors there. He established the Spirit Testing Hall, where he housed the restored stone roulette, and subsequently traversed the regions of Yunxiu, laying out collected items one by one upon the roulette for testing. After thousands of failures, he finally discovered a second type of spirit, the fire spirit. At this juncture, Master Ming's eyes glimmered. The fire spirit was the missing component of the Weniange steel. He had not anticipated that Mu Meihua would prove so formidable, securing the fire spirit as well. The fire spirit was found concealed within the remains of a man's skeleton, and it was at that moment that a wild thought took root in his mind. The discovery of the fire spirit within the man's bones suggested that spirits could indeed reside within human bodies. Why not endeavor to guide a spirit into a new vessel? One of the companions of the Plum Blossom volunteered to assume the role of the experimenter. Triumphantly, he acquired the fire spirit. The inscriptions on the stone tablet became exuberant, each stroke radiating the joy of the plum blossom. Such a significant event could not possibly go unrecorded. It was a matter of immense pride and elation for the plum blossom. Indeed, It could be controlled, marking the pinnacle of victory, destined to rewrite the annals of Yunqiu. Yet, another inscription read, "No, it cannot be controlled. This signifies utter failure, and Yunqiu shall be condemned to eternal damnation for this transgression." He rose and beckoned Zhengqiu to the stone disk. "Disciple, you shall stand at the center of this stone disk. Regardless of what unfolds, remain still. Fear not, for your master shall stand beside you." Zhengqiu, bewildered, complied with his master's instructions. "Hukum, great, and, what was it again?" Master Mingzong recited incantations towards the disk, but faltered after barely half a phrase. "Hukum, great and wise, your gaze pierces the endless river, arriving here. Hukum, Ablamak. Hukum, Robukin." Chapter 63. The Spirit of Wood Can Be Cultivated. Master Mingzong blinked and glanced in the direction of the lines. They lay quietly on the disk, unmoving, suggesting the earlier tremors had merely caused an illusion. At that moment, Zhengqiu suddenly spoke. "Master, I feel something strange." "Strange? What does it feel like?" "Speak of it," Master Ming asked, crouching down to grasp Zhengqiu's wrist. The pulse was steady, devoid of any abnormalities, albeit a slight itch persisted, a sensation enveloping his entire body. "Disciple, bear with it. I believe it shall not endure for long." Indeed, after a brief interlude, Zhengqiu proclaimed, "Master, the itch has subsided." As he spoke, the patterns on the right front of the wheel glimmered with a faint luminescence. The glow was white with a hint of green, exceedingly delicate, as if it might extinguish at any moment. According to the translation inscribed by Mu Meihua on the stone tablet, the patterns at this juncture read, "Hukin murmurs softly. A new attendant is needed before the cradle of vitality." Vitality, indeed, corresponded to the wood spirit that Mu Meihua had chronicled. However, from the stone tablet's account, Zhengqiu's wood spirit appeared to be exceptionally feeble. It was inscribed that the more potent the spirit, the longer the illumination of the spirit wheel and the greater its brilliance. "Disciple, extend your hand," Master Ming commanded, taking the pulse once more, which remained unchanged. He then positioned himself behind Zhengqiu, placing both hands upon the disciple's shoulders, channeling his energy and mimicking the method of probing the root bone with the revealing wheel, gradually delving inward. This inquiry led Master Ming to discern a remarkable transformation, an immense change. The meridians within Zhengqiu's body were strikingly clear, without any unreachable areas. Even the primary meridians, previously obscured during the root probing, were now entirely visible. At that moment, Master Ming detected an unusual surge of energy swirling within Zhengqiu's meridians. The sensation of qi was ethereal and insubstantial, yet it possessed a remarkable density. When Master Mingzong's probing qi made contact, it was repelled with surprising force. He was taken aback, for Zhengqiu was merely a child devoid of any cultivation, while he himself had just employed a technique at the condensation of qi level. This extraordinary qi must be attributed to the wood spirit. Only such a mystical entity could wield such power. Suddenly, a critical thought dawned upon Master Mingzong, one that he had nearly overlooked. If the wood spirit had always been present within Zhengqiu, why had it gone unnoticed until now? Previously, at the Fragrant Grass Building, he had utilized similar methods to probe the meridians. Why had there been no response from the wood spirit then? His gaze shifted to the spiritual measuring disc on the ground. Could it be that this device not only assessed spiritual presence, but also awakened it? "Master, why is my shoulder itching again, just as it did when you placed your hand there?" "That was me examining your innate potential," Master Mingzong replied, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. The peculiar qi he had just encountered left a profound impression on him. If the wood spirit existed in the form of qi, could it not be possible to develop a corresponding technique based on the foundation of the wood spirit? He could not help but admire his own ingenuity. It was indeed a stroke of genius. "Disciple, I have conceived a method that may enable you to cultivate your life force." "Really?" As they turned a corner of the stone wall, their feet splashed into water. Leaning down to investigate, they discovered that the murky waters of the swamp had flowed this far. They could not allow the water to encroach further. They must protect the spiritual measuring disc. Master Mingzong lifted Zhengqiu into his arms and, channeling his energy, propelled himself forward, determined to reach the cave entrance as swiftly as possible. The speed of flight greatly surpasses that of walking. Those narrow passages, difficult to traverse, were forcefully opened by Master with a burst of flame. Soon, they discovered the map. Ahead of them, a slope descended, where dark waters surged in waves. After a moment of contemplation, Master Mingzong chose not to release Zhengqiu. He stepped onto the map, using his foot to erase the arcane symbols drawn upon it. The removal of merely one line caused the map to revert to its original, unblemished state. He then rolled up the map, shaking off the droplets of water, and ascended the slope with Zhengqiu. After a brief interval, Zhengqiu beheld a small white that emerging on the black cave wall above, which rapidly expanded into the entrance. Suddenly, a blinding light enveloped Zhengqiu, prompting him to shield his eyes with his hand. Gradually, as his vision adjusted to the brightness outside, he realized he was standing upon the map, which had once more transformed into a slab of stone, indicating that Master had again cast a spell upon it. Master Mingzong approached the cave entrance, raising his hand to unleash a gust of energy that struck down several boulders to obstruct the encroaching dark waters, circling the blocked entrance for reassurance. He remained uneasy and gathered abundant reeds to fill the gaps. Finally, he brought in rubble and foliage, camouflaging the entrance to resemble a natural rockfall. As the sun rose gradually between the mountains, it was now likely early morning. Zhengqiu rummaged through his backpack, noting that the herbs within were nearly depleted. Counting the days, he realized that he and Master had resided in the cavern for 2.5 days. The reeds in the marsh were long, continually leaning towards the map, and Zhengqiu sat at the front, persistently brushing aside the obstructive reed leaves. As he pushed aside another tuft of thatch, a strip of black cloth caught his eye, inconspicuous against the dark waters. Zhengqiu reached out to grasp it, and to his surprise, he discovered something beneath the cloth. He exerted more force, feeling the object beneath shift slightly. It was quite heavy, yet he could not pull it free. Master, there is something underneath this cloth, and it's rather weighty. Master Mingzong set down his pole and approached Zhengqiu, taking the strip and pulling with great effort. With a splash, he extricated a substantial figure from the murky depths. Arms and legs revealed that it was indeed a person. Zhengqiu was startled, retreating behind his master. Master, this. Fear not, it's merely a person. Master Mingzong turned the individual over, wiping the mud from their face, and squatted down to examine them. Just then, a gasp escaped the apprentice's lips from behind. Master, I recognize this person. Chapter 64. The sword hinders the rescue. You know this person? Zhengqiu nodded affirmatively. Yes, his name is Zhengqiu. We met when I arrived at Qianyan sect. Zhengqiu knelt beside Zhengqiu, breaking off a handful of thatch to clear the mud from his body. It's him. He always wore a tank top. Look, it's this one. Master Mingzong placed his hand on Zhengqiu's neck, but felt no pulse or breath, although there lingered a faint hint of warmth. Master, what is the verdict? Master Mingzong shook his head. He is dead. It appears he has only recently passed. What? The thatch in Zhengqiu's hand slipped into the water as he anxiously implored his master, his eyes filled with hope. Is there no way to save him? I beg you. He has saved both my grandfather and me. Master Mingzong was perplexed. You saved both your and your grandfather's lives. How did this come to pass? Zhengqiu hastily recounted his inadvertent intrusion into the second level of Tianzhou, where he nearly suffocated, and then inquired whether the master had any means to revive Zhengqiu. Master Mingzong lifted Zhengqiu's eyelid, scrutinizing his pupil closely, and replied, Ah, I see now. This life-saving grace must be repaid. This individual possesses considerable cultivation, and given that he has only just departed this world, his soul and spirit should remain intact. There is still a chance. Zhengqiu loosened his collar, leaning forward to bite through the stitches. However, before he could do so, Master Mingzong suddenly restrained him. Wait, someone is approaching. Sensing the seriousness in the master's demeanor, Zhengqiu immediately understood the gravity of the situation and obediently stood beside him. In the blink of an eye, dozens of streaks of light descended from the sky, their momentum formidable, plunging directly towards the marsh below. Master Mingzong neither summoned his internal energy nor assumed a defensive stance. Instead, he clasped his hands in greeting towards the incoming lights. Halt! A booming voice resonated from within the luminescence. At the sound of this command, the streaks of light came to an abrupt stop, gradually hovering 2 zhang above the marsh. Each figure stood poised on long swords, wielding additional swords in hand, and even more strapped to their backs, their expressions fierce and ready for action. At the forefront was an elderly man, his long white beard and flowing white hair lending him an ethereal quality, clad in a billowing robe that exuded an air of otherworldliness. However, his face was marred with coarse features, bushy brows furrowed. and his piercing gaze swept menacingly over Zheng Qiu and Master Mingzong. Who are you? The elder's voice was gravelly, an unsettling tone that sent shivers down the spine. Master Mingzong opened Zheng Qiu's backpack, revealing the herbs within. Behold, we are here in search of medicinal materials. Oh, so you seek herbs, replied Ren Zhanfeng, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, deliberately averting his gaze from the marsh below. Have you seen anyone pass by this area? A large figure lay within the marsh, and Ren Zhanfeng was not blind. He certainly could not overlook it. Master Mingzong understood that the other party was testing him. He bent down and directly pulled the figure from the marsh onto the map. Of course there are people. Is this not one of them? Is this not the person you seek? Ren Zhanfeng was taken aback by Master Ming's boldness in revealing the body, momentarily at a loss for words. Master Mingzong shook his head and sighed. Alas, it is unfortunate. The person is already deceased. Even if he is the one you seek, he cannot speak. After speaking, Master Mingzong discreetly observed the reactions of the Wanjian sect members, who exchanged glances, seemingly at a standstill. Seizing the moment, Master Mingzong beckoned to them. Do you not believe me? If you do not, come down and take a look. Surely this deceased individual cannot fly away. After a moment of hesitation, Ren Zhanfeng led the others down to the edge of the map, while he himself leaped off his sword to stand upon it. He bent down to inspect, but was immediately assaulted by a foul stench as he drew closer. You go and take a look. One disciple grimaced in displeasure. Yet constrained by the elder's command, he reluctantly extended his hand to investigate. Elder, there is no breath, and the pulse is absent. Is there any body heat remaining? Ren Zhanfeng, feeling uneasy, pressed further. This outcome was beyond the expectations of Ren Zhanfeng, who anxiously scanned the surrounding thatch with his hands clasped behind his back. A disciple from the Wanjian sect spoke up, cautioning, Elder, could it be that someone has arrived before us? Arrived before us. Upon hearing this, Ren Zhanfeng abruptly lifted his head, a fierce glint blazing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Mingzong. The master, with a smile that belied his understanding of Ren Zhanfeng's intent, remarked, It seems you are all in search of something. If that is the case, why not share what you seek? I would be glad to assist in your quest. We are still searching. Silence. Ren Zhanfeng interrupted the disciple, glaring menacingly. With a swift motion, Mingzong kicked the wine jar into the marsh, shrugging as he said, Elder Ren Zhanfeng, if you refuse to disclose what you are looking for, I cannot offer my help. As the shimmering light faded into the distance, Zheng Qiu plopped down onto the map, reflecting on how truly frightening Elder Ren Zhanfeng had been, leaving him drenched in sweat. Oh dear, the wine jar is still lying in the marsh. Zheng Qiu tugged at his master's robe. Master, the jar hasn't left yet. After a moment's contemplation, Mingzong paused in his pole work, gazing skyward, and instructed Zheng Qiu, they have departed. Quickly, retrieve the Shualu Ninghun pill. Master, here. Mingzong took the Shualu Ninghun pill, pried open the wine jar's jaws, and tossed the pill inside. He then focused his energy, pressing a finger against the jar's forehead. The Shualu Ninghun pill would only temporarily stabilize its spirit. To truly save its life, another remedy would be required. Chapter 65. The fateful rebirth with the elixir. The practitioner, engaged in mapping, designated this village as Mao Hill No. 3. The settlement was sparsely populated, comprising merely 5 households and fewer than 20 souls. Within the village, numerous cages constructed from wooden slats housed an abundance of plump, dark gray birds. The villagers referred to these chubby birds as leaf sparrows, which thrived on a diet of tree leaves. They served not only as the primary sustenance for the villagers, but also as a commodity for trade with neighboring settlements. Master Mingzong borrowed a room from the villagers, washing off the mud that clung to his body and placing Zheng Jiu on the bed to examine him after cutting open his clothing. A deep gash marred Zheng Jiu's abdomen, extending diagonally from his left flank to just beneath his right rib. The master carefully peeled back the wound to inspect the interior, finding no damage to the organs, suggesting that Zheng Jiu had managed to evade critical injury at a crucial moment. It appeared that the cause of his demise was excessive blood loss. Master Mingzong extended his fingers, methodically applying pressure across Zheng Jiu's body. Noting the absence of muscle rigidity, a sign that the snow-dew condensing soul elixir had taken effect. It not only stabilized his spirit, but also temporarily safeguarded his physical form. Alas, the journey proved fruitless. He returned empty-handed, having lost 2 protective talismans in the process. The plight of wandering cultivators is truly arduous. Our small sect is not much better off. Out of 15 who came, Only my senior brother and I remain. Before embarking on this venture, we were all mentally prepared, aware that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. By the way, to whom has the dragon tooth of broken water fallen? It remains unclear, but it is likely in the possession of those larger sections. It is unlikely that the top 10 sects, upon capturing someone, would refrain from searching them, indicating their ignorance of the whereabouts of the divine weapon. As Master Mingzong passed by, he overheard the murmurs of practitioners and felt a slight smile creep upon his lips, inwardly acknowledging the truth. Indeed, the blade of wind from the sword-wielding sect was in pursuit of the dragon tooth, which explained their urgency. The emergency elixirs were concealed beneath the station, secured by a formidable iron door, which was inscribed with special runes that required a cloud talisman for activation. Should anyone attempt to forcibly breach this iron barrier, the runes would trigger, igniting a multitude of explosive fire bolts hidden within the basement, thus incinerating the precious elixirs contained therein. Master Mingzong hastily selected several herbs and placed them into a wooden box before departing from the station, making his way to the third village of Mangqiu. From the box, he extracted 2 brownish-yellow pills, grinding them into a fine powder with a rolling pin, followed by the crushing of 3 distinct dried herbs. He then meticulously combined these powders in precise proportions, adding water to achieve a paste-like consistency. Holding the bowl of medicinal paste, Master Mingzong approached the trembling alcohol bed but refrained from applying it himself, instead thrusting the bowl into Zhengqiu's hands. Disciple, this is a balm for repairing the flesh. You must apply it to the wound of Zhengqiu. Zhengqiu, taken aback, stared at the bowl with disbelief. Master me? But I don't know how. I'm afraid. What is there to fear? There is a saying, a dead horse is treated as a live one. This is indeed a dead horse. Thus, you shall treat it. Master Mingzong's tone brooked no argument. Left with no choice, Zhengqiu steeled himself for the task. The wound is deep here. Apply a little more. Be cautious at this position. Do not touch the organs. Master Mingzong instructed while contemplating the situation in silence. The apprentice possesses a wooden spirit, symbolizing vitality. Since he is at the fragrant grass peak, he can coax the roasted chrysanthemum herb seeds to sprout. Today, let us see if he can revive the lifeless body of Zhengqiu. Before long, Zhengqiu presented an empty bowl to his master. Master, the medicine has been applied. What comes next? Next, we must close the wound, Master Mingzong replied, taking the needle and thread from Zhengqiu's hands, replacing the empty bowl. You lack the incantations. Thus, you shall sew. Master, I have never sewn before. If I do it poorly, it would be disastrous, Zhengqiu protested. Master Mingzong pointed to Zhengqiu's injury, saying just so. If it does not turn out well, we can always cut it open and start anew. At worst, he will bear a scar on his abdomen. Confused by his master's intentions, Zhengqiu wondered why he was now tasked with saving Zhengqiu, when it was his master who had promised to do so. Having never undertaken such a task, he feared that the initial 50% chance of survival would dwindle to nothing. Despite his reservations, Zhengqiu complied with his master's instructions, squatting at the edge of the bed, carefully stitching the wound inch by inch. After 2 hours of diligent effort, the final inch of the wound was finally closed, successfully completed. Zhengqiu sat at the bed's edge, pulling up his sleeves to wipe the sweat from his brow, inhaling deeply the fresh air. He had been so tense moments ago that he could hardly breathe, fearing his hands would tremble. Master Mingzong examined the sutured wound, nodding in approval. Though the spacing of the stitches varied, leaving much to be desired, at least there were no gaps. He then opened a wooden box and retrieved 2 porcelain vials, pouring out 1 golden and 1 silver pill. Disciple, administer these 2 elixirs to him. Remember, first the silver one, then the golden one. Master Mingzong entrusted the elixirs to Zhengqiu, allowing him to proceed. Zhengqiu carefully fed the 2 elixirs into Zhengqiu's mouth. As soon as the elixirs were ingested, they rolled effortlessly down his throat, as if animated by a life of their own. He inquired in astonishment. What kind of elixirs are these? Why do they move on their own? These are the sun and moon essence pills. The golden one is the sun pill, while the silver one is the moon pill. Their primary ingredients are derived from living herbal materials, which imbue them with vitality. These pills are designed to reconnect the soul and spirit with the physical body, extracting the last remnants of potential from within. They are typically employed in life or death struggles. Their efficacy here is due to Zhengqiu having consumed the snow-dew soul-consolidating pill, which preserved his final trace of vitality. Chapter 66. The Triad of Spells, Medicines. and Spirit's Master Mingzong instructed Zheng Qiu to rise from the bed and stand at the door. Keep your distance, do not come closer. He then procured a sheet of white paper and meticulously inscribed a series of magical symbols upon it. Holding the paper, Master Mingzong approached the bedside and recited in a resonant voice, "Heavenly extremes of the four directions, divine spirits, heed my command. Clouds gather in the sky, thunder flashes forth. Converge in my grasp, entwined as my sword." As he chanted, Master Mingzong raised his right hand high, holding the paper adorned with the incantations aloft. Upon the conclusion of his words, the white paper erupted into azure smoke, which ascended without dispersing, forming clouds that hovered above. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resonated from within the clouds of azure smoke, followed by a brilliant arc of white lightning that surged forth, striking Master Mingzong's hand. A piece of white paper was struck by an electric arc, instantly reducing it to ash, while the arc itself came to rest in the palm of Master Mingzong. The air was filled with a piercing crackle as the arc emitted a continuous, unsettling sound, the force of which caused Zheng Qiu's hair to stand on end at the doorway. Even the master was compelled to channel his qi to shield his hand. Master Mingzong shifted his hand into a pointing gesture, decisively pressing it against Zheng Qiu's chest. "Go." With a sharp crack, the electric arc surged through his finger into Zheng Qiu's chest, releasing a wisp of white smoke as Zheng Qiu's body convulsed violently. Just as the tremor ceased, Master Mingzong placed his hand on Zheng Qiu's neck, meticulously checking for a pulse. Thump, thump, there was a pulse. Though exceedingly faint, it was indeed a promising sign. Through the use of the Sun and Moon Essence Pill and the Thunder Finger technique, Master Mingzong had forcibly roused Zheng Qiu's physical form. Now it remained to be seen whether the wood spirit within Zheng Qiu would prove effective. Should the wood spirit fail to manifest its influence, the life force forcibly summoned within Zheng Qiu would dissipate like an oil-less flame, ultimately extinguishing. "Master, how is he? He moved just now. Is he alive?" After a moment of silence within the room, Zheng Qiu dared to step in and inquire. "The initial signs are promising, but we must observe the outcome," replied Master Mingzong as he seated himself at the table and poured a cup of water for himself. "We shall remain here for 2 days to monitor his condition." On the first and second days, Zheng Qiu remained unchanged, showing no signs of improvement. However, on the third day, just as Master Mingzong was beginning to lose hope, a flush of color began to appear on Zheng Qiu's skin. Hastily, Master Mingzong checked his pulse again and discovered indications of qi and blood circulating within Zheng Qiu's body. He then gently pried open the eyelids of Zheng Qiu, observing the condition of the pupils. The soul and spirit remained intact, not dissipating due to the diminishing effects of the Shualu Ningsao pill. Miraculously, life had been restored. Master Mingzong conveyed this development to Zheng Qiu, who was overjoyed, leaping and embracing his arm with exuberance. Master Mingzong maintained a stoic expression, yet internally, his elation rivaled that of his apprentice. However, the wood spirit within Zheng Qiu was still quite feeble, only beginning to show gradual efficacy through extensive application of pills and incantations. Far from the exaggerated claims of the stele that spoke of withered branches sprouting and barren lands blooming. Yet, this was of little consequence. Master Mingzong possessed ample confidence in his abilities. With his profound foundation in cultivation techniques and years of herbal research, he was certain he could develop a method based on the wood spirit, allowing Zheng Qiu's innate power to flourish and strengthen. As days passed, Zheng Qiu's condition steadily improved. His vital energy began to surge, his complexion grew rosy, and even the wound on his abdomen started to scab and heal. During this time, Master Mingzong concocted additional medicinal brews to enhance the recovery effects, all of which were entrusted to Zheng Qiu for administration. In his leisure, Zheng Qiu would sit at the door, fiddling with the porcelain vial hanging from his neck, playing with the leaves of a small herb and refreshing the water. Master Mingzong observed this, prompting his disciple to remove the vial and immerse himself in studying the small herb for a full 2 days. Yet, no conclusive findings emerged. He could not identify the herb, only growing increasingly intrigued. Its resilient leaves bore a striking resemblance to materials used in crafting magical weapons, yet it also exuded the scent of medicinal herbs. In the end, Master Mingzong returned the small grass to Zheng Qiu, for he possessed the wood spirit, and the grass would flourish better in his company. Today marked the 11th day. Zheng Qiu's supply of herbs had long been exhausted, yet the master still forbade him from consuming any cooked food, allowing only the elixir grains. Fortunately, The elixir grains were remarkably sustaining. A single grain every 2 days would suffice to stave off hunger, and 1 grain a day would be enough to feel satiated. Upon waking in the morning, Zheng Qiu tossed a grain into his mouth and hurried to check on Jinjiu, who lay quietly in his chamber. Jinjiu remained still, offering no response. After a considerable while, Zhangjiu's eyelids twitched suddenly, only once, as if he was attempting to open his eyes. Zheng Qiu was overjoyed and rushed to find his master. Master, master. Zhangjiu moved, his eyes stirred. Is that true? Indeed, master, come quickly to see. Master Mingzong followed Zheng Qiu to the bedside, where he leaned down and placed his hand on Zhangjiu's wrist to check his pulse. The pulse was steady and strong, beating even faster than before, reaching the rhythm typical of a waking person. Master, look. His eyelids twitched again. Master Mingzong followed Zheng Qiu's pointing finger and indeed observed Zhangjiu's eyelids moving upward, suggesting the possibility of awakening. Straightening up, the master declared, Disciple, he has overcome all obstacles. Now he simply requires quiet recuperation. Master, does that mean he has been saved? Master Mingzong explained, he will only need the villagers' care during his rest, and he shall recover within 6 months. He then pulled Zheng Qiu to the door and asked, with a serious expression, do you recall the elder from the Wenjian sect who pursued us that day? Yes, I remember. His name was something like Renfeng. Blade of Wind. You should be aware that the Qianyun sect never engages in the conflicts of the Yunqiu sections. The one pursued by Blade of Wind is Jinjiu, and logically, we ought not to intervene, for doing so would offend the Wenjian sect. However, since you have mentioned that he once saved your life, this debt of gratitude must certainly be repaid. Master Mingzong gently patted Zheng Qiu's shoulder and said earnestly, you must repay this life-saving grace while avoiding any enmity with the Wenjian sect. The only solution is to ensure that no one knows who came to his aid, including Jinjiu. The relationship between the Qianyun sect and the various major sects is rather intricate. You will gradually comprehend this as you mature. Now go. Subsequently, Zheng Qiu divided the remaining medicinal grains, placing half beside Jinjiu's pillow. Having completed this task, he ran out of the house, following his master away from the village. Chapter 67. The initial practice of spirit capture through meridians. The day after Zheng Qiu and Master Mingzong departed the village, peculiar occurrences unfolded. Villagers began to collapse one after another, closing their eyes and falling into a deep slumber, sleeping for an entire day, before awakening in succession. 10 days later, beneath the stone cliffs of the corrupted water marsh, a colossal rock trembled slightly, with fragments and reeds continually rolling away from its sides. Moments later, the rock shifted to reveal a narrow crevice, through which the marsh's waters surged forth. From within the opening, something struggled to emerge, lying in the mire, caked in mud. After a brief pause, it began to writhe in an unusual manner, its slender limbs resembling bamboo poles, as it crawled toward the slope of the Sanqiu mountain. Upon returning to the fragrant grass peak of the Qianyun sect, Zheng Qiu hurried to the fragrant grass pavilion to meet his grandfather and Yunyu, while Master Mingzong secluded himself within the fragrant grass tower. For 5 consecutive days, Master Mingzong refrained from imparting any lessons to Zheng Qiu, who, in turn, meandered about the fragrant grass peak, practicing the art of flower folding with a pair of chopsticks. On the 6th day, the master finally summoned Zheng Qiu to the 44th floor of the fragrant grass tower for class. Propping his chin on the table, Zheng Qiu awaited the commencement of the lesson. However, the master did not begin to lecture but instead tossed him a booklet. Though referred to as a booklet, it was merely a substantial stack of blank paper, hastily bound together with a string through a hole punched in the upper left corner. As Zheng Qiu leafed through the pages, he discovered that the text was filled with scribbles and alterations, resembling a rough draft. Perplexed, he examined the pages repeatedly but could not decipher their meaning. Finally, he inquired of his master, Master, what does this say? It seems somewhat akin to a technique. Yet not entirely. I cannot comprehend it. What is Muling? Disciple, do you recall the hundreds of chrysanthemum fragrance herbs I instructed you to plant? Indeed, I remember. Let us begin from there. Master Mingzong elaborated on the chrysanthemum fragrance herb, transitioned to the stele of the Asking Heaven Pavilion, then progressed from the stele to the caverns of the corrupted water marsh, and finally from the spirit-testing disc within the cave to the topic of Jinjiu. After this extensive discourse, Zheng Qiu was left in a state of bewilderment. He touched his abdomen and gazed down in disbelief, exclaiming, Master, are you suggesting that there exists something within me called Muling? Indeed, To be precise, it is a form of power rather than an object. Master Ming pointed to the booklet in Zheng Qiu's hand and remarked, "Based on my previous investigations, it appears that the wood spirit within you has been awakened." The initial section outlines the refined methods for cultivating the qi. I encourage you to practice it, under the guidance of his master. Zheng Qiu meticulously followed the steps outlined in the booklet, embarking on his inaugural journey of cultivation. To engage in this practice, one must possess a solid foundation, as the attainment of the qi realm is inherently linked to one's innate qualities. The term qi refers to the cultivation of the first thread of vital energy within the meridians. This initial thread determines the appropriate techniques for the practitioner and shapes their future path of cultivation. Cultivating the first thread of vital energy from an empty set of meridians is a formidable challenge, entailing a transformation from non-existence to existence. Throughout the ages, countless gifted individuals in the Yunxiu continent have devoted millennia to uncovering the three pivotal elements for entering the qi realm: innate quality, external stimulation, and talent. A favorable innate quality signifies robust meridians and a healthy physique, serving as the fertile ground for the birth of vital energy. External stimulation encompasses the methods of cultivation and the medicinal substances consumed. The third element, talent, is largely a matter of fortune. There are those who, with little effort, may inexplicably enter the qi realm simply by sleeping. Consequently, practitioners in Yunxiu focus primarily on the first two key aspects. Presently, various prominent sects boast unique formulas to enhance innate quality, along with specialized methods of external stimulation, such as the consumption of potent elixirs, meditative breathing techniques, and physical training to induce fatigue, among other diverse approaches. The method utilized by the Qianyun sect for external stimulation is primarily through meditative breathing regulation. However, Master Mingzong believed that the manifestation of the wood spirit within the meridians closely resembles the essence of qi. Thus, it should not be regarded as a mere foundation for cultivating new qi through the meridians and physical body. Instead, the wood spirit ought to be treated as a form of qi that has already been cultivated, deserving of nurturing and enhancement. Therefore, the initial task assigned to Zheng Qiu by Master Mingzong was to close his eyes and sit in stillness, seeking to uncover the wood spirit residing within his body. In a state of tranquil introspection, devoid of self-awareness and oblivious to the cosmos. Zheng Qiu recited the incantations inscribed in the booklet, aiding himself in entering a meditative state. Achieving this state of introspection necessitated the practitioner to fully quiet their mind, shielding themselves from external perceptions. Only in such a state could the practitioner perceive the internal conditions of their body. It is important to note that this perception does not rely on the physical eyes, but rather emerges from the practitioner's bodily sensations and the imagery conjured within their mind. After an hour and a half of deep meditation, Zheng Qiu finally attained the state of introspection, allowing him to witness the meridians within himself for the first time. They appeared as intricate networks of pathways, interwoven and extending throughout his entire being. Although the colors of these pathways remained indistinct and hazy, they were vividly palpable in Zheng Qiu's perception. Recalling Master's words to locate the wood spirit, he shifted his focus, meticulously searching along the meridians inch by inch. Upon reaching the area of his chest, he beheld a wisp of pale green mist, spiraling gracefully within the confines of the meridian pathways. Zheng Qiu was uncertain as to why this mist was pale green, for he could only perceive a blurred outline of gray and black within his body. Yet, that wisp of mist conveyed a distinct sensation to him, an instinctive feeling that it was indeed meant to be pale green. Zheng Qiu was uncertain whether the mist he encountered was the wood spirit mentioned by his master. He searched other locations along his meridians, but found nothing. The pathways felt desolate, with only the mist lingering at his chest. Thus, it seemed that this mist must indeed be the wood spirit his master spoke of. Having located the wood spirit, the next step was to capture it. Zheng Qiu gradually directed his gaze toward the mist, and just as he felt he was about to make contact, the mist appeared to be startled. It twisted left and right, unfurling from a spiral into a straight line, and with a swift rush, it darted away along the meridian, vanishing into the distance. Zheng Qiu hurriedly pursued, straining to keep his eyes on the elusive mist. However, the mist moved with remarkable speed, weaving effortlessly through the intricate pathways of the meridians as if they were its home. After navigating through numerous twists and turns, The mist completely disappeared from Zheng Qiu's sight. Outside, Master Mingzong closely observed his disciple's physical condition. After Zheng Qiu entered a state of self-reflection, approximately 3 hours passed when suddenly, his body began to tremble. This quivering lasted only a brief moment before ceasing, and Zheng Qiu emerged from his introspective state. He opened his eyes and, with a sense of frustration, informed his master. "Master, it ran away too quickly. I couldn't catch it." Chapter 68. Capturing the spirit and encountering a crisis. Upon hearing his disciple's words, Master Mingzong appeared quite pleased. "So, you found the wood spirit?" he exclaimed. Grabbing a pen and paper, he eagerly recorded his disciple's account. After noting everything down, he read the contents aloud for analysis. The spirit even fled on its own and did so with remarkable swiftness. It seemed the wood spirit had become even more spirited than before. It is unacceptable to be unable to capture it. We must devise a strategy." Zheng Qiu pondered for a moment and inquired, "Master, earlier when I introspected, my meridians appeared indistinct, murky, and difficult to discern. Could this be the reason I'm unable to grasp it? This marks your inaugural foray into introspection. The fact that you can perceive your meridians indicates an aptitude for cultivation. As your cultivation deepens, your introspective clarity will correspondingly increase." The subsequent day, 2 porcelain vials graced the table before Zheng Qiu. One emanated no discernible scent, while the other emitted a pungent, acrid odor reminiscent of perspiration. Master Mingzong elucidated that the unscented vial contained qi-locking dew, renowned for its efficacy in sealing qi, while the odorous vial held the essence of bitter stench orchid. Given the wood spirit's propensity to traverse the meridians via qi, the qi-locking dew was deemed a viable solution. Zheng Qiu was instructed to ingest a single droplet of qi-locking dew, followed by a droplet of bitter stench orchid essence to catalyze its effects, thereby immobilizing the wood spirit. Following his master's directives, Zheng Qiu imbibed the qi-locking dew and bitter stench orchid essence, closed his eyes, and commenced the incantation of the mantra for tranquilization. His descent into introspection proved swifter than before. Once within, he diligently sought the elusive wood spirit concealed within his corporeal form. After approximately 2 hours, Zheng Qiu's body once again began to sway, culminating in his abrupt departure from introspection, his countenance etched with dejection. "Master, I remain unsuccessful in capturing it." Master Mingzong leisurely sipped his tea, betraying no signs of impatience. His gaze swept across the vials on the table as he remarked, "Fear not, rest for a while. Next time, ingest 2 droplets. If 2 prove insufficient, incrementally increase the dosage." At that time, he was utilizing the cultivation of the condensed qi realm. Thus, the wood spirit's power residing within Zheng Qiu could not possibly reach the magnitude of the qi transformation realm. Here, however, lay a full vial of qi-locking essence, which would be insufferable even for 5 practitioners of the qi transformation realm. He could hardly believe that this wood spirit could turn the tides. With each failure, Zheng Qiu consumed another drop of the qi-locking essence, 3 drops, 4 drops, 5 drops. Upon drinking the 12th drop, the wood spirit finally fell silent. It floated serenely within the meridians at his shoulder, coiling in a spiral shape, resembling its form from their initial encounter. Zheng Qiu shifted his gaze, gradually drawing closer to the wisp of mist, which expanded in his sight, an unmistakable sensation of contact suddenly enveloping him. In a state of introspection, he perceived his body's interior, yet his hand was distinctly outside. Whence did this sensation arise? Zheng Qiu could not articulate the reason, but he lacked the luxury to ponder such peculiarities. He needed to seize this with spirit. Seize it, seize it. The word echoed incessantly in his mind. And soon the sensation transformed into a feeling akin to grasping cotton. His intuition signaled that he had indeed captured it. Master Ming had cautioned him that the forthcoming step was of utmost significance, subduing the wood spirit and compelling its obedience. Subjugation, a method akin to a cultivator capturing a wild beast or wresting a magical artifact from another, is neither trivial nor overly complex. Essentially, it involves overpowering the spirit of the subject with one's own mental fortitude, coercing the subject to obey commands. During this subjugation process, the cultivator's focus must remain razor-sharp. Any distraction could result in failure, or worse, a backlash from the subject, potentially impairing one's intellect. Consequently, after capturing a wild beast or seizing a precious weapon, a practitioner will select a safe and secluded location to subdue it, never undertaking such a task in the immediate vicinity. The art of subjugation is steeped in technique, with each major sect possessing its own incantations and secret methods. Indeed, even individuals of varying realms employ distinct approaches to this endeavor. As for Zheng Qiu, Master Mingzong advised him that he need only continuously proclaim in his heart, "You are mine, heed my command." The crux lies in Zheng Qiu genuinely believing these words, for only then can he focus his spirit effectively. "Heed my command, heed my command." Zheng Qiu fixated on the pale green mist before him, persistently whispering his entreaty. As his inner voice resonated, his spirit surged forth like undulating waves toward the wood spirit, each crest imbued with Zheng Qiu's intentions, endeavoring to permeate the depths of the mist. He persisted in his calling, undeterred. The mist stood immovable like a boulder in a flowing river. In such moments, surrender equated to starting anew. Zheng Qiu exerted every ounce of concentration, channeling all his thoughts into the mist before him, calling out again and again, until his world comprised solely himself and this wisp of mist. Gradually, he lost awareness of himself, as if the mist had become an extension of his very being, and he was destined to merge with it. The pale green mist began to envelop him, obscuring his vision, and he experienced an unprecedented sense of comfort and relaxation. The waves of his entreaties dissipated, and a drowsiness enveloped him. To slumber here felt like the utmost bliss. Master Mingzong keenly observed Zheng Qiu, who swayed slightly, a sign that he was on the verge of locating the wood spirit. As the swaying ceased, Zheng Qiu remained ensnared in a state of introspection, indicating that the wooden spirit had indeed been captured, leading into the process of subjugation. Beads of sweat emerged from Zheng Qiu's forehead, trickling down the bridge of his nose and along his cheeks. Master Mingzong understood that his disciple was fervently concentrating to suppress the wooden spirit. Time continued to flow. The sun descended, casting its golden hues, while the moon illuminated the earth, only to retreat behind the mountains before the sun rose anew. Zheng Qiu remained seated, his garments drenched as if pulled from a river, with sweat still trickling from his brow. Master Mingzong, feeling a twinge of anxiety, fidgeted with his beard and tugged at his hair, troubled by the passage of an entire night without any sign of change. Just then, he noticed a relieved smile spreading across his disciple's face. Success. No, that was incorrect. The hand that had reached for the water cup froze midair. The smile was not quite right, bearing an unsettling hint of folly. He hurriedly approached Zheng Qiu, prying open his eyelids for inspection. To his dismay, he found the pupils shimmering vacantly, a sign of spiritual backlash. Master Mingzong swiftly channeled his energy. In an instant, his eyes sparkled with a phosphorescent glow. Yet, it was insufficient. He continued to elevate his power, a soil-hued light emanating from his third eye. Subsequently, he extended a finger to touch the luminous spot on his forehead, then another to his throat, and with a surge of energy, he bellowed, "Zheng Qiu, awaken!" A radiant brilliance, intermingled with a cacophony, erupted from his mouth. The luminosity did not disperse. Rather, it continually contracted and coalesced into a dazzling, earthy-hued filament, which pierced directly into Zheng Qiu's brow. Chapter 69. The Fusion of Intent and Spirit into the Eight Realms. Zheng Qiu, awaken! Zheng Qiu, awaken! The filament, formed from the gathered radiance, penetrated Zheng Qiu's brow, while the sound waves emanating from Master Mingzong engulfed the entire Fanchao building. With a tumultuous clatter, pots shattered and wooden frames collapsed in succession. Herbs mixed with soil danced through the air, creating a chaotic mess. Zheng Qiu, deeply engrossed in slumber, was suddenly jolted by a blinding flash before his eyes. The light was so resplendent that he shut his eyes and turned his head to evade it. Yet he found no escape. Immediately thereafter, a thunderous sound erupted. Zheng Qiu, awaken! Booming like thunder, each word reverberated through the space, shattering it into fragments. It was Master S' voice, calling for him. Zheng Qiu abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he was floating within the meridians, confronted by a pale green mist. Wasn't he this the wood spirit he was meant to subdue? Why was it still present? Master had instructed him to conquer it. He could not abandon the task midway. Zheng Qiu leaned closer and shouted into the mist, "Heed my command, heed my..." An astonishing occurrence unfolded. The mist echoed his words, "Heed my command, heed my..." Zheng Qiu was taken aback. What was happening? Why was the wood spirit mimicking him? He shifted his thoughts, attempting to retreat slightly, and to his astonishment, the mist also receded. As he spun around, An oddity struck him. The mist followed suit, swirling in tandem. How peculiar. Zheng Qiu scrutinized the vapor, and to his astonishment, a shadowy figure began to emerge from within it. Each movement he made was mirrored by the silhouette in the mist. The figure grew increasingly distinct, revealing the garments it donned. Suddenly, Zheng Qiu raised his right hand and waved. He clearly observed the shadow lifting its right hand as well. This was amiss. If it were a reflection, raising his right hand should have prompted the figure to raise its left. A bizarre thought crept into his mind. The mist represented himself, and the shadow was the self viewed from the mist's perspective. Upon this realization, Zheng Qiu hastily lowered his gaze to inspect his own body. Indeed, it was suffused with a pale green hue, precisely how the mist perceived itself. This revelation left Zheng Qiu perplexed. Did this mean he had subdued the wooden spirit, or had the spirit become him? Or perhaps he had transformed into the spirit? Then another query arose. Why did he suddenly possess hands and feet? Within his meridians, only his consciousness should have existed. A corporeal form should not have manifested. The more he pondered, the more befuddled he became. Never mind, he decided. Let us consider the matter resolved for now. He began to recite the incantation, gradually withdrawing from the state of introspection. As soon as he exited this meditative state, an overwhelming wave of fatigue surged through his mind. Zheng Qiu felt lightheaded. His vision blurred, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Master Mingzong crouched beside him, gently slapping his cheeks while calling out his name. Zheng Qiu, apprentice, hey. His throat was parched and uncomfortable, devoid of strength. He opened his mouth repeatedly, yet no words emerged. You have become dehydrated. Allow me to fetch you some saline solution. Observing that his disciple had regained his senses, Master Mingzong finally relaxed his anxious heart. He spread out a straw mat and laid Zheng Qiu upon it to rest. Zheng's recovery was remarkably swift. In less than 2 hours, he was able to sit up unaided, and after another hour, he was full of vitality. Once restored, Zheng Qiu recounted the peculiar incident to his master. After pondering for a considerable time, Master Mingzong discerned a plausible explanation. When Zheng subdued the wood spirit, the excessive mental strain led to a backlash. However, Master Mingzhong's call interrupted this backlash, resulting in its failure. Consequently, the spirits of Zheng and the wood spirit intertwined, causing the shift in perspective. This was indeed a fortunate occurrence. Master Mingzong grasped his brush and meticulously revised the content of the manuscript, far surpassing my expectations. You must cultivate this amalgamation, allowing the wood spirit to fully become a part of yourself. He paused thoughtfully. Now then, the subsequent training steps require alteration. Let me consider. By the following day, Master Mingzong presented a pristine manuscript, inscribed with the newly revised methods. Prior to commencing the training, he procured a wooden board and affixed a sheet of white paper to it, inscribing the words Qi Tai at the bottom. After tapping the board, Master Mingzong stated, the cultivation of Yunxiu is delineated by distinct realms. Although this training method has been amended, its foundation remains unchanged. Understanding the distinctions between the various realms is essential for discerning the direction of your cultivation, which will greatly assist you in enhancing your abilities. As he continued to write, Master Mingzong elucidated these concepts to his disciple. In the realm of cultivation on the Cloud Sleeve continent, there exist 8 major realms, ascending from the foundational stage of Qi to the exalted heights of. These realms, from lowest to highest, are Qi, and among the upper 3 realms, and there are further subdivisions, is categorized into 3 tiers, into 6 transitions, and into 9 celestial heavens. Master Mingzong, with a swift stroke of his brush, eliminated the terms, and, emphasizing the remaining 5 realms, the upper 3 realms are of no immediate concern to you. It is the lower ones that warrant your attention. Qi refers to the process of cultivating Qi energy within the meridians, while denotes the control of this energy, allowing it to move with the precision of one's fingers. Thus, Zheng Qiu currently finds himself straddling 2 significant realms, needing to cultivate Qi to strengthen his wood spirit while simultaneously employing the techniques to enhance his control over it. With another swift gesture, Master Mingzong crossed out the terms Qi and circled and remarked, the realm is the 3rd stage, where the paramount objective is to master the art of. The method of, as described by Master Mingzong, involves solidifying and refining the cultivated Qi energy. This technique not only focuses on the densification of Qi, but also encompasses a crucial element, absorption. The absorption of the natural energies of heaven and earth serves as the finest catalyst for refining qi, amplifying its potency and allowing its inherent attributes to manifest. The methods of absorption vary across different cultivation techniques, yielding results of varying efficacy. However, the pursuit of greater absorption of the natural forces remains a shared aspiration across all disciplines. Master Mingzhong paused his writing and pointed at Zheng Qiu. Disciple, the wood spirit within you can indeed be considered a manifestation of the celestial forces. Thus, in the realm of qi condensation, your task is to safeguard the wood spirit within your body, preventing it from dispersing. Chapter 70. The Method of Spirit Driving and the Harm of the 100 Meetings. Master Mingzhong pondered for a moment, crossing out the terms qi huan qi yao. You are still far from these realms. It is likely that the subsequent cultivation methods will require revision and cannot be applied directly. He cast his brush onto the table and pointed at the manuscript. Now, follow the energy circulation path illustrated above and guide the wood spirit to your dantian. Zheng Qiu shook his head. Master, I cannot sense the wood spirit at the moment. Then memorize the energy circulation path. Once you enter a state of introspection, you may attempt to guide the wood spirit. Understood. Zheng Qiu laid the manuscript flat and began to recite the energy circulation path depicted therein. After approximately 2 hours, he had committed the path to memory. He then settled into a cross-legged position, calming his mind to enter a state of introspection and initiated his first attempt at energy circulation. As he focused on the wood spirit, he immediately felt its gaze upon him. He realized that merely urging it forward would be futile. He must personally lead the way. Zheng Qiu carefully discerned the direction of his meridians, gradually shifting his gaze. As he advanced, the wood spirit began to respond, slowly unfurling from its spiral form, drifting forward in accordance with Zheng Qiu's lead, albeit at a reluctant and sluggish pace. After a considerable duration, Zheng Qiu arrived at the dantian, a vast, pitch-black cavern that felt eerily empty, reminiscent of a cavern in a murky swamp. Upon entering a state of introspection, Master Mingzhong's attention remained steadfastly focused on Zheng Qiu, in order to prevent a recurrence of the perilous situation encountered the previous day. Concurrently, he transformed his own vital energy into a faint halo, gently enveloping Zheng Qiu to assess his disciple's progress in cultivation. Initially, this endeavor unfolded smoothly. Master Mingzhong could vaguely perceive the vibrations within Zheng Qiu's meridians and, through these tremors, discern the trajectory of the wood spirit. However, when Zheng Qiu guided the wood spirit to the Baihui acupoint and began its descent along his spine, a sudden force emerged from Zheng Qiu, gradually expanding the protective halo as if it were repelling Master Mingzhong's influence. Concerned that this might disrupt his disciple's practice, Master Mingzhong withdrew the halo. Once the halo was removed, he observed a new phenomenon. Beneath the entire Qianyun sect lay a colossal formation spanning over 50 mountain peaks, known as the Qiankuan Gathering Cloud Formation. This intricate array harnessed the power of heaven and earth, locking it within the sect's atmosphere to enhance the cultivation speed of its disciples. Within the Fangchao building, Master Mingzhong had also established a Qiankuan Gathering Cloud Formation beneath the courtyard, allowing the energies of heaven and earth to be sensed without the need for active cultivation. Now, he noted that the celestial energies within the building were gradually converging upon Zheng Qiu, swirling around him, as if the previous repulsive force had only affected his vital energy. Master Mingzhong elevated his own power to the Qi Hua realm, enabling him to better observe the condition of the heavenly and earthly energies. With each circuit the energies made around Zheng Qiu, they diminished ever so slightly, a subtlety so minute that it took him considerable time to notice. Where had the heavenly and earthly energies vanished? There is no need for speculation. Master Mingzhong is well aware that it has permeated into the disciple's body. This phenomenon, which absorbs the power of heaven and earth, is one that only occurs at the qi condensation stage. Upon realizing this, Master Mingzhong felt a swell of confusion in his mind. The simultaneous presence of the qi embryo, qi manipulation, and qi condensation realms in Zheng Qiu posed a perplexing question regarding the appropriate cultivation methods, as none of the existing techniques seemed reliable. He took the scroll into his hands and scribbled a few lines, only to cross them out, then penned a few more, yet again crossed them out. This approach was futile. He needed to visit the Asking Heaven Pavilion once more. However, he had no clear idea of what he sought there. He approached the wood spirit and gently squeezed it, feeling the soft texture akin to cotton. As he moved, The pale green mist surrounding the wood spirit enveloped his hand, subtly coalescing as if a cotton ball were tightening. Fascinatingly, the wood spirit seemed to mimic his actions. No, it was he who was mirroring the wood spirit. In that moment, a sudden insight struck Zheng Qiu. His master had mentioned that his spirit had merged with the wood spirit, making it essentially an extension of himself. If that were the case, commanding the wood spirit would not be effective. Rather, it would necessitate issuing commands to himself. He decided to test this theory. Raising his gaze towards the pathway leading to the Baihui acupoint, he concentrated his mind, repeatedly affirming, "I shall traverse this meridian. I shall traverse this meridian." Yet, despite this internal declaration, he remained stationary. Suddenly, the pale green mist beside him began to undulate, gradually extending and straightening, inching upwards. It truly worked. Issuing commands to himself could indeed activate the wood spirit. Zheng Qiu was overwhelmed with excitement. However, this exhilaration disrupted his previously focused mind, causing the wood spirit to escape his control and dart towards the Baihui acupoint, located at the crown of his head. The Baihui acupoint is vital for practitioners' spiritual essence. The wood spirit rushed in, crashing forcefully against the acupoint. Zheng Qiu felt a piercing pain radiate from the top of his head, as though struck by a heavy hammer. He let out a cry, jolted from his meditative state, clutching his head before collapsing to the ground. The sudden turn of events startled Master Mingzong, who crouched beside Zheng Qiu and discovered his disciple had fainted. Clutching his head, was there something wrong with it? He lifted Zheng Qiu and pressed his palm against the crown, channeling his energy to investigate. To his astonishment, he found the Baihui acupoint brimming with stagnant blood, a clear indication of damage. This was dire. Injury to this area could lead to madness or worse, death. In his flurry of panic, a peculiar surge of energy emerged from the Baihui acupoint, repelling his probing force. It was the wood spirit. At such a critical moment, it had the audacity to create chaos. Master Mingzong was both anxious and furious. He scolded while re-entering his energy for another examination. Surprisingly, upon assessing the head's condition, he was taken aback. The Baihui acupoint appeared intact, devoid of any residual blood, as if the earlier damage had been a mere figment of his imagination. Could it have been the wood spirit's doing? A question arose in his mind, but soon transformed into certainty. It was undoubtedly the wood spirit's influence. The stele in the Asking Heaven Pavilion documented that the red-billed sparrow carrying the wood spirit could be cleaved in two yet still restore itself, indicating the wood spirit's ability to protect its host. Mingzong's anxiety dissipated, yet a fresh wave of concern washed over him. Although the Baihui acupoint had been restored, he wondered if his disciple's cognitive abilities had been compromised. He had invested considerable effort in nurturing this apprentice, and the thought of him becoming intellectually impaired was unsettling. Chapter 71. A month of unfruitful training. Zheng Qiu's eyes fluttered open, revealing a drab ceiling. Before he could ascertain his location, Mingzong's aged visage came into view. After a moment of scrutiny, Mingzong gestured towards himself and inquired, "Who am I?" Perplexed by his master's sudden question, Zheng Qiu began, "Master, why would you?" Mingzong interjected, repeating, "Who are you?" Raising his index finger, Mingzong pressed on, "How many is this?" "Master, why are you asking these questions? Answer me promptly." "How many?" "1. What is your grandfather's name?" "Zheng Zhisong." "What is the name of the building where you attend classes?" "Fanqiao Tower." Mingzong gently patted Zheng Qiu's cheek and straightened up, declaring, "Excellent. You are not intellectually impaired." Zheng Qiu sat up, realizing he was in Fanqiao Pavilion. Seated on his bed, baffled by his master's peculiar line of questioning, he sought an explanation. Mingzong, equally puzzled by the events of the previous day, wondered how the Baihui acupoint could have been injured without any initial signs of flawed energy circulation. He recounted the events following Zheng Qiu's collapse and then inquired, "Disciple, did you experience any anomalies during your energy cultivation yesterday?" Zheng Qiu, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and said, Master, I accidentally injured myself." "What do you mean by accidentally?" "Explain," the master replied. Zheng Qiu hopped off the bed, serving tea and water to his master. Only after the reproachful expression on his master's face softened did he dare to reveal the reckless experiment he had undertaken. After listening intently, Master Mingzong pondered for a moment before abruptly placing the cup down on the table and seizing Zheng Qiu's arm, leading him outside. "Master, where are we going?" Zheng Qiu stumbled along behind him. "We are going to practice." The disciple had discovered a method to harness the wooden spirit. which also possessed the ability to heal the host's body. These two revelations instilled Master Mingzong with the confidence to intensify Zheng Qiu's training regimen. He laid down a grass mat in the center of the fragrant grass building's courtyard, the location closest to the heart of the underground Qian Kuan gathering clouds array, where the elemental forces were most potent. He then erected a wooden sign in front of the mat, inscribing the number of repetitions Zheng Qiu was required to complete each day. This regimen filled every moment of Zheng Qiu's time, leaving only the periods for consuming herbs and sleeping. The rest of his hours were devoted to channeling the wooden spirit through his meridians. To prevent any recurrence of the wooden spirit losing control due to a lack of focus, Zheng Qiu was permitted a half-hour of rest after every complete cycle of exertion. However, this respite merely entailed a cessation of his practice. During these 30 minutes, Master Mingzong would impart lessons, teaching him about new herbal knowledge. Zheng Qiu operated like a water wheel set upon a stream, tirelessly turning day in and day out. The rigorous intensity of this training places an immense burden on the meridians. Practitioners below the Qi transformation realm possess meridians that are not significantly more resilient than those of ordinary individuals. Engaging in such strenuous training, even the slightest misstep could result in ruptured or severed meridians. Only a select few sects that emphasize physical conditioning produce individuals with meridians that are notably more robust than their counterparts within the same realm. Thus, this high-intensity training method can be regarded as exclusive to those who cultivate the physical body. In truth, Zheng Qiu finds this method of training arduous. He frequently experiences damage to his meridians. Yet, the wood spirit residing within him functions as an omnipotent healer, restoring his meridians to their original state wherever it goes. Master Mingzong has even observed that the speed at which the wood spirit repairs the meridians accelerates day by day. Initially, restoration took nearly half a day, but this duration has since decreased to 4 hours, then to 2. After a month of continuous training, any damage to the meridians can now be mended in less than half an hour. The wood spirit seems to have grown accustomed to this patchwork task. When Zheng Qiu is not engaged in his exercises, it leisurely wanders within his body, searching for areas in need of repair. In contrast to its increasingly potent restorative abilities, progress in other areas can only be described as meager. After a month, Zheng Qiu still cannot fully command the wood spirit. If his focus wavers even slightly while attempting to harness it, the wood spirit slips from his control and escapes. Each time it eludes him, Zheng Qiu must search throughout his entire meridian system, as the hiding places of the wood spirit can vary, sometimes even shifting locations during the search. At this particular moment, Zheng Qiu found himself unable to perceive the perspective of the wood spirit, as if this mental connection could only manifest in proximity. His cultivation of qi had seen no progress. Over the course of a month, he had circulated his energy more than 300 times, yet the wood spirit remained unchanged, with only a solitary wisp of pale green mist to show for it. For practitioners of qi, the energy within their meridians tends to increase daily, and upon reaching the mastery of qi, one can even project this energy to create waves of power. However, Zheng Qiu's meridians remained desolate, with only that single wisp of mist meandering throughout. Such a meager amount hardly sufficed to generate any qi, let alone withstand a mere sneeze. If one were to insist that there had been any change, it would be the emergence of a very thin ring of white mist around the wood spirit after a month of cultivation. This white mist enveloped the green wisp, akin to a layer of paste coating a delicate green thread. Yet, Zheng Qiu still could not muster enough energy to fill even a single meridian. It felt like an abyss, where no matter what one poured in, there was no reaction. Ultimately, Master Ming decided to make another visit to the Ask the Heavens pavilion. Firstly, to examine the stone tablet. Perhaps there were details overlooked during the previous visit. Secondly, to seek out extraordinary techniques, for he felt his knowledge of cultivation methods was woefully inadequate in light of Zheng Qiu's predicament. It was essential to draw upon a wide array of sources, or else no amount of mental exertion would yield a new solution. By the side of the small pavilion's trough, Yinyu sat in her wheelchair, tapping her clothes with a wooden stick, while her grandfather immersed the garments in water, diligently scrubbing them. Without further ado, the master returned to the Ask the Heavens pavilion to peruse the texts once more. Zheng Qiu leaned against the side, glancing left and right, inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Yinyu, clad in a plain cloth jacket, her hair wrapped in a headscarf, presented the appearance of a village woman. She shook her head, replying, No need. I will finish washing shortly. You should rest. You have to practice with Master tomorrow. Zheng Qiu acknowledged with a hum, turning to ascend the stairs. In Chapter 72, the art of serpent consumption can transition. Within the Wen-Yanj, Master Mingzong once again stood before the stone tablet, meticulously studying the inscriptions, seeking any potentially overlooked details. After a thorough examination, he found no omissions. The tablet indeed regarded spirit as the force of heaven and earth, aligning with Zheng Qiu's ability to absorb this cosmic energy. Yet, relay the issue. Why had the quantity of wood spirit not increased despite a month of intense cultivation? Master Mingzong gazed at the tablet, lost in thought, his mind racing to unravel this conundrum. Suddenly, an overlooked point dawned on him. The stone tablet indicated the location of the spirit measuring wheel, which was housed within a cavern containing 12 such tablets. Each tablet was inscribed by an individual named Mu Meihua, yet none had specified that the total number of tablets was merely 13. Indeed, this must be the crux of the matter. The more Master Mingzong contemplated this direction, the more he felt he was approaching the answer. He recalled the 12 tablets within the cavern, each chronicling significant events, yet one particular account eluded him. Based on the records from the other tablets, that elusive account pertained to how Mu Meihua controlled and utilized the spirit. Master Mingzong's eyes gradually brightened with realization. Indeed, he had once found it peculiar that Mu Meihua had discovered a method to control and utilize spiritual energy without documenting it. This suggested that there were other stone tablets scattered about, which precisely contained records on this subject. He made his way towards the staircase, contemplating that it was time to post a notice at the treasure pavilion, calling upon the disciples to seek out these stone tablets. How much should he offer as a reward? 100 pieces of earthly crystal seemed a bit too modest, while 6,000 might be excessively extravagant. Drawing too much attention would not be ideal. Perhaps starting with 1,000 would be prudent, and if that proved insufficient, he could always increase the amount later. The next day, Zheng Qiu arrived at the fragrant grass pavilion, as usual taking his place on the grass mat in the center of the courtyard to practice. Today, Master arrived particularly late. It was nearly noon when his figure finally appeared in haste. Upon entering the courtyard, Master Mingzong produced a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to his disciple. This is a technique I have discovered. It appears to be a form of life cultivation. You may begin your practice with this. Zheng Qiu accepted the scroll, realizing it was quite lengthy, unfurling to over 10 feet. The title of the scroll was Serpent Swallowing Body Refinement Sutra, and from the very first line, it detailed methods for physical training and the forging of muscle and meridians. The scroll even included illustrations demonstrating the correct postures for exercise. Zheng Qiu, puzzled, inquired, Master, didn't you say that one can only cultivate one life technique? I am practicing with the wood spirit, which seems unrelated to this. I did not instruct you to follow this technique for your cultivation. The master's words only deepened Zheng Qiu's confusion. If he was not to cultivate according to this method, how else was he to proceed? Master Mingzong pulled the scroll to its latter half, pointing at the text, and remarked, disregard the portion regarding body refinement. Commence from here. The serpent-devouring body refinement scripture is a quintessential technique for cultivating the physical form, necessitating years of arduous training to fortify the body to a state akin to that of a fierce tiger or wild beast. However, this is merely the foundation, a prerequisite for truly mastering this art. Once a resilient and powerful physique is attained, the practitioner must employ the secret methods contained within the scripture to extract vital energy from their own flesh and blood. This process is entirely based on the principle of extracting vitality from blood and strength from flesh, akin to the essence of precious elixirs and the energies of the sea of blood and thunder. Consequently, this cultivation journey is fraught with peril. Should the practitioner's body lack sufficient strength, they risk depleting their own life essence, potentially leading to demise. Master Mingzong intends for Zheng Qiu to directly utilize this secret method to extract vital energy from his own flesh, confident in the protection afforded by the wooden spirit, ensuring that regardless of the trials faced, he shall awaken the next day, vigorous and unrestrained. The extracted vital energy is to be nurtured within the dantian, mingling with the wooden spirit. Since the energy derived from blood and flesh shares the same nature as Zheng Qiu's physical form, the wooden spirit will not reject it. Master Mingzong envisions blending the cultivated energy with the wooden spirit, while simultaneously guiding the wooden spirit throughout the meridians, enveloping it in the vital energy. In this manner, The energy naturally carries the strength of the wooden spirit, a circuitous approach that may yield results in the cultivation. As for the future, Master Mingzong has also preserved a contingency. The serpent-devouring body refinement scripture ultimately contains further teachings on the serpent's devouring techniques. The technique known as snake swallow serves as a safeguard for practitioners. When a cultivator's body can no longer withstand the strain of their energy cultivation, they may resort to this method to consume food, medicinal herbs, or even the energy of other practitioners, thereby swiftly replenishing their own depleted vitality. Master Mingzong had long devised a plan. Upon locating the missing steel and comprehending the control and application of the spirit, he would instruct his disciple to utilize snake swallow to absorb the energy they had cultivated. In doing so, the disciple would not only gain proficiency, but also have the opportunity to correctly harness the power of the wood spirit. What a brilliant idea! In that moment, Master Mingzong felt an overwhelming surge of self-satisfaction, laughing inwardly. Ha! Only I, Mingzong, could conceive such a notion. Who says I am merely skilled at planting grass and incapable of teaching my disciples? Watch as I guide one of them. Zheng Qiu noticed that his master suddenly halted mid-sentence, and after a brief pause, began to chuckle to himself, swaying his head in a daze. A sense of unease washed over him. How frightening! What has come over the master? He has been acting strangely these past few days. Tentatively, he reached out and tugged at his master's robe. Master, master, damn it. Here stands his own disciple rather than the sect leader. Such behavior could tarnish his reputation as a master. Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious demeanor. You shall begin with the cultivation of energy and then direct the energy. Zheng Qiu diligently memorized the cultivation method before closing his eyes and entering a state of introspection. According to the Snake Swallow Body Refinement Sutra, he needed to locate the network of meridians surrounding his heart and, through mental focus, guide the blood energy from his heart to break through the confines of his blood vessels and flow into the meridians. Continuing on, he intended to utilize the influx of vital energy to form the serpentine pattern depicted on the scroll. Just as the serpentine design was completed, a formidable suction force erupted from that very spot, sweeping away the vital essence within his chest. Zheng Qiu immediately felt an excruciating pain in his chest, as if a colossal python had manifested there, devouring his strength incessantly. His body trembled violently, and he instantaneously lost all color. Soon, mucus, tears, and saliva cascaded down his face, while his arms and cheeks rapidly withered. Before he could manage to drink a glass of water, he collapsed, his tongue lolling out. Utterly motionless, Master Ming, stroking his beard, murmured to himself, "This serpent-devouring body refinement sutra is quite formidable. Its effects are remarkably potent, evidently crafted by a master hand. When returning it, it should be placed a few tiers higher. Yes, above 600 tiers will suffice." Chapter 73. Medication for recovery of Qi refinement. Zheng Qiu's recovery was rather slow. He did not awaken until the third day. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt utterly drained, unable even to sit upright, as though his bones had been extracted. Leaning against the headboard, his grandfather brought a towel to wipe his face. Noticing the worry etched on his grandfather's features, he spoke soothingly. "Grandpa, do not fret. I shall be well in a few days. This is merely a consequence of my cultivation. Cultivation requires attentiveness to one's health as well. Your complexion is so pallid. Have you not heeded Master's advice, resulting in mistakes during practice?" "Grandpa, I am quite obedient, Master." Just then, the door swung open, and Master Ming entered, carrying a large bamboo basket. "Zheng Jisong, you have. Disciple, you are awake." He set down the bamboo basket and approached the bedside. The grandfather immediately rose, holding a basin of water to clear space. Master Mingzong sat at the edge of the bed, taking Zheng Qiu's hand to check his pulse. Zheng Qiu's pulse was steady, yet lacked the vigor typically observed. His emaciated muscles had returned to their original state, though they felt slack and flabby. It appeared that the recovery abilities of the wood spirit remained limited. Minor recuperation was feasible, but the extensive damage sustained yesterday was beyond its capacity to mend. Noticing the pallor of his disciple's face, Master Mingzong remained unperturbed. He retrieved a large bowl from the basket, inserted chopsticks, and presented it before his disciple. "Disciple, I have brought you lunch, a nourishing feast." Zheng Qiu glanced down at the bowl in Master Mingzong's hands, finding it excessively large. Nearly the size of the basin he used for washing his face, filled with a greenish paste that appeared unappetizing. As he lifted the chopsticks, he discovered the paste was both sticky and thick, forming long strands between the chopsticks and the bowl. He swallowed hard, furrowing his brow. Master, this is too much. He refrained from expressing his distaste, opting for a different excuse. However, Master Mingzong did not grasp Zheng Qiu's sentiment. He merely pushed the bowl closer to him, insisting, "You are currently weak and in need of substantial nourishment. See, I have ground the herbs into a paste specifically for your easier digestion. Do eat, do eat." With Master S' unwavering gaze upon him, Zheng Qiu realized evasion was futile. He might as well eat it, as it wouldn't kill him. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and brought the bowl to his lips. Ugh! As soon as Zheng Qiu took a bite, he immediately expelled it. The medicinal paste was not only viscous but also slippery, making it nearly impossible to chew. Swallowing it felt akin to ingesting a caterpillar. Alas, this simply wouldn't do. After all, these were precious ingredients. Master Mingzong shook his head repeatedly, clearly dissatisfied with his disciple's performance. Zheng Qiu hurriedly wiped his mouth and explained, "Master, I did not mean to. It's just that consuming this concoction makes me feel nauseous." How could I possibly feel nauseous? Each ingredient within is a valuable tonic. Master Mingzong snatched the bowl from his disciple's hands, picked up a hefty portion with his chopsticks, and stuffed it into his mouth. "Look, this is how you eat it. It absolutely will not." Yet, as soon as the paste touched his tongue, Master Mingzong froze in place. His face turned ashen, the muscles around his eyes twitched, and the wrinkles on his forehead bunched together. Zheng Qiu could see his master's throat convulsing repeatedly, the veins in his neck bulging. After a prolonged silence, Master Mingzong finally exhaled, completing his earlier statement. "It absolutely will not cause nausea." Upon uttering these words, Master Mingzong discreetly wiped away the tears welling at the corners of his eyes, inwardly cursing, "What a wretched concoction. It tastes horrid and almost embarrassed me." He resolved never to demonstrate such a dish personally again. If anyone were to retch, it should be the disciple. "Disciple, this time it is truly delectable. Remember to mix it well before consuming." Zheng Qiu accepted the bowl, noticing it was sprinkled with a white powder. He dipped his fingertip into it and tasted a bit. It was sweet and salty, a mixture of salt and sugar. Could such a combination truly be palatable? He lifted his gaze, casting a questioning look toward his master. Upon finishing his words, Master Ming swiftly evaded Zheng Qiu's gaze and dashed out of the room. Zheng Qiu stared at the large bowl before him, his expression more sorrowful than tears could convey. From the previous herbal concoctions to the porcelain jar of water, and now to this latest medicinal paste, the quality of his master's creations had deteriorated with each attempt. He couldn't help but wonder if there would come a day when his master would concoct a dish so vile that a single bite would lead to a fatal expulsion of blood. Yet, despite the unpalatable nature of the medicinal paste, abstaining from it was not an option. Ultimately, Zheng Qiu devised a plan. He diluted the paste with 2 large basins of clean water, pinched his nose, and consumed it in 16 portions. Although the resultant liquid had an odd flavor, its texture was tolerable. The hardship endured was not in vain, for Zheng Qiu finally cultivated a trace of vital energy, albeit a mere whisper of it. This revelation occurred after he entered a state of introspection, alongside the ever-present wooden spirit. He discerned a faint wisp of mist floating in the corner of his dantian. The mist, tinged with a subtle crimson hue, was remarkably obedient, responding to his will with ease. Following his master's instructions, he applied this thread of vital energy, cultivated through the snake-swallowing body refinement technique, onto the wooden spirit. The next step involved guiding the wooden spirit along his meridians. As he completed a full circuit, Zheng Qiu noted a transformation. The once vibrant crimson of the vital energy gradually faded, merging with the white mist enveloping the wooden spirit. He meticulously separated the vital energy, withdrawing it from his dantian and concealing it within his sea of qi. Upon opening his eyes, he eagerly recounted his introspective experience to his master. "Master, I have indeed cultivated the vital energy. I have stored it within the sea of qi, and it is remarkably obedient. Has the qi been transformed by the wood spirit?" Zheng Qiu scratched his head and replied, "I am not entirely certain. Its color changed from a pale red to white." Mingzong picked up a pen and noted the color variations mentioned by his disciple on the paper. He then removed a plank from the courtyard and revised the training regimen inscribed upon it. The ability to cultivate qi is indeed a commendable achievement. But the results of this transformation remain elusive for now. Disciple, adhere to this newly penned regimen for your practice, and strive to fill a meridian with qi before autumn arrives. Master Mingzong then unfurled the scroll of the serpent-swallowing body refinement sutra, studying it intently for a moment before stating, This technique extracts flesh and blood too aggressively. It will take you 2 days to recover, which is rather slow. He seized a piece of white paper and drafted a prescription. Before you cultivate, consume these herbal remedies according to this formula to mitigate the side effects. Chapter 74. Treasures in the search for the stone tablet. From that day forth, Zheng Qiu embarked on an arduous journey of qi refinement. He began by activating the wood spirit to circulate within his meridians, transforming the qi cultivated the previous day. Following this, he adhered to the prescription written by his master, first consuming 2 stalks of solid qi grass to protect the wood spirit and the qi already refined. Next, he ingested a seed of the strengthening fruit to nourish his muscles. The third step involved taking 6 stalks of floating water reflecting sunset red, utilizing these blossoms to temporarily enhance his vitality. Finally, he consumed 2 grains of essence pill as a replenishment for the energy expended. After consuming these items sequentially, Zheng Qiu finally commenced the energy refining segment of the snake swallowing refinement technique, extracting vitality from flesh and blood to cultivate his energy. Although the presence of these medicinal materials provided a solid foundation, the method of refining energy through flesh and blood surpassed his capacity to endure. Each attempt to refine would cost him half of his life force, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a salted fish, eyes rolling back in exhaustion. However, due to the presence of these medicinal herbs, Zheng Qiu would recover by the following day, allowing him to resume his previous prostrate state. The Qianyun sect boasts hundreds of peaks, and upon reaching the easternmost side, 2 peaks away from the sect's center, one encounters a square building constructed using the stone listening technique. This edifice is not particularly tall, only about 10 stories, yet each level is extensive and spacious, occupying a significant portion of the mountain peak, resembling a squat, square stone pedestal. At the base of the square building, each of the 4 sides features a grand entrance, soaring to a height of 2 zhang and spanning over 10 zhang in width, ensuring that those who enter do not feel cramped. Golden plaques hang above each door, inscribed with the words Treasure Pavilion. This structure is one of the pivotal buildings of the Qianyun sect, dedicated to the trade of treasures, catering not only to the sect's members, but also to all practitioners of the Yunqiu realm. Inside the Treasure Pavilion, the space is organized into different levels and zones, each serving distinct functions and engaging in varied trades. Both formal disciples and external sect disciples are present here, with high-value transactions managed by formal disciples and lower-value dealings overseen by external disciples. Suddenly, a stream of earthy yellow light descended upon the entrance of the Treasure Pavilion. As the radiance dissipated, the figure of Elder Mingzong emerged. He cast a glance at the plaque before stepping inside. "Ah, Elder, revered Elder, what matter necessitates your esteemed presence? A mere inclination of your will would suffice, and I would." Elder Mingzong had barely crossed the threshold when he was accosted by an outer sect disciple, who hastened to greet him with obsequious bows. Yes, your instruction is received with utmost reverence. I shall endeavor to apply it diligently, I shall." Elder Mingzong ascended with haste to the 9th floor, where a vast hall occupied the majority of the space. Surrounding the hall, along the perimeter, were a series of partitioned rooms. From the ceiling, 20 pristine jade tablets were suspended above a ring of wooden tables, where 7 or 8 disciples, clad in blue robes, were diligently occupied. This hall served as a specialized emporium for commissions, open to all who wished to post their requests. The particulars of each commission would be displayed on the jade tablets, and upon completion, the designated recompense would be awarded. As a safeguard, the heavenly crystals offered as payment were entrusted to the custodianship of the Qianyun sect, ensuring that no party would be defrauded. For commissions of considerable value, multiple Qianyun sect disciples would serve as witnesses, meticulously verifying the authenticity of the transaction. The partitioned rooms along the hall's edge were designated for these purposes. However, posting commissions within the Qianyun sect's Hall of Treasures was subject to certain stipulations. First, only requests pertaining to treasures were permissible. Errands, combat, or the extermination of sects were strictly prohibited. The second matter is that individuals who complete commissions and wish to collect their remuneration from the Treasure Pavilion must provide their names and places of residence. Those of unclear origin, even if they fulfill the commission, will not be acknowledged by the pavilion. These regulations instituted by the Treasure Pavilion serve to protect the Qinyan sect, preventing the sect from becoming embroiled in the grievances and disputes related to the Yunxiu. Elder Mingzong squeezed through the crowd and stood before a wooden table, tapping it lightly as he proclaimed, "I would like to place an order." A formally attired disciple in a blue-patterned robe sat at the table, engrossed in diligently transcribing notes in a ledger. Upon hearing the voice, he glanced up and nodded at Elder Mingzong, indicating, "Elder, please hold on for a moment. Allow me to record this order first." With that, he returned his focus to the ledger, writing fervently. Elder Mingzong did not exhibit any irritation. Rather, he felt quite pleased with this disciple's diligence. "Indeed, you are far superior to those who constantly seek to curry favor. You are a person of action." Thus, this pattern would continuously gather heat from the surrounding air. As long as the paper remained intact, the heat-gathering spell would remain effective. Hence, this design is known as the Qianyun Fire Seal, a unique token for conducting business within the Qinyan sect. After completing all necessary tasks, the formal disciple rose from his seat, bowed, and apologized to Elder Mingzong. "Elder, I sincerely apologize for making you wait." Elder Mingzong waved his hand dismissively. "No need for apologies. You have done nothing wrong. The Qinyan sect needs grounded individuals like you." "Thank you, Elder. To maintain such integrity at the Treasure Pavilion marks you as a promising talent." "Which elder is your master?" "My master is Ming Sijio." "Elder, this is not the time for idle chatter. If you are not placing an order, please allow those behind you to proceed." Ming Si pondered. Recalling the enchanting woman from the Ask the Heavens Pavilion, a shiver ran down Ming Zong Elder's spine. Upon hearing his disciple's subsequent words, he quickly replied, "Yes. I will place an order. I wish to commission the search for a particular object, a stone tablet, which may not necessarily be intact. This tablet is likely ancient, perhaps over 1,000 years old, and it should be made of blue stone." Elder Ming Zong produced a slip of paper from his sleeve and handed it to his disciple, stating, "The tablet bears inscriptions resembling this style, with rounded characters." The disciple examined the slip for a moment before inquiring, "Elder, do you have any specific content from the tablet?" Not receiving a response from Elder Mingzong, the disciple nodded in understanding and noted in his ledger, "Content of the tablet is unclear." Soon, the disciple tore off a piece of paper, stamped it with the Qianyun Fire Seal, and presented it to Elder Mingzong. In return, Elder Mingzong tossed 1,000 celestial crystals into the disciple's arms, advising, "The reward is 1,000 celestial crystals. You should first announce this commission within the sect. If no one has completed it in 2 years, then it may be posted for the Yunxiu continent." Chapter 75. The Qi refinement test in the maze. The sweltering summer had swiftly passed, and amidst the lush greenery of the mountains, glimmers of gold began to emerge. Walking along the mountain path of the Qianyun sect, one could scent the sweet aroma of wild fruits, a fragrance unique to autumn. The fragrant grass peak in autumn was breathtakingly beautiful, with the medicinal herbs cultivated in the terraced fields bearing fruit and blooming, infusing the mountain with a sense of bountiful harvest. Even the thatched cottage on the back mountain, where flying birds are raised, has successfully hatched more than 10 chicks after the arrival of autumn. The person most delighted atop the fragrant grass peak is undoubtedly Zheng Qiu, who, 10 days ahead of schedule, fulfilled his master's expectations by completely filling a meridian with vital energy. After enduring the grueling daily practice, he still had to consume the medicinal paste prepared by his master. If it weren't for the gradual increase of vital energy within his body, Zheng Qiu would have lacked the courage to persevere. His master, Ming Zong, was exceedingly pleased with his disciple's early accomplishment and granted him a 5-day leave, allowing him to wander within the sect. Today marks a significant occasion, the day for testing Zheng Qiu's cultivated vital energy. Master Ming Zong has arranged various props in the courtyard of Fragrant Grass Tower to experiment with the effects of his disciple's energy. "Master, I have arrived," Zheng Qiu announced. Arriving early at the Fragrant Grass Tower, his small hands alternating between clenched fists and relaxed palms, a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Master Ming Zong, having donned a clean sect robe and tidied his typically disheveled white hair, pulled Zheng Qiu onto the grass mat, repeatedly advising him, "Do not panic, do not be hasty. First, calm your mind and enter a state of introspection, allowing the wood spirit to circulate for a full cycle." Zheng Qiu nodded, seated himself on the mat, inhaled deeply, and began to recite the calming incantation. With only half a meridian filled with vital energy, It was indeed a meager amount, so today, for each test, Zheng Qiu had but a single opportunity to exert his energy. Consequently, Master Mingzong had devoted 3 consecutive days and nights to meticulously selecting the most ideal testing apparatus in advance. Master, I am ready. Are you truly prepared? Upon receiving the second confirmation from his disciple, Master Mingzong rubbed his hands together with excitement and approached a wooden table. Let us commence with this control test, he declared. This test requires minimal energy expenditure, making it suitable for your first attempt. On the table lay a square wooden frame, within which a labyrinth crafted from azure jade pieces was meticulously arranged. The labyrinth featured entrances at both ends of the frame, and while the route was straightforward, it was notably convoluted, filled with numerous twists and turns. Each jade piece bore identical engravings, and at every turn within the route, 3 crystals of heaven and earth formed archways. Master Mingzong gestured towards the labyrinth, explaining its purpose to his disciple. This labyrinth measures 3 feet in length and 2 feet in width, designed to assess your control over your energy. The maze had been personally constructed by the master, and if the entire route were to be laid out in a straight line, it would extend 2 zhang in length. Each jade piece was inscribed with a sealing incantation to prevent Zheng Qiu's energy from dissipating. The archways formed by the crystals were intended to amplify the energy, ensuring that it did not falter and could progress uninterrupted. Master Mingzong indicated a piece of paper affixed to the table. Disciple, this contains the finger techniques for channeling energy. Utilizing these techniques will minimize your energy consumption. Zheng Qiu observed intently before inquiring. Master, may I begin now? Wait a moment. Master Mingzong exclaimed as he hurried to fetch paper and pen, positioning himself beside the table while fixing his gaze upon the labyrinth. All right, let us begin. Zheng Qiu pressed his abdomen, then slowly raised his hand. The qi surged from the qi high point to the dantian, and then continued upward along the meridians. Raising the qi to his chest, he gathered his left hand and pressed his palm towards his arm. The qi followed the meridians from the Tianquan point all the way to the Laogong point. For ordinary cultivators, once the qi reached the palm, it could be released directly. But Zheng Qiu could not do this. He had to use the finger technique provided by his master to minimize the consumption of qi. Zheng Qiu felt a slight numbness in the tip of his index finger, and a wisp of white qi, as thin as a strand of hair, emerged from it. The white qi detached from his fingertip and rapidly expanded, becoming as thick as a chopstick. Withdraw. Seeing his disciple staring blankly at the qi, Master Mingzong hurriedly reminded him in a loud voice. Zheng Qiu quickly raised his left hand, pressed his thumb on the pad of his right index finger, and then swiped his thumb back to stop the release of qi. At this time, the qi he had released was already 6 inches long and beginning to dissipate. Zheng Qiu immediately moved the direction of his index finger, allowing the qi to enter from the entrance of the maze. Disciple, let the qi move forward, don't be afraid. It won't dissipate inside. Hearing his master's words, Zheng Qiu focused his mind, concentrated his spirit on the released white line, and controlled it to float forward along the route. Turn left. Good. Turn right at the next intersection. Master Mingzong shouted while recording with a pen on paper, bending over, his entire face almost touching the wooden frame. Turn right again. No, not left. Turn right. At a turning point, the white line shook violently and crashed into the jade piece on the left. The white line paused for a long time before rising again, swaying and turning to the right. As the white thread floated a short distance, it once again swayed and struck the jade piece with a soft thud. Master Ming raised his head, noticing that his disciple was gritting his teeth, exerting all his strength to control the qi. Enough, do not force it. There will be further tests, he advised. He gently restrained the disciple's hand, preventing him from continuing his effort, while simultaneously removing the jade piece beside the white thread. With a faint sound, the qi, liberated from the jade's confinement, instantly transformed into a delicate mist, dispersing with the breeze. Master Ming turned towards the wooden frame, recording the position reached by the qi, then calculating the distance. The qi had only extended to a distance of 2 feet and 3 inches, marking the furthest range that Zheng Qiu could control. It was quite close, indeed. Even a practitioner at the qi manipulation stage could usually project their qi at least half a zhang away, while those at the qi condensation stage could control it over 1.5 zhang. Chapter 76. The Powerless Qi Grass Rebirth. Well done, Master Ming remarked, not disclosing the outcome but encouraging Zheng Qiu, recognizing his potential and assuring him of a promising future with diligent practice. On the table, Master Ming placed a stone drum the size of a wooden basin. Despite being called a stone drum, it possessed an unusual form. The base was composed of solid stone, and as one looked upward, the stone's texture gradually diminished until it reached the top, which even appeared liquid. When touched, the liquid at the summit trembled continuously, akin to clear water held in a cloth bag. This object was indeed a treasure, which I had acquired from Ming Qingxi, known as the welcoming edge Baina drum. With a smile, Master Ming brushed his hand over the surface of the drum, causing concentric ripples to appear, resembling genuine clear water. According to the master's introduction, this Yingfeng Bainag drum is specifically designed to test weapons. The disciples of weapon forging need only to strike the drum with their blades to discern the quality of the weapon. This drum possesses a unique characteristic. Its surface is soft while its base is hard. The very top is essentially a water surface, but as the blade descends, the hardness transitions from water to cloth, then to wood, and eventually to stone. The hardness at the bottom far exceeds that of gold or iron. Only weapons approaching the divine can shatter it. Currently, Master Mingzong intends to use this drum to assess Zheng Qiu's qi energy, observing how deep Zheng Qiu's energy can penetrate from above. Disciple, prepare your finger technique. We shall commence, he instructs. Master Mingzong picks up pen and paper, ready to record at any moment. Zheng Qiu raises his qi from the sea of energy to his palm, employing a different finger technique than before, incorporating a gathering action prior to releasing the energy. With a flick of his index finger, a slender white line emerges from his fingertip. Due to the added gathering motion, the white line does not immediately expand or thicken. Instead, it gradually diffuses like an ice cube in summer, releasing its essence. The white line of qi swiftly approaches the water surface of the Yingfeng Bainag drum, and in the instant of contact, an unforeseen phenomenon occurs. Master Mingzong's eyes widen in disbelief. How could this happen? Such concentrated qi, upon touching the drum's surface, shatters and disperses like smoke meeting an iron plate, scattering in all directions. It is exceedingly peculiar. He closely watches the drum's surface, which displays not even a ripple. Even when drinking water or blowing on tea leaves, there is some movement, yet here, there is absolutely none. Could it be that the disciple's qi lacks penetrating power? Master, there is no reaction. Even Zheng Qiu noticed the anomaly and inquired, shall I attempt it once more? Perhaps I misapplied the technique? Master Mingzong shook his head, stating no, we have other tests to conduct. As he spoke, he struck through the line regarding penetrating power on the paper and instructed his disciple to take a rest while he meticulously examined the Yingfeng Bainagas. After several thorough inspections, Master Mingzong found no fault with the stone drum and reluctantly abandoned the aspect of penetrating power. The third test involved gauging the force of qi. The lightest object was a ball of cotton fluff, scarcely larger than a bean, while the heaviest was an iron ball, considerably larger than a fist. Master Mingzong handed Zheng Qiu a white jade tube, one end of which contained a copper plate. He rattled the latch on the copper plate and said, "This tube is inscribed with a sealing charm. Block one end with your finger and channel your qi into it. Then, seal the other end with the small ball and lift the copper plate. Start with the heaviest ball, if you cannot move it. Close the plate to retain the qi inside, and proceed to the next." Zheng Qiu accepted the white jade tube and followed his master's instructions, infusing it with qi, sealing one end with his finger and the other with the small ball, then lifting the copper plate to see if the qi could displace the ball. Master Mingzong observed closely. The iron ball did not budge, nor did the stone ball. He held no expectations for these two. However, as he continued to observe, his brow gradually furrowed. The large wooden ball proved immovable, and the small wooden ball was equally unresponsive. Even the paper ball, fashioned from crumpled paper, did not tremble under the influence of qi. Master Mingzong covered his face, taking deep breaths to calm his agitated heart. The energy cultivated by the disciple is hardly remarkable, scarcely surpassing a mere breath. He feels an inferno within, surging relentlessly towards his chest, yearning to shatter the testing apparatus in the courtyard. Master, have I disappointed you? After all this training, I am of no use. Zheng Qiu inquired cautiously, noticing his master's troubled expression, shrinking back with trepidation. Huff, huff. Master Mingzong inhaled deeply, striving to reassure himself. It is not the disciple's fault, but rather his own inadequacy as a teacher. The disciple possesses the invaluable wood spirit, Yet it is he who lacks the ability to impart knowledge. A thought crossed his mind regarding the wood spirit. The disciple had cultivated this energy through the serpent-swallowing body refinement sutra, a technique intended for body refinement practitioners, whose energies are typically robust and domineering. Far removed from the disciple's predicament, had his instruction to blend the energy with the wood spirit to facilitate transformation been misguided? Realizing this, he discarded his writing materials and hastily pulled Zheng Qiu outside. Master Mingzong moved with remarkable speed, and Zheng Qiu found himself swept off his feet. By the time he regained his footing, they were standing in a terraced field on fragrant grass peak. Surveying the surrounding herbs, Zheng Qiu inquired, "Master, are we not conducting the test?" "Of course we are," Master Mingzong replied, crouching down to sift through the foliage. Soon, he discovered a drooping, half-dead purple thorn fern. "Disciple, unleash your energy upon this purple thorn fern." "Huh, how should I do that?" "Use the same technique as when testing for penetration." Zheng Qiu crouched beside his master, observing the purple thorn fern. The once vibrant purple triangular leaves had now faded to a waxy yellow, and the small thorns along the stem had vanished. He inhaled deeply, channeling his energy to his palm, then executed a series of finger techniques. A delicate white thread shot from Zheng Qiu's fingertips towards the purple thorn fern. As with the previous test of penetration, the white thread met the leaves and instantly shattered into fragments, dispersing into a mist that gradually vanished around the herb. After watching for a while, Zheng Qiu scratched his head and remarked, "Master, there is no response." "Wait," replied Mingzong, uttering a single word before falling silent. As time trickled by, after approximately an hour of waiting in the herb field, a miracle unfolded. The leaves of the purple thorn fern suddenly quivered, the waxy yellow foliage slowly returning to its original purple hue, while small tender thorns sprouted from the stem like grains of rice. A sharp clap echoed through the herb field as Mingzong slapped himself forcefully, exclaiming, "How foolish I am! I should have known better long ago." In Chapter 77, Half a Month of Mastery in Incantation, Mingzong selected several herbs at varying degrees of withering and instructed Zheng Qiu to infuse them with energy. The results mirrored those of the purple thorn fern. After several hours of waiting, the herbs regained their vitality. Notably, the more potent or larger the herb, the longer the recovery period. One herb, measuring 2 feet and 2 inches in length, was so large that only half of its leaves returned to a lush green, while the other half remained withered and yellow. Upon reflection, the vital energy transformed by the wood spirit exhibits similar characteristics of vitality. However, its potency pales in comparison to that of the wood spirit, and it requires a considerably longer duration to take effect. Increasing the volume of this energy indeed yields better results, as the recovery time for the purple thorn fern has been halved, now only taking half an hour. Master Mingzong rose to his feet, exhaling deeply. The sudden shift from prior disappointment to recent frustration had profoundly affected him. His heart was a tumult of emotions. Caught between joy and regret, his disciple's energy floated like wisps of smoke, devoid of any strength, unable to accomplish anything beyond menial tasks. If this situation persisted, even if Zheng Qiu were to reach the qi condensation stage, or even the qi transformation stage, he would still be incapable of lifting his body to fly using this energy. Master Mingzong pondered with his hands clasped behind his back. While this energy is indeed commendable, it lacks any self-defensive capabilities, let alone the ability to inflict harm. Cultivating such energy can only be a pastime at home. One cannot expect his disciple to remain on the fragrant grass peak indefinitely tending to plants. Yet, he was reluctant to abandon the wood spirit, desiring to cultivate his disciple into a prominent practitioner. To forsake the wood spirit in favor of physical cultivation would render him indistinguishable from the masses. Master Mingzong was beset by inner conflict, uncertain of the path ahead. A wrong choice could lead to his disciple's ruin. Before leaving the medicinal field, he added, "There is no need to seek me out in the near future. I shall be in seclusion for a while." Zheng Qiu discerned that his master was troubled, but he could not fathom the source of his master's concerns. Did he believe Zheng Qiu was not diligent in his practice? Or was he dissatisfied with the results of the test? From the following day, Zheng Qiu had no choice but to remain in the fragrant grass pavilion. Without the herbs provided by his master, he dared not practice the serpent-swallowing body refinement sutra at random. Most of his time was spent driving away the wooden spirits traversing his meridians. Days turned into weeks, and soon half a month had passed, with the scent of autumn growing ever more pronounced on fragrant grass peak. Just after noon, Zheng Qiu squatted by the sink, assisting Sister Yunyu with the dishes when, suddenly, a resounding commotion rolled down from the mountaintop, crashing through the window and sending the kettle on the table flying. Zheng Qiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. My master has called for me. My master has emerged from seclusion. Yunyu snatched the bowl from his hands, urging him, put down the dishes and hurry to see your master. Zheng Qiu quickly rummaged through the wardrobe for his ceremonial robes, hastily donning them as he pushed open the door and dashed toward fragrant grass tower. Just as he stepped through the entrance of the tower, his master's voice echoed down from above, 47th floor. Zheng Qiu promptly made his way to the courtyard, ascended the Qianyan ladder, and reached the 47th floor to find his master. Upon locating Master Mingzong, Zheng Qiu noted that his master's hair and beard had become disheveled once more, and he was still clad in the garments worn during the energy testing, seated at the table as he stretched his neck. With a resounding slap on the table, Master Mingzong glared and commanded, sit down. Once Zheng Qiu obediently settled into a chair, his master continued, do you comprehend? In my realm, the concept of rest is non-existent. Meditating and cultivating for a single hour surpasses the benefits of sleeping for 10 days. Master Mingzong retrieved a thick tome from a nearby wooden rack and placed it before Zheng Qiu, stating, today, there are two matters at hand. This is the first. Behold, this is the masterpiece of your master. As he continued to turn the pages, he discovered that the book contained text only within the first 100 pages, while the remaining 4/5 were blank. Zheng Qiu raised his head, casting a questioning glance at his master. This is a cultivation method, specifically crafted for you, Master Mingzong exclaimed, tilting his head with evident pride. It incorporates the qi refining techniques from the Snake Swallowing Body Refinement Sutra, integrates the finger techniques used in testing, and blends in the secret methods of circulating qi through the 360 meridians. It is truly an amalgamation of various strengths. Master Mingzong began to enumerate the advantages of this new method, counting on his fingers. With this technique, not only can you refine qi using flesh and blood, but you can also refine qi with qi itself. Moreover, there are methods for controlling the release of qi energy, allowing for perfect regulation of its magnitude. After quite some time, Master Mingzong finally paused to sip some water to soothe his throat. At this moment, Zheng Qiu flipped to the blank sections at the back and inquired, Master, why is there nothing written in this part of the technique? Is it incomplete? Certainly not. Master Mingzong replied. The initial part of this book, which I refer to as the Qi Refinement Volume, is complete. The latter section cannot be written yet, as it requires some special materials. But Master, there is no title for the book either. There's no need to rush. The title can be decided later. For now, let us call it the Wood Spirit Method. Master Mingzong closed the book in front of Zheng Qiu, pushing it aside, and then retrieved 2 wooden baskets with handles from beneath the table. The Wood Spirit Method can wait. The matter at hand is of greater significance. As he spoke, he overturned the contents of the baskets onto the table. With a clatter, a multitude of palm-sized booklets in various colors spilled out, completely covering the surface of the table. Zheng Qiu perused a tome, which was adorned with peculiar symbols accompanied by minute annotations. Master Mingzong picked up a volume and tapped it in his palm, explaining, did you not inquire about the art of incantations? These are the incantations. I shall teach you each one in turn, and how much you grasp will depend on your fortune. Zheng Qiu, perplexed, replied, Master, are we not supposed to learn the newly inscribed Wood Spirit techniques? Why are we delving into incantations? The techniques can be approached gradually, as they pertain to the nature of your inner energy. Moreover, the techniques are incomplete and will require further elaboration in the future. As Master Mingzong spoke, he suddenly raised his voice. However, you must learn the incantations, and you must excel in them. Otherwise, how will you traverse the world? He rose, pointing at the incantation tome upon the table. From this day forth, you shall dedicate your primary focus to the incantations. There are 244 volumes of incantations here. You must master at least half to leave the Qianyan sect. Chapter 78. The crystal aids in the application of the celestial extreme incantation. Though classified as miscellaneous skills, incantations are fundamentally distinct from conventional techniques. Techniques involve the cultivation of inner energy to enhance oneself, while incantations bear little relation to the practitioner. They serve as an application of the forces of nature. The essence of incantations lies in their incantation patterns, the mediums employed, the places of execution, and the methods of invocation, with no stringent requirements regarding the practitioner's cultivation level. Each incantation possesses its unique pattern, the result of countless attempts by practitioners over millennia, where every line and circle holds its significance. The incantation pattern is the foundation of all incantations. Should the pattern be erroneous, the incantation cannot be performed. The incantation patterns cannot materialize out of thin air. They must be inscribed upon the surface of an object, which is referred to as the medium of casting. The choice of casting medium is contingent upon the type of incantation, as different incantations necessitate distinct requirements. Most incantations can be drawn upon paper, leaves, or fabric, yielding relatively similar potency. However, some require specialized mediums, such as gold, the hides of certain beasts, or weapons. These mediums are specific to the incantations they are associated with. Using an inappropriate object to inscribe the incantation pattern may disrupt the flow of cosmic energy within, resulting in a backlash that endangers the caster. The location of the incantation's execution and the method of triggering it are two critical aspects. Once the correct incantation pattern is inscribed on the appropriate medium, the next step involves channeling the cosmic energy into the pattern and guiding it along the designated path. The concentration and nature of cosmic energy vary by location, influencing both the difficulty of casting the incantation and its eventual efficacy. For instance, attempting to cast a fire-based incantation at the peak of a snow-capped mountain presents considerable challenges, significantly diminishing the incantation's effectiveness. The method of triggering essentially refers to the process of directing the cosmic energy along its intended route. To maneuver this cosmic force, one requires the guidance of incantation phrases, along with an additional surge of cosmic energy. This supplementary energy must be provided by the caster themselves. Individuals at or above the condensation chi stage, during their cultivation, absorb cosmic energy. The higher their cultivation level, the greater the quantity of cosmic energy contained within their internal energy. Thus, this energy can be harmonized with the incantation phrases to serve as the triggering mechanism. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qiu was filled with curiosity. Master, if casting spells requires energy, doesn't that mean one must possess considerable cultivation? However, before he could finish, Mingzong interrupted his inquiry. With a flourish, he produced a handful of items from his sleeve and scattered them across the table. Anyone can wield spells. One need not possess high cultivation, for these items hold the key. Zheng Qiu craned his neck to peer at the table, where he beheld a collection of translucent crystals, resplendent in a kaleidoscope of colors. Each crystal was the size of a little finger, tapering at both ends and widening in the middle, its surface adorned with intricate wrinkles, resembling elongated peach pits. Isn't this the celestial crystal? He pondered. What connection does the celestial crystal have with spellcasting? Zheng Qiu remained perplexed, utterly unaware of the depths of his master's knowledge. Mingzong picked up one of the crystals, caressing its surface as he spoke. The power of heaven and earth is ethereal and elusive, difficult to discern. For most cultivators, it exists merely as a psychological sensation, akin to emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, intangible feelings without physical form. Yet, there exists a subset of practitioners who differ. After taking a sip of tea, Mingzong continued his explanation. Those who reach the divine dwelling realm, the ultimate stage of cultivation, are capable of perceiving the power of heaven and earth. To them, this force is indistinguishable from energy. Both can be gathered and solidified. The celestial crystals are crafted from their gathering of heavenly power, infused into the stones. Each crystal harbors a trace of this power, and the varying colors signify different properties. A practitioner at the divine dwelling level can produce up to 10,000 celestial crystals in a year, making them a veritable treasure trove for their sect. It is precisely due to the inherent power of the celestial crystals that they can be directly employed in the casting of spells. Master Mingzong pointed to the celestial crystal in his hand, demonstrating to Zheng Qiu. Disciple, observe closely. Each celestial crystal possesses a delicate line that traverses its entirety. By applying pressure on either side of this line and gently prying it apart, one can release the celestial power. With a sharp crack, the celestial crystal in the master's hand shattered into two pieces. Zheng Qiu, however, felt no trace of celestial energy. He merely witnessed the crystal's vibrant color fade instantaneously, losing its lustrous clarity and transforming into two dull gray stones. Upon witnessing this, Zheng Qiu instinctively exclaimed, spending money to cast spells. The disciple's remark elicited a chuckle from Master Mingzong, who nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is just that, spending money to cast spells. The more formidable the spell, the greater the expenditure. After elucidating the foundational knowledge of spellcasting, Master Mingzong casually retrieved a booklet to begin instructing Zheng Qiu in the art of spells. The spells contained within were those of the Qianyun sect, necessitating the recitation of incantations specific to the sect. The incantations of the Qianyun sect begin with the phrase 4 directions of heaven, divine command, and are thus referred to as the 4 directions of heaven spells. The master took a sheet of white paper and meticulously transcribed the spell patterns from the booklet onto it. He then grasped 2 red celestial crystals and, with a swift motion, cracked them open, pressing them onto the paper's surface. Simultaneously, he recited the incantation aloud, 4 directions of heaven, divine command. Palm cradling the azure smoke to form a lampstand. The lamp burns eternally without oil. As his words resonated, the paper he held ignited into azure smoke. He turned his palm over, allowing the smoke to rise gracefully, forming a pillar of smoke half a foot high, solid and unyielding. At the very tip of the column of smoke, a flicker of flame darted out, burning steadily like a candle. Do you see? This is the method of casting spells using the earthly crystals in conjunction with the 4 directions celestial extremity mantra, explained Master Mingzhong, while simultaneously dispersing the flame and green smoke with his other hand. The Green Lantern's eternal light spell, as demonstrated previously, is a continuous incantation. To perform this spell, 2 red earthly crystals are required, and once activated, it can illuminate for half an hour. If one wishes to extend the duration of the spell, one need only increase the number of earthly crystals used, with each additional crystal adding another half hour. After demonstrating the spell, Master Mingzhong handed a stack of white paper to Zheng Qiu, instructing him to copy the designs from the booklet. With each piece Zheng Qiu replicated, the master would examine it closely, marking any inadequately drawn sections with his pen. It was only when he began to replicate the designs that Zheng Qiu realized the complexity involved. The incantation patterns appeared deceptively simple, consisting of merely a dozen or so strokes. However, the intricacies were concealed within. Each straight line was, in fact, not straight at all, but contained numerous irregular, subtle curves. Likewise, certain seemingly connected sections revealed, upon closer inspection, that there were separations in between. Zheng Qiu labored through the afternoon until dusk, ultimately producing a design that earned a nod of approval from his master. Master Mingzhong then tossed 2 earthly crystals to his apprentice, signaling him to perform the spell. Zheng Qiu laid the paper flat, locating the fine lines in the center of the crystals, and applied slight pressure with his fingers. Before he could pry open the crystals, shouts echoed from below the fragrant grass pavilion. Master Mingzhong, are you there? Master Mingzhong? Chapter 79. Hosting a banquet at will to invite Qianyun. Master Mingzhong instructed Zheng Qiu to pause his practice of the Green Lantern's eternal light spell and shouted down, "What is it? Come up and speak." Before long, Qianyun arrived at the 47th floor, where a young man approached the table and paid his respects to Master Mingzhong. Zheng Qiu recognized this individual, having encountered him on 2 previous occasions. He attempted to recall the young man's full name, Xiao. It was only upon speaking that Zheng Qiu realized he had not memorized his senior's complete name, only that the first character was Xiao. The young man smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Zheng Qiu, my name is Xiao Wei." Zheng Qiu scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed, despite having met twice. He had failed to remember the man's name, while his senior had retained his. "I apologize, I will certainly remember next time," he stammered. "No need for apologies." Master Mingzhong interjected, "Your memory is well known within the sect. Remembering your name is only natural and should not be compared to others. Isn't that right, Xiao Wei?" "The elder speaks wisely. It is indeed my duty to remember," Xiao Wei replied, his words pleasing to the ear. Master Mingzhong nodded in satisfaction and then inquired, "It's already evening. What brings you to seek me? A banquet? What banquet? Is there a joyous occasion at the Jueqing Suixin Manor?" Xiao Wei nodded. "The invitation states that it is a congratulatory banquet, referred to as the Qi Hua Grand Banquet. It seems they have an important figure who has recently entered the Qi Hua realm." Upon hearing this, Master Mingzhong chuckled heartily. The Jueqing Suixin Manor truly lacks ambition. Even a breakthrough to the Qi Hua realm warrants a banquet. Are they not inviting the entire world of cultivators to witness their folly? Xiao Wei's expression shifted from earnestness to gravity as he shook his head, refuting Master Mingzong's assertion. Elder, there is something amiss. The sect leader sent someone to inquire, and no other sect has received an invitation. This invitation was exclusively sent to our Qianyan sect. Moreover, not only does it invite the sect leader and the elders, but it also requests that each bring their most distinguished disciples. Master Mingzong's smile faltered. Such an invitation seemed undeniably akin to a trap. He probed further. Is this matter confirmed to be true? It is indeed genuine, Xiao Wei affirmed. The invitation was personally penned by Lord Gu Wuqing, and the sect leader has verified the handwriting multiple times. There can be no mistake. Raising his finger, Master Mingzong tapped rhythmically on the table, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, why did the sect leader not use the communication jade to inform us of such a significant matter, but instead chose to send you? Elder Mingzong, rest assured, I possess the proof left by the sect leader. Xiao Wei retrieved a folded piece of white paper from his bosom and presented it to Master Mingzong. The sect leader has already departed from Qianyan sect to seek confirmation from Gu Wuqing in person. The two sects are too far apart for the communication jade to be effective. Master Mingzong took the lantern, holding the white paper to the light, scrutinizing it closely. The calligraphy was vigorous and expressive, indeed confirming it to be the sect leader's writing. He carefully refolded the paper and returned it to Xiao Wei, exclaiming, the sect leader dares to venture alone to the heartless manor to seek out Gu Wuqing. Such audacity is beyond our reach. If the sect leader assures us that this matter is sound, I shall certainly attend. Xiao Wei tucked the white paper away with utmost care. Bowing respectfully to Master Mingzong. Elder Mingzong, I must go to inform the others. I take my leave. After Xiao Wei's departure, Master Mingzong rested his chin upon his hand, contemplating the necessity of bringing along his most accomplished disciple to the banquet at the Jueqing Suixin Manor. With only Zheng Qiu as his sole pupil, he found himself with no alternative. Given Zheng Qiu's current state, taking him to the feast would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. Thus, it was imperative to provide him with intensive training, ensuring he would master at least 10 spells before the event. The invitation had explicitly mentioned the most esteemed disciple, indicating the manor's intent to engage in a competition. While Master Mingzong did not harbor expectations for Zheng Qiu to shine brilliantly, he at least desired him to withstand opponents of the condensation qi realm. From that day forth, he raised the bar for his disciple, not only extending the daily hours dedicated to learning spells, but also substituting the routine incantations for more formidable combat spells. The intricacies of these combat spells were far more complex, requiring a greater amount of the world's essence for their execution. Zheng Qiu diligently practiced and replicated these spells, often taking 3 to 4 days to master a single one. On the 6th day following Xiao Wei's notification at the Fangqiao Tower, the blue jade tablet tied to Master Mingzong's waist suddenly emanated a soft glow. He unfastened the tablet and traced his fingers across its surface several times, from which issued a deep, slightly magnetic male voice. Mingzong, come to Jiayin Peak. Jiayin Peak, you say? Zheng Qiu inquired, raising his gaze upon hearing the voice from the tablet. Master, is this person the sect leader? This is not your concern. Focus on your spell practice. Master Mingzong retorted curtly before hastily departing from Fangqiao Tower. It was evident that in a contest, Zheng Qiu would inevitably fall short against others, for the sect leader had previously noted that their opponent boasted numerous young disciples of the condensation qi realm and above. Master Mingzong merely hoped that if defeat were to befall him, it would not result in injury. Master Mingzong concluded his discourse and retrieved 2 noticeably larger tomes from the bookshelf, placing them upon the table for his disciple to study. One tome contained the incantation known as the blade-blocking clay golem spell, while the other was titled the cosmic turtle shell spell, both serving as protective charms. Master Mingzong remarked, I do not expect you to emerge victorious, but you must safeguard yourself from harm. Refrain from practicing offensive spells. Focus solely on these 2. Master, have I not already mastered several? The disciple replied, do you truly consider that mastery? It takes you an eternity to inscribe a single spell pattern during a contest. There is scarcely enough time for such labor. Master Mingzong pushed aside the other tomes, his finger tapping emphatically upon the 2 protective spells. You shall practice these alone, and you must be able to complete the spell pattern in the span of 2 breaths. Until you achieve that speed, you cannot proceed. Simultaneously, news spread throughout the Qianyan sect regarding an impending banquet at the Jueqing Suixin Manor. On the mountain paths, along the Qianyan steps, within the Huisi study hall, and inside the treasure pavilion, Disciples engaged in fervent discussions about the event. Have you heard? Our sect is to attend a banquet at Jueching Suixing Manor. I have heard. The elders are bringing their most esteemed disciples along. The most esteemed disciples, indeed. It seems I shall not be included. Why not strive for it? The elders have each devised assessments, clearly intending to select from within the sect. In that case, I stand no chance. My cultivation pales in comparison to my junior, and my skills are lacking as well. Fortunately, my master has no particularly formidable disciples, so I may just give it a try. New developments. Elder Ming Sijio has announced the results. It is Guan Tsonghui. Beyond the occasions of the Qianyun roll call, the Qianyun sect had never witnessed such vibrancy. Save for Elder Ming Zong, the 11 elders of the sect, each with disciples, established testing grounds upon their respective teaching peaks, impartially selecting disciples to attend the banquet at the emotionless Serenity Manor. The sect leader had previously informed the elders that Gu Wuqing's requested competition would assess cultivation levels, barring disciples over the age of 40. Thus, the arenas set up by the elders were, in effect, to identify the most highly cultivated and combat-proficient young disciples. Cultivation methods of the nurturing kind, often dubbed indolent practices, operate on the principle of weaving a small, bladed wheel within the dantian using qi. Subsequently, through specialized incantations, this wheel is set in motion, propelling qi through the meridians in a cyclical manner. A single recitation of the incantation can sustain the wheel's rotation for half a month, after which it ceases, requiring another incantation to resume. While the wheel is in motion, cultivation proceeds automatically, unaffected by the practitioner's activities. However, such methods are exceedingly slow, relying on gradual accumulation over time. Consequently, in the testing grounds, disciples practicing such methods were predominantly at the qi guidance stage if under 20, nearing 40 if at the qi condensation stage, and, in the singular case of a qi transformation cultivator, capable of little beyond generating waves of qi in their attacks. Elder Ming Sijio was the first to select her disciples. Having long overseen the Heaven Inquiry Pavilion, she had the fewest disciples, totaling 35. On the testing ground paved with the stone listening incantation, a deep brown flame advanced like a rolling wheel. As the fiery wheel traversed, the flagstones fractured asunder, the ensuing cacophony of cracks blanching the countenance of the disciple directly facing it, compelling a reflexive retreat. Nearing the precipice of the examination arena, the disciple, emboldened by a last-ditch resolve, vociferously bellowed, channeling a surge of luminescence to intercept the onslaught. Alas, the roar transmuted into a shriek of alarm as the disciple, cradling his cranium, emerged disheveled and crestfallen from the burst of radiant energy, collapsing beyond the confines of the arena. Senior apprentice brother is formidable, I concede. Alas, before the disciple could articulate further, an unsheathed longsword descended upon his cranium, instantaneously felling him. Hastily retrieving his weapon, he gingerly massaged his head and sheepishly retreated into the throng, eliciting a chorus of mirth. Elder Ming Sijio ascended into the firmament, gracefully pirouetting towards the epicenter of the arena before alighting with ethereal poise. With delicate digits, she caressed the pendant adorning her neck, subtly revealing the alabaster expanse of her shoulder as she parted the right lapel of her garment. Casting a flirtatious glance towards the audience below, she elevated a slender arm to rest upon the victor's shoulder, proclaiming in a resonant voice, Guan Tsonghui emerges triumphant. I shall escort him to the banquet this time. As she declared, Ming Sijio bestowed a radiant smile upon Guan Tsonghui, gradually drawing near to exhale a breath upon his countenance. Inhaling the orchidaceous fragrance that enveloped him, Guan Tsonghui's heart palpitated with fervor, his gaze riveted to the flagstones beneath his feet as he endeavored to quell the tumult within his mind. The master repeats this charade. He silently lamented, Heavens! Guan Tsonghui incessantly intoned, seeking tranquility and composure, reminding himself of the master's age, seeking equanimity, seeking serenity. Amongst the esteemed elders, Elder Ming Chengshi boasts the most numerous disciples, whose cultivation levels are notably diverse. At this moment, a throng of 400 to 500 individuals, all disciples of Elder Ming Chengshi, surrounded the examination venue. What are you two competing for? Step down. Elder Ming, witnessing two Qi manipulation realm disciples pushing a mass of energy back and forth like a ball and striking the table in frustration, expressed his displeasure. He erected a platform half a zhang high beside the examination area, furnished it with tables and chairs, and took his seat to observe the contest among his disciples. Master, Please do not be angry. Allow me to serve you some tea. A middle-aged man, holding a brass kettle from which steam was billowing, spoke up. Elder Ming glanced at him and sighed. This was his eldest disciple, the one who had come to him for guidance first and possessed the highest cultivation level, having long surpassed the threshold of the Qi Radiance realm. Soon, two more disciples approached. They positioned themselves at opposite ends of the examination area, performed a respectful salute, and began to channel their energy. Reciting incantations, they gestured with their hands in the air. The disciple on the left was faster. With a swift motion, he grasped the ground, causing a stone brick to levitate, which he hurled towards his opponent. The disciple on the right, undeterred, sidestepped the incoming brick and retaliated by lifting another from the ground to launch at his adversary. After observing for a while, Elder Ming covered his eyes. Shaking his head with a sigh, he realized that both disciples had only mastered the 28 methods of stone listening, lacking any other skills, and were merely engaging in a game reminiscent of a snowball fight, tossing bricks back and forth. Alas, how can there be so many ineffectual individuals? Where do they all come from? Elder Ming lamented as he waved the two disciples off the examination field, massaging his temples in exasperation. Beside him, the eldest disciple lifted a copper kettle from the small charcoal stove and poured some hot water into a cup, replying, "Master, every disciple here is personally chosen by you." Me? Elder Ming Qingshi was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head in denial, asserting, "Certainly not by me. I select my disciples with utmost care. Just look at how many here I actually recognize." Pointing to the 400 or 500 individuals below, Elder Ming Qingshi felt a headache coming on. With so many people, comparing them two by two would take an eternity. Sensing his master's predicament, the eldest disciple suggested, "Master, among the shorter individuals, we could select the taller ones. Or perhaps choose based on cultivation realm. Let's eliminate those in the Qi mastery realm first. If there are still too many, we can then discard those in the Qi condensation realm." In contrast to the fervent disputes among the other elders on their respective peaks, Elder Ming Zong's fragrant grass peak was remarkably tranquil. Within the fragrant grass pavilion, Master Ming Zong leisurely savored his tea, occasionally glancing at the disciple across the table who was diligently practicing drawing spell patterns. At that moment, a thick stack of white paper, at least 2 feet high, lay upon the table, each sheet covered with the same spell pattern. Scattered around the table were more sheets, similarly adorned with spell patterns, having been blown about by the wind, turning left, then downward, moving straight up, concluding. Zheng Qiu lifted his brush, and with a flourish completed the entire spell pattern for the knife-blocking clay figurine on the paper. He then raised his head to glance across the table. With swift strokes, Zheng Qiu buried his head again, and the sound of the brush tip gliding across the paper filled the air once more. Chapter 81. Gathering of disciples awaiting the heavenly vessel more than 30 days later. In the courtyard of the fragrant grass pavilion, Master Ming Zong was assessing his disciples' mastery of spellcasting. On the count of 3, you will immediately release the knife-blocking clay figurine spell. 1, 2, 3. As the master's final words resonated in the air, Zheng Qiu immediately tucked his hands into his sleeves, retrieving a sheet of white paper and a pen encased in a bamboo sleeve. He then bent his right thumb, flicking off the bamboo cover, and with remarkable swiftness, began inscribing the spell patterns. With deft strokes, each line of the incantation flowed from his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he completed the drawing. Subsequently, Zheng Qiu secured the pen between his left hand's ring and pinky fingers, while his right hand delved once more into his sleeve, producing 3 brown earth crystals. With a sharp crack, he forcefully snapped the crystals with his right hand, demonstrating his expertise. Simultaneously, he wrapped the shards of the earth crystals in the inscribed white paper and, with a decisive motion, tossed it onto the ground while reciting the incantation aloud. From the 4 corners of the heavens, the divine commands, clay shall take form, and water and fire shall not deceive, weapon shall not touch my garment. As Zheng Qiu concluded the chant, a swirling mass of yellow-brown mist suddenly erupted from the white paper, ascending to reveal a texture akin to soil. The earth began to coalesce, sculpting a figure of clay that loomed half a head taller than Zheng Qiu himself. This clay effigy bore the distinct features of Zheng Qiu, complete with a nose and eyes, yet it brandished a square shield, glaring defiantly ahead. Master Ming Zong approached the clay figure, extending his hand to pat it. To his satisfaction, no dirt crumbled off, affirming its solidity. He nodded in approval, remarking, "Very well, your progress is evident. The speed of your release should rival that of channeling qi. Upon hearing the master's praise, Zheng Qiu felt elated, exclaiming, "Master, may I accompany you then?" "Indeed, you may." However, Master Ming bent down, tugging at his disciple's sleeve to point out his shortcomings. "You place the paper and pen within your sleeve, retrieving them only when casting a spell. This process consumes excessive time. Instead, it would be more prudent to hang 2 open wooden boxes from your belt, allowing for swifter access to your materials." "Indeed, Master, your wisdom is remarkable. I shall procure 2 wooden boxes at once." The clay figure conjured by the spell did not endure for long. As the master and disciple conversed, it suddenly collapsed to the ground, gradually dissipating into a brown mist. The day for the grand banquet organized by Jueqing Suixin was fast approaching. Given the considerable distance between the 2 sects, Qinyan's sect was to depart 2 days in advance to ensure timely arrival. At dawn, Zheng Qiu left Fanchao Peak, treading upon the thick carpet of fallen leaves along the main road, making his way to Tianzhou Square. At that moment, various celestial vessels had been moved to the periphery, deliberately avoiding the center where one particular vessel was anchored. This celestial vessel, also shaped like 2 plates conjoined, was larger and more exquisite than the rest. Its silver-gray metallic shell was adorned with red copper patterns that formed clusters of clouds. At the junctions of these clouds, vibrant stones emitted a soft, ethereal glow. Zheng Qiu could envision it soaring through the night sky, undoubtedly resembling a myriad of stars scattered across the heavens. He circled around it a few times, then positioned himself beneath the vessel, leaning against an iron pillar of the platform while he awaited his master. The master instructed him to wait at Tianzhou Square while he ascended Yunfeng to seek the sect leader. After a while, a figure descended from above. It was a young man who adjusted his sect attire and strode directly towards the center of the square where the celestial vessel rested. As he approached the base of the celestial vessel, he noticed a small boy leaning against an iron pillar, clad in a blue robe adorned with cloud patterns, signifying his status as an official disciple. What is a junior disciple doing here? This is not the celestial vessel bound for the station. The young man strode over and pulled the boy away from the pillar, urging him to leave. "Do not linger here. If the elders see you, they will surely be displeased. Hurry, hurry." To his surprise, the boy shook his head, unwilling to depart, and instead informed the young man that he was waiting for his master. The young man could not help but feel a twinge of annoyance. "Why are you being so obstinate? I am offering you good advice, yet you refuse to heed it. Today is a significant occasion for the sect. If you do not leave, I shall be compelled to force you to go." At that moment, another figure descended from the sky, and the voice was strikingly familiar. Zheng Qiu, bypassing the young man named Guan Songhui, turned to see a familiar face. "Senior brother Xiao Wei." Zheng Qiu raised his hand in greeting. Xiao Wei approached and affectionately ruffled Zheng Qiu's hair, laughing. "Ha, I knew you would be here." The exchange left Guan Songhui perplexed, and he repressed his irritation to inquire, "Xiao Wei, do you know this child?" "Of course I do. His name is Zheng Qiu. I met him when I was punished by our master and sent to guard the mountain gate." As Xiao Wei recalled that moment, his smile broadened. Now, he is the sole disciple of Elder Ming Zong. Upon hearing this, Guan Songhui finally understood that Zheng Qiu was not here to cause trouble. He was indeed a disciple attending a banquet. Guan Songhui graciously bowed to Zheng Qiu and apologized. "Junior brother, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rashness. I hope you will not take offense at my ungracious words." Zheng Qiu quickly waved his hand, reassuring, "It's quite all right. I did not even recognize you as my senior brother just now." With the misunderstanding cleared, the 3 stood beneath the celestial vessel, awaiting the arrival of others. During the wait, Guan Songhui quietly inquired of Xiao Wei, "You mentioned that Zheng Qiu is a disciple of Elder Mingzong. What led you to that conclusion?" Xiao Wei shot him a sidelong glance, replying, "How would I know? In fact, the first time I brought him to meet the elder, he was quite irate." As time passed, the disciples attending the celebratory banquet gradually arrived at the Tianzhou Square. With Xiao Wei introducing them, no further misunderstandings arose. Zheng Qiu counted, excluding himself. There were a total of 11 individuals, both male and female, all older than he. The senior brothers and sisters expressed considerable interest in Zheng Qiu, speculating on the reasons behind Elder Mingzong's choice of disciple. One senior sister particularly advised Zheng Qiu, "Junior brother, I suggest you consider changing your master. Elder Mingzong is rather unreliable." Zheng Qiu found this perplexing. How could his master be deemed unreliable? The senior sister elaborated, Elder Mingzong is perpetually engrossed in research. As all disciples in the sect are aware, he has been stagnating at the Qi Yao realm for decades, making no progress whatsoever. Many senior disciples have long surpassed this level. Nearby, a senior brother nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, he cannot even cross the threshold into the transformation realm. It is rather embarrassing for him as an elder." Even Guan Tsonghui concurred, stating, "Zheng Qiu, if you aspire to exceptional cultivation, the guidance imparted by your master is of utmost importance." For many years, Elder Mingzong has been unable to transcend to the divine transformation realm, and his cultivation experience undoubtedly pales in comparison to that of the other elders. One by one, his senior brothers and sisters disparaged their master, and Zheng Qiu grew increasingly furious as he listened. He covered his ears and shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "I won't listen. I won't listen. Master is certainly not as you claim. I refuse to hear." He shouted as he dashed towards the Grand Avenue, leading to the Tianzhou Plaza within the sect. "Master is not like that. Master is so formidable. They must be deceiving me. Yes, they are all deceiving me, trying to make me leave Master." Zheng Qiu ran ahead, determined to distance himself from these senior brothers and sisters, intent on finding Master Mingzong. Chapter 82. Encountering a lady on the path. As Zheng Qiu ran, he glanced around in search of his master's figure. Suddenly, with a loud thud, he collided with an invisible wall, causing him to cover his face and tumble to the ground. Rubbing his numb cheek, he groggily rose to his feet and discovered before him a flowing white gauze dress adorned with purple petals, swaying gently in the breeze, revealing glimpses of her fair legs. He lifted his gaze to find a stunning young woman, clad in a similarly styled sheer garment, as delicate as a cicada's wing, with the neckline plunging to her abdomen. Draped over her shoulder was a pink embroidered silk scarf, intricately woven around her arms and crossing over her chest, covering the barest of her attire. Zheng Qiu scrutinized her, pondering, "Who is this beautiful sister? I do not recognize her." Dressed in no-sex robes, she clearly was not a member of the Qinyan sect. He then recalled that visitors from other sects often came to Qinyan's sect, and this sister must be from another sect, here to purchase something. The master once said that one should treat guests from other sects with courtesy. Zheng Qiu quickly bowed and apologized. "I did not mean to, my beautiful sister. I am truly sorry." The woman slightly parted her ruby lips and asked, "What did you call me? Say it again." "Beautiful sister." Zheng Qiu bent even lower, wondering if he had perhaps offended her with his words. The woman chuckled, seemingly reading his thoughts, and gently helped him up. "Such a good little brother. What is your name?" "I am Zheng Qiu. How shall I address you, beautiful sister?" "Call me Sister Sijio, little brother." "Oh, Sister Sijio." Recalling the direction Sister Sijio was heading, Zheng Qiu hurriedly reminded her, "Sister Sijio, are you going to board the skyboat?" "The skyboat to the station has been moved to the square." Sister Sijio's smile widened, lifting Zheng Qiu's spirits as well. With a beaming smile, she asked, "Such sweet words from you. Who is your master?" "My master is Elder Mingzong, and I am on my way to find him." Upon hearing that Zheng Qiu's master was Elder Mingzong, Sister Sijio fell silent for a moment before gently persuading, "The Qinyan sect is vast. How will you find him?" "Let me take you to the skyboat square." Zheng Qiu shook his head. "No, those senior brothers and sisters speak ill of my master. I do not wish to hear it." "Do not worry. I will ensure they do not speak ill of your master," she reassured him. Sister Mingjiu extended her hand and gently caressed Zheng Qiu's cheek. He could detect a delicate fragrance emanating from her fingertips. Rubbing his nose, he felt an inexplicable trust in her words, allowing her to lead him towards Tianzhou Square. Beneath the celestial vessel, Xiao Wei was lamenting to others, "Look at this. Our junior brother has been driven away in anger. Can't anyone speak appropriately? What shall I tell Elder Mingzong about this?" A senior brother countered, "We were merely stating the truth. Besides, Elder Mingzong is not my master. What difference does it make?" Xiao Wei pointed angrily at the peaks of Qinyan's sect, saying, "The elder is currently with the sect leader. Are you suggesting we summon the leader to reprimand us?" At that moment, a senior sister gestured towards the Grand Avenue leading to Tianzhou Square, exclaiming, "Our junior brother has arrived." Everyone raised their heads to gaze at the avenue, where a captivatingly dressed woman was gracefully approaching, holding Zheng Qiu's hand. Alarmed, Guan Songhui felt a surge of panic and hurriedly retreated into the crowd, hoping to conceal himself. Yet, before he could step back 2 paces, he felt the woman's gaze, tinged with warning, fixed upon him. It was over. He had been discovered by his master. The moment the crowd noticed Guan Songhui's reaction, They instantly recognized the woman's identity, Elder Ming Sijio. As she approached the group, Elder Ming Sijio inquired in a soft, melodic voice, "Brother, were you waiting here?" Zheng Qiu nodded, "Yes. You see, your sister has brought you here. They have not spoken out of turn, have they?" Elder Ming Sijio continued, her eyes sparkling as she cast a flirtatious glance towards the standing disciples. The senior sisters averted their gazes, enveloped in silence, while the senior brothers' faces flushed crimson as they retreated, heads bowed, engaging in deep, measured breaths. Observing their demeanor, Zheng Qiu began to grasp the situation, raising his head with uncertainty as he inquired, "Sister Mingjiu, who exactly are you? Are you an elder?" Mingjiu released Zheng Qiu's hand and gently patted his small head, saying, "What do you think?" Zheng Qiu, pale with fright, stammered, Elder Mingjiu." Elder Mingjiu raised a finger and shook it lightly. "My name is Mingjiu. The title of elder sounds rather unattractive. Call me sister instead." "Elder this." "Be good, call me sister." With a gulp, Zheng Qiu summoned his courage to say, "Elder, sister." Mingjiu appeared particularly pleased with Zheng Qiu's address, her gaze drifting towards the path ahead as she sighed. "Ah, if only your master possessed half your cleverness, things would not be suddenly." She retracted her wistful gaze and directed an intense look at the bewildered disciples. "Did you hear that? From now on, you must all call me sister. No more referring to me as elder. The more you call me that, the older I become. Yes, elder. Sister." The entire assembly of disciples quickly amended their address, obediently referring to Mingjiu as sister elder. Soon, a streak of light descended from the heavens, revealing the plump figure of Ming Chengxi. "See, they are merely praising my youthful beauty," she remarked, playfully propping her chin on her jade hand and winking cutely at Ming Chengxi. "Impressive." Ming Chengxi praised her with a thumbs up, stepping into the crowd to pull out a disciple. He approached the underside of the celestial vessel, calling out for the operator to open the door. The belly of the vessel slowly opened, revealing a sloped ramp adorned with plush carpets, flanked by luminous stones that exuded an air of opulence. After Ming Chengxi ascended the celestial vessel with his disciple, an elder arrived. This elder was somewhat short, barely reaching the shoulder of Ming Sijio. Yet his face was full and his neck robust, as thick as his head. Zheng Qiu perceived this elder as reminiscent of the sturdy grain transporters from the foothills of Yueshi Mountain, short and stout. Hearing Ming Sijio address him as Ming Ding, it was clear that was the elder's name. The elder's ceremonial robe seemed a tad snug, tightly wrapped around him, accentuating his pronounced muscles, giving him an unusual appearance. His disciple was Xiao Wei, who was tall and slender, a stark contrast to the stocky Ming Ding, and their juxtaposition elicited amusement. Suddenly, a streak of light zipped down from the heavens, landing in unison beneath the celestial vessel. As the brilliance faded, apart from one adorned in golden patterns and another in blue, the rest were clad in robes of purple designs. Zheng Qiu quickly spotted his master among them, raising his hand and waving, Master, I am here." Just as Ming Zong was about to step forward, he noticed a beautiful woman in a gauzy robe blocking his disciple's path, her lips curving in a playful smile as she regarded him with interest. He swiftly averted his gaze and retreated to the side of the one in golden robes, whispering, "Sect leader, everyone has gathered. Shall we set forth?" Chapter 83. Encountering an acquaintance again. The stature of the sect master closely resembles that of Elder Ming Zong. Neither are particularly tall figures. However, the sect master possesses a remarkably youthful visage, appearing to be merely in his 30s or 40s. His long, dark hair is adorned with a golden silk-woven crown, and he wields a folding fan, complementing the smile at the corner of his lips, exuding the charm of an intellectual. Were it not for Elder Mingzong's address, Zheng Qiu might have mistaken him for a scholarly author. The sect master keenly observed Elder Mingzong's actions without moving, and with a smile, he inquired, "Mingzong, your disciple is right there. Why not go over?" Elder Mingzong shook his head repeatedly, declaring, "I shall not go. This troublesome matter is not my doing. I refuse to participate." "Ha ha ha ha. You cannot blame me for this." The sect master laughed heartily, fanning himself as he dismissed Elder Mingzong and proceeded towards the slope leading to the celestial vessel. The other elders exchanged glances with Elder Mingzong, stifling their laughter with covered mouths, and hastened to follow the sect master. Seeing that everyone was about to depart, Elder Mingzong was unwilling to be left behind. He quickly joined the other elders, resolutely marching up the slope without casting a glance aside. Ming Kong Zilin, giggling, seized Elder Ming Zong's arm, pulling him back while calling out to the side, "Aunt Ming Sijio, I've got him. Come quickly. Let go, let go." Elder Ming Zong managed to pry the girl's small hand from the hem of his robe, only to find that as he released his right side, his left side was seized. After much effort, he finally grasped both of her hands simultaneously and pushed her aside. Just then, he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance wafting from behind. He turned his head and was met with the enchanting visage of Ming Sijio, causing him to hastily retreat 2 steps to create some distance. With a stern expression, he cleared his throat and inquired, "Ahem, Elder Ming Sijio, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Ming Sijio's face vanished instantly. "Ming Zong, are you feigning ignorance again?" Ming Zong shrugged. "Elder Ming Sijio, I truly do not comprehend what you are referring to. You truly do not understand?" Ming Zong shook his head. "I do not." Suddenly, a smile blossomed on Ming Sijio's face as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, murmuring to herself, "If you do not understand, then so be it." Ming Ding has become quite robust lately. Just look at those arms, that musculature. As she spoke, Ming Sijio lightly swayed her steps, ascending the heavenly vessel along the slope. Ming Zong, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed leisurely at the distant mountains, savoring the scenery. After a while, he covertly glanced in the direction Ming Sijio had departed, took a deep breath, and ultimately could not resist following her. "Master." Zheng Qiu was filled with confusion, pondering why his master was ignoring him. Was Elder Ming Sijio truly that formidable? It seemed his master was somewhat intimidated by her. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp smack on the back of his head, prompting him to quickly shield his head and crouch forward to evade further blows. "Ouch, that hurts." Zheng Qiu attempted to pry Ming Kong Zilin's hand away with the same fervor as his master, but alas, his strength paled in comparison. Ming Kong Zilin's grip was like an iron vice, unyielding and immovable. A formally attired disciple in blue-patterned robes approached to extricate Zheng Qiu from his predicament, saying, "Junior sister, cease your antics and hurry aboard the heavenly vessel. We have been waiting for you." He then extended his congratulations to Zheng Qiu. "Congratulations, junior brother, on becoming a disciple of our sect. When my junior brother arrived at the Qinyan sect, I was unable to greet him, and I feel a deep sense of regret." Zheng Qiu quickly bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior brother. If it were not for your guidance in boarding the celestial vessel that day, I would never have had the opportunity to come to the Qinyan sect, let alone take you as my master." The young man interrupted. "This is merely a matter of courtesy. It was your junior sister who facilitated your arrival. My name is Li Majian. How shall I address you, junior brother?" "Of course, they have all been reserved for you by the elders." Ming Kong Zilin exclaimed joyfully, a faint azure aura enveloping her as she soared onto the celestial vessel. Zheng Qiu and Li Majian were the last to board, and as they stepped into the grand hall, the sloped entrance behind them gradually retracted, sealing the passage with precision. The decor within the celestial vessel was unlike anything Zheng Qiu had ever encountered, compared to an ordinary celestial vessel. This setting was reminiscent of the covert boat he had taken en route to the stunning waterfall cliff. However, the furnishings here exuded a greater opulence and splendor. The hall was adorned with deep brown velvet carpets, and intricately carved tea tables were arranged around the space, separated by low copper flower stands. The walls were not merely bare metal. They were draped in plain silk with cloud patterns, and specially crafted wooden shelves lined the walls, filled with books for the passengers to peruse. At the far end of the hall, Zheng Qiu noticed a large, ornately carved wooden platform, behind which stood 4 or 5 wooden racks laden with various jars and bottles. Between the platform and the racks stood a disciple from the green pattern sect, who was diligently retrieving bottles from the shelves and pouring their contents into a nearby jar, seemingly concocting something. In the center of the hall floated a magnificent piece of azure stone, the largest Zheng Qiu had ever seen. He estimated that it would take 3 of him to embrace this colossal gem. Several disciples, also experiencing their first voyage on this celestial vessel, wandered excitedly through the grand hall. Soon, a small group of 5 or 6 gathered around a wooden platform, chattering animatedly with a disciple from an external sect. Noticing Zheng Qiu's curious gaze fixed on the platform, Li Majian explained, "This is the unique beverage station aboard this celestial vessel. The external sect disciple is a master mixologist, specially recruited by our sect. Whether it be wine, water, soup, broth, or nectar, whatever flavor you desire, He can concoct it for you. Li Majian's words stirred a longing within Zheng Qiu. However, his master mandated that he consume a specific medicinal potion daily, and he could only indulge in other beverages with prior approval. Thus, he momentarily relinquished the thought of tasting the offerings and inquired, "Senior brother, what is the name of this celestial vessel? I am familiar with the mystic vessel. Surely this one has a distinct designation as well." "This is the prosperity and glory vessel, often simply referred to as the glory vessel. It is only used when our sect welcomes visitors or hosts esteemed guests from significant sects," Li Majian replied. After conversing for a while, Zheng Qiu realized that the elders were absent from the hall. He then posed another question to Li Majian. The latter led him to the right side of the hall, guiding him around a silk screen to reveal a copper-carved staircase concealed behind it. He further informed Zheng Qiu that this glory vessel featured 2 levels, with specially designed compartments above where the elders were engaged in their cultivation and self-refinement. Zheng Qiu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he admitted, "Senior brother, to be frank, I am eager to sample the creations from that beverage station, but I must first locate my master. If he disapproves, I cannot partake." Li Majian nodded in agreement. "Then I shall accompany you to avoid any unnecessary wandering that may provoke the elders." Chapter 84. Seeking the master only to be pummeled by Zelene ascending the intricately designed copper staircase. The second floor was indeed, as Li Majian had described, lined with numerous compartments. These compartments were not of the ordinary variety found in celestial vessels. Rather, they were constructed from sturdy wooden planks, adorned with silk fabric featuring cloud patterns. Each compartment boasted a distinct color of silk. Suspended from the ceiling, colorful lampstones dangled on silk threads, gently swaying and casting waves of light that danced beautifully across the corridor. There were 3 corridors in total, dividing the compartments into 4 rows. As they ventured down one of the corridors, Zheng Qiu observed the tightly closed doors of the compartments on either side, unable to discern any markings to identify the elders. He reluctantly turned to Li Majian and inquired, "Senior brother, there are no markings on these doors. How am I to locate my master? I cannot possibly knock on each door one by one." "This requires experience," Li Majian replied, leading Zheng Qiu forward while scanning their surroundings. "The elders have different color preferences, and thus choose different compartments. For instance, Elder Mingding favors red, while Elder Mingqingxi has a penchant for gold." As they reached the end of the corridor and prepared to turn into another, the door to a nearby compartment suddenly swung open. A small hand emerged, grasping Zheng Qiu by the collar and swiftly pulling him inside. Li Majian, catching a glimpse of the hand, immediately understood who was inside and hurriedly prevented the door from closing, squeezing in beside them. Junior sister, once again seized by the collar. Zheng Qiu did not need to speculate. It was undoubtedly Ming Kong Zelene, for no one else possessed such a peculiar penchant. With a thud, Zheng Qiu was unceremoniously cast onto the ground. Rubbing his sore shoulder, he rose and surveyed his surroundings in search of the culprit. The compartment was quite spacious, measuring nearly 2.5 zhang in both length and width. It was furnished with a bed, a recliner, a writing desk, and adorned with potted plants, calligraphy, and books. If one were to overlook the provisions for sustenance, one could easily reside there for several months. The compartment was bathed in ample light, thanks to the skylight above. The skylight, round and similar in appearance to the circular windows of ordinary celestial vessels, was not merely an opening. It was fitted with a transparent glass panel that allowed light to permeate while shielding from the wind, alleviating concerns about thin air at high altitudes. Zheng Qiu glanced around, and aside from the accompanying Li Majian, he could not locate Ming Kong Zelene. How strange! Where had she disappeared to? He raised his gaze towards his senior, only to find that his senior's attention was directed behind him. Indeed, Ming Kong Zelene must be hiding behind him, which explained her absence from view. Where could she possibly be? Zheng Qiu feigned an inquiry to Li Majian before suddenly reaching back. His left hand grasped nothing but air, while his right hand caught a strand of hair. Caught off guard, Ming Kong Zelene's focus shifted, allowing Zheng Qiu to seize her braid. She let out a startled cry and leaped back in an attempt to evade him. "Ah! Ouch!" The simultaneous exclamations of pain echoed in the air. In her haste to retreat, Ming Kong Zelene forgot that her braid was still ensnared in Zheng Qiu's grasp. The sudden movement caused a sharp pain to shoot through her scalp, and upon closer inspection, she realized that Zheng Qiu was clutching a handful of her severed hair. Zheng Qiu had not anticipated that Ming Kong Zelene would leap backward. He merely assumed she would pry his hand loose. Consequently, He was unable to release his grip in time and found himself toppled over, his head striking the ground with a resounding thud. Rubbing the back of his head, Zheng Qiu rose to his feet, only to discover Ming Kong Zeline also nursing her own head. He couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha. This is what one calls shooting oneself in the foot, however. His amusement was short-lived as he noticed a glint of malice in Ming Kong Zeline's eyes. Hastily, he retreated, attempting to escape the enclosure. Unfortunately, Ming Kong Zeline's speed far surpassed his own. In an instant, he felt a blur before him, as though he were soaring through the clouds, only to come crashing down like a boulder, producing a thunderous sound upon impact. Surprisingly, it didn't hurt much. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself thrown onto the bed, which had tilted at an angle, one of its legs having snapped under the force of the earlier commotion. Fortunately, the bed was soft enough that Zheng Qiu sustained no injuries. He breathed a sigh of relief. Ming Kong Zeline hadn't thrown him to the floor, which he deemed a sign of her good nature. With a flurry of activity, cotton and fluff flew everywhere as Ming Kong Zeline relentlessly battered the pillow until only the outer case remained intact. Once her irritation subsided, she tossed the pillowcase onto Zheng Qiu's head, flicking her braids and placing her hands on her hips as she exclaimed, "You foolish boy, get up." Spitting out the cotton lodged in his mouth, Zheng Qiu, with his hair strewn about like a wild mess, rose, exuding a sense of helplessness as he gazed at Ming Kong Zeline. "Foolish boy, why did old man Ming bring you here? Have you learned some impressive skills? Show me. I am eager to be enlightened." Zheng Qiu shook his head. "I haven't learned any impressive skills." Ming Kong Zeline clenched her small fist and waved it in front of Zheng Qiu, declaring, "Speak the truth, or I'll make you eat a pillow." "No, wait, eat my fist." No, I'll tell you," Zheng Qiu responded, moving to the desk where he sketched two distinct sigils on white paper. He held them up for Ming Kong Zeline to see. "I have learned 2 spells. One is the Knife Block Earth Golem spell, and the other is the Zhou Tian Turtle Shell spell." Ming Kong Zeline's eyes widened in surprise. "What? You foolish boy, you know spells? When did this happen? Do you possess the cultivation of Qi Hua? How could that be? I am hardly even at the Qi Tai level. Then how can you use spells? Are you lying again?" Upon seeing her brandish her fist once more, Zheng Qiu quickly clarified, "I am using the celestial crystal to release the spells. I swear it is true." Ming Kong Zeline paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, so you learned spells that cost money. Ha ha. Old man Ming Zong is going to bleed profusely." Li Mo Jian, who had been silent since entering the partition, finally spoke up. "During the competition at the banquet, disciples are prohibited from using external objects. I wonder if this celestial crystal falls under that category. It would be wise for you to confirm with Elder Ming Zong before your turn, lest you become the subject of ridicule." At the edge of the desk, Ming Kong Zeline continued to mock Zheng Qiu. "Ha, foolish boy, foolish old man, born as 2 imbeciles." As she laughed, she noticed Zheng Qiu's demeanor had shifted to one of melancholy, as if he were grappling with something disheartening. She leaned closer and playfully poked his forehead with her finger. "Hey, silly boy, what's wrong? Are you feeling sad?" Zheng Qiu lowered her head, crumpling 2 sheets of paper and fiercely throwing them to the ground, subsequently stomping on them. "Both the senior brothers and sisters say my master is useless. Even you say so. Has my master offended you?" Ming Kong Zeline blinked her eyes, curiously asking, "What did they say?" "They claim my master lacks even the strength of the Qi Yao realm, and urged me to change my master sooner rather than later." "You also said my master is foolish." "Oh, is that all?" Ming Kong Zeline giggled, playfully tousling Zheng Qiu's hair into disarray. "That foolish old man is quite remarkable. He is clearly a tiger, but insists on pretending to be a turtle." Zheng Qiu raised her head, gazing earnestly at the girl before her. "Really? Why would I deceive you?" Ming Kong Zeline replied, handing Zheng Qiu 2 new sheets of white paper. "Quickly, show me your skills. Let me see what you can do." Chapter 85. 2 days on the boat to Heartlessness. The Heartless and Free sect has existed for over 500 years. Originally founded by 2 female cultivators known as the Heartless Sovereign and the Free Elder. Both were said to possess divine cultivation. They, confident in their prowess, established the sect in the southeastern region of Yunxiu, carving out over 50 mountain peaks named after their titles. However, the establishment of their sect was not as straightforward as they had envisioned. Suddenly seizing such a vast territory naturally provoked the ire of surrounding sections. After months of conflict, the newly recruited disciples suffered heavy casualties, and both the Heartless Sovereign and the Free Elder faced numerous skilled adversaries. Ultimately, they were forced to take a handful of their closest disciples and break through the encirclement, fleeing westward. Due to the initial failure in establishing their sect, the news of the numerous casualties among disciples spread widely. For many years thereafter, the recruitment of new disciples into the sect of unfeeling and heartlessness proved to be rather disheartening. By the time the sect reached its 150th anniversary, the number of disciples barely exceeded 200. At this juncture, both the unfeeling master and the heartless elder were nearing 2 centuries in age, their combat abilities waning. While rival sects watched with keen interest, posing an imminent threat of being devoured. Consequently, the two decided to relocate the sect once more, continuing their journey westward. Within less than 50 years of their migration, both masters passed away, leading the sect of unfeeling and heartlessness to devolve into a small sect devoid of formidable experts, still plagued by dislocation. Thus, for several centuries, they wandered westward, perpetually losing disciples while simultaneously recruiting new ones. Ultimately, over 200 years ago, they arrived at a location directly west of Yunxiu, approximately 24,000 mountains away from their original founding site. Here, they encountered over 30 other sects, fortunately devoid of any powerful adversaries, making them comparable to the weakened sect of unfeeling and heartlessness. To establish a stronghold in this new land, the sect chose the most populous village as its foundation, renaming it the Village of Unfeeling and Heartlessness. Concurrently, they engaged in battles with surrounding sects to vie for control over the mountains and rivers. Presently, the village chief, Gu Wuqing, serves as the 4th leader of the Village of Unfeeling and Heartlessness. A prodigious talent in cultivation, he entered the Qi transformation realm at the tender age of 10 and ascended to the Qi radiance realm by 13. Remarkably, he comprehended the most challenging transformation into the Qi spirit realm by the age of 15. Thus, before reaching the age of 20, Gu Wuqing attained the coveted transformation realm, a level that many cultivators may never achieve in their lifetimes. Over 70 years ago, the then not yet 40-year-old Gu Wuqing carved a path through countless cultivators vying for the divine weapon, successfully seizing the fabled weapon, Wuwangzai. Armed with this formidable artifact, he traversed the land, challenging all, even daring to assault the renowned Wenjian sect. It is worth noting that the Wenjian sect is one of the 3 millennia-old sections. Just as everyone believed Gu Wuqing would meet his demise, he emerged from the Wenjian sect with an air of triumph, accompanied by a host of elders from the sect. From that day forth, another illustrious sect, the Heartless and Unrestrained Manner, was etched into the annals of fame. Concurrently, the names of the cultivation technique, Qing Yin Exin Shingong, and the divine weapon Wuwang Zai became widely known, echoing in every corner of Yunxiu. The celestial vessel, Tianzhou, which Zheng Qiu and Zheng Qiu had previously boarded, offered a noticeably smoother and quieter flight. Walking within the vessel felt akin to traversing solid ground. Had it not been for the circular window at the rear of the hall, one might have assumed the vessel had yet to ascend. Before Mingkong Zilin, Zheng Qiu showcased the 2 incantations, the shielding clay figurine and the Zhou Tian turtle shell, presenting them side by side. Upon witnessing the effects of the spells, Mingkong Zilin quickly lost interest. Seizing a brush, she playfully smeared Zheng Qiu's face with ink, subsequently shoving both him and Li Majian out of the compartment. "I wish to sleep. Do not disturb me," declared Mingkong Zilin, rendering it inconvenient for the two to re-enter. Following this, Zheng Qiu accompanied his senior brother Li Majian to seek out Master Mingzong. He shared his desire to sample delicacies at the drinking platform with his master, who swiftly granted his request, but not without penning a note, cautioning him against consuming several specified items listed therein. The journey from Qianyun sect to the Heartless and Carefree Manor spans a full 2 days, even with Huazhou flying at a speed surpassing that of ordinary flying vessels. At first, everyone was filled with enthusiasm, frequently visiting the refreshment area for drinks and engaging in lively conversations at the tea tables. However, as time progressed, the novelty began to fade, and the sounds of chatter dwindled. One by one, they resorted to meditative practices to pass the time. Zheng Qiu was summoned by his master to a private chamber, where he took up the pen and paper on the desk to continue his incantation exercises. Days passed, and when the sunlight once again streamed through the skylight overhead, Ming Zong, the master, awakened his slumbering disciple, informing him that they were approaching the Heartless and Carefree Manor. He followed his master out of the chamber and into the bustling hall on the ground floor, where a multitude had already gathered. The elders had arrived ahead of them. Ming Qingxi, with his rotund belly swaying, anxiously maneuvered through the crowd, periodically glancing at the attire of this disciple and inspecting the hairpin of that one. Pull your hem a bit, straighten it. It's too wrinkled. Your hairpin is askew. Adjust it properly. After scrutinizing the disciple's attire and appearance, Ming Qingxi stepped before everyone and proclaimed in a commanding voice, "Disciples, you must stand properly. Stand straight. Do not appear listless. You are the most distinguished disciples of Qianyin sect, the pride of our sect, the very face of Qianyin sect. Therefore, from the moment we arrive at the heartless and carefree manner, you must maintain the best possible demeanor, be courteous, and adhere to the rules." After delivering a lengthy admonition, Ming Qingxi turned to the other elders and inquired, "So, do any of you have anything to add?" "Indeed." Ming Sijiu, adjusting the silk scarf around his neck, twirled leisurely and asked, "How does this outfit look?" She changed into a new set of gauzy skirts. The originally embroidered purple petals now transformed into a vibrant red. "Beautiful, indeed, every hue is captivating." Ming Qingxi hurriedly raised his thumb in praise. Merely appeasing me." Noticing Ming Qingxi's quick show of approval, Ming Si shot him a glare and turned her head away, feigning anger. At that moment, the sect leader descended the staircase, maneuvering around the screen to enter the hall. Shortly thereafter, the celestial vessel trembled slightly. Zheng Qiu realized it was descending, arriving at the emotionless heart manor. The celestial vessel's grand doors slowly opened, sunlight streaming into the hall, its dazzling rays momentarily blinding Zheng Qiu. He blinked vigorously, gradually acclimating to the outside brightness, when a senior brother gently nudged him. "Hurry up, the sect leader and elders are disembarking." Oh. Zheng Qiu quickly turned his gaze forward, observing the elders forming a line as they descended the slope. Being the shortest among them, he ought to be at the forefront of the disciples' line. So he promptly straightened his clothing and hastened to keep pace. Chapter 86. The peculiar master of the emotionless heart manor crackling sounds suddenly erupted ahead, drawing his attention to a flurry of firecrackers. In front of the sect leader stood a group of individuals engaged in cheerful conversation. Moments later, they dispersed, aligning themselves on either side, leaving one person standing beside the sect leader. This individual gestured subtly, guiding the sect leader forward, while the lined-up crowd closely followed, clearing a path for them. As the sect leader advanced, the elders followed suit, and naturally, Zheng Qiu could not lag behind. He walked along, his eyes darting about, surveying the peculiar emotionless heart manor. The mountains here are not as lush and verdant as those of the Qianyin sect. Instead, they are tinged with yellow, revealing vast patches of soil and rock, while the trees are sparse and low shrubs abound, imparting a sense of desolation. As Zheng Qiu surveyed the surrounding peaks, he discerned that he was situated in a basin, a rather expansive one, considered a rare plain amidst the clouds, with the Jueqing Suixin manor gracefully positioned at its center. To be frank, Zheng Qiu could hardly recognize this as a sect. Ahead of him lay a landscape dominated by low-roofed houses, built upon stone foundations and constructed with alternating bands of reddish clay bricks. The columns and beams were fashioned from tree trunks, with the bark still intact. Most of the houses were single-storied, with the occasional two-story structure, yet he had yet to see a three-story edifice. Rather than a sect, it resembled an old town, not particularly prosperous. As Zheng Qiu followed the elders forward, he noted the pathway beneath his feet was composed of gravel and yellow earth, narrow and scarcely 3 yards wide. On either side of the road, every house was adorned with red ribbons, while above the eaves, bamboo poles held long strings of firecrackers, crackling and emitting plumes of smoke. As colorful paper exploded like snowflakes in the air, beneath the eaves, a multitude of onlookers congregated, clad in coarse cloth garments, some wielding farming tools, others bearing woven baskets, all appearing to be ordinary folk, the inhabitants of this old town. Each face radiated joy as they waved and greeted the visiting guests. Zheng Qiu grew increasingly bewildered. Was this truly a sect? The streets were alive with firecrackers, and the townsfolk lined the path in welcome, creating an atmosphere akin to a wedding celebration. As he was contemplating, the senior apprentice patted Zheng Qiu's shoulder from behind, reminding him, "The elder instructed us to be courteous. Why haven't you congratulated them yet?" Zheng Qiu's eyes widened in bewilderment as he inquired, "Congratulate them on what?" "Regardless, just offer your congratulations," urged by his senior apprentice. Zheng Qiu clasped his fists and emulated his fellow apprentices, extending felicitations to the townsfolk who lined the path. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. After walking for nearly half an hour, Zheng Qiu's arm grew weary from the constant gestures of felicitation. Finally, the sect leader halted at the front and, accompanied by those beside him, turned into the gate on the right. Following the sect leader, the elders also entered. Zheng Qiu proceeded forward, noting that the gate was identical to those of ordinary households, save for a faded wooden plaque above the frame, inscribed with the words Heart's Content Manor. Upon entering the gate, a screen constructed of earthen bricks stood before them. Circumventing the screen, they discovered an exceptionally large courtyard. The courtyard spanned approximately 20 to 30 zhang, ancient Chinese unit of measurement, roughly one-third the size of the Dry Cloud sect's Skyship Plaza. The courtyard was enclosed by a ring of low-rise tile-roofed houses, adorned with festive red silk ribbons. The courtyard center was divided into two sections. One featured a makeshift arena, while the other was covered in red velvet carpets and furnished with a dozen long tables. The stranger beside the sect leader proclaimed, "Without further ado, please be seated. Please be seated." He then gestured to the onlookers surrounding the courtyard, exhorting, "Don't just stand there idly. Go fetch the food." The elders dispersed, each seeking a table to occupy, with each table accommodating one person. Their respective disciples then joined their masters. Upon observing the previously unacquainted stranger seated at the foremost table alongside the sect leader, Zheng Qiu immediately recognized this enigmatic individual as Gu Wuqing. He leaned forward, scrutinizing the master of the heartless and unfettered manor with keen interest. Gu Wuqing appeared even younger than the sect leader, sporting a neat crew cut and a clean-shaven visage, reminiscent of a youth in his 20s. His attire was peculiar. The upper garment featured narrow sleeves, while the trousers were similarly fitted. The garment lacked a hem, extending only to his waist, and was devoid of buttons or ties, instead secured by an odd metallic chain. At his waist, he wore a leather belt, adorned with a square metal buckle at the front and a small, black-painted hammer dangling from the right side. As Zheng Qiu turned his gaze towards those summoned by Gu Wuqing, he discerned that they were likely disciples of the heartless and unfettered manor, dressed in a much more conventional manner, suggesting that only Gu Wuqing was truly idiosyncratic. While surveying the surroundings, Zheng Qiu stumbled upon another peculiarity. Beneath the eaves of the tiled houses encircling the courtyard hung numerous wooden boards, each inscribed with bizarre slogans. Heartless yet not forgetful, unfettered yet not unprincipled. Not a single disciple may be absent, nor a fraction of cultivation neglected. I shall fulfill your dreams with my own hands. Walk your own path. Let others speak as they may. Those who offend the heartless and unfettered manor shall be pursued, regardless of distance. Truly a curious character indeed. Before long, the disciples of the heartless and unfettered manor brought forth trays laden with fresh fruits and vegetables. Zheng Qiu reached out, stirring his fingers through the array, discovering that they consisted of varieties commonly found at the way station. The disciples from the village brought forth exquisite porcelain bottles, uncorking them to release a rich aroma of wine. Zheng Qiu lifted a bottle and poured a bowl for his master. As the liquid filled the bowl, his eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Why is the wine red? Has it been infused with some medicinal herbs? Master Mingzong displayed a similar look of surprise, his previously raised bowl slowly descending. After all, it was prudent to exercise caution with something so unfamiliar. Noticing that none of the elders had raised their bowls, the sect leader understood their hesitation, for he harbored similar concerns. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "Master Gu, what is this? Though it bears the fragrance of wine, it seems that Yunxiu has never produced red wine." Gu Wuqing set down his hammer and swept aside the walnut shells on the table, laughing heartily. "Indeed, you are unaware of this." He then rose, took the wine bowl from the table, and raised his voice to address the gathered guests, esteemed visitors of the Qianyun sect. "I have obtained a unique seed. Upon maturation, it bears purple-red fruits, sweet in flavor, perfect for winemaking. I have named this fruit grape, and the wine shall be called grape wine." Gu Wuqing promptly downed the bowl of wine, exhaling with satisfaction, refreshing. While this wine may not be a potent tonic for cultivation, it is entirely harmless and delightful to the palate. Drink freely, my friends, do not hold back. In chapter 87, the disciple of the Lord of the Manor is named Guan. With Gu Wuqing's declaration, how could the sect leader allow him to lose face? Thus, the sect leader also raised his wine bowl, standing to signal to all, with such hospitality from Master Gu, let us not misinterpret his goodwill. Come, let us drink. The sect leader was the first to drain his cup of wine, pausing for a moment to discern its flavor before casting an approving glance toward the elders. With the leader's affirmation, the elders promptly raised their bowls, one after another expressing their gratitude to Gu Wuqing, and drank the wine in succession. The master raised his bowl in thanks, and naturally, the disciples followed suit. Under their master's guidance, the disciples of Qianyun's sect lifted their bowls to offer blessings to Gu Wuqing. Master Mingzong poured only a small spoonful of wine into Zheng Qiu's bowl, instructing his disciple to recite the pre-memorized blessing as he honored Gu Wuqing. With a gulp, Zheng Qiu finished reciting the blessing and drank the wine, which was quite different from his expectations. It lacked the intense spiciness he anticipated, instead revealing a subtle sweet-sour flavor that lingered pleasantly in his throat, leaving a hint of sweetness on his palate. This wine was truly delightful, akin to fruit juice. As Zheng Qiu returned to his seat, he reached out eagerly for the porcelain bottle. However, Master Mingzong swiftly seized him, giving him a stern look and whispering a reprimand, "No matter how exquisite, it is still wine. You shall not drink." This scene caught Gu Wuqing's eye, prompting him to laugh heartily. "Ha! I forgot there are children here. Someone, fetch some fragrant tea." Soon, a pot of aromatic tea appeared on the table before Zheng Qiu. Simultaneously, the sound of firecrackers erupted from the nearby tile-roofed houses, as dozens of disciples from the Jueqing Suixin manor rushed onto the stage, carrying large drums. Accompanied by the rhythmic drumming, 2 lines of female disciples from the manor emerged from the houses, ascending the stage to form a square formation. With a crisp sound of a gong, they moved their hands in unison, twisting their waists as they began to perform an unusual dance in harmony with the music. The dancing female disciples, with their hair cascading freely, donned midriff-bearing fitted tops and skirts that barely reached half a foot in length, complemented by knee-high black boots adorned with high, slender heels. Their delicate arms swayed gracefully, and their lithe legs moved in rhythm, while their supple waists flickered enticingly before the onlookers. Those from the Qianyun sect, whether elders or disciples, were left blushing and turned their heads away from the stage, unable to bear the provocative display. Only 2 individuals from the Qianyun sect remained transfixed by the dance. Ming Kong Zilin watched the performance with a cheerful smile, enthusiastically mimicking the dancers' poses. Zheng Qiu, in his naivety, queried his master Mingzong, "Master, these sisters dance splendidly. But with autumn approaching, isn't it quite chilly for them to wear so little?" After a brief moment of observation, he could no longer contain his curiosity and softly asked Gu Wuqing, "Master Gu, what type of dance is this? The attire of the disciples is rather. Gu Wuqing, pleased to receive such respect, was delighted and promptly raised his cup in a toast. "Excellent. Master Gu understands my sentiments. Let us drink to that." Gu Wuqing summoned a disciple to relay a message, and soon the dancers withdrew, replaced by 6 disciples masquerading as cultured scholars, who swayed their fans while reciting poetry on stage. Zheng Qiu, showing little interest in the poetic recitation, shifted his focus elsewhere and noticed something peculiar. The courtyard was filled solely with elders from the Qianyun sect. Where were the elders from the Jueqing Suixin sect? He tugged at Master Mingzong's sleeve and whispered, "Master, why do we not see any elders from the Jueqing Suixin sect? Is this not a celebratory banquet? Are their elders not here to join in the festivities? How could there possibly be no elders?" Master Ming looked up and noticed that the sect leader was engaged in a lively conversation with Gu Wuqing. He then lowered his voice to inform Zheng Qiu. The heartless abandonment manor originally had elders, but upon Gu Wuqing's succession as the manor's master, he immediately dismissed all the elders. Gu Wuqing's method of governing the manor was quite peculiar. He devised a system involving bamboo sticks, distributing 3 sticks to each disciple every month. The various affairs of the manor were decided by the disciples through a voting system with these sticks, where the side with the majority would prevail. Within a month, there were hundreds of matters to address, yet each individual only possessed 3 sticks. According to Gu Wuqing, this was to prevent frivolous voting among the disciples. "Hush, do not speak too much. Gu Wuqing is eccentric. Just observe quietly," he advised. The poetry recitation concluded, and the stage transitioned to a performance of calligraphy and painting, which was subsequently followed by a musical display. As the sun climbed to its zenith in the sky, Gu Wuqing still had not commenced the main event. The sect leader, puzzled, recalled that during his previous visit, Gu Wuqing had promised that today's gathering was a celebratory feast. Where was the guest of honor? Surely, they could not continue to drink and waste time indefinitely. Just as he contemplated how to phrase his inquiry, The sound of firecrackers erupted once more from both sides of the courtyard. Accompanied by the explosive sounds, hundreds of disciples from the heartless abandonment manor emerged in unison, all clad in red garments, radiating joy as they gathered around the stage. Among them, a youth of about 15 stepped away from the crowd and approached the banquet table. Bowing respectfully towards Gu Wuqing above, Guan pays respects to my adoptive father. Feigning anger, Gu Wuqing shot him a glare. Why do you only bow to me? Do you not see sect leader Ming Kong has traveled a great distance? Guan straightened up and once again bowed. This time facing the sect leader, Guan pays respects to sect leader Ming Kong. The sovereign immediately beamed with a broad smile, gesturing with an open hand. No need for such reverence, my dear nephew. Please rise. The sudden appearance of Gu Wuqing's adopted son was undoubtedly the main focus of the celebratory banquet. He then turned to Gu Wuqing, raising his thumb in commendation. Indeed, Guan is a remarkable young man, possessing exceptional cultivation at such a tender age. He shall undoubtedly bear the banner of the Heartless Manor in the future, alleviating the burdens of Master Gu. Upon hearing these words, Gu Wuqing's smile grew even more radiant, and he cast a glance at Guan, urging, do not delay in expressing your gratitude to Sovereign Ming Kong. Thank you, Sovereign Ming Kong, for your praise. Chapter 88. The arena comparison expands horizons. While the sovereign praised with his words, his eyes meticulously assessed Gu Wuqing's adopted son. Guan was clad in narrow-sleeved garments and fitted trousers, a leather belt cinching his waist, mirroring Gu Wuqing's attire. He too sported a buzz cut. His chiseled features sun-kissed to a wheat-like hue, and his brows conveyed an air of resolute determination. Observing his visage, the sovereign believed this young man was destined for greatness. And he could not help but feel an undercurrent of envy towards Gu Wuqing for having discovered such a promising talent. Suddenly, Gu Wuqing posed a question. Interrupting the sovereign's contemplation, Sovereign Ming Kong, you have just praised Gu An's remarkable cultivation. In your esteemed opinion, what realm do you believe Gu An currently occupies? The sovereign continued to greet him with a smile, yet inwardly pondered the implications of Gu Wuqing's inquiry. This question was fraught with intrigue. Gu An exhibited no trace of energy emanating from him, clearly having concealed his true abilities. To ascertain his genuine realm, the sovereign would need to probe for his energy, an act that would undoubtedly alert Gu Wuqing to his intentions. If one were to speak casually, what if a mistake were made? Would it not be a significant embarrassment for the Qianyan sect to have its esteemed leader unable to discern even the realm of a mere child? However, he swiftly devised a way to navigate this predicament. Master Gu, did you not already mention your nephew's realm? Surely, all present from the Qianyan sect are well aware of it. Gu Wuqing raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, did I say that? It seems the esteemed master has been so preoccupied with his duties that he has forgotten this matter. The invitation, pinned in the master's own hand, states that this grand banquet is in celebration of the Qi Hua breakthrough. It must have been arranged specifically to honor the accomplishment of your nephew. Gu Wuqing slapped his forehead and then burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Thank you for the reminder, Sect Master Ming Kong. I had indeed forgotten about that. He then stood up, extending his arms to announce to all gathered in the courtyard, dear guests of the Qianyan sect, disciples and adopted sons of the heartless and unyielding manor. I am overjoyed to share that my son, Guan, has successfully broken through to the Qi Hua realm. My joy is beyond expression. Today, we have gathered this banquet to share our happiness with all of you. Gu Wuqing filled a cup to the brim with grape wine and raised it high. Disciples, bring forth the wine jars. Today, everyone shall partake. Let us drink to our heart's content. Gulping down the wine, Gu Wuqing saluted the sect master and the elders of the Qianyan sect with a respectful fist salute. Sect Master Ming Kong, esteemed elders of the Qianyan sect, I have an earnest request. The sect master quickly rose, placing a hand on Gu Wuqing's shoulder. There is no need for such formalities, Master Gu. You are the host of this grand banquet. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Gu Wuqing approached the center of the banquet table. Taking Guan's hand and addressing the sect leader, Master Ming Kong, my adopted son has just transcended to the Qi Hua realm. Prior to this, he devoted himself to his training day and night, never stepping outside the confines of the Jueqing Suixing manor. I hope to broaden his horizons and expose him to various martial arts from around the world. After a brief pause, Gu Wuqing continued, regrettably, the Yunqiu sect is predominantly known for its ruthless ways, where weapons are wielded with ferocity and conflicts easily arise in the arena. I have heard that the Qianyun sect refrains from engaging in strife and fosters goodwill among all, which is why I have extended this invitation to you. I sincerely hope that Master Mingkong will grant my request, allowing disciples from both sides to compete in the arena, providing my adopted son with a valuable lesson. Master Gu, it is merely a contest in the arena. There is no need for such formalities, the sect leader replied. I too see this as an opportunity to evaluate my disciples' abilities. He stepped forward to the banquet table, inviting Gu Wuqing to join him in witnessing the proceedings, while signaling to the elders. Elder Ming Qingxi rose, adjusting his round belly, and exclaimed, Master Gu, I am Ming Qingxi, and I propose that my disciple perform first to showcase his skills. With that, the disciple from the Qianyun sect left the banquet table and strode towards the arena. On the side of the Jueqing Suixin manor, Gu Wuqing did not designate a specific disciple. Instead, the red-clad disciples gathered at the edge of the arena to deliberate, ultimately selecting one to step forward. With both sides' disciples in position, the sect leader called out, Remember, aim for precision, and do not cause harm. In agreement, Gu Wuqing echoed, Indeed, aim for precision. If one finds themselves unable to continue, they may voluntarily exit the arena. At this moment on the arena, the two disciples had already commenced their cultivation techniques, channeling their energy in preparation for the impending clash. As Gu Wuqing's voice echoed in the air, both participants simultaneously unleashed waves of energy, striking towards their opponent's face. The resonance of their energy blasts created a tempestuous upheaval. The disciples of Jueqing Suixin Zhuang had anticipated this, ensuring that the courtyard was immaculate. With the winds sweeping across the ground, merely stirring the hanging silks without disturbing the guests seated at the banquet, indulging in fruits and vegetables. After a succession of 3 exchanges, a subtle smile graced the face of the sect master. Although both individuals possessed modest cultivation levels, being merely at the qi condensation stage, Ming Qingxi's disciple had entered this realm earlier, thus wielding a greater force. Victory was assured in this round. However, Ming Qingxi's disciple was astute. He quickly discerned that his opponent's energy was insufficiently potent. Consequently, he unleashed a series of palm strikes, bombarding his adversary with relentless waves of energy, leaving no room for respite. Before long, the complexion of the disciple from Jueqing Suixin Zhuang turned pale, a clear indication of excessive energy depletion. Without hesitation, this disciple cried out in surrender and leapt off the stage, determined to avoid any lingering indecision. With the first round concluded in triumph, the sect master displayed evident delight. Yet Gu Wuqing, as the host, ensured that due respect was maintained. It was a matter of skill, and Ming Kong, the sect master, had no need for humility. Gu Wuqing gestured towards the disciple from Qianyun sect on the stage, smiling as he remarked, I kindly request your esteemed disciple to descend from the stage and take a moment to rest. This is merely for my adopted son to broaden his horizons. There is no need for a series of matches. 1 match per person will suffice. The second elder to rise was Ming Ding, who, after introducing himself, summoned his disciple Xiao Wei to the stage. Upon his arrival, Xiao Wei bowed respectfully to the disciples surrounding the arena and proclaimed loudly, I am Xiao Wei from Qianyun sect. Esteemed guests, I have attained the realm of Qi Yao. If there are none of the same level present, the 3 of you from the Qi Hua realm may join me. Xiao Wei's voice was notably loud, each word distinctly resonating in Gu Wuqing's ears. He tossed a walnut kernel into his mouth and, half-jokingly, raised his cup towards the sect leader, saying, Sect leader Ming Kong, I must commend you on having such formidable disciples beneath you. It seems I must lower my age limit from 40 to 20. The sect leader promptly lifted his cup to toast with Gu Wuqing, saying, Not at all. This esteemed disciple's high realm is merely a result of fortunate breakthroughs. Just sheer luck. He wore a cheerful smile, yet his eyes shot a glare at Ming Ding, inwardly cursing, Look at the disciple you've raised. Is this how one speaks? This is utterly disrespectful, barging onto someone else's territory with such audacity. Ming Ding evidently perceived the sect leader's gaze. He extended a finger and traced 2 characters upon the table. The sect leader scrutinized it carefully. Ming Ding had written rest assured, implying that Xiao Wei's actions were indeed a directive from him. Curiosity piqued, he lifted his gaze to the arena, eager to discern Ming Ding's true intentions. Chapter 89. Xiao Wei's carelessness against the colossal man. No one in the heartless manner stands a chance. With a resounding shout, a towering figure emerged from the crowd, vaulting onto the stage. This giant was a full 3 heads taller than Xiao Wei, whose stature barely reached his chest. The man had a sun-kissed complexion, a face adorned with a thick beard, and a neck thicker than his head. He seized the fabric of his shirt, and with a crisp sound of tearing cloth, he ripped it apart with a single hand, discarding the remnants onto the ground. Upon seeing the imposing figure of the burly man, Zheng Qiu gasped, taken aback by the sheer size and strength before him. The man's muscles resembled rugged stone, chiseled and formidable. Even a single arm was thicker than Xiao Wei's 2 legs combined. "Master, this is quite intimidating. Do you think Xiao Wei can handle him?" Zheng Qiu expressed his concern, tugging at his master's sleeve to seek his opinion. The master appeared unfazed. "This man has mastered the art of pure physical cultivation. Remember, sheer size does not equate to superior strength. Just watch. Your senior brother will manage." On the arena, Xiao Wei began to channel his energy, widening his stance and bending his knees into a perfect horse stance. He then clasped his fists to his lower abdomen, inhaling deeply before slowly raising his fists to chest level. Subsequently, he thrust his left fist skyward while pressing his right fist downward, letting out a powerful shout. "Ha!" A faint crimson light flickered around him, dazzling and vibrant, reminiscent of the midday sun in summer. The brilliance was fleeting. When Zheng Qiu rubbed his eyes and looked back at the stage, he found Xiao Wei enveloped in a delicate mist of reddish light. "Master, what was that radiance just now?" Zheng Qiu inquired. The shimmering attire he wears signifies the Qi Hua realm, where one's aura shines like light itself. The brilliance emanating from him indicates that he has reached the Qi Yao realm, Master Mingzong explained quietly while peeling a fruit. "Observe the mist surrounding Xiao Wei. It signifies that he merely activated his technique without significantly enhancing his strength, maintaining the level of the condensing Qi realm." Suddenly, the hulking figure before Xiao Wei let out a guttural roar, and his rock-like muscles twitched violently. With heavy footsteps, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch straight at Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei lightly stepped onto the arena with his right foot, pivoted, and deftly leaped to the left, narrowly evading a fist the size of a human head. Simultaneously, he shouted, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and channel your energy." As his voice echoed, the burly man charged forward once more, his palm, resembling a basin, swinging down heavily towards Xiao Wei's head. Why isn't he channeling his energy? Xiao Wei pondered, raising his right hand to meet the oncoming strike. With a sharp crack, their palms collided, producing a resonant sound that sent shockwaves through the air, ruffling the hair of onlookers. This was not good. The moment their hands made contact, Xiao Wei realized the gravity of the situation. An immense force surged through his palm, dispersing the energy he had gathered. The impact clashed violently against his arm, causing his internal energy to show signs of disarray. It was too late to amplify his strength now. Once the energy dissipated, the bones and meridians in his arm would sustain damage from the force. In a moment of urgency, Xiao Wei retracted his palm, allowing his opponent to press his hand against his chest. Utilizing the overwhelming force from the man's strike, he executed a backflip, gradually dissipating the residual energy in midair. To the spectators, it appeared as though the giant had effortlessly sent Xiao Wei flying with a single slap. Excellent. Several disciples of the heartless and unfeeling manner cheered, only to soon realize that only a scant few were joining in the applause. They quickly lowered their arms, whispering to one another to discern if they had mistakenly cheered at the wrong moment. The burly man's face betrayed a flicker of regret. He silently lamented, "This kid is remarkably quick-witted, skillfully absorbing my force. Had that strike landed solidly, he would have learned the consequences of underestimating others." Master Mingzong ceased his fruit peeling. Astonished, he murmured to himself, "To think he has mastered the beastly body refinement technique. Such rarity, truly remarkable." Zheng Qiu, anxiously observing the arena, turned to inquire upon hearing his master utter a new term. "Master, what is the beastly body refinement?" It is a rare offshoot within the realm of body refinement techniques. Typically, the initial segments of such methods instruct practitioners in the enhancement of their physical forms, while the latter sections guide them in honing their vital energy. There are myriad approaches to refining one's vital energy. For instance, the serpent-devouring body refinement scripture involves extracting flesh and blood to cultivate energy, which is merely one such method. Nevertheless, the underlying principle remains consistent: to fortify the corporeal body as a foundation for nurturing robust vital energy. However, there exists a category of body refinement techniques that diverges from the norm. It entirely eschews the cultivation of vital energy, relentlessly pursuing the strengthening of the physical body. Ultimately, practitioners of this technique attain a corporeal strength akin to that of wild beasts, even capable of withstanding blades. This imitation of the beastly form is aptly named the beastly body refinement. Zheng Qiu's mouth fell agape, astonished. How extraordinary! Brother Xiao Wei is bound to lose. The beastly body refinement is notoriously arduous to master, requiring not only the passage of time, but also a practitioner with a suitable physical foundation. Master Ming Zhong resumed his fruit peeling, sipping on grape wine, leisurely watching the contest. Xiao Wei possesses some merit. A practitioner at the Qi Radiant stage is not so easily vanquished. Huh. Xiao Wei raised his left hand to block the brute's swinging punch, while his right hand struck directly at the man's abdomen. At this moment, a faint crimson radiance enveloped him, flickering and dancing like flames. Though the glow remained subtle and indistinct, Xiao Wei had elevated his power to the Qi Hua realm, yet he had not unleashed his full potential, only manifesting a fraction of Qi Hua strength. With a sharp clap, his palm struck the abdomen of the burly man, producing a crisp sound. Xiao Wei glanced up, only to find no sign of discomfort on the man's face. It was as if his palm had met an unyielding boulder, unyielding and motionless. He couldn't help but marvel at the man's formidable physique, realizing that even ordinary iron tools would struggle to pierce his skin. It was evident that he needed to augment his strength and unleash the full force of the Qi Hua realm. Xiao Wei swiftly deflected the man's punch and retreated 2 steps, his body suddenly vibrating. The faint flames surrounding him became vividly clear, the crimson glow intensifying as he fully ascended to the Qi Hua realm. This technique is called the overlapping wave's palm. Be cautious. With those words, Xiao Wei lunged forward, targeting the man's chest. Aware that his opponent had now unleashed his full Qi Hua strength, the burly man refrained from underestimating him, raising his fists to protect his chest. However, as Xiao Wei approached, he suddenly lowered his body, gliding sideways along the surface of the arena, evading the man's fists. Just as the burly man attempted to strike downward, Xiao Wei sprang upright, simultaneously deflecting the man's arms and delivering 3 swift strikes to the crooks of his elbows, temporarily numbing the brute's limbs. The man staggered backward, veins bulging in his neck, his face flushed, determined to withstand this onslaught with sheer physicality. Chapter 90. Subtle concessions in the contest of Qi. Xiao Wei's palm strikes flowed incessantly, akin to a river crashing against colossal stones, sending forth cascades of foaming waves. The flickering radiance that enveloped him, accompanying each strike of his palm, would detonate into diffuse nebulas upon the brawny man's chest. These nebulas, shimmering with a faint crimson hue, swiftly dissipated into currents of air, resonating across the surroundings. With a series of resounding smacks, exceeding 30 blows, the burly man, despite his furious roars, was powerless to halt his backward momentum. Xiao Wei observed with meticulous attention, noting that the man had retreated to the very edge of the arena. A continued assault would inevitably result in his defeat. With a shrewd glint in his eyes, he curtailed the subsequent offensive of the DL Engziching, overlapping wave palm, instead feigning a final thrust with both palms extended forward. As his palms impacted the man's chest, the resulting burst of mist eclipsed all previous strikes in size. A tempestuous gust swept through the courtyard, rattling the tableware upon the tables. However, Xiao Wei had subtly altered this particular attack. He minimized the force emanating from his palms, while augmenting the energy along the outer edges of his hands. Upon contact, he deliberately propelled the energy outward in all directions. Although the spectacle was grand, the actual force was considerably less than the preceding 30 blows, ensuring that the man would not be knocked from the platform. These minute alterations were imperceptible to the brawny man, whose mind reeled from the relentless pounding of the DL Engziching, overlapping wave palm. He could only brace himself, desperately enduring the barrage. As the incessant assault upon his chest abruptly ceased, the man, without a moment's hesitation, relaxed his taut muscles and inhaled deeply. Casting a glance behind him, he was immediately seized by a sense of inadequacy. This disciple of the Qinyin Qinyin sect was truly formidable, nearly driving him from the arena with mere palm strikes. Fortunately, the man's strength appeared to wane as quickly as it had surged, and with caution, he might yet withstand the onslaught. It was truly admirable to cultivate the physical body to such an extent. Xiao Wei clenched his fist, and the radiance enveloping him grew ever more brilliant, emitting a dazzling array of blinding light. In that case, Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Qi Yao realm. As his words fell, a glaring crimson light erupted from him, while his flame attire swelled and ascended, resembling a sun materializing upon the arena. Shortly thereafter, this radiant orb detached from its original position, trailing a resplendent glow as it surged towards the burly man. The man, firmly anchoring his stance, roared like a wild beast, his muscles swelling further as he extended his massive hand to seize the luminous force. With a thunderous bang, the air erupted as if ignited by a colossal firecracker, sending a visible wave of energy radiating outward from the point of impact. The sheer magnitude and force of this wave exceeded all prior instances, and the disciples of the Jueqing Suixin sect, gathered at the edge of the arena, were swept off their feet, some tumbling over a dozen paces. As the wave surged toward the banquet table, Gu Wuqing raised his right hand and waved it with a nonchalant grace. From his gesture emanated two faint, colorless streams of energy, which floated toward the front of the banquet table, intertwining and colliding, instantaneously transforming into a towering wall of wind that blocked the impending wave. The sect leader's brow twitched slightly. Being in such proximity to Gu Wuqing, he could naturally perceive the nature of the energy. Although the total quantity of these two streams was minimal, the density of the earthly and celestial power within was exceedingly high, creating an imbalance in the air and allowing the wind wall to reach such impressive dimensions. It was evident that Gu Wuqing had made significant strides in his cultivation, leaving one to ponder at which realm he now resided. On the arena, the resplendent sun gradually dimmed, revealing Xiao Wei's figure, as the soft crimson glow surrounding him pulsed before gradually fading away. Beside him, Master Ming Zong elucidated, the Qi Radiance realm is an exceedingly unstable state. Once one's power ascends to this realm, the vital energy surges forth from every meridian, causing a temporary explosion of strength that manifests as a dazzling luminescence. At this juncture, the consumption of vital energy is alarmingly high. Thus, the greater the reservoir of energy within, the longer one can sustain the power of the Qi Radiance realm. Zhang Qiu retorted, "Isn't it possible to conserve it?" "No," the master replied. "When one elevates their power to the Qi Radiance realm, all meridians are opened. Akin to a leaky bucket, it's merely a matter of time before it runs dry. Hence, it is indeed a precarious state." Master Mingzong took a sip from his wine bowl, his gaze fixed on the arena as he continued. Xiao Wei's duration of power within the Qi Radiance realm is far too brief. It cannot be attributed to a lack of vital energy, but rather to his desire to concede. In the arena, the burly man and Xiao Wei were locked in a stalemate, neither able to budge the other. Gradually, the flames surrounding Xiao Wei began to flicker and blur, indicating the onset of dissipating energy. Observing this, a smile crept across the burly man's lips as he mockingly proclaimed, "Huh, so it turns out to be a mere candle with a silver spear. Impressive to look at yet utterly useless. With such scant vital energy, it wouldn't even suffice to fill the gaps between my teeth." With that, he roared, his muscles bulging as he advanced, pushing Xiao Wei toward the edge of the arena. With each step, the burly man's feet sank deeply into the platform, exuding an unstoppable momentum. "Insufficient vital energy, I concede." Upon declaring this, Xiao Wei clasped his fists in respect toward the burly man, acknowledging his ability to withstand the assaults of both the Qi Transformation and Qi Radiance realms, and expressed his admiration. The burly man wore an expression of disbelief, unable to comprehend how readily his opponent had conceded. He stood dazed upon the stage, muttering to himself, "What? I won. I triumphed over the Qi Yao realm? What an impressive feat." He called out to his massive counterpart, "Come down. Let us celebrate with a couple of bowls." The disciples of the Heartless Emotion Manor erupted in cheers, pulling the man down from the stage and surrounding him with cups of wine. Observing the outcome, the sect leader felt a sense of satisfaction. Ming Ding's strategy had proven astute, granting Gu Wuqing face while avoiding a humiliating defeat. Xiao Wei's performance was commendable, particularly in his portrayal of insufficient qi, which was quite convincing. The sect leader turned to Gu Wuqing, offering praise. "Master Gu, your disciple is indeed a remarkable talent, managing to overcome the Qi Yao realm with mere physical prowess." "Ah, this is largely due to your sect's leniency," Gu Wuqing replied modestly, conversing quietly with his adopted son, Guin, before inviting the next disciple of the Qianyun sect to take the stage. As the competition progressed, both sides experienced victories and defeats, yet overall, the Heartless Emotion Manor claimed a greater number of wins. The disciples of the heartless emotion manner were the most elated spectators, gathered around the arena, cheering and shouting, hoping for more victories for their side. After each round, the sect leader would engage in cheerful conversation with Gu Wuqing, but he soon realized that Gu Wuqing seemed rather disinterested in the matches. Most of the time, Gu Wuqing was engrossed in quiet discussions with his son, responding to the sect leader's inquiries with mere pleasantries. A sense of suspicion began to brew within the sect leader's mind. What was Gu Wuqing contemplating? Why propose a contest while displaying such a lack of interest? Was he concealing something from him? Chapter 91. The spellcasting technique of stone crystal paper and pen. The sect leader pondered deeply, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Was he perhaps being overly cautious? Unable to arrive at a conclusion, he resolved to observe further. After a series of matches, it was finally Zheng Qiu's turn to ascend the stage. He produced 2 uncovered wooden boxes, attaching one to his left belt filled with white paper, and the other to his right, containing a pen saturated with ink. With everything prepared, he adjusted his attire and briskly made his way to the arena. Upon seeing a child step onto the stage, the disciples of the heartless and unyielding sect exchanged glances, questioning the fairness of the match. Was it not an act of bullying to pit an older opponent against such a young contender? Yet, what if this child was merely feigning innocence, ready to unleash hidden talents? After much deliberation, one disciple called out, "Young brother, what is your cultivation level?" "Me?" Zheng Qiu contemplated for a moment before deciding to understate his abilities, lest they send forth a formidable opponent. I have yet to reach the chi control stage." As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes widening in disbelief, unsure if they had misheard him. Moments later, someone inquired, "What did you just say? Please repeat that." "I have yet to reach the chi control stage," Zheng Qiu reiterated. Instantly, the audience erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, so he is merely a chi embryo. Ha ha ha, I can't breathe from laughing so hard." The unexpected sight of a chi embryo was truly enlightening, prompting a wave of mirth. "No laughing, he is a guest. Control yourselves. Ha ha ha, I can't help it." The Lord's face flushed, his eyes glaring intently in the direction of Elder Mingzong. However, Elder Mingzong merely shrugged, adopting an expression that implied helplessness and a suggestion to take matters into his own hands. After a considerable time of not paying attention to the arena contest, Gu Wuqing turned his head, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Lord Mingkong, what does this mean? My invitation clearly stated to bring your most favored disciple. Yet this seems..." The Lord, with an awkward smile, replied with resignation, "Elder Mingzong from our sect has only this one disciple. There is no one else he could bring." Upon hearing this, a look of surprise flickered across Gu Wuqing's face, which was soon replaced by a smile. "Surely this disciple possesses unique qualities. Let us proceed with the contest." Gu Wuqing summoned a disciple from the Jueqing Suixin manor to convey a message to those by the arena. Soon, the laughter at the edge of the arena faded, and a young man in his 20s emerged from the crowd. Ascending the stage, he clasped his hands behind his back and addressed Zheng Qiu, saying, "Young brother, I have already reached the chi condensation realm. Your attacks cannot harm me, so feel free to unleash your full power." To his surprise, Zheng Qiu shook his head in refusal, stating, "This elder brother, that one do. I can only defend and have yet to learn how to attack." The young man found Zheng Qiu's words both amusing and exasperating, thinking to himself, "Defense? What can a mere chi embryo defend against? A single wave of energy would send him flying." Though he harbored such thoughts, he replied, "Very well. I will count down from 7 and unleash a wave of energy at the lowest level of the chi mastery realm, targeting the right side of the arena. If you cannot withstand it, do not attempt to catch it." Zheng Qiu nodded, agreed. 7. Zheng Qiu reached for the wooden box at his waist, retrieving paper and brush. As Zheng Qiu lifted his pen, he swiftly inscribed the incantation runes for the earth golem spell upon the paper. With practiced ease, he retrieved 3 brown earth crystals from his left sleeve, snapping them apart and enveloping them within the parchment before casting it onto the arena to his right. As he tossed the paper ball, he recited the incantation, "O spirits of the 4 corners, by divine decree, earth shall take form and manifest for me. Water and fire shall not encroach, nor shall weapons touch my coat." The youth counted down to the final numeral, gently nudging with his left hand, unleashing a wave of energy. Simultaneously, Zheng Qiu completed his incantation, and suddenly, a cloud of yellowish-brown mist erupted from the paper ball, coalescing into a towering earth golem, taller than Zheng Qiu by half a head. The wave of energy collided with the square shield wielded by the golem, splattering mud and leaving behind a fist-sized dent. Moments later, the golem reverted back to mist, gradually dissipating into nothingness. The youth widened his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The spell was cast with astonishing speed. Gao Wuqing observed the entire process with keen interest, noting how Zheng Qiu had drawn upon the earth crystals to invoke the spell. Frowning, he expressed his displeasure. Master Mingkong, this is a contest of cultivation, not a display of wealth. What is the purpose of using earth crystals to cast spells? Noticing Gao Wuqing's discontent, the sect leader forced a smile while discreetly directing his gaze towards Elder Ming Zong, conveying a clear message. Expedite the resolution of this troublesome situation. Elder Ming Zong nodded slightly, setting down his wine bowl as he rose to greet Gu Wuqing with a cupped fist salute. Master Gu, I am Ming Zong, and this child is my disciple. Upon noticing Gu Wuqing's gaze upon him, Elder Ming Zong offered another bow. Master Gu, to speak frankly, this child has only been my apprentice for less than a year. His foundation remains unsteady, and naturally, he has yet to learn any profound techniques. The spells he knows were hastily practiced day and night before the banquet. I see Gu Wuqing pondered for a moment before waving his hand. No matter. Since he is not versed in techniques, there is no need for a contest. Let him come down and rest. My disciple, Li Majian, has yet to compete. Gu Wuqing's eyes brightened. Oh, the disciple of Master Mingkong. He must possess extraordinary talent. Master Gu, you flatter me. My disciple is merely at the qi condensation stage. He does not stand out significantly. The master chuckled, shaking his head as he addressed the banquet table below. Majian, come forth to the arena and compete. Li Majian sat at the same table as Ming Kong Zilin, presently preoccupied with peeling fruit for his junior sister while also keeping her from indulging in wine. Upon hearing his master call for him, he quickly discarded the fruit in his hands, shaking off the peels clinging to his clothing as he stood. Before he could take more than 2 steps, Ming Kong Zilin dashed forth, her form a blur as she leapt onto the arena. I'll compete first. I'll compete first, she exclaimed, munching on a piece of fruit while bouncing around the stage. Majian. Li Majian ascended the arena, intending to persuade her to step down. It's not your turn yet. Heed your master. Ming Kong Zilin sidled aside, tossing the fruit pit into Li Majian's embrace. No, I'm eager. I want to compete right now. Zilin, come down. This is absurd. The sect leader stood up, his voice filled with anger as he shouted towards the arena. Get down here. What are you competing for? Come down. Ignoring his commands, Ming Kong Zilin covered her ears, pretending not to hear the sect leader's calls. As she playfully dodged around Li Majian on the platform, continually circling him. Gu Wuqing observed the scene for a moment and inquired, Ming Kong's sect leader, who is this young girl? Please forgive me for the amusement. This is my adopted daughter, Ming Kong Zilin. She is rather mischievous, truly. Sigh. Chapter 92. Where the blue light shines, there is humidity. Ha! Since she is the adopted daughter of the Mingkong sect leader, why not let her have some fun on the platform? Gu Wuqing said, picking up a porcelain bottle and pouring wine into the sect leader's cup, adding, rest assured. Mingkong sect leader, I will send a disciple of lesser cultivation to the arena, allowing her to enjoy herself. Thank you, Gu Zhuangzhu. The sect leader raised his cup and drank it all in one go, then called out to the arena, Majian, come down and let Zilin have a turn. Gu Wuqing's words swiftly reached the disciples within the courtyard. After a brief discussion among those gathered around the arena, they nominated a plump young boy. With a grim expression, the chubby boy climbed onto the platform, gathering his energy as he crossed his arms defensively in front of himself. The glow emanating from his hands was faint and indistinct, indicating that he was not only at the qi manipulation stage, but had only recently broken through from the qi embryo stage. Upon seeing the dim glow around the boy's hands, Ming Kong Zilin pouted, clearly displeased. Is that all the cultivation you have? How am I supposed to beat you? The chubby youth felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, realizing that this young girl possessed considerable skill, and he was in for a rough time. Ming Kong Zilin pouted, reprimanding, what a coward, who comes in and immediately concedes. As she spoke, she waved her hands simultaneously, unleashing 2 waves of energy. One struck the chubby youth's foot, causing him to stumble, while the other sent him flying off the stage. The plump boy flailed in the air, emitting a prolonged wail as he descended into the crowd. Ming Kong Zilin pointed at the disciples of the heartless and carefree sect below the stage. placing her hands on her hips, and shouted, "Send up someone from the condensation realm to take a beating. No cowards, hurry." The crowd began to murmur, and soon a man with slightly yellowed hair was pushed onto the stage. His face hung low, his expression filled with frustration and helplessness. Ming Kong Zilin tilted her head to observe him, then pointed at his nose, saying, "Why the long face? Can't you be happy, cheerful, and smile? Only to take a beating and not fight back. How could one be pleased in such a predicament?" The man thought to himself, yet dared not voice it. Instead, he clasped his fists in salute, forcing out an exceedingly awkward smile. "That's more like it," she remarked. Ming Kong Zilin stretched her arms wide, palms facing outward as she made a sweeping motion. As she did, a mist of ethereal blue light slowly enveloped her form. "I won't bully you. I will only use the power of the condensation realm." Before she could finish her sentence, she unleashed an attack, an energy wave glowing with a ghostly blue hue, coalescing into a pillar half a foot thick, hurtling toward the man's face. "You start attacking before you finish speaking. Where's the logic in that?" The man was taken aback, hastily concentrating his energy into his palm, forming a small shield of force to protect himself. A resounding thud echoed as the impact occurred, accompanied by swirling gusts of air, and a large mass of white vapor erupted from his palm. The dense white mist enveloped him entirely, resembling a cloud from the heavens. What was this? A concealed weapon? His vision obscured by the white haze, he could see nothing of the external situation, only hearing the fluctuating cheers from the crowd at the arena's edge. He immediately channeled all his energy, spreading the luminous mist across his entire body to guard every position, fearful of a surprise attack from Ming Kong Zilin. As the white vapor gradually dissipated, he regained sight of the arena, only to find the young girl had not launched an ambush. Rather, she remained stationary, not moving an inch. He breathed a sigh of relief, retracting his energy and refocusing his strength into his hands for defense. At that moment, he noticed something peculiar. His clothing felt oddly damp, as if drenched by rain. He glanced again at the vanishing white mist, which was unmistakably water vapor. Why would an attack infused with energy also contain moisture? A multitude of questions flooded his mind. According to the common knowledge of Yunxiu continent, the energy emitted by a cultivator, despite exhibiting various colors, was fundamentally a singular essence, a current of force. As one's cultivation level increased, the amount of earthly power absorbed would also rise. And only when the concentration of this power within the energy surpassed a critical threshold would the attack manifest phenomena such as water, earth, or fire. It was then that the color of the energy became significant, each hue corresponding to a different nature of earthly power. To possess such a concentration of the forces of heaven and earth, one must at least attain the realm of the illusory deity. Could it be that this young girl before me is a master of the illusory deity realm? Surely not. The man shook his head, banishing such absurd thoughts from his mind. Across from him, Ming Kong Zilin exclaimed, "Counterattack. Are you perhaps a coward?" With a stomp of her petite foot, she unleashed another column of energy waves, insisting, "Counterattack." Noticing that the man remained unresponsive, her frustration grew. She waved her hands vigorously, causing the columnar energy waves to merge into a continuous stream, reminiscent of an unending river. The sound of booming echoes filled the arena, as if a great drum were being struck, and thick white vapor billowed forth, enveloping the entire stage. The man exerted himself to summon his energy, his palms striking in succession to deflect the incoming waves. Meanwhile, he widened his eyes, meticulously observing the erupting steam. Soon, he discerned that this vapor was not composed of actual water, but rather an illusion created by the viscous energy. With each wave the girl unleashed, she infused it with a hint of ethereal blue energy, which transformed into tiny blue dots that clung to the surrounding air, creating droplets with a watery texture. The outer layer of air tightly encased the central blue dots, prolonging their existence. It would take more than 20 breaths for the central blue points to fade and disperse back into the air. Now, the man understood. No wonder the energy waves she released had distinct shapes. Her energy acted as an adhesive. Injecting energy into each attack must be quite taxing. If he could endure just a little longer, surely he could bring this to an end and report back to the estate owner. With a tempest of air battering for an extended period, Ming Kong Zilin observed that the man did not retaliate. She halted her assault, summoning a gust to disperse the white mist enveloping the arena. "You coward, will you not strike back?" The man shook his head, contemplating. "It appears the energy is nearly exhausted. the task of enduring blows is soon to be accomplished. Unexpectedly, Mingkong Zelin raised her small fist, exclaiming fiercely, "Since you relish being struck, allow me to loosen your bones." As she spoke, she stomped her foot, causing the surrounding mist to condense and brighten, and an ethereal blue flame garment materialized around her. She then lifted her hands high, cradling a pulsating orb of blue light, proclaiming, "Here, indulge in the crashing waves." With that declaration, Mingkong Zelin crouched down, forcefully pressing the orb of blue light onto the arena. Upon contact, the sphere seemed to be instantaneously flattened, transforming into a luminous blue disk from which flickering flames emanated, resembling a glowing pit carved into the stage. The man was taken aback. This young girl was in the realm of chi transformation, and he could not withstand such an assault. Realizing the attack had been unleashed, he hurriedly summoned his energy to fortify his defense, striving to mitigate the impending damage. Yet, the peculiar nature of her technique left him bewildered, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 93. The Final Showdown on the Arena. Crack. Crack. The arena fissured, a gap forming as the wooden planks on either side bulged, as if something were traversing beneath. The rift rapidly extended, surging directly towards the man's feet. Aware of the imminent danger, he recognized the source of the assault and, without hesitation, concentrated his energy into his legs, lifting his mist-covered foot to stomp upon the crevice. However, the assault arrived swifter than he had anticipated. Before his foot could touch the ground, the fissure suddenly widened, illuminating his terrified visage with a brilliant blue glow. A thunderous roar erupted, as if a colossal explosive had been concealed beneath the arena, unleashing a cacophony that reverberated through the air. In an instant, a gaping chasm formed in the platform. Splintered wood scattering in all directions under the azure radiance. A colossal flame, as wide as a man, surged forth from the stage in a straight ascent. Within the cerulean inferno, vast white waves surged upward, interspersed with mist, resembling a waterfall cascading upwards. The man could scarcely fathom the ferocity of this onslaught. He was wholly unprepared. The waves propelled him high into the air, his screams echoing as he soared upward for several dozen feet. The force of the water was so immense that it shattered the luminous mist enveloping him, causing the energy within his meridians to scatter chaotically. His body felt as though it had been trampled by a herd of raging bulls, painful and numbed, rendering him immobile. With a prolonged scream, he plummeted straight down, only to be caught by the disciples of the heartless and unyielding sect, who swiftly leaped forward to assist. The flames that had erupted from the platform quickly dissipated, and the waves cascaded down with a rush, flowing along the surface. As time passed, the torrents gradually lost their aqueous essence, reverting to their gaseous state, merging seamlessly with the atmosphere. What remained on the stage was a vast, empty pit, surrounded by wooden boards that appeared as dry as ever, bearing no trace of the water's impact. Mingkong Zelin extinguished her surrounding flames, allowing the luminous mist to fade, and a hint of fatigue graced her features, clearly indicating that the previous maneuver had drained her significantly, leaving her energy diminished. Yet, her words were unrelenting as she placed her hands on her hips and called out from the edge of the platform. "Is there anyone else willing to step up for a thrashing? Is there a third coward willing to step up?" The crowd below exchanged glances, for the master had decreed that this young girl could only endure the blows without retaliating. Just moments ago, her formidable technique, known as crashing waves, had left an impression, and no one wished to become the next unfortunate victim. The disciples of the heartless and unrestrained sect whispered among themselves, but Mingkong Zelin would not afford them the chance to deliberate. Currently, she lacked the energy to contend with anyone at the chi transformation stage. She declared, "I am no longer interested in this. It's pointless. Everyone is a coward, unwilling to fight back. You are all just wooden dummies, trying to fool me. I'm done." A knowing smile graced the master's face as he observed Mingkong Zelin's predicament. He inquired playfully, "Zelin, why have you lost interest? If the opponents at the chi control and chi gathering stages do not satisfy you, you may challenge someone at the chi transformation stage." Mingkong Zelin stuck out her tongue at the master, rolled her eyes, and pouted, "It's not fun. Nobody dares to fight back. You're all just ganging up on me. I'm finished." The master chuckled heartily, lightly waving his paper fan, and turned to Gu Wuqing, saying, "Your suggestion is truly brilliant, Gu Zhuangzhu. Please discipline this girl thoroughly. Here, I raise a toast to you." Gu Zhuangzhu, engrossed in conversation with his adopted son Guan, only responded after several calls from the master. Feeling guilty for neglecting Mingkong Zhongzhu during their discussion, he replied, "In that case, I shall return the gesture with a drink." The last contender to take the stage was Li Majian. Though his cultivation was modest at the qi gathering stage, his technique was peculiar, the origins of which remained a mystery. Li Majian refrained from initiating attacks. Instead, he utilized one hand to channel energy waves to counter his opponent's offensive moves. The waves of energy he emitted were not particularly strong. It required 3 consecutive bursts to fend off his opponent. However, the situation soon transformed. Li Majian's waves of energy grew increasingly powerful, shifting from needing 3 bursts to merely 2, then to a single burst, ultimately reversing the tide and overwhelming his adversary. The magnitude of his energy waves escalated dramatically, expanding from a width of 1 foot to 6, and then to an astonishing 10 feet. In the end, the waves he unleashed engulfed the entire arena, leaving his opponent with no avenue for escape. Zheng Qiu watched in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Was this truly still the realm of qi condensation? The sight of the energy waves rolling from one end of the arena to the other was more formidable than even the display of Xiao Wei in the qi flourishing realm. He hastily inquired of Master Mingzong, "Master, what kind of technique is this? It feels even more powerful than senior brother Xiao Wei." "This is the 4-elemental qi amplification technique," Master Mingzong remarked, gazing at the tumultuous waves of energy on the stage, unable to suppress his admiration. Even the 4-elemental qi is being taught. It seems the sect leader has made a decisive choice, abandoning that previous path. Zheng Qiu, perplexed, did not grasp the meaning behind the sect leader's resolution or the notion of abandoning a certain path. He tugged at his master's sleeve, pressing for clarification. "Master, what do you mean? What is the 4-elemental qi amplification technique? Is it truly formidable?" The original manuscript of the 4-elemental qi amplification technique resides with the sect leader, while the introduction to the technique is stored within the Asking Heaven Pavilion. To learn this technique, one must undergo an evaluation by the sect leader, who will ultimately impart the teachings personally. The essence of the 4-elemental qi amplification technique lies in its amplification nature, with the key resting in the 4 elemental transformations of qi. The so-called 4 elements refer to heaven, earth, humanity, and spirit. Here, heaven and earth signify the forces of the universe. Humanity pertains to the physical form of the cultivator, while spirit denotes the mental aspect. The concept of transforming qi involves converting the powers of heaven and earth, the physical body, and the spirit into formidable energy. At present, Li Majian is employing this technique to transmute the celestial forces, which are challenging for lower-tier cultivators to harness, into his own energy. Each time he strikes his chest, he channels the refined energy into his meridians. The extent of this enhancement can be infinitely amplified, provided the user's body can endure it. Wow, this amplification technique is astonishing. Brother Li Majian is certain to win, Zheng Qiu exclaimed, peering eagerly at the arena. Master Mingzong also gazed at the stage, but his expression betrayed no joy, only a fleeting hint of regret. He refrained from completing his thought. Although the amplification effect of the 4 elements transformation technique is indeed remarkable, it is inherently a self-sacrificial method designed to amplify others. To maximize this effect, the practitioner of the 4 elements transformation technique must not only transmute the forces of heaven and earth, but must also transform both their physical body and spirit. Ultimately, the cultivator risks annihilation of both body and spirit, becoming the purest form of power to be infused into the individual they wish to enhance. Thus, each practitioner of the 4 elements transformation technique is rigorously evaluated by the sect leader, who assesses their core attributes, lineage, root bone, and innate talent. Rather than selecting disciples, it is akin to choosing devoted warriors. Chapter 94. The Golden Rainbow, Qi displays its might. He lifted his gaze toward his opponent and proclaimed, "In the next wave of attack, I shall exert my utmost strength. If you feel unable to withstand it, do not hesitate to leap from the arena and evade." The disciple of the Heartless Heart sect wore an expression of irritation tinged with anxiety. He was vexed that Li Majian, being at the same level of qi condensation, dared to utter such audacious words. Could it be that someone in the qi condensation realm could unleash an attack with the might of the qi transformation realm? His apprehension stemmed from the fact that he was already struggling to counter Li Majian's onslaught. If Li Majian possessed even more formidable techniques, he truly might not be able to withstand them. As he was lost in his tumultuous thoughts, Li Majin began to gather his energy in preparation for an attack. With both hands raised, golden mist shimmered in his palms. He then brought his hands closer together, as if attempting to unite them in prayer, yet the effort appeared arduous, as though an unyielding boulder obstructed the space between his palms. As the distance between them diminished, the radiance of the mist intensified. When his hands were but a foot apart, a sudden burst of twisted golden lightning erupted between his palms, revealing a luminous sphere that spun violently, pulsating with power that generated gusts of wind, causing Li Majin's hair to billow and his robes to flutter. Sweat trickled down from his forehead to the tip of his nose, dripping once, twice. Gritting his teeth, Li Majin pressed his palms closer to the glowing sphere. At last, his palms made contact with the golden orb, and he swiftly curled his fingers around it, gripping it tightly. A sizzling sound filled the air as golden light surged through his fingers, as if the sphere were on the verge of escaping. This technique is called golden rainbow piercing the sun. Get out of the way, Li Majin shouted, exerting all his strength to launch the piercing orb forward with a shrill cry. With a thunderous roar, the sphere of light erupted instantaneously, causing Li Mo to slide backward on the arena, his feet carving 2 deep furrows into the ground. From the direction of the explosion, a golden column of energy, 1 yard wide, surged forth with the force of an avalanche. As the column passed, violent shockwaves cascaded chaotically, lifting the wooden planks of the arena high into the air, shattering them into fragments. Heavenly mercy, how utterly absurd. The disciple of the heartless and unyielding sect was taken aback, witnessing the devastation wrought by the energy column. Not only was the arena lifted, but even the tiled ground beneath it was gouged out, leaving a path in its wake. The golden light illuminated his panicked visage, and with a sharp crack, a flying wooden shard struck him on the forehead, snapping him back to reality. Quickly, he crouched down, angled his body, and rolled off the arena, desperately fleeing into the crowd below. Gu Wuqing could no longer remain composed. Should the energy column continue its trajectory unabated, it would surely obliterate the nearby tile-roofed buildings. Yet, Gu Wuqing did not abandon the banquet table. Instead, he grasped a small black hammer used for cracking walnuts, delicately infused it with a trace of energy, and then raised his arm, casually tossing the hammer toward the arena. The hammer soared through the air, swaying in the wind as though guided by an unseen hand, tracing a grand arc, trailing dark energy to catch up with the column. Whirling rapidly, the hammer struck heavily against the front of the energy column, and the energy imbued within it detonated suddenly, revealing a massive, dark gray sphere. The collision between the sphere and the column unleashed a torrent of air that swept westward in all directions, sending the unprepared disciple of the heartless and unyielding sect tumbling down in droves, as if they were stalks of wheat being harvested. Upon witnessing the disciples of Zhuang Nei sprawled on the ground like tumbling gourds, Gu Wuqing once again raised his hand, his fingertip pointing skyward. With a swift motion, a small black hammer shot straight into the heavens, generating a series of swirling air vortices that directed the chaotic currents of colliding air upwards. He observed Li Majin, who, at that moment, was propped on his knees, gasping for breath, his robe clinging tightly to his form, wholly drenched in sweat. A subtle smile of relief crept across Gu Wuqing's lips. It seemed that this technique placed a tremendous burden on Li Majin's body, and the maneuver was rigidly fixed in its trajectory, demanding a considerable duration to execute, rendering it a mere practice technique suited only for wooden stakes. In short order, a beam of black light descended from the sky, tracing a grand arc before landing in Gu Wuqing's hand, the very black hammer itself. The gaze of the sect leader swept over the hammer, revealing a glimmer of envy in his eyes. This hammer was a divine weapon, a harbinger of calamity. Indeed, divine weapons possess a unique sentience. With this hammer in his possession, Gu Wuqing was truly empowered, explaining why he was able to emerge unscathed from his challenges against the various sects of Yunxiu in the past. With a beaming smile, the sect leader raised his wine bowl before the master, interrupting his contemplation. Truly, as the disciple of a sect leader, Li Majin exhibited the remarkable ability to harness the forces of heaven and earth even at the qi condensation stage, and with such magnitude, it was truly admirable. As the disciples clad in crimson from the Jueqing Suixin, Zhuang gradually dispersed from the arena, townsfolk emerged from the adjacent tiled houses, armed with brooms and shovels. Dismantling the damaged arena, and clearing away the debris to a corner of the courtyard. With cups raised and toasts exchanged, the atmosphere at the banquet grew increasingly lively, filled with laughter and joy, as merriment permeated the gathering. As Gu Wuqing lifted the porcelain vase to pour wine into the bowl of the head of the Ming Kong sect, he suddenly spoke. "Head of Ming Kong, our conversation has been most enjoyable, and I have a proposal I wish to present." The head of the sect encouraged him to proceed without hesitation. "After this celebratory banquet, our two sects have forged a bond. However, the world is unpredictable, and such camaraderie may not endure. I propose establishing a bridge between our sects, allowing the Jueqing Suixin Manor and the Qianyun sect to maintain a lasting friendship across generations. The Qianyun sect has extensive business throughout the Yunsu region, and an additional ally would be most beneficial." Gu Wuqing's suggestion of fostering a lasting alliance was met with enthusiasm from the sect leader, who, with a smile and a gentle wave of his paper fan, replied, "Since you have broached this subject, it seems you must have a plan in mind. Please, do share." The means to secure this enduring alliance is quite simple: a union between our two sections. Upon hearing the term union, the sect leader's mind swiftly grasped Gu Wuqing's intent. Yet he feigned ignorance and inquired, "A union? How do you propose we achieve this?" A flicker of displeasure crossed Gu Wuqing's mind. He recognized that the head of Ming Kong was aware of his intentions, but was reluctant to engage directly. Thus, he decided to lay everything bare. "Head of Ming Kong, I believe that Miss Celine and my adopted son Gu and are of similar ages. Why not let us act as matchmakers on this joyous occasion and arrange their engagement?" Indeed, as I had anticipated, the most suitable candidates for this union were none other than Gu En and Ming Kong Celine. Under different circumstances, I would have readily agreed, but choosing Ming Kong Celine was simply out of the question. A series of thoughts flickered through the mind of the sect master, yet he maintained a serene smile. Devoid of any excessive expression, he graciously declined. "Master Gu, Celine possesses a temper that is quite obstinate. Her methods are rather rough and careless, and her dedication to cultivation is lacking. I fear she may not be worthy of your esteemed nephew." Gu Wuqing shook his head. "Oh, sect master Ming Kong, do not speak so. Young Miss Celine is a paragon of beauty and talent. Her fiery disposition is but a testament to her rightful pride, making her the ideal match for Guan." The sect master, seeking to gently refuse once more, offered another reason. "The two are still quite young. To establish a union at this stage may be imprudent. After all, they are but children. How could they possibly comprehend the intricacies of romantic affection?" "Ah, sect master Ming Kong, you are mistaken," Gu Wuqing replied. "As the saying goes, feelings deepen over time. A betrothal established now, with the two living in close proximity, shall surely blossom with time." The sect master felt a surge of irritation, muttering to himself, "I have articulated my refusal with utmost clarity. I am but a breath away from piercing through this veil of misunderstanding. Gu Wuqing, do you truly not comprehend?" Yet, like a relentless hound, Gu Wuqing persisted in his pursuit. "What, pray tell, occupies your thoughts?" Noticing Gu Wuqing's unwavering insistence, the sect master resolved to elucidate his stance further, reminding himself that the proposal for this union was not his own, and thus, his dignity was not at stake. Gu Wuqing nodded subtly, leading the sect master to believe he had acquiesced. However, it soon became apparent that a peculiar smile graced Gu Wuqing's face, suggesting he had anticipated the sect master's refusal all along. Pouring a goblet of wine, Gu Wuqing let his fingers glide languidly along the rim, and with profound significance, he remarked, "Sect master Ming Kong, Guan and young Miss Celine are truly a match made in heaven. They are destined to be together and must inevitably unite." Gu Wuqing fixed his gaze upon the sect leader, a slight smile gracing his lips. "What I know far exceeds what you, esteemed leader, can fathom." The leader's brow furrowed slightly, realizing that Gu Wuqing was indeed concealing something. It seemed that the true purpose of this banquet was yet to unfold. Gu Wuqing's patience appeared to be waning, and the leader decided to remain silent, allowing him to reveal his intentions in due course. With this thought in mind, the leader maintained his composure, continuing to smile as he inquired, "What do you mean, Master Gu? I confess, I am rather perplexed." The leader's persistent evasion ignited Gu Wuqing's annoyance. He lifted a finger and tapped it rhythmically on the table before speaking, "Master Ming Kong, have you ever heard of the phenomenon known as the reversal of the Star River?" Upon hearing those words, the leader's smile faded, replaced by a grave seriousness. "Master Gu, you jest. This is a rare occurrence that happens only once in a century. Every cultivator in the realm is aware of it. Oh, but does Master Mingkong know about the congealed water vein of the Star River? Gu Wuqing pressed. At this, the leader's countenance darkened, and he enunciated each word with precision. Master Gu, do not speak frivolously. The congealed water vein is a term I have never encountered. The exchange between the leader and Gu Wuqing was far from discreet, and those seated at the banquet table could overhear their dialogue. When the topic of marriage alliance arose, Mingkong Zilin became quite anxious. Before she could voice her concern, the leader preemptively uttered his refusal. Nearby, Limoji whispered reassuringly, "Do not worry, junior sister. See, the leader would not forsake you." The sovereign and Gu Wuqing continued their conversation. Gradually, the elders of Qianyun sect began to discern the underlying hostility in their words. As time passed, even the older disciples could perceive this animosity. The laughter subsided, and all eyes turned upwards, as a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. When Gu Wuqing mentioned the reversal of the galaxy and the condensation of the Star River's energy veins, the elders exchanged glances, each one reading the concern reflected in the other's eyes. Surprisingly, Gu Wuqing remained unfazed by the sovereign's accusation of him speaking recklessly. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. He beckoned Guan, who had been standing beside him, and with a swift motion, he tapped Guan's back 3 times, commanding, "Channel your energy." "Yes." Guan responded with a nod, promptly settling into a firm stance, raising his hands towards the heavens before bringing them down to his waist. As he executed his movements, his cultivation technique commenced, and a mist of ethereal blue light began to materialize around his form. Suddenly, a clattering sound erupted from below, as bowls and dishes tumbled to the ground. Mingkong Zilin, startled, leaped from her seat, knocking over the fruit bowl and wine cups on the table. To her astonishment, a similar ethereal blue mist enveloped her, mirroring that of Guan. "I did not channel any energy, and I have no idea why this is happening," Mingkong Zilin exclaimed, frantically patting her sleeves in an attempt to suppress the blue mist. It was unyielding, and her energy was unresponsive. She had not initiated any cultivation. The sudden turn of events signaled a problem even to the simplest minds, and the atmosphere thickened with escalating anxiety, as if the very air was about to solidify. All gazes turned towards the sovereign, awaiting his next reaction. The sovereign glanced at Mingkong Zilin, then at Guan, and solemnly remarked, "I never expected that the yang vein would be discovered by you, Gu Wuqing." "Ha ha." Gu Wuqing laughed heartily as he rose from his chair, patting Guan on the shoulder, signaling him to cease his cultivation. The reversal of the galaxy is a rare phenomenon occurring once in a century on the Yunxiu continent, during which numerous treasures emerge and spirit beasts manifest, creating a grand festival for all cultivators. A triumphant expression adorned Gu Wuqing's face as he continued. To accomplish the reversal of the galaxy, there exists an indispensable condition: 2 individuals possessing the galaxy condensation water vein. The galaxy condensation water vein is divided into yin and yang, undoubtedly comprising 1 male and 1 female of similar age. Mingkong Zongzhu. "Oh no." Mingkong Aoqing. "Presently. The yang vein belongs to my adopted son Guan, while the yin vein is your adopted daughter Zilin. Do you not think they are a perfect pair?" Upon hearing this, Zongzhu Mingkong Aoqing realized that Gu Wuqing's knowledge surpassed his expectations. Yet, a sense of doubt lingered in his heart. The matter of the galaxy condensation water vein was known only to himself and the elders. How did Gu Wuqing come to possess such knowledge? Could it be that there was a traitor among the elders? "Gu Wuqing, how do you know about the galaxy condensation water vein?" Gu Wuqing shook his finger. "Mingkong Aoqing, I am aware of your thoughts. To speak frankly, the Qianyun sect is not the sole bearer of knowledge regarding the galaxy condensation water vein. There are others." "What?" Mingkong Aoqing was utterly astonished. The revelation that others were privy to this knowledge stirred a profound sense of crisis within him. The Qianyun sect was gradually slipping from his grasp, right beneath his very nose. Chapter 96. Unspoken Words and Bullying. It is no wonder that Gu Wuqing organized this grand banquet, specifically inviting disciples under the age of 40 who are most exceptional. The stellar river condensing water vein and the yin-yang veins resonate with one another. When one side cultivates, the other side's techniques will naturally operate. Gu Wuqing has located the yang vein and is aware that the yin vein resides within the Qianyun sect, yet he remains ignorant of its identity. He can only draw rough boundaries based on the similarity of cultivation levels and age between the 2 veins. Ultimately, He intends to discover the concealed yin vein within the Qianyun sect through a series of arena competitions. It appears that the individual who divulged the existence of the stellar river condensing water vein to Gu Wuqing was unaware that Mingkong Zilin is the yin vein. Thus, it cannot be an elder, but rather a certain disciple. Mingkong Aoqing, a mere verbal engagement seems trivial. Why complicate matters? Once the engagement is established today, I will arrange a residence for Zilin to stay here tomorrow. Gu Wuqing impatiently drummed his fingers on the table, urging for a swift decision. The sect master, Mingkong Aoqing, was engulfed in hesitation, fully cognizant that Gu Wuqing spoke the truth. The reversal of the stellar river is of paramount importance and necessitates two individuals of the stellar river condensing water vein. Guin and Mingkong Zilin are indeed destined to be a pair. However, if Zilin were to reside in the Resolute Heart Manor, the reversal of the stellar river would effectively sever ties with the Qianyun sect, a notion he could never accept. Gu Wuqing pressed on relentlessly, and the elders could no longer remain silent. Ming Qingxi stood up, exclaiming loudly, "Gu Wuqing, it seems your intentions go beyond merely establishing an engagement. Keeping Zilin at the Resolute Heart Manor would leave our Qianyun sect with no connection." The esteemed Lord Mingkong Aoqing cast an appreciative glance towards Ming Qingxi, recognizing him as the elder responsible for business affairs within the sect, who swiftly discerned the crux of Gu Wuqing's words. He promptly concurred, saying, "Indeed, I cannot allow Zilin to remain here. Gu Wuqing, you should abandon this notion." "Very well." Gu Wuqing was far from yielding, retorting, "If she cannot stay here, then let us jointly select a place for them to reside. As for the reversal of the Starry River, I demand 70% of the harvest from Qianyun sect." With a resounding clap, Mingkong Aoqing struck the table, gradually rising from his chair, his face shrouded in a stormy expression. "Gu Wuqing, do not take advantage of my goodwill to demand 70% of the harvest. How dare you utter such words? Oh, is 70% too much? What about 60%? Observing the sect leader's furious silence, Gu Wuqing continued, "I am a man of reason. 60% it shall be, and not a single fraction more." "Nonsense." Elder Ming Ding, standing from behind the table, pointed vehemently at Gu Wuqing, rebuking, "You dare to steal the secrets of Qianyun sect, and still have the audacity to speak of dividing the harvest? This is sheer folly. Ha ha ha, am I the fool? Am I the one speaking absurdities?" Gu Wuqing's smile vanished as he sternly swept bowls, dishes, and porcelain vases to the ground. "What do you think Qianyun sect is? Do you truly believe that your non-confrontational business dealings can sustain a sect for a millennium? With so many hidden extraordinary techniques and secrets, do you really think no one would dare to challenge you?" Gu Wuqing slammed the divine weapon of calamity onto the table, declaring, "If it were not for the once-in-a-century reversal of the galaxy, necessitating the opening and closing by the Qianyun sect, how could your sect possibly remain intact to this day? Now, even though I offer you 60% of the sun vein located within my heartless manor, what of it? I can do without the reversal of the galaxy, and so can the Yunxiu continent, but your Qianyun sect, rooted here, cannot afford such a loss." Upon hearing these words, Sect Master Mingkong Aoqing burst into laughter, exclaiming, "It is merely a lack of the sun vein. Do you truly believe I possess no alternative? How naive." At this proclamation, Gu Wuqing's countenance darkened. He had presumed that discovering the sun vein was tantamount to seizing the Qianyun sect's lifeline. Yet he had not anticipated that Mingkong Aoqing was prepared with contingencies, capable of controlling the reversal of the galaxy without the sun vein. He raised his hand, and suddenly, the sound of gongs resonated from the adjacent brick houses, followed by the rapid approach of footsteps from outside the courtyard. The sounds of clashing weapons mingled with the footsteps, encompassing every direction outside the yard, evidently indicating that Gu Wuqing had dispatched individuals to encircle the area. Mingkong Aoqing, naturally, heard the commotion outside. "Gu Wuqing, you are revealing your dagger at the end of the plot." He glanced at the elders and disciples below, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. With Gu Wuqing wielding the calamity and an overwhelming number of ambushers outside, escape would be impossible. While the elders might manage to flee, what of the disciples? They lacked the capacity to depart from the heartless manor. The elders, perceiving the sect master's apprehension, understood his concerns, and the atmosphere grew tense. The courtyard enveloped in an eerie silence. Gu Wuqing's face, which had been stern, now bore a trace of a mocking smile. Under the eaves of this situation, one must bow their head. It was now a matter of observing how Mingkong Aoqing would choose. Ming Kong Zilin glanced at the sect leader and Go Wuqing, then at the elders, her eyes darting around before she dashed out to stand in the middle of the banquet table, stamping her feet and swinging her braids. She expressed her discontent. How can you all do this? Have you even considered my feelings about this engagement? Go Wuqing was taken aback by Ming Kong Zilin's unexpected outburst and inquired, what do you wish to say? Ming Kong Zilin shook her small fist and shouted, I oppose this engagement. I already have someone I like. Go Wuqing was momentarily stunned. Could it be that this child had affections for someone? He instinctively asked, who is it? Ming Kong Zilin's gaze swept across the courtyard before finally landing behind a banquet table. In a swift motion, she leaped over and seized the collar of the person there, declaring, it's him. He is the one I like. Zheng Qiyuan, who had been seated at the table enjoying fruits, soon noticed the increasingly tense exchange between the sect leader and Gu Wuqing, while the elders around him appeared exceedingly anxious. The situation escalated when he overheard Elder Ming Qingxi and Elder Ming Ding reprimanding others, and the heavy footsteps approaching from outside the courtyard made Zheng Qiyuan realize that a confrontation was imminent. He shrank back in his seat, feeling both frightened and flustered. If a brawl were to erupt, as the weakest among them, he would be crushed without mercy. Then, he witnessed Ming Kong Zilin rushing out to make her declaration. When her eyes landed in his direction, Zhang Qiyuan felt a sinking sensation in his heart, an instinctive warning that this could not bode well. Before he could react, Ming Kong Zilin leapt to the side, seizing his collar and lifting him up. Subsequently, he heard Ming Kong Zilin confess that the person she liked was none other than him. Zheng Qiu was taken aback, utterly astonished. Was this truly the time for such an ill-fated jest? He attempted to voice a protest, but found himself emitting only muffled sounds, unable to part his lips. Simultaneously, his body was rendered immobile. He could neither shake his head nor wave his hands. A tingling sensation coursed through him, as if he were a puppet completely at her mercy. Go Wuqing wore a mocking smile. You are lying. I am not lying. Ming Kong Zilin turned to Zheng Qiu and asked, Zheng Qiu, you know that I like you, don't you? In a moment of incredulity, Zheng Qiu discovered to his dismay that he was nodding involuntarily. No, how could this be? I shouldn't be nodding. Despite the frantic protests echoing within his mind, he could not articulate a single word. The control over his body seemed entirely in Ming Kong Zilin's hands. He felt like a marionette. Elder Ming Zong sat at the same table as Zheng Qiu and observed the entire spectacle of Ming Kong Zilin lifting him with clarity. At that moment, she grasped the nape of Zheng Qiu's neck, her hands fidgeting with subtle movements. Elder Ming Zong, upon a brief reflection, quickly comprehended the girl's intention. He promptly rose, adopting a conciliatory demeanor. Master Go, there is a saying, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Elder Ming Zong discreetly shifted his position, intentionally blocking Ming Kong Zilin to prevent anyone from noticing her furtive actions. Master Go, Miss Zilin has a fondness for Zheng Qiu. You have just witnessed that Zheng Qiu is also aware of this matter. Elder Ming Zong glanced across the courtyard and fortuitously spotted a suitable slogan hanging beneath the eaves of a tiled house. He cupped his hands in respect towards Go Wuqing and inquired, Master Go, who authored the slogans surrounding this courtyard? Elder Ming Zong's approach was rather roundabout. While Gu Wuqing's thoughts lingered on the fact that Ming Kong Zilin harbored affections for Zheng Qiu, leaving him oblivious to Elder Ming Zong's true intent. Master Go, since you penned this slogan yourself, please take a look at this particular one. Elder Ming Zong raised his hand, gesturing towards the pile of arena debris, where the slogan read, one's own affairs, one must take charge. I believe this phrase undoubtedly reflects the sentiments within Master Ji's heart. As for the lifelong matters concerning Miss Zilin, why not allow her to decide for herself? Surely, the renowned Master Gu would not engage in the act of separating lovers. After this discourse, Gu Wuqing's temper flared intensely. It became evident that the old man had deftly ensnared him with his own words. The most critical aspect was that this entrapment utilized the very slogan he had written, leaving him no means of escape. Gu Wuqing was seething, yet he found no justification to retaliate against Elder Ming Zong, who spoke only favorable words. Taking a deep breath, Gu Wuqing endeavored to calm his turbulent emotions. Although the current situation appeared to favor him, the Qianyun sect was, after all, a millennium-old institution, and the prowess of its elders was unfathomably profound. Moreover, even with the divine weapon Wuwang Zai in his possession, Gu Wuqing harbored no absolute confidence in detaining Ming Kong Ouching. Ming Kong Ouching, fanning himself with a paper fan, amiably urged, Elder Ming Zong's reasoning is sound. Go Wuching, since the slogan is penned by you, it seems rather inappropriate for you to interfere in the romantic affections of the younger generation. Actions and words must align, otherwise, you may regret it when guiding your disciples in the future. Go Wuching cast a sharp glance at Ming Kong Ouching, then turned to his adoptive son Guan, inquiring, Guan, my dear son, do you harbor feelings for Miss Celine? Upon hearing this, Go Wuching erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, that settles it. My adoptive son also has affection for Celine. As his adoptive father, it is only fitting that I advocate on his behalf. Elder Ming Zong scrutinized Go Wuching, pondering, this Go Wuching is no fool. After all this discussion, he has yet to take action, clearly harboring reservations. Contemplating this, Elder Ming Zong declared, Master Go, your reasoning is sound. However, the sect leader's words hold merit as well. Yet, as the celestial river has not yet reversed, it is premature to discuss shared gains. Ultimately, this matter concerns the unions of the young. Since it pertains to the children, why not take a step back and allow them to resolve it themselves? Gu Wuching furrowed his brow, skepticism evident on his face. Are you attempting to ensnare me in your words? No, Master Gu, I assure you. That is not my intention, Elder Ming Zong replied hastily, gesturing emphatically. I understand your paternal affection and your desire for a resolution today. Thus, I propose a wager between our two sects, witnessed by both you and the sect leader. You first explain the terms of the wager, Gu Wuching retorted, wary after having fallen into a trap once. Zheng Qiu is enamored with Miss Celine, and so is Guan. Rather than allowing their rivalry to escalate, let us adhere to the age-old custom. Let Zheng Qiu and Guan compete, and the victor shall determine the marriage contract. Upon hearing Elder Ming Zong's words, Ming Kong Celine felt a surge of anxiety. She reached out to tug at the hem of Elder Ming Zong's robe, attempting to lower her voice. Elder Ming Zong, have you lost your senses? You intend to let that foolish boy compete against Guan? That Guan is undoubtedly at the Qi Hua realm. Elder Ming Zong slightly turned to the girl, assuring her, do not worry, I have my ways. Zheng Qiu will not lose. Gu Wuching, upon hearing this, was momentarily swayed, but he quickly regained his composure, pondering, this child named Zheng Qiu, being merely a Qi embryo, what capacity does he possess to contend with Guan? Is he relying solely on money-driven spells? Or could it be that this child conceals his true abilities? The sect master, Ming Kong Ouching, exchanged a glance with Ming Zong and understood that the latter was confident in his stance. He turned his gaze to Gu Wuching, noticing the latter's changing expression, clearly indicating his hesitation. The sect master resolved to raise the stakes, pressing Gu Wuching. It is not merely about the marriage pact. Should Zheng Qiu lose, the matter of reversing the stars will proceed as the previous master proposed. The Absolute Heart Pavilion shall receive 60% of the gains, while the Qianyan sect will obtain 40%. However, if Guan loses, the reversal of the stars will be dissociated from the Absolute Heart Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Gu Wuching could hardly contain himself. He had meticulously orchestrated this scheme with the reversal of the stars as his ultimate goal. Now, with Ming Kong Ouching's proposition, each word struck a chord deep within him. From any perspective, Guan could not possibly lose. As long as he triumphed in the contest, the 60% of the reversal's gains would be within his grasp. Even if that Zheng Qiu had a hidden trump card, the risk was worth taking. Gu Wuching turned to the sect master, fixing him with a determined gaze. Ming Kong Ouching, do you speak the truth? I do. Very well. Gu Wuching abruptly slammed his hand on the table, declaring, I shall accept this wager. He pointed to the open ground revealed after the platform was dismantled. We shall compete right here, with no interference from anyone. Ming Kong Ouching proposed, this location is quite suitable. However, as these two youths are to engage in a contest, they should be afforded some time to prepare. Gu Wuching acknowledged the validity of Ming Kong Ouching's suggestion. He indeed had matters to discuss with Guan, but he feared that if too much time elapsed, Zheng Qiu from the Qianyan sect might take action. Thus, without awaiting a response from Ming Kong Ouching, he loudly announced the preparation time. They shall have but half a stick of incense for preparation. Someone, light the incense. Chapter 98. The duel on the open ground. As the incense was ignited, wisps of fragrant smoke began to rise gently. Upon hearing Gu Wuching's agreement to the contest, Ming Kong Celine finally released Zheng Qiu. As she withdrew her hand from the nape of Zheng Qiu's neck, she extracted 2 slender golden needles from the area of his cervical vertebrae. With the removal of the needles, Zheng Qiu trembled but swiftly regained his ability to move. It turned out that Ming Kong Zilin had used these two needles to subdue him, ensuring he complied. Why you? Zheng Qiu began, but before he could finish, Master Ming Zong swiftly covered his mouth. Foolish child, silence. Ming Kong Zilin gestured for quiet, and then turned to Master Ming Zong, asking, Old Master Ming, do you truly possess a method to enable this lad to defeat Guan? Master Ming Zong pondered for a moment before nodding. It should be feasible. He then released Zheng Qiu and led his disciple to the rear of the banquet table. Master, what is this? Master Ming Zong firmly grasped his disciple's shoulder and said earnestly, Zheng Qiu, the burden of Qianyun sect now rests upon your shoulders. Do not concern yourself with the reasons. Simply remember one thing. You must surpass Guan. Beside them, Ming Kong Zilin chimed in. You foolish boy, my future hinges on your success. So you must not betray me. At that moment, other elders of Qianyun's sect approached, whispering their inquiries. Ming Zong, are you certain you want Zheng Qiu to compete against Guan? Guan possesses a minimum of Qi Hua realm. How can Zheng Qiu match him? Do you have a particular strategy in mind? Do you require our assistance? Zheng Qiu himself harbored doubts about the contest, his expression troubled. Master, I cannot possibly defeat Guan. How can I win? Master Ming Zong vigorously shook his disciple and commanded in a resolute tone, you must not lack confidence. You can certainly achieve victory. Believe in yourself. He then cast a sidelong glance at Gu Wuqing. Noticing that Gu Wuqing was conversing with his adopted son Gu, and while occasionally glancing their way. Consequently, he whispered to the surrounding elders, time is of the essence. Gu Wuqing is watching us. Please help me obstruct his view. The elders, understanding Ming Zong's intent, began to chatter animatedly, feigning a discussion, while positioning themselves to form a human barrier that obscured Gu Wuqing's line of sight. Master Ming Zong gazed intently into Zheng Qiu's eyes, conveying a look of trust. Zheng Qiu, you must listen carefully to every word I say next. Soon, you will follow the steps I outline. As the incense dwindled, Master Ming Zong finally completed his instructions. His concern evident as he asked, have you memorized it? Zheng Qiu nodded, affirming, I have. Excellent. Master Ming Zong swiftly retrieved 2 sheets of white paper from the wooden box hanging at his apprentice's waist, deftly inscribing 2 distinct runes upon them before carefully folding and placing them into Zheng Qiu's sleeve. He then called out to the other elders, quickly, everyone, bring forth your elemental crystals. All of them, gold, brown, and purple. The elders hurriedly rummaged through their garments, presenting the 3 types of elemental crystals to Master Ming Zong. Among them, Elder Ming Chengxi possessed the most, with over 50 of these 3 colors alone. Meanwhile, Gu Wuqing quietly advised Guan that lad Zheng Qiu is capable of casting spells, and his speed is notably swift, yet his cultivation pales in comparison to yours. Remember, the more potent the spell, the more intricate its drawing, and the longer it takes to cast, which in turn consumes the elemental crystals at an accelerated rate. You must unleash a relentless assault, applying your full strength without granting him a moment's respite. If you can breach his defensive spells, that would be ideal. If not, at least you will swiftly deplete his elemental crystals. As the incense burned down to its end, Gu Wuqing straightened and called out, the time has come. Let that boy, Zheng Qiu, step forward and commence the contest in the open space. Master Ming Zong hurriedly sorted out the celestial crystals and tucked them into Zheng Qiu's sleeves, admonishing him. Zheng Qiu, remember my words. Do not panic. Follow the steps, for this is your only opportunity. Are you ready? Do you still wish to compete? Gu Wuqing descended with purpose. Ready, prepared. Elder Ming Zong instructed the others to disperse and led Zheng Qiu before Gu Wuqing. Master Gu, the child is prepared. We may commence the competition. Gu Wuqing's gaze fixed upon Zheng Qiu, scrutinizing him intently, yet found no flaws. With a wave of his hand, he declared, Guan and Zheng Qiu, step forth to the open ground for the contest. Blades are blind to their wielders. Life and death are fated. Yielding is not permitted. Only when one falls is it deemed a loss. The sect leader, Ming Kong, felt a flicker of concern as he pondered. This life and death duel is Gu Wuqing's method to set an example. I hope Master Ming Zong possesses a means to safeguard his disciple's life. Upon reaching the open space, Zheng Qiu assessed Guan, noting his superior height, striking appearance, and far greater cultivation. An imperceptible aura of authority emanated from Guan, imposing considerable psychological pressure upon Zheng Qiu. Though he recognized that this aura was a deliberate manifestation of the celestial force, the pressure felt all too real. The words of Gu Wuqing regarding the merciless nature of their contest echoed in his mind, heightening his anxiety. This was indeed a life-and-death trial. A single misstep could cost him dearly. His legs trembled, cold sweat trickled down his back. Yet he resolutely recalled his master's counsel. He must not betray even a hint of fear. Across from him, Gun was also observing Zheng Qiu. He noticed that this young man, Zheng Qiu, appeared pale and exceedingly anxious. However, he stood upright, devoid of any signs of fear or retreat. Gun speculated that Zheng Qiu must possess some formidable countermeasure. To ensure absolute certainty, he resolved to channel his energy, elevating it to the Qi Hua realm, and then wield his weapon to initiate the attack. As the contest commenced, with Gu Wuqing's words resonating in the air, Guan immediately assumed a horse stance, his arms swirling as he cultivated his energy. An ethereal blue mist enveloped him, gradually solidifying and transforming into flames that enveloped his entire being. On the open ground, as Guan cultivated his power, Ming Kong Zeline, seated at the banquet table, also manifested a layer of blue mist. However, due to their distance, the influence on her was minimal, resulting in only a thin, indistinct veil of mist surrounding her. While Guan was channeling his energy, Zheng Qiu swiftly drew paper and brush from the wooden box at his waist, focusing intently as he hastily inscribed the talisman for the knife-blocking earthen golem. Just as he completed the inscription and lifted his gaze, he beheld Guan clad in a blue flaming attire, a clear indication of his elevation to the Qi Hua realm. Guan extracted a small gray hammer from the belt at his lower back, resembling the Wuwang disaster held by Gu Wuqing. Relieved, Zheng Qiu noted that the unfolding situation aligned perfectly with his master's predictions. By not displaying any sign of trepidation, Guan would be hesitant to launch a reckless attack, likely opting to enhance his power first, thereby buying Zheng Qiu the necessary time to complete his initial talisman. In the four corners of the heavens, with divine decree, clay shall take form, water and fire shall not deceive, and blades shall not touch my garment. Just before Guan could strike, Zheng Qiu intoned the incantation aloud, hastily casting the paper talisman into the fray. Chapter 99. The terracotta figurine spell substitute. With a soft thud, a crumpled piece of paper fell to the ground, instantly releasing a cloud of yellowish mist that coalesced into the form of a terracotta figurine. Guan's brow furrowed, a pang of astonishment coursing through him. Such rapid inscription of spell patterns. It seemed his adoptive father was indeed correct. There was no time to grant him respite. Should he